Beneath the hood of the Dementor lies a visage capable of devouring souls. Wherever they roam, joy dissipates, leaving only the profoundest fears nestled within the hearts of men. Chapter 1. The revelation no more pretenses your father is a wizard on the evening of July 15th, 1991. In the lawn of number 6, Privet Drive, whoa, a golden-haired boy, approximately 8 years of age, wept bitterly, his small hands still clenching an imaginary lollipop despite the emptiness within. Cohen, a slender 11-year-old boy with meticulously groomed black hair, donned a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Residing at number 5, Privet Drive, that he held the very rainbow lollipop worth 50 pence that he had just generously bestowed upon the child next door. Nothing cheers the heart quite like sweets, especially in the absence of cavities. Cohen savored the taste of the lollipop in his hand. The agony of tooth decay felt far removed from a child who seemed to lose baby teeth with greater frequency than one changes cups. Having experienced rebirth, he felt compelled to relish the unrestrained joy of childhood while simultaneously completing his tasks. Ding. Kindness value. 1. Evil value. 1. Note. Offering candy before stealing is deemed unethical, inciting a pang of conscience. An electronic voice echoed in Cohen's ear naturally. He only selectively acknowledged the initial part regarding the system's grievances. Oh, the little system, distressed to discover Cohen exploiting loopholes to accrue double currency. Weeping inconsolable as such a pitiful sight. The system did not appear out of thin air, nor did Cohen on Privet Drive. To be precise, a car accident over a month prior had transported Cohen to this familiar, yet alien world. Truly a case of an otherworldly truck driver conducting business. Privet Drive, home to the Dursleys at number 4, also housed the elusive Harry Potter, fulfilling all necessary elements. Cohen instantly grasped that he had entered the illustrious realm of Harry Potter. As a person who had read the original works multiple times, Cohen was acutely aware that his childhood, and even his youth, might not be the most idyllic. After all, Harry Potter was of the same age, and he possessed the unique ability to levitate objects, render them invisible, and teleport magics that would undoubtedly intertwine with his fate that in this world. He also had a pair of exceedingly doting adoptive parents, both non-magical muggles, as evidenced by the absence of any magical traces in the memories of the original Cohen. However, the world of Harry Potter was hardly welcoming to muggles, particularly following the resurgence of the ultimate adversary, Voldemort. To ensure the safety of his parents, 2 choices loomed. Either flee Europe post-haste or eliminate Voldemort beforehand. Defeating Voldemort? Is this for real? In response, a rather inept system named Redemption System emerged. Open the panel. Cohen murmured. A fractured, half-black, half-white virtual circular interface materialized before him. At its center lay Cohen's rudimentary attributes panel. Cohen Norton. Species. Dementahuman. Soul integrity. 11. Special abilities unlocked. None. Soul strength. 11. Current kindness value. 1250. Current evil value. 250. Upon inheriting the body of this 11-year-old boy, Cohen found it utterly implausible that the term Dementor appeared before him. Aside from sharing a similar mouth-like organ, he bore no resemblance to a Dementor after all. He was a normal-looking human. However, as he delved deeper into the mysteries of his own body, a horrifying truth emerged. It seemed he truly was a Dementor in human guise, capable of perceiving souls and harboring an insatiable hunger for them. Particularly in the presence of others, Cohen found himself irresistibly drawn to the notion of consuming their essence. This behavior, undoubtedly perilous, nearly led to the extraction of his adoptive father Edward Norton's soul during a moment of weakness. Though Cohen managed to halt himself in time, a fragment of something, perhaps a piece of soul, or perhaps a sliver of joy, was nonetheless drawn out, sweet yet not cloying. This was the reason Cohen always kept candy close at hand. Consuming sweets felt akin to savoring souls. After a minute of reconciling with the terrifying reality of being a Dementor, Cohen began to explore the intricacies of the redemption system. First, the system provided him with a seemingly trivial, yet ultimately invaluable function, enabling him to gauge whether to flee or to siphon the soul of an adversary. He could perceive the soul strength of any individual, displayed as a virtual numeric label hovering above all living beings' heads, appearing instantly at his command. Soul strength served as the metric by which Cohen could determine if he could consume a target's essence. Edward's soul strength was rated at 10, thus making him a viable target, while his adoptive mother Rose's strength was 20, rendering her entirely beyond his reach. Cohen's soul strength was intrinsically linked to his soul integrity, which, regrettably, was alarmingly low. Yet, there existed the potential for improvement in soul integrity, attainable through the system shop, perhaps even by consuming souls. During the attempt to draw from Edward's essence, Cohen had observed fluctuations in his soul integrity. Had he not ceased immediately, Edward's soul might have been reflected as Data on Cohen's system panel. Nevertheless, Cohen believed himself to possess a semblance of humanity, unwilling to commit the malevolent act of devouring the soul of a father who toiled daily to nourish his family. The system offered two distinct shops, a kindness shop and an evil shop. Each time Cohen performed a good or wicked deed, the system would allocate kindness value or evil value based on the deed's impact, which he could then spend in the corresponding shop. Unbeknownst to the system, after calculating the kindness value, Cohen would often sabotage his good actions, compelling the system to provide him with subsequent evil values, thereby allowing him to effortlessly amass wealth. The system found itself powerless, resorting to subtle insinuations regarding Cohen's behavior with each report. The items in the two shops were entirely dissimilar. The kindness shop brimmed with cheerful and wholesome items, such as manuals and tomes detailing positive magical knowledge, magical creatures, enchanted plants, and non-dark magical artifacts. Conversely, the evil shop offered a plethora of sinister items, including numerous tomes on dark magic and materials clearly prohibited in the magical realm, even souls. The souls available here encompassed not only soul fragments, valued at 1,000 evil points and capable of enhancing Cohen's soul integrity, but also the very souls of living beings, tormented human soul that are relic from another world, useful for crafting various malevolent magical items, including but not limited to horcruxes and dark puppets. You can always hear the screams of, "Souls, perhaps you shall be next." The value, 7,000 evil points. This price is sufficient to snatch 7,000 lollipops from children. How wicked. Thus, aside from purchasing soul fragments to enhance his soul completeness, Cohen refrained from acquiring anything else from the sin shop, not due to a lack of funds. However, the increase in soul fragments was rather disheartening. When Cohen first arrived in this world, his soul completeness was 10, and his soul strength was also 10. After amassing 1,000 evil points through much mischief, he managed to raise it by a mere 1, with his strength only increasing to 11 points AS for the mysterious special ability shrouded in question marks. Fortunately, it seemed that soul completeness had no impact on Cohen's ordinary life, so there was no urgent need for him to engage in wanton misdeeds to restore it. This meant he could leisurely enjoy his final carefree days before receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Yet a rather unwelcome piece of news revealed itself as Cohen entered the living room of his home. A gray owl was darting about erratically in the ceiling, a clear sign that the letter from Hogwarts had arrived. Today marked Cohen's 11th birthday, and indeed it was the time for him to receive his admission letter. However, after waiting all morning, no letter had materialized. Otherwise, his good deeds plan would not have been postponed until the afternoon that a middle-aged man with untidy, light golden hair rushed towards Cohen, his face beaming with joy, waving a parchment-like document with curled edges. "Oh, Cohen, my dear son, you're going to Hogwarts." Edward, Cohen's adoptive father, in his 40s and seemingly unsuccessful, had always been perceived by Cohen as a homebound housekeeper, managing chores without a hint of magic. In his culinary endeavors, the IT was puzzling why he would be so elated about his son's enrollment in a little-known school that bore no news in the Muggle world. According to Edward, this school was the finest private institution in southeast England, emphasizing that the food would undoubtedly delight Cohen, despite his insistence that he merely enjoyed desserts and was not a glutton. Food was hardly worth mentioning compared to the educational environment. Thus, only one possibility remained. Edward was a wizard who had meticulously concealed his true identity from the family all this time. Were wizards truly so easily drained of their souls by Dementors, only to continue sleeping as if nothing had happened? Wait, that cannot be. Did adult male wizards possess such low soul strength? Only 10 points? Even Muggles have soul strengths ranging from 5 to 10 points. This was akin to Cohen's own incomplete half-diminished soul strength. He had already reached 11 points. Or was it that normal wizards were like his adoptive mother, Rose, with a strength of 20 points? Cohen had never encountered other wizards, and with such a vast disparity between his parents, it was impossible to ascertain what constituted a normal wizard. "All right, Edward, your voice is about to reach the Dursleys' living room next door. Don't forget Dumbledore's warning that a woman in a violet dress descended the stairs," sternly admonishing Edward. This brown-haired woman was Cohen's adoptive mother, Rose. Though she was of the same age as Edward, she appeared remarkably youthful, her pale blue eyes resembling ethereal beings hidden within a lake, though when scolding Edward she bore the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Yet, when addressing Cohen, she transformed into a different persona. "Cohen, I am so pleased you will be attending Hogwarts. Your father will explain everything shortly. I must attend a press conference and may not be able to sing at your birthday party." Rose leaned down, smiling as she kissed Cohen on the forehead, her mood shifting faster than a television switching from BBC to ITV. "However, I will bring you a birthday gift. Love you." Before hastily departing, she sternly reminded Edward, "Don't frighten Cohen. After the departure of the fierce matriarch, an excited Edward lifted Cohen onto the sofa. Now that the acceptance letter has arrived, it is time for us to reveal some truth. If you have questions about the magical world, feel free to ask me. Cohen sat obediently on the sofa, listening. Father will lay it all bare. I am a wizard, the kind that wields magic. That I shall also reveal my truth. I am a Dementor, the kind that consumes your soul. Chapter 2. Greetings, dear brother. Cohen was certainly not foolish enough to confront his adoptive father directly about the fact that he was not human, especially considering that his parents harbored no suspicions regarding him. Do you realize how rare it is for the protagonist to have living parents? Adoptive parents are still parents. Edward also successfully elucidated the nature of a magical world to Cohen through his spontaneous explanations. Moreover, Dumbledore had cautioned the couple to never reveal their identities as wizards in front of Harry Potter. You know, all these years there's been no magical outburst from you, leading your mother and me to believe you were merely a muggle child. Edward sighed. I was afraid to take my wand out at home, fearing your reaction upon witnessing magic. Is that the reason you've always relied on Mom's work to support yourself? Cohen inquired earnestly, posing his first question. Edward, who was waiting to address his son's curiosities about the magical realm while striving to reconstruct his fatherly image, was momentarily taken aback. Well, you see, the magical world has very strict regulations. It's best not to use too much magic in the muggle world, especially if muggles can see it. I mean, wait a moment. You're not even curious about magic at all? For instance, would you like me to show you how to conjure a bouquet of flowers or make pears dance? Flustered, Edward hastily pulled his wand from his pocket, and the entire living room was immediately transformed into chaos by the fleeing fruits and fluttering golden birds. His impeccable wand movements and silent incantations demonstrated that Edward was no mere mediocre wizard. Cohen looked on in confusion. Isn't the average wizard's soul supposed to be around 10 or so? In Edward's eyes, his magic seemed to have left Cohen in awe. So what do you think? Would you like to learn these spells? Edward ruffled Cohen's hair playfully, attempting to dishevel his neatly arranged locks. You'll learn these at school, right? Cohen found it difficult to feign enthusiasm for such flashy decorative magic. He desired to acquire more practical skills. You know, I prefer reading. Perhaps you could simply give me the textbooks, and I could study them myself. Although the targeted plan concerning his muggle parents had been thoroughly dismissed, it did not imply that Edward and Rose could safely navigate the next 7 years. The joyous childhood initiative had been abruptly curtailed, and what lay ahead was the initiation of a 3-year plan aimed at thoroughly vanquishing Voldemort and his remaining followers. To this end, Cohen needed to amass more goodwill and malevolence during the relatively peaceful initial 3 years to enhance his magical prowess and soul integrity. After all, if Cohen did not intervene, Voldemort would resurrect in the 4th year. Naturally, Cohen would not allow the narrative to unfold in such a manner. By that time, Harry and his companions, as the protagonists, would undoubtedly be safe, while he and his parents, as 3 entirely incongruous bystanders, would be in peril. One could only hope that Voldemort, a fragment of a soul akin to paper shredded by a shredder, could be effortlessly devoured by Cohen, who possessed 100% soul integrity. In addition to gathering soul artifacts, it is essential to acknowledge that Voldemort's fragmented soul remains an exceedingly unstable element. Moreover, Cohen can consume it with the carefree delight of a dessert. Of course, we possess textbooks. Both my mother and I have old ones stored at home. Upon hearing Cohen's remarks, Edward exhaled in relief, for Cohen indeed relished reading and sought to comprehend magic through literature, a sound decision, as it is somewhat precarious for a young wizard to immediately practice spells. After all, no young wizard ever approaches their initial encounter with magic as nonchalantly as one might react to a mere substitution of beef for lamb at dinner. What kind of look is that? Rest assured, we will not provide you with old textbooks. Noticing that Cohen's demeanor was increasingly aligning with Rose's, Edward hastily clarified. By the way, do refrain from mentioning anything about magic to your friends, particularly to the neighbor, Harry. The good news is that Cohen and Harry were acquainted even before Cohen's arrival. The unfortunate news is that during the past month since Cohen's arrival, Harry has not been permitted to leave the Dursleys' home, thereby denying Cohen the opportunity to assess the nature of the fragment of Voldemort residing within Harry. I must contemplate whether this is the only opportunity one will have in July to witness the fragment of Voldemort. Cohen stood at the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, contemplating how to invite Harry out under the guise of a birthday party, likely necessitating the inclusion of Dudley, lest the Dursleys perceive Cohen's family as abnormal. Even when presenting themselves as a Muggle family to the Dursleys, these 2 quintessential Muggles were hardly the sort one would eagerly wish to befriend, especially Petunia, who frequently spied on Edward while he trimmed the lawn, spreading ominous rumors throughout the community, despite Edward's peculiar mouse-shaped lawn being somewhat out of place. Cohen believed this negative impression stemmed from when Lily had transformed the household teacups into mice. "Good day, Mr. Dursley. I am Cohen from the Norton family." Upon the door's opening, Cohen feigned politeness, bowing slightly to Vernon Dursley, and watched as Dursley's liver-colored face shifted from red to white and back to red again. It was clear that the discussions regarding the Norton family had escalated to an acknowledgement of their wizarding identity. Vernon and Petunia appeared as if they were startled birds, terrified that even the slightest contact with magic could lead to their ruin. Yet, as the editor of the business section for the Times, Cohen's mother, Rose, ensured that Vernon Dursley dared not show overt disdain for their family, lest his excavation company receive unfavorable reviews. The complex thoughts of Dursley culminated in a peculiar, nonsensical sound. "Today is my birthday, and I would like to invite a few friends here for a visit. My father has prepared a lavish dinner." Cohen took it for granted that Mr. Dursley consented, allowing him to continue speaking. "Dudley may go, and I have heard that you two are to attend smelting school. Indeed, as future classmates, it is essential to deepen our acquaintance." Mr. Dursley, upon hearing that it was an invitation to a birthday gathering, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and consented without hesitation. However, suddenly, his mind, which rarely stirred at home, sparked with a thought. "Wait, you mentioned a few friends here? Harry cannot be considered a child of the Dursley family. I recall there is another child named Harry. Why not invite him to the gathering?" Cohen inquired. "We have no child named Harry," Mr. Dursley retorted angrily. "He has moved away, but I have seen him. It cannot be abuse, right? My mother adores children." Cohen continued earnestly, issuing a veiled threat. "Very well, but I must caution you. He is rather clumsy and prone to causing trouble, and quite dangerous. If you are aware of this and still insist, that is your choice," Mr. Dursley muttered in warning. Yet, seeing that Cohen showed no sign of retreating, he shouted toward the staircase behind him, "Harry, go join the birthday party. For heaven's sake, hurry up." With a clatter, a thin, bespectacled boy rushed out from the broom cupboard at the bottom of the stairs. "Cohen!" Harry exclaimed with delight. This was evidently not the sight Mr. Dursley wished to witness. Harry's happiness only served to darken his own mood. "Stay with him. Dudley will come over during dinner." Mr. Dursley grumbled at Harry. "Do not cause any trouble." The tone of his last remark seemed to anticipate that Harry would indeed stir up mischief, as if he were convinced that Cohen's invitation for Harry to attend the soiree was a grave mistake. "I promise I will not cause any trouble," Harry assured Cohen after leaving the Dursley's residence. However, Cohen's mind was evidently preoccupied with matters beyond Harry's assurances. Soul strength, 7. Sacrificial protection. Soul strength, 40. Harry bore two distinctly contrasting labels. It was evident that the latter, marked as sacrificial protection, belonged to Harry's own soul, an ancient spell cast by Lily with her life. The formidable fragment of soul, boasting a strength of 40 points, belonged to Voldemort. What a tough challenge. Yet, even if it could not be absorbed, this powerful piece of soul exuded a sweet, alluring aura, truly a delicacy in the eyes of a Dementor. "Cohen, why are you looking at me like that?" Harry gulped, instinctively taking a step back. "Brother, you smell delightful." "No, I was just lost in thought, contemplating what to eat this evening." Cohen, momentarily captivated by the enticing fragment of Voldemort's soul, quickly suppressed his desire and returned to a semblance of normalcy. "How troublesome. 40 points. I would need to acquire 29 more soul fragments from the sin shop, equating to 29,000 sin points. That is akin to stealing lollipops from 29,000 children. A daunting task lies ahead. I hope the faculty and students of Hogwarts are well prepared. Cohen, thank you for rescuing me. I have been confined in the Dursley household for an entire month." In the Cohen household, Harry devoured the excessively sweet apple pie crafted by Edward, while repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Cohen. "You should thank my dad. If he had scheduled my birthday in October, you might have been confined until the holiday's conclusion." Mentioning the end of the holiday visibly dampened Harry's spirits. Cohen was the only one willing to overlook the label of freak in converse with Harry, yet with the holiday's end, Cohen would attend the same school as Dudley, Smelting, while Harry would be sent to the public school, Stonewall High. Dudley had relentlessly mocked Harry for this arrangement. "Cheer up. It's not as if we want to see each other again." Cohen, fully aware of what the future held, nonchalantly waved his hand. "Remember, there's dinner tonight. Don't fill up on pie." Chapter 3. I'm torn apart. The birthday party was rather subdued. Dudley had not attended, and the sounds of a quarrel from the Dursley household could be heard next door, a fact Cohen understood all too well. Dudley and Cohen had little rapport, especially since Cohen had invited Harry. To Dudley, this was merely a gathering of oddities, and attending such an event would surely invite ridicule from his friends. Mr. Dursley's furious shouts undoubtedly stemmed from his desire to leave a favorable impression on Cohen's mother, Rose, as public perception could significantly influence a company's progress. In Mr. Dursley's view, the only way to prevent Harry from wreaking havoc on the Norton residence was to have one of his own keep an eye on him, oblivious to the fact that Harry's troubles often arose after Dudley had bullied him. For Harry, this quiet gathering might have been the only moment of joy throughout July. However, for Cohen, the following day held true promise, as he would finally seek more samples to ascertain the soul strength of a typical adult wizard and acquire his first wand. The sensation of wielding a wand would surely differ from that of being wandless. Cohen had always felt an ineffable force misdirected when attempting magic. As true wizards, casting spells correctly would not experience such awkwardness. Which wand would choose him? Would the wand selection process involve a soul? Could a soul be extracted? Was it akin to a human soul? Did it possess restorative properties? Would Ollivander be furious if he drained all the wands in his shop? The transition from wakefulness to slumber unfolded as it always did. Cohen began to softly snore, resembling an ordinary human child, to the extent that Rose entered his room without rousing him. She placed a large box of beautifully wrapped birthday gifts beside Cohen's bed and gently kissed him before departing quietly. Outside Cohen's window, a shadow darted away from the sill, revealing itself only under the glow of a street lamp amidst the cloak of night. It was a spotted cat, its facial fur seemingly marked by spectacles, as it approached a white-haired elder. The once illuminated streetlights seemed to be drawn away by an invisible hand, gradually finding their way into the silver, vintage lighter held by the elder. Albus, I must concede that placing Cohen with the Norton family was indeed a wise decision. The silhouette of the tabby cat suddenly elongated in the night, transforming within mere seconds into that of a solemn woman. Minerva, this is Edward and Rose's choice, not mine. Albus Dumbledore chuckled, his robe adorned with stars and moons harmonizing beautifully with the summer night sky above, expressing his delight in witnessing a child flourish in the embrace of parental love. If only Harry were deserving of such affection. Minerva McGonagall expressed her discontent, remarking that Harry's living conditions were, in comparison to Cohen's, rather harsh. I fail to comprehend why you insist that the Nortons limit their interaction with Harry, even denying that poor child the simple pleasure of enjoying afternoon tea with the neighbors every weekend. Different flowers require distinct nurturing methods. Dumbledore mischievously winked at Professor McGonagall. Yet there was no doubt that they would all bloom into the most exquisite blossoms. Perhaps there is another matter you ought to be informed about concerning Cohen. Professor McGonagall hesitated momentarily before deciding to share her observations with Dumbledore. Oh, Cohen often performs acts of kindness. I recall the last time I visited, I happened to see him helping an elderly gentleman cross the street. Dumbledore felt reassured about Cohen. Despite his unconventional birth, he had grown into a vibrant and healthy child. Today, he gifted another child a lollipop, McGonagall added. Dumbledore fell silent. Furthermore, during that incident with the elderly man, Cohen even pointed out the way to him. Professor McGonagall paused. Dumbledore seemed to anticipate what she would say next. That route required an extra mile to reach the destination. While Cohen's destination coincided with that of the elderly gentleman, he himself took a shorter path that merely involved passing two shops. Professor McGonagall sighed, pondering how he would fare upon meeting the Weasley twins. Young people are often full of novel ideas. Mischief does not equate to malevolence. Dumbledore reassured her, though whether it was from McGonagall or himself remained uncertain. Even adult wizards can easily become ensnared in the vortex of power, losing their sense of self. Yet Cohen resisted the temptations of evil during his most vulnerable moments, unlike Voldemort. At the mention of that name, Professor McGonagall involuntarily shivered. Do you remember the day we found him? The rose is adorned with thorns to protect itself. Minerva, we cannot dismiss its enchanting bloom merely because of its sharp spikes. Cohen. Even before dawn, Cohen was stirred awake by urgent calls from outside. I want to sleep. Cohen could barely open his eyes. The thought of getting out of bed to answer the door was unfathomable. A child should not rise too early, lest they become like cattle. In his dreams, he saw his mother, Rose, stealthily placing a birthday gift by his bedside in the middle of the night, gently kissing his forehead. He dreamt of two individuals he had never met, yet had seen in a film in a past life, Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. The two were conversing under the cloak of night about Cohen and Harry. The dream felt so vivid that Cohen suspected it might have been a glimpse of reality he had unwittingly witnessed during his astral travels. Cohen, your father is taking you to Diagon Alley today. Rise quickly, or I shall be delayed for my third adventure at the Dungeons & Dragons Club this afternoon. Good heavens! What kind of middle-aged wizard is so eager to engage in a role-playing game of swords and sorcery with a group of muggle teenagers? If one truly enjoys Dungeons & Dragons, one might as well seek a dragon at those breeding grounds for a one-on-one duel. Surely those wizards extracting dragon blood would welcome assistance in taming a fiery beast. With a resigned sigh, Cohen, still bleary-eyed, changed out of his pajamas, soon noticing something peculiar beside his bed. Wait until I change my clothes. A birthday gift? Cohen's consciousness instantly sharpened. The wrapping of the present bore an uncanny resemblance to that from his dream. If the rose he had seen in his dream was indeed real, he hurriedly scurried to the mirror, noticing a faint lipstick mark lingering on his forehead. Could it be that Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had actually visited his home? Is it truly acceptable to have no semblance of privacy? They even witnessed the incident of snatching sweets from a child in the Dark Wizard's laboratory. Over 300 lifeless bodies stared vacantly, as if the child version of Cohen had consumed the very souls of those dark wizards. Was his former self so formidable? Initially presumed to be an underdeveloped Xiao Yin, was he in fact a reincarnation of the supreme bone excavated Shurhao? However, it seemed that Dumbledore remained quite reassured about him. Although it appeared he would frequently come to check on Cohen, his performance evidently aligned with the old wizard's expectations. At least he need not fear being eliminated by the opposing forces before enrollment, as Dementors were hardly pleasant beings. The notion of Edward and Rose adopting him was indeed peculiar. Just yesterday, Edward had remarked that he nearly believed Cohen to be a Muggle child, seemingly unaware of his identity as a dark magic experiment subject. Yet, Dumbledore had asserted that this was Edward and Rose's own choice, implying they were well aware of the majority of the circumstances and the inherent dangers of adoption, yet they proceeded regardless. Cohen felt a flicker of emotion within. The love his adoptive parents bore for him was genuine, and despite the multitude of lies, it bore no significant impact. Setting aside these trivial matters, Cohen's sole desire was to unravel one mystery. How had he managed to astrally project himself to eavesdrop on happenings in the street outside? Moreover, it seemed Dumbledore was entirely oblivious to this occurrence. While mere voyeurism could be accomplished through various magical means, the ability to remain undetected by the most formidable wizard of this century was indeed a delicate affair. Certainly, Cohen did not intend to spy on whether Dumbledore secretly harbored a stack of Grindelwald's photographs. Rather, he aimed to gather information in an extraordinarily secure manner. Just imagine, a mere god's eye view can turn the tide of a game, let alone the omniscient perspective in reality, and one that would risk detection or account suspension. But how could he once again trigger such a state? Sleep? This method of activation seems rather trivial, doesn't it? Yet, his current consciousness was remarkably alert and exhilarated. The likelihood of returning to slumber would probably hinge on physical hypnosis. However, upon closing his eyes, Cohen distinctly experienced an unusual sensation, as if he were splitting apart. That is to say, his soul felt as though it had fractured, with only a single point remaining tightly connected. Moreover, Cohen could actively manipulate the shape of these two halves of his soul and observe everything around him, including his own body lying on the bed. Yet when all of Cohen's soul departed from his body, the physical form would enter a state of suspended animation, devoid of any life activity, until the return of his soul. The soul could be elongated, compressed, or shaped into something resembling a cloak. Wait a moment. Wasn't this akin to a Dementor? After molding himself into a cloak-like figure, Cohen scrutinized the appearance of his soul. Goodness, it was black, tattered like a rag, and with a couple of decaying hands. He could probably apply for a government position at Azkaban. After further exploration, Cohen discovered another technique. He could place one half of his soul on his body while the other half remained outside, allowing him to control his physical form while simultaneously perceiving more through his soul. However, due to the single point of connection between the two halves, there was a limit to how far apart they could operate. This connection, although pliable, still had a maximum stretch of about 15 meters, precisely the distance from Cohen's room to the far side of the street. No wonder he had unconsciously overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and McGonagall on the street last night. Ding. Special ability unlocked. Soul-Slurping 110. So this is how the special ability section is unlocked. Cohen had initially thought the absence of a beginner-s package was quite austere, only to discover that one had to explore and uncover these special abilities for themselves. It felt rather daunting. Compared to the traversers in web novels, it seemed as though he was already losing at the starting line. Now that he had comprehended this new trick, the next course of action was to freshen up, have a meal, and then accompany Edward to Diagon Alley to purchase school supplies. Before descending the stairs, Cohen unwrapped the gift from Rose. It was a snow globe, large enough to require both hands to cradle, housing 3 lively clay figures joyfully coexisting in a snow-laden village. The joy was palpable, as Cohen could even hear the cheerful laughter emanating from the house where the trio had just entered. This thing surely sleeps at night, doesn't he? Otherwise, having such a sphere that emits a cacophony of laughter in the dormitory may be somewhat unsettling. However, overall, the gift from Rose is splendid. Cohen has always had a penchant for such heartwarming presents. For his past life on Earth, he seldom experienced such unambiguous affection. Cohen is reluctant to acknowledge that he was indeed an orphan in that existence. Nevertheless, the clay figurine, animated by the solidification spell, lacks a soul, rendering Cohen unable to regard this snow globe as a reserve of emergency sweets. How shall we make our way to Diagon Alley? At the dining table, Cohen successfully swallowed the last slice of buttered bread with the aid of milk and inquired of Edward, who was already counting his galleons and sickles. Flu powder? Apparition with a companion? Driving? What other means exist? A magic carpet, perhaps? Edward rubbed his hands together, estimating the remaining funds, pondering that there might be enough left to procure a pet for Cohen to take to school. Chapter 4. Was there a mistake in using a wand made from unicorn hair for the Dementors? The Norton household's fireplace was not connected to the Flu network, and Edward felt somewhat uncertain about his ability to apparate with a companion. During my retake, the examiner assigned me an additional task, requiring me to apparate a chipmunk. Fortunately, the examiner did not notice that the chipmunk lost its tail post-apparition. Otherwise, I might have had to retake the entire exam. Edward shrugged nonchalantly. Edward patted Cohen's head contentedly. Today, Cohen seemed more subdued than usual. Since you are about to enter the magical realm, next month your mother and I will visit the Ministry of Magic to arrange the Flu network procedures, making our future travels much more convenient. Previously, whenever he attempted to touch Cohen's hair, Cohen would always evade him, whereas Rose never encountered such resistance when reaching out to Cohen. Perhaps, within Cohen's little mind, he was envisioning the wonders of the magical world. On the surface, he appeared entirely unexcited, yet deep down, he was likely eager to witness the enchanting realms depicted in fairy tales. Edward chuckled to himself as he tossed Cohen into the back seat just before they set off, noting Cohen's repetitive deep breaths. Cohen, in his attempt at self-restraint, was preparing to engage socially, which implied entering a crowd. As the presence of souls multiplied around him, Cohen would inevitably feel a hunger triggered by the sweet aroma of those souls. To avoid being caught by the horrors of the Ministry of Magic for indulging in soul sweets and ending up in Azkaban alongside other pureblood Dementors, Cohen had to suppress that yearning. The sweetness of candies closely resembles the flavor of souls, making them a perfect substitute. Thus, he always carried a pocketful when departing. On the way, Cohen finally recognized that, as an 11-year-old with scant knowledge of the magical world, he ought to exhibit some curiosity. Otherwise, it would seem quite abnormal. Are there such families in the magical realm? Cohen feigned ignorance. Indeed, where there are people, there are surely noble families. Edward maneuvered around a slowly moving vehicle obstructing their path and ran a red light. Edward briefly introduced some of the more renowned families within the wizarding community. There are many families, yet Cohen could only recall a handful of names frequently mentioned in the original Harry Potter series. Do you and your mother belong to a family? A wizarding one, perhaps? This time, Cohen's inquiry was not feigned. Genuine curiosity sparked within him. In the past, Cohen was aware of the Bach family, which, although one of the Sacred 28, seemed to have fallen into decline. The only place where the Bach name could still be seen was at the Borgin and Burke shop in Knockturn Alley, but the only proprietor visible was Mr. Borgin. Mr. Bach had never made an appearance. She was disowned by her family for being in a relationship with me. Edward sighed, adding that, in her view, even if she had not been disowned, she would not have remained there much longer. The family engaged in dark magical dealings, especially during the reign of the Dark Lord, when they brazenly threatened to toss her, a perceived failure, into a heap of corpses. No wonder your mother was sorted into Gryffindor. Her courage is something this Hufflepuff could never hope to attain. Despite your occasional laziness and penchant for mischief, like the time you left me at the zoo for 3 hours, Cohen patted Edward's shoulder from the back seat. But you're a good father. I unilaterally grant you my approval. Thank you. Regardless of Edward's minor faults, he undeniably cherished his family and Cohen, his dark magical experiment. One should savor and appreciate the existing beauty rather than fixate on imperfections. Edward was evidently moved by Cohen's sudden expression of gratitude. Through the rearview mirror, Cohen could see Edward's scruffy face quivering slightly. They arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. The vehicle came to a halt between a bookstore and a record shop, where Cohen could see a low, dilapidated tavern sandwich between the two gleaming establishments, its sign slightly peeling, Leaky Cauldron. This was a well-known establishment in the wizarding world, serving as the entrance to Diagon Alley. After stepping out of the car, Edward discreetly wiped his eyes and took a moment to introduce Cohen. In my day, I was quite a notable figure in Diagon Alley. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, the cacophony of the tavern and the mingling aromas of various foods and drinks rushed toward Cohen. A few elderly ladies sat in a corner, sipping sherry. Soul strength, 27. A notably high soul strength. These grandmothers did not appear to be easily trifled with. Yet, Cohen was perplexed by one of the ladies, who managed to drink and smoke simultaneously. Did she possess two esophagi? Behind the bar stood a middle-aged man, nearly bald and resembling a shriveled walnut. Tom was busy polishing a glass while conversing with a nearby patron. Soul strength, 19. Tom seemed to require more practice. His soul strength was still lower than that of Rose, who had lived in the Muggle world. Edward and Cohen's arrival drew a few curious glances, but none recognized Edward, mistaking him for an ordinary passerby. This rendered Edward momentarily awkward. Navigating through the bustling long table, Cohen was led to a brick wall in the bar's backyard. However, through his recent observations, Cohen had nearly unraveled the mystery that had long perplexed him. The soul strength of adult wizards ranged from 15 to 40, a consistency found among all the wizards in the Leaky Cauldron. Edward's soul strength of 10 was unusually low, possibly concealing some unique reason. Yet, respecting Edward and Rose's reluctance to disclose further, Cohen did not intend to pry. Fortunately, Dumbledore seemed to tacitly approve of Cohen's continued existence as a specimen of dark magic. Otherwise, Cohen might have found himself troubled by questions surrounding his identity. Counting 2 bricks to the side and 3 upwards, Edward recited from the note Rose had given him. Tapping his wand thrice upon a specific brick, Cohen's lips twitched slightly. Who had designed this stone door in Diagon Alley that required a gesture to unlock? Was it conceivable that Muggles could enter the Leaky Cauldron, necessitating such a secondary security measure? The brick he had tapped quivered, shifting to reveal a small opening that gradually expanded. In mere moments, a broad archway appeared before Cohen, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed endless. Oh my! Although Cohen had envisioned walking down such a street while immersed in novels and films in his previous life, the reality of stepping into Diagon Alley elicited an involuntary gasp of wonder. The morning sun cast its radiant light upon every reflective surface, cauldrons, gilded shop signs, lenses, and various metallic instruments, while the air buzzed with the lively chatter of merchants and wizards. The entire world seemed encapsulated within this street. The throng of people bustled about, pausing to take in the sights, and the street was infused with the sweet aroma of souls. Cohen couldn't help but unwrap a toffee and pop it into his mouth, lest he inadvertently inhale while passing a few young wizards. Under Edward's guidance, Cohen traversed through Potage's potion shop, the Broomstick Emporium, and the Elop's Owl Emporium. Do you want an owl? Edward paused momentarily in front of the Elop's Owl Emporium. Is it a little fairy? Cohen felt somewhat uncertain about the notion of keeping a pet. I mean, can it just eat and not, mess? Or perhaps it could neither eat nor relieve itself. What are you thinking? Edward found Cohen's sporadic musings a tad perplexing. Of course, it will eat and relieve itself. But you need not complicate the care of an owl. Hogwarts has an owlery. You simply need to feed it some treats occasionally to strengthen your bond. It depends on what animals you prefer. If you fancy kittens, puppies, or salamanders, we can explore the magical menagerie next door for other pets. Sensing Cohen's lack of enthusiasm for an owl, Edward quickly added, once you have an owl, you won't need to run to the post office to send me letters. Owls are much easier to care for compared to other animals. Cohen reflected on his experience in raising pets and concluded that the likelihood of sustaining an owl at Hogwarts was considerably higher, given the presence of an owlery, unlike any facilities for cats or dogs. Speaking of which, the essence of animals held little significance for Cohen, although it could be absorbed. It was akin to tasteless chewing gum. In the past, he had attempted to absorb the soul of a little gray mouse that had appeared in his bedroom. But after merely a taste, he abandoned the endeavor, realizing it bore no distinction from drinking plain water, nor did it enhance the integrity of the soul. Owls would likely be similar, unsuitable as soul-repairing agents. Perhaps I shall purchase a few more books. Expanding one's knowledge is never a futile pursuit. Ollivander S1 Shop, a quaint and dilapidated establishment, defied its modest exterior once Cohen stepped inside, revealing a long and profound interior that dispelled the preconceived notion of its smallness. The space was more expansive than it appeared outside, prompting a raised eyebrow from Cohen, reminiscent of a certain blue telephone booth. The application of the undetectable extension charm in architecture was an excellent scholarly tome. A gentle voice remarked, a child with a penchant for research. This book may suit you well. An elderly gentleman descended from a ceiling-mounted lift, drawing Cohen's attention to the ceiling, which was cluttered with wand boxes, even forming an archway of boxes. "Good morning," Ollivander greeted, his eyes of a pale hue starkly contrasting with Cohen's deep black pupils. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander," Edward politely acknowledged. Introducing his son, "This is my son, Cohen Norton. Edward, it is a pleasure to see you again. The last time was 30 years ago. With a wand of birch, unicorn hair, 13.5 inches of moderate flexibility. You still use it, I presume?" "Ah, indeed." Edward showcased his wand, indicating that he had been diligently maintaining it, though Cohen noticed him discreetly casting a silent cleaning charm on it from behind. Ollivander, evidently aware of Edward's little ruse, chose not to address it directly, instead turning his gaze to Cohen. "Come now, young Norton, let me see which arm you wield your wand with." "My right hand," Cohen replied, catching a whiff of a sweet aroma in the air, the scent of souls, yet did not solely emanate from Ollivander. The fragrance intensified, a multitude of souls converging towards Cohen's location. He instantly grasped the reason. It was the wands, selecting the wizard who entered the shop, a tradition of sorts, though Cohen seemed an unworthy candidate. "My goodness, do wands truly possess souls?" Cohen swallowed hard, as though a delectable piece of cake had been placed beneath his nose. "I haven't even committed any misdeeds yet." Ollivander expertly elaborated on the composition of wands and the principles by which they select their wizards before he began to navigate the shelves, busying himself with selecting some elongated boxes to retrieve. "Let us try this one first, young Norton." Ollivander chose a box and prepared to open it. Made of beech wood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, quite supple. Crack! Before the wand could even be extracted from its box, it emitted a crackling sound accompanied by a dazzling red glow, and then, with a snap, the box closed itself. I had done nothing. Cohen noticed that both Ollivander and Edward were regarding him with peculiar expressions and immediately raised his hands in clarification. Strange, Ollivander muttered. "Not this one, perhaps this?" The next unfortunate victim was a 7-inch wand made of maple with a phoenix feather. With a rip, this wand reacted even more violently. The moment the box was opened, it shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the cardboard seal of the box and darting toward the back of the shop until it embedded itself in the deepest wall. No, not this one either. Cohen began to doubt whether Ollivander possessed any effective means of discerning the connection between wands and wizards. Perhaps every young wizard, much like Harry or himself, would need to try nearly every wand in the shop to find one that truly belonged to them. Time passed, and Cohen and Edward found themselves dozing off in the shop. Yes, Mr. Ollivander only needed to run back and forth exchanging wands, while Cohen and Edward had many considerations: when to have lunch, when Cohen would choose an owl, and when Edward could rush off to join the Hellfire Club's Dungeons Dragons gathering. At long last, with a sigh of relief, Ollivander opened the final wand box and, upon not hearing the wand emit an indescribable shriek and flee, he exhaled deeply. Elder, unicorn hair, 12 inches long. A peculiar combination indeed. Curious. Cohen stood up to peer at this wand that seemed unafraid of him. Was it peculiar that the elder, symbolizing death, was paired with unicorn hair, representing goodness and purity? Was it a mistake to craft a wand for a Dementor using unicorn hair? Chapter 5, The Owl Count. After paying Ollivander 7 gold galleons, Cohen and Edward departed from the wand shop. Cohen pondered over his wand for quite some time, only to realize that the soul within seemed to harbor only simple emotions, such as "I like this wizard, so I shall remain with him for life," or "I dislike this wizard, so I will not assist him." Now, a new emotion had to be added, the fear of encountering a Dementor while choosing a wand, prompting a swift escape to avoid danger. Given that wands are said to change their allegiance if their master is defeated, Cohen felt these wands resembled somewhat intelligent locks. However, if they saw their master being attacked at the door, they would immediately open for the assailant. In essence, they were like fair-weather friends, intelligent, but not overly so. The subsequent process of purchasing textbooks, wizarding robes, cauldrons, and potion ingredients was remarkably smooth. After all, books, robes, cauldrons, and ingredients would not scatter in fear of Cohen absorbing their souls. Perhaps the exception being that book-titled monsters and their monsters tucked away in the corner of the leaky cauldron. Once confined to a cage, the book was gnawing at its own pages in solitude. However, upon Cohen's entrance into the shop, it fell eerily silent, retreating into a corner, trembling with trepidation. Such a feeble tome, Cohen mused inwardly. The shop assistant, who was assisting Cohen in gathering textbooks, chanced upon the suddenly subdued book and concluded that Cohen was a savior. He discreetly slipped Cohen 2 galleons and an additional 7 sickles, imploring him to carry away the bizarre volume worth 2 galleons. The assistant even revealed the scars on his hands, which had since healed. This book is utterly terrifying. I cannot fathom why the proprietor would stock such a tome. It is as dreadful as the pixies of Cornwall. Nay, those pixies at least do not bite. Amidst the assistant's lamentations about how this accursed object would soon become a Hogwarts textbook, necessitating an order of 1,000 copies, all of which the owner would have to manage alone since the staff would have long resigned, Edward assisted Cohen in pushing a cart laden with books and supplies out of the shop. Ah, well, next we shall procure you a pet, Edward sighed. Having completed his task, casting a glance at the monstrous creatures, a compendium lying quietly in the cart, seemingly as still as if it were lifeless. I now understand why your grandmother was so reluctant to accompany me on shopping trips. The young wizard's school supplies are rather cumbersome. He hoped the little creatures would not be as timid as wands. Just moments after absorbing the soul of the monstrous book, a foreboding sensation washed over Cohen. Yet, whether magical beings would respond peculiarly to the presence of a Dementor remained uncertain. This question found its answer upon Cohen's entrance into the dimly lit, cacophonous Owl Emporium. The once boisterous shop fell silent at his arrival. The female proprietor, puzzled by the sudden hush among the owls, soon beheld Cohen entering with a pouch of coins. Edward remained outside with the heavily laden cart, for the narrow shop could accommodate only one person at a time, and in Diagon Alley, pickpockets occasionally lurked. Even in the magical realm, where greedy souls sought to gain without effort, perhaps the only place they dared not steal from was Gringotts. Good day. I wish to purchase an owl. Cohen feigned ignorance as he addressed the middle-aged woman with curled hair. The quivering birds in their cages bore no relation to him. He had not drained their souls. Ah, my owls are quite lively. The shopkeeper's promotional pitch faltered in her throat, for the owls now appeared rigid, posing as stone statues. May I select one myself? Cohen inquired politely. The owls possessed merely a soul strength of 2 or 3. While Cohen had just absorbed a tome with a formidable 5 points, yet his own soul completeness had only increased by a mere 0.5. In other words, the act of slaughtering an ordinary owl might not yield as much benefit for Cohen as simply snatching a few children's lollipops. It was not the depletion of toffees in his mouth that swayed Cohen's decision, but rather the presence of 2 remarkable owls among the group. One was a pure, white, snowy owl, possessing a soul strength of 7, and Cohen immediately suspected this to be the very Hedwig that Harry would later care for. The other, however, was a large, mottled brown screech owl, adorned with white eyebrows and pointed black ear tufts. Naturally, the ears of an owl do not protrude sharply atop their heads. Their true ears lie hidden beneath the feathers on either side of their heads, and one could even glimpse their sizable eyeballs through the feathered layers if they were part them. Soul strength 10. Is this a level of soul strength typical for a normal owl? Cohen was filled with curiosity about this particular owl. It seemed the owl was equally intrigued by him. Its keen eyes fixated on Cohen, and its head rotated 90 degrees clockwise, as if examining something peculiar. For some inexplicable reason, Cohen felt as though this creature might extend a slender, black-tinged arm from beneath its wings to retrieve a half-eaten bag of chips from nearby. Wait, why would there be leftover chips in an owl's cage? Do wizards have chips? What is this owl's name? How much does it cost? It appears rather aged. Does it not? Edward observed Cohen, who was holding a screech owl significantly larger than the younger ones, and furrowed his brow. Its name is Count. The shopkeeper mentioned it has been in the store for 3 years, and if it remains unsold, it might be sent to the owl post to work illegally. Cohen explained to Edward. Oh, Edward nodded thoughtfully. It sounds quite pitiful. It almost tugs on my heartstrings. Is that why you intend to purchase it? No. Cohen shook his head dismissively, for it was priced at merely 10 sickles, while the other owls were at least 2 galleons. To acquire such an owl with an extraordinary level of soul strength for just 10 sickles was an extraordinary bargain. Even if no discoveries were made in his research, Cohen could, with tears in his eyes, consume it when it grew old, both in a spiritual and physical sense. Chapter 6. Goodness, the Dementor can speak. With less than an hour remaining in Edward's gaming session, a hurried Edward magically prepared lunch for Cohen before dashing out of the house, leaving Cohen alone in the residence at number 5, Privet Drive. An animagus? A blood-cursed beast? Or something else entirely? Cohen pulled out a chair and sat down, aligning his gaze with that of Count the owl in its cage. There must be something else. A slightly humorous male voice emerged as Count's hooked beak opened and closed. My goodness, you can talk? Cohen's eyes widened in disbelief. An animagus cannot speak while in animal form. Nor can a blood-cursed beast articulate human language after transformation, as the physiological structure of other animals simply does not allow for the mimicry of human speech, except for parrots. Of course, goodness, the Dementor can speak. The Earl tilted his head, his tone devoid of any fear, as if he were engaging in a light-hearted banter in English with Cohen. You have a human father, so does that make your mother a Dementor? The Earl continued unabashedly. In my many years, I have never encountered such a peculiar situation. Even for a bird, this is rather bizarre. Cohen's expression transitioned from astonishment to calmness, eventually settling into indifference. Why the silence? Is it because you've never seen a talking bird? The Earl adjusted his head, which had been tilted 90 degrees clockwise, now rotating 90 degrees counterclockwise. This behavior would appear quite charming in an ordinary owl. But wait, if a Dementor can speak, why is it so unfathomable that a bird can as well? Or are you unaware that you are a Dementor? Cohen's face turned ashen. Oh no, I hope I haven't rendered you speechless. Does your father know the spell to dissolve the owl purchasing contract? You see, a bird cannot wield a wand. But considering your father's willingness to associate with a Dementor, I trust he could manage to dissolve a contract without much trouble. Cohen's forehead grew increasingly furrowed. Of course, as a means of exchange for your freedom, I could pilfer galleons from other wizarding families for you. I'm quite adept at that. Every wizard believes owls merely deliver messages, never considering that a bird might abscond with their belongings. 30 galleons, perhaps? That could buy me a lifetime of freedom. He paused for a moment, needing to collect his thoughts. Cohen stiffly exited the chair, left the bedroom, and abruptly slammed the door behind him. He wondered if it was still possible to return the bird. This was not merely a case of acquiring a counterfeit, but rather of having obtained something sinister. The very idea of such a soul made Cohen feel nauseous. Yet the owl's proposition to steal galleons from other wizards seemed rather enticing. However, having already discerned Cohen's identity as a Dementor, would the owl spread the word indiscriminately? Certainly. The average wizard would likely not possess the knowledge of advanced magic, such as the Patronus charm. According to Dumbledore's tendencies, it was highly probable that he simply accepted Cohen, this half-Dementor, as a living being, while the Ministry of Magic, in all likelihood, remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would not be merely wandering the Muggle streets. Maintaining the secrecy of his identity was paramount in the early stages, at least until he possessed a soul strength surpassing that of most wizards, ensuring that too many unworthy individuals remained unaware. This loquacious owl, already privy to Cohen's identity, was undoubtedly a disruptive element. Yet, having a talking owl was undeniably cool. Cohen felt conflicted and resolved to grant this owl an opportunity to survive. Clap. Who? Coming to a realization, he clarified, first and foremost, I must assert that my mother is not a Dementor, nor is my father a Banshee. Who is Banshee? The Earl expressed his bewilderment with his large, expressive eyes. The little owl was not meant to be burdened with such nonsensical information. Cohen declined to elucidate these matters for his owl and continued the previous topic. My parents are perfectly normal, as I was adopted, he stated, particularly emphasizing the latter. Dumbledore, you are aware of him, correct? Last time I visited Hogwarts to deliver a letter to a young wizard, he was entranced by a photograph of a young man in the tower. Do you wish to know the name of that man? 3 galleons. Grindelwald. Next question. No, do not divert the topic. Cohen warned. You were the one who asked me first. The Earl retorted angrily. You are utterly unreasonable. After Cohen deliberately licked his lips, the Earl halted his complaints, as if choked by an owl treat. Proceed, the Earl said dryly. Dumbledore specifically placed me in this family to raise me. Do you understand? Cohen inquired. The Earl pecked at his own wings. Your manner of questioning makes it seem as though you intend to pluck my feathers one by one and ask me, do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree? Cohen asked earnestly. I am democratic. Should you disagree, I shall consume your soul. You haven't even stated what I am to agree to. The Earl, in a fit of anger, bit off one of his feathers. Or perhaps you simply do not realize that owls possess no authority to disagree. It is you wizards who devised the owl purchase contract. I swear, once I have devoured every last field mouse, I shall begin feasting on wizards, consuming all of you who exploit these innocent creatures. Wait, are you implying that you must obey my commands, correct? Cohen began to grasp the underlying secret in the Earl's complaints. Otherwise, do you think every owl will be bound for life by your trivial owl treats? The Earl retorted sharply. Let me verify. I am rather lacking in security. Cohen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I believe you often worry about an owl attacking you. After all, I might be concealing a wand within my feathers. With every wizard that purchases me, I would shout Avada Kedavra, and then you would discover that I am but a bloody owl. Do owls even have hands to grasp wands? Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Due to the rampant and uncontrollable nature of owl communication, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was established in 1692, categorizing owls among the magical creatures subject to regulation due to their exposure risk. Concurrently, the owl purchase contract emerged, requiring owl trainers and sellers to ensure that every owl circulating in the market was bound by a contractual spell to prevent abnormal escape, disappearance, or betrayal. Cohen's attempts proved remarkably successful. Merely by thinking about prohibiting the Earl from speaking, the Earl was indeed rendered incapable of uttering a single word. Congratulations. You may now live as my messenger, Cohen cheerfully announced to the Earl, silently forbidding him from mentioning that Cohen was a Dementor. The Count may not have originally harbored such notions, yet Cohen chose to proceed with caution, ensuring he possessed a talking owl while safeguarding his identity from unwarranted exposure. In the days that followed, Cohen inquired of the Count on multiple occasions as to why the owl could speak. In the tale, it resided with an elderly gentleman named John, an archetype, as the Count quipped, for every street has its own John, in a dilapidated lighthouse complete with an attic. Old John carved wooden sculptures year after year, while the Count would take these carvings and cast them into the forest. It all sounded like something out of a fairy tale, a lighthouse guiding lost souls in the woods, a silent sculptor, and a talking owl. Am I merely a gullible child, easily deceived? Cohen regarded the Count with the deadpan stare of a fish, as it indulged in a field mouse it had snatched from who knows where. After all, the notion of a cuckoo speaking is inherently whimsical, and this narrative fits the theme splendidly. The Count left the windowsill stained with blood. If it refused to speak, so be it. In the realm of magic, many creatures possess the gift of speech. With a casual flick of his wand, Cohen cleared the area. My midnight snack. The Count emitted an indescribable shriek. Ding. Sin value. 1. Observing the now pristine windowsill and the Count, who had resolved to procure its midnight meals on site, Cohen felt a sense of satisfaction as he climbed into bed. Over a month prior to the commencement of school, Cohen had thoroughly reviewed all the spells and standard spells. Beginner. The incantations learned by these fledgling wizards were predominantly rudimentary fire spells, cutting spells, and levitation spells, with the more practical ones being restoration and cleaning spells. These posed little challenge. Although the text detailed the magical digital models behind each incantation, it was evident that such concepts were not typically studied by ordinary students. No 11-year-old would delve into three-dimensional function models, and neither would Cohen. He told himself a joke. This was certainly not an excuse for his lack of diligence in study. After all, while the theories of magic were scientifically grounded, their execution was rather idealistic. One merely needed to wave their wand in accordance with the prescribed gestures, recite the incantation, and envision the spell's effect. Voila, the magic manifested. The only real challenge lay in memorizing the spells and their corresponding gestures. Perhaps, with greater experience in casting, he might eventually dispense with both the incantations and gestures, even the wand itself. However, the only tome Cohen could study openly was standard spells, beginner, as Edward and Rose jointly emphasized that young wizards should not attempt to learn spells beyond their teacher's guidance. Without proper instruction, even a single ordinary spell could lead to significant trouble. Adults, too, could falter. There was once a wizard named Barafio who mispronounced F as S, only to discover himself sprawled on the floor with a wild bull standing upon his chest. Thus, by day, Cohen practiced solely from the standard textbook, while by night, he diligently honed the spells he had acquired from the Goodwill shop, worth 250 Goodwill points, entitled Compendium of Beneficial Spells. Perhaps it was the elevated expectations of magical prowess that rendered Cohen's attempts superficial, merely skimming through tomes for a fleeting thrill. In the ensuing month, Cohen had intended to reveal his status as a new student at Hogwarts to Harry upon their meeting, hoping to delight him. This led Cohen to nearly believe that Harry had unearthed the truth about his spectral-like demeanor. Thus, the holidays swiftly passed, and Cohen was roused at dawn by Rose. Today marks your first day at school. I must ensure you are splendidly attired, she exclaimed with maternal affection, meticulously arranging Cohen's hair and clothing. Mother, those are the words reserved for girls during preparations, Cohen replied, slightly embarrassed. He did not resist Rose's ministrations, even as she attempted to affix a pink bow tie to his collar. It clashes with your hair, Rose sighed, discarding the bow tie aside. These garments will be replaced with your school uniform once you arrive, Edward remarked, leaning against the doorframe with a tone of sagacity. Rose silenced Edward with a mere glance, prompting him to descend and prepare breakfast. Throughout the journey, Cohen was enveloped by an uncomfortable sensation in his formal attire. Observing Rose occasionally dab at her eyes with a handkerchief, overwhelmed by the impending separation from her child for at least a semester. Hogwarts will take good care of the children. We endured this ourselves, Edward reassured. This scene momentarily led Cohen to feel as though he were not embarking on a scholarly journey, but rather a matrimonial one. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Cohen followed Edward and Rose through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, arriving at platform 9 3/4. The Scarlet Steam train awaited at the platform. Surrounded by a dreamlike mist, amidst the bustling crowd, the air filled with the cacophony of children's chatter and the shouts of some overzealous parents. Once at school, you must adhere to the rules, steer clear of perilous places, do not oppose the professors, study diligently, eat well, drink plenty of water, and write to us weekly. Especially ensure you are sorted into Gryffindor. If you dare to end up in Slytherin, I shall. All right, Rose. Are you not worried that Cohen might jump off the train mid-journey and seek another house? Edward interjected swiftly, curbing Rose's anxious outpour. He then knelt down, ruffling Cohen's hair. Cohen, simply relish your school life. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. The curriculum at Hogwarts is quite manageable, at least more so than that at Smelting. Understood. I can dress myself, use the restroom, and eat without assistance. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, Cohen whispered, discreetly tugging at the constricting collar that felt nearly suffocating, and hurriedly vanished into the train. Outside, Rose leaned against Edward's shoulder, watching Cohen zip past the train window, her expression a blend of pride and misty-eyed sentiment. Edward, do you remember our first encounter on the train? Indeed, Edward replied, stiffening slightly. I was being bullied by a group of unruly boys. Those ruffians were nothing but cowards. Rose reminisced. After you chased them away, you proceeded to give me a sound thrashing, Edward remarked with a twitch of his lips. It is because you were a whimpering softy at that time. I have little patience for such frailty. Rose leaned closer to Edward's face. Yet there was something distinctly different about you. You are a softy daring enough to accompany me in raising a Dementor. Rose planted a kiss on Edward's lips. Cohen will be fine, won't he? Of course, he is a good boy. Edward's face flushed where he had been kissed. After all, Hogwarts boasts Dumbledore. And when we went to procure school supplies, he remarked that I was a good father. Dementors are devoid of love, are they not? Meanwhile, Harry wished to delay Uncle Vernon for a brief moment before departing. Kid, I don't have time to indulge your nonsense. Uncle Vernon grumbled while waiting by the car. Dudley still needs to go to the hospital. You have only 2 minutes. With permission granted, Harry dashed to the Cohen residence, knocking urgently on the door. In the preceding days, Harry had yearned to share the marvels he had encountered. Owls and letters, gigantic giants, and wondrous magic. All the extraordinary things that had surged forth on his birthday. Yet, Hagrid had informed Harry that revealing any magical matters to muggles, even to the closest of friends, was strictly forbidden. Thus, Harry had been evading Cohen, fearful that he might inadvertently divulge everything in response to Cohen's inquiries. Moreover, Harry dreaded contemplating the discomfort of knowing that his friend possessed magic while he did not. However, before leaving Privet Drive, Harry ultimately resolved to bid farewell to Cohen. While awaiting Cohen to answer the door, he rehearsed the farewell speech he had prepared. Regrettably, no one answered. Ha, kid, do you think that the Norton boy would wait around for you to say goodbye right before the school year starts? No one would want to associate with someone like you. Uncle Vernon mocked from a distance, venting his ire upon Harry. If it were not for that wretched pig's tail, Dudley wouldn't even need to delay his return to school. Harry paid no heed to Uncle Vernon's words. He gloomily climbed into the car, casting one last glance toward Cohen's bedroom, feeling that the excitement of returning to school was utterly overshadowed by an aching void within him. Meanwhile, Cohen, having found the empty trunk of the car, hastily stuffed his suitcase beside his seat, slamming the trunk door shut with a thud, then struggled to unfasten the buttons of his taut collar. Goodness, a mother's love truly suffocates. And why must he, a member of the Dementor race, still require breath? Surely, flesh and blood are too frail. You resemble a werewolf on the verge of violating me, the Count observed, tilting his head as he watched Cohen undressing. You look like a perverted alchemist spying on child's body, Cohen retorted mercilessly. At last, Cohen donned his school robe in advance, resolving to cast a subtle expansion charm on the snug attire before returning to school, ensuring that he would not be slain by a mere garment, leaving behind a notorious legacy. Before departing, Rose had handed over a bag of jingling pocket money, for there was a snacker on the train, and children typically favored these magically processed delights over the dry, unappetizing lunchboxes left by their parents. However, Cohen felt no need to spend his allowance today. As a wealthy boy who could procure anything with a mere wave of his hand, was about to enter the carriage at the end of the train. Hello, may I sit here, Cohen? Harry pushed open the door to the compartment and froze in the aisle upon seeing the occupants within. Excuse me, we need a pass, called out a student from the opposite carriage, who was preparing to head to the restroom and was somewhat exasperated by Harry's obstruction. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Harry quickly apologized, turning to squeeze into the carriage with his trunk, his movements so clumsy that Hedwig, the snowy owl in the cage atop the trunk, let out a protestive hoot. Cohen noticed that ever since Hedwig's appearance, the Count's eyes had not strayed from the pure white owl. "Not a chance. I haven't even introduced the main character yet. So why are you jumping the gun?" Cohen whispered menacingly at the Count. The Count cast a disdainful glance at Cohen, bearing an expression that seemed to say, "What can you do about it if I sneak off to rendezvous with the other birds in the Ollery at night?" "Cohen, I thought you weren't here." I assumed Harry was struggling to find his words. "What a coincidence." "Harry, you're also attending Hogwarts," Cohen remarked earnestly. "Your reaction is a bit slow." Harry felt his expression gradually stiffening as he noted he had already been seated for 30 seconds. "I'm really not adept at being sentimental," Cohen sighed. "You didn't come to see me last month. I was hoping to quietly share some insights about the magical world with you. But Hagrid said I couldn't tell muggles, and, at that time, you didn't know I was a wizard, right?" Harry asked anxiously and confusedly. "Who is Hagrid?" Cohen inquired decisively. With the topic opened, Harry began to regale his extraordinary experiences on his birthday. 11-year-old children are easily captivated. It merely takes a hint of temptation for them to forget their initial objectives. Cohen was content to remain silent, listening rather than speaking, especially since the snack cart had yet to arrive. Chapter 8. The Sorting Hat. Sometimes I just want to call the police. The train rumbled onward, and before long, a boy with fiery red hair and a face full of freckles pushed open the sliding door of the compartment, a smudge on his nose that he seemed oblivious to. "Is anyone sitting here?" He gestured towards the seat beside Harry, addressing both Harry and Cohen, as Cohen's side was occupied by the Count's birdcage while the other seats were taken. Harry, uncertain of Cohen's intentions, glanced at him. Cohen shrugged. "No one. Go ahead and sit." Ding. Kindness level 1. How very generous. Cohen felt his self-assessment had always been quite accurate. Ron settled into the seat, casting a quick glance at Harry, but swiftly averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had occurred. It felt rather like a secret crush. Cohen clicked his tongue in disbelief, but remained silent as he decided to peruse his encyclopedia of good spells. To be frank, the title of this book was utterly pedestrian. Who on earth conceived such a moniker? If one were to brandish it in public, it would undoubtedly elicit laughter from onlookers. However, Cohen surmised that the two 11-year-old wizards before him likely could not differentiate between stalactites and stalagmites, and would hardly scrutinize the title of the book in his hands. Following a visit from the Weasley twins, Fred and George, Ron seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation with Harry, opening with the quintessential question, "Are you really Harry Potter?" This was the hallmark of childhood camaraderie, once acquainted, friends for life. Their discussion meandered from Harry's notoriety to wizarding families, until they finally acknowledged the presence of another individual in the compartment. Cohen, however, had not lifted his gaze to regard Ron or Harry. He was attempting to catch a glimpse of the snack trolley through the window. Goodness, where was the food? He was famished. The only drawback of being at the end of the train was that the snack trolley was always the last to arrive. If his hunger persisted, Cohen feared he might resort to more drastic measures. At last, amidst his silent anticipation, the snack vendor pushed open the compartment door. "Dearie, would you like to purchase any refreshments?" Harry sprang to his feet, having consumed nothing that morning. Cohen remained composed in his seat. Knowing he had no need to pay for food, Harry would soon unleash his financial prowess. "I'll take it all." Ron stared in astonishment as Harry piled the purchased goodies onto the small table in front of them. "Are you hungry?" "Starved," Harry replied, snatching the nearest pumpkin pasty and taking a hearty bite. Ron produced his sandwich, but after several refusals from Harry, he set aside his modesty and began to indulge in Harry's snacks. "Cohen, would you care for some?" Harry asked, his cheeks stuffed as he turned to invite Cohen. Yet Cohen was already ahead of him, having immersed himself in the heap of treats. "What?" Emerging from the pile of snacks, Cohen bit down on the head of 2 chocolate frogs. An odd sensation akin to swallowing a live frog washed over him. Yet the explosion of chocolate flavor in his mouth was undeniably delightful. Having satiated their appetites, one might expect typical childish antics to ensue. However, with only 2 11-year-old wizards and a corporeal 11-year-old Dementor in their midst, they found alternative amusements, such as witnessing Ron perform magic. The moment Ron extracted Scabbers, the rat transformed from Peter Pettigrew, Cohen's companion let out an eager coo, as if he had spotted dinner. Clearly, even a magical owl capable of discerning Cohen's true identity could see through an animagus's disguise. Nevertheless, Cohen had no intention of capturing Peter Pettigrew at that moment. even though the latter's soul had diminished to such a fragile state. Exposing him now, Cohen will not garner much goodwill, as he is merely a fugitive attempting to evade Black. However, should Cohen expose a nefarious individual attempting to resurrect Voldemort, the goodwill generated would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, if it turns out that Cohen is the mastermind behind Voldemort's resurrection, but has had a change of heart, one can only imagine the immense balance of both evil and goodwill that would accrue. At the very least, once Sirius Black escapes and earns Dumbledore's trust, capturing him afterward could at least give Cohen a fighting chance against the cowardly Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who would be utterly unwilling to admit that the Ministry wrongfully imprisoned an innocent for a decade. Just then, as Ron was about to cast a spell, the compartment door swung open. Neville appeared before them for the second time. Earlier, he had visited in search of his toad, while Cohen was still hungry. This time, however, he was accompanied by a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, Hermione Granger. After fruitlessly inquiring about the whereabouts of the toad, Hermione noticed Ron casting a spell and decided to stay and observe the entire ineffective display. No matter which house I end up in, I really hope I don't have to share it with her, Ron grumbled, tossing his wand onto his suitcase. Harry inquired about Ron's two brothers and expressed a slightly pessimistic view regarding the house he was about to enter. When Ron broached the subject of Cohen, he replied, "Me?" Recalling Rose's words just before he boarded the train, a smirk forming on his lips. "My mother said if I were sorted into Slytherin, she'd have killed me. I believe that's what her lips conveyed, so it's best to aim for Gryffindor. Speaking of which, the sorting hat ought to recognize me, right? A Dementor's soul and a young wizard's soul are distinctly different, especially when Cohen reflects on his own. His soul's image is rather telling. However, Dumbledore must have warned it in advance. Otherwise, the hat would likely shout Azkaban, instead of sorting him into a more mundane house. Your mother," Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Your mother is also a witch." "Actually, my dad is too," Cohen replied nonchalantly. "But they kept it hidden from me until I received my acceptance letter. As I was adopted, they thought I was a muggle child. How I wish I were adopted by Mr. Norton," Harry sighed. Indeed, there is a stark contrast between their upbringings. Cohen flourished under the indulgence of his adoptive parents, while Harry had to endure a childhood spent in a cupboard. This weighty topic did not linger for long. The two before Cohen swiftly shifted their focus to other subjects. Ron and Harry transitioned from discussing houses to Charlie in Romania, and from the underground vaults of Gringotts to Quidditch, demonstrating the breadth of their knowledge. Naturally, there were minor frictions along the way. "Is it true?" Draco Malfoy stood at the compartment door, asking. "Everyone on the train is buzzing about how Harry Potter is in this compartment. So is it true?" "Yes," came the response. Harry clearly harbored a strong dislike for this individual. Ron let out a faint chuckle, only to be subjected to a pointed critique from Malfoy. The three engaged in a series of entanglements, where the aristocratic Draco Malfoy sought to befriend Harry, while Harry, relishing the opportunity, declared his fondness for denying those who consider themselves superior. "Do you wish to fight?" Malfoy sneered, "unless you leave at once." With a palpable lack of confidence, Harry nonetheless stepped forward resolutely. As Malfoy's henchman, Goyle, reached greedily for the snacks before Cohen, Cohen could no longer contain himself. "Go for it, Baron," he exclaimed, opting to unleash the birdcage. Instantly, chaos erupted in the vicinity as the Baron spread his wings wide enough to swat three small faces simultaneously. Malfoy and his companions were startled into a hasty retreat, colliding with one another and tumbling in disarray. The Baron even discreetly let loose a few droppings atop their heads. Harry and Ron erupted with laughter. "If you don't run, I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets," the Baron threatened menacingly. After the Baron uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Even Harry and Ron, who had been laughing moments before, froze in their seats. It was the trio of Malfoy who first screamed and fled. No one wished to risk their eyesight, especially when the threat came from an owl. "Can owls talk?" Harry gasped in astonishment. "Something's amiss," Ron suddenly remarked, his alertness heightened. Even in the magical realm, talking owls were a rarity. Cohen recalled his father's warning. One should never trust something that appears to think unless one knows where its brain is hidden. "Shall I ruffle my feathers so you can glimpse the extraordinary brain nestled within my ears?" The Baron retorted with palpable indignation towards Ron's assertion. "Owls inherently possess brains, Ron." Cohen interjected, exasperated, and there exists a magical contract between owls and wizards. It merely, he pondered how best to define the Baron. Perhaps it was a hybrid creature, a product of intermingling with other magical beings. "You are the hybrid. Your whole family." The Baron fumed, bouncing around in his cage, which somewhat eased Harry and Ron's concerns. After all, such fury did not result in immediate harm. As the train approached Hogwarts, Harry and Ron donned their school robes. The temperature in the Scottish Highlands was considerably lower than in London, prompting many young wizards to sneeze as they disembarked, caught off guard by the sudden chill. Cohen, however, felt little discomfort. He feared heat, not cold. Accompanying Hagrid across the Black Lake, Cohen caught sight of a colossal creature beneath the surface. Soul strength 50. Bushgate? Are you the boss? He mused. Voldemort's soul fragments possessed only 40 points of soul strength. Clearly, Hogwarts' giant squid harbored some secrets. Yet, it was evident that Cohen, in his current state, was not equipped to investigate further. The squid was simply too immense to swallow whole. In comparison, Hagrid's soul strength of 30 appears rather normal, possibly due to his half-giant lineage, as his soul intensity surpasses that of the vast majority of ordinary wizards. The newly enrolled young wizards possess only 7 or 8 points, while adult wizards range between 15 and 40, and those exceptionally formidable wizards seem to reach even higher. Soon, Cohen received his answer. Professor McGonagall's soul strength was recorded at 50. Indeed, sometimes the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between a person and a pig, which is indicative of the composure of the older generation of Hogwarts professors. Effortlessly raising Cohen's perception of the soul strength limits, he observed among the second- and third-rate wizards in Diagon Alley. After Professor McGonagall concluded her explanations regarding the sorting and the house cup, the group of young wizards was ushered into the Great Hall. During the wait, Ron animatedly recounted to Harry and Cohen the details of the sorting ceremony as conveyed by Fred, leading Harry to believe he would be grappling with a troll, despite his complete ignorance of what a troll truly was. Whatever you do, do not poke a troll's nostrils with your wand. You will thank me later, Cohen kindly advised Harry. At last, the sorting ceremony commenced. At the far end of the hall, Professor McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool down and set atop it a tattered and patched wizard's hat, which appeared quite dirty. Then, under the gaze of all, the hat began to move, splitting open like a mouth. It burst into song. You may think me unattractive, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall gladly eat myself. Come, wear me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I possess no hands, you are utterly safe, for I'm a thinking cap. As the hat finished its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. It bowed to each of the 4 tables before settling motionless upon the stool. Both Harry and Ron visibly exhaled in relief, and Cohen felt a similar sense of ease. The soul strength of the professors in the hall did not escalate to an alarming degree, mostly hovering between 45 and 50. The diminutive Professor Flitwick surpassed Professor McGonagall by a mere point. Of course, Dumbledore was not included in this assessment. He was akin to a top student who scored 99 out of 100, as his soul strength was a glaring 99. Such a figure seemed to transcend the realm of normalcy. One could only be grateful that Dumbledore was not a Dementor, for the soul strength merely indicated the challenge Cohen would face. But wait, why would he need to confront Dumbledore? Shouldn't he simply align himself with the right team and safely accumulate experience? Cohen perplexedly tapped his head. Nonetheless, he felt he had grasped the distribution of soul strength among wizards. Ordinary wizards typically range between 15 and 40, with some exceptional ones boasting soul strengths in the 40s, though the maximum should not exceed 60. Dumbledore is an exception among exceptions, regardless of his actions. This old man possesses a terrifying soul strength that ranks first with a score of 99. However, no matter how formidable one's soul strength may be, it cannot shield one from the killing curse. In the original text, Dumbledore ultimately meets his demise at the hands of Snape's Avada Kedavra. Now, when I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house, Professor McGonagall announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with golden pigtails, stepped forward. Cohen repeatedly reassured himself that her youthful age was the reason for his feelings. Surely, he could not resign himself to marrying a beautiful Dementor in the future. Hufflepuff. A cheer erupted as loyal Hannah joined her steadfast house. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Teddy Bolt. Ravenclaw. Cohen languidly awaited his turn as the initials approached him, positioned behind Neville and Malfoy. As Neville was sorted into Gryffindor and Malfoy into Slytherin, it was finally Cohen's turn. Cohen Norton. Cohen sensed that Harry beside him was even more anxious, nearly trembling with anticipation. He obediently took a seat as Professor McGonagall reluctantly placed the sorting hat upon his head. The great hall fell into an expectant silence. The sorting hat remained mute, and so did Cohen. Not a sound echoed in his mind or near his ears. Was this some sort of game of Simon Says? The sorting hat's immobility left Cohen utterly perplexed. Had Dumbledore not given the hat a heads up? It seemed rather awkward to remain in a stalemate with a newly enrolled young wizard. Determined to break the silence, Cohen quietly nudged the hat. You aren't team malfunctioning, are you? I'm quite adept at repairing souls. Would you care to try? I've never received a negative review. Chapter 9. Dinner Wait. What kind of dinner are you preparing? A peculiar sound escaped from the sorting hat, reminiscent of a deflating balloon. Oh, my dear child, I can see you possess a kind heart. The hat's lowered voice resembled that of a cat coaxing a wavering cup on the edge of table. Quite astute, and ambitious as well, perhaps Slytherin. Gurgle. Cohen's stomach audibly protested its hunger. Oh, I suddenly realized that as a unique child, having the courage to enroll is quite a brave endeavor, the sorting hat muttered awkwardly as it shifted on Cohen's head. Cohen was pleased with the hat's second deliberation. He would not be pursued by Rose after all. Gryffindor. The sorting hat proclaimed in a hoarse, tremulous voice. On the way to Gryffindor, Cohen gestured encouragingly towards Harry, who was among the dwindling number of students still waiting. Moreover, Cohen adjusted his position deliberately, ensuring that his act of camaraderie and kindness towards his fellow young wizards would be seen by the faculty, particularly Dumbledore. A perfect chain of actions. Concerning how to embody a healthy, vibrant, and positively spirited half-ghost, Cohen felt increasingly adept. Once seated, he began to observe Harry's sorting. However, the sorting hat whispered so softly to the young wizard that Cohen could scarcely discern the tug-of-war between them. Watching a performance where the actors remained nearly motionless was hardly entertaining. It was a perplexing mystery. Into which house would Harry be sorted? Gryffindor. Following the hat's declaration, silence enveloped the great hall for a fleeting second. In the next instant, a thunderous cheer erupted from Gryffindor, as if to lift the very roof of Hogwarts. Trembling slightly, Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Percy rose as Harry passed, extending a firm handshake, as if greeting a figure of great international significance. Other Gryffindor students expressed their joy in myriad ways, creating such a cacophony that only the sorting hat's loud announcement of the next student could restore order to the hall. Ron was placed in Gryffindor, yet only a few of his brothers congratulated him. You scared me, Harry confessed, seated next to Cohen, still shaken. I almost ended up in Slytherin. Stay calm. Cohen rubbed his hands together, already grasping his knife and fork, awaiting the arrival of food. You too. Harry leaned closer, whispering in a tone only Cohen could hear, his expression one of astonishment. Yes, it first suggested Slytherin, but I rejected it, for Rose would have hunted me down. Cohen recognized that Harry was still concerned about the hat's initial decision. Children often feel uneasy about being different, yet the presence of a companion can replace that discomfort with a sense of security. Harry evidently found himself in such a situation now. Phew. Harry seemed to exhale in relief. The hat's first decision was not entirely correct. In Harry's eyes, Cohen shared no traits with the malevolent house of Slytherin. Welcome. Dumbledore beamed at the students, arms wide open, as if nothing brought him greater joy than seeing them gathered together. Welcome to Hogwarts as we commence a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Nitwits, crybabies, riffraff, twits. This phrase symbolized the biases various houses held against one another, possibly serving as a reminder of Dumbledore's fundamental understanding of children, or perhaps a playful jest. No sooner had Dumbledore finished his words than a sumptuous array of dishes appeared on the table before them, setting aside certain dismal British culinary creations. Most of the food at Hogwarts was quite delectable. After all, it was no small feat to render pork chops or beef unpalatable, especially considering that a cadre of house elves, equipped with rich and refined culinary expertise, prepared the meals. Nevertheless, Cohen felt that something was amiss throughout the evening. Is there still something that ought to have appeared at Hogwarts? Never mind, let us begin our meal. Just as Cohen intended to redirect his attention to the food before him, taking a hearty bite of the large leg of lamb on his plate, a pained male voice erupted from the table in front of him. Ouch! Cohen discerned an unusual flavor permeating the lamb. Why does this spicy lamb taste sweet? In an instant, he comprehended what had accompanied the meat into his stomach. A ghostly figure, adorned in a ruffled collar of pearlescent hues, surged forth from the table. Soul strength 10. Around the other houses as well, numerous specters emerged from beneath tables and through walls, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the first-year students. All the apparitions exhibited a consistent soul strength of 10, prompting Cohen to ponder whether this was the minimum threshold for a mature wizard spirit. Indeed, he had never witnessed a wizard with a soul strength lower than 10. The ghost, whose lamb leg Cohen had nibbled, floated midair, clutching his head and muttering something about listening to the headmaster's advice and keeping their distance, while cautiously casting a furtive glance at Cohen. Cohen recognized this unfortunate entity as nearly headless Nick, for his head appeared perilously askew. It seemed Professor Dumbledore had specifically cautioned the ghosts against presenting themselves too close to Cohen. No wonder the spirits, who were supposed to meet the newcomers earlier, had delayed until now. However, Cohen felt that the ghosts revealing themselves during dinner was an even worse idea, particularly for Nick, who had nearly lost his head to Cohen's hunger. Yet Nick remained silent. Cohen had already consumed the food, and what could he do to make Cohen regurgitate it? Bound by Dumbledore's edict, he could not disclose Cohen's identity as a Dementor, lest it incite panic among the students. Thus, Nick chose to introduce himself to the first years from a distance. "I know who you are, nearly headless Nick," exclaimed Ron, slapping his forehead as he recalled what his two older brothers had mentioned about the ghost of Gryffindor. "I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," Nick replied. "But why are you nearly headless?" pressed the inquisitive Simon Finnegan with his light brown hair. Irritated, Nick tugged at the fresh gap atop his head, the result of Cohen's bite. Cohen, engrossed in his meal, did not glance at the disconcerting sight of Nick's severed neck. "Just like this," Nick stated dryly. Clearly, he was not keen on discussing the matter, as in the monotonous realm of ghosts, his somewhat severed head became a rare source of jest. Nick found himself unable to refute such remarks, for he indeed could not partake in ghostly bowling with his head. Nevertheless, the reaction of the young wizards satisfied him. Ghosts thrive on fright, allowing them to feign a semblance of life. Chapter 10. A Night of Colorful Beasts. After filling their bellies, the first-year wizards began to explore a myriad of topics. When the conversation turned to their respective families, it seemed everyone had an abundance of tales to share. Seymour recounted the tale of how his muggle father was greatly startled when his wizard mother revealed her identity. Cohen felt that Edward was somewhat similar. After all, his responsibilities revolved around cooking, grocery shopping, and playing Dungeons & Dragons, which bore little distinction from a muggle's life. The only divergence he might have from muggles was the need to discreetly alter his dice rolls with magic whenever he rolled a disastrous one, a score of 1. It suddenly dawned on Cohen why Edward consistently triumphed during their games of Ludo. "What about you, Cohen?" Seymour inquired curiously. "Me?" Cohen raised his eyebrows. "It wasn't until my birthday that my parents disclosed to me that they were wizards and that I was an adopted child. They initially believed I was a muggle." In truth, Cohen suspected that Edward and Rose were well aware of their identities. Dumbledore had once mentioned it was their choice, and raising a creature rescued from a dark magic laboratory certainly required immense courage. Now that they had arrived at Hogwarts, their original plans must be put into motion. Cohen's gaze traversed the staff table, landing on the teaching staff. Quirrell, easily identifiable by his purple scarf, was engaged in conversation with Snape, whose attention was fixated on Harry beside Cohen. Soul Strength, 9 fragmented, 25. Soul Strength, 408. Quirrell's original soul strength was a substantial 25 points, but it seemed that a significant portion had been siphoned away by the fragment of Voldemort clinging to the back of his head, having it and augmenting Voldemort's own soul strength. This suggested that both the fragments of Voldemort's soul and his corporeal essence maintained a remarkably stable value of 40. What could be the underlying principle? How high must Voldemort's original soul strength have been for even the divided fragments to possess such a substantial 40 points? Or had the division of his soul not adhered to simple arithmetic? Nevertheless, this was not unfavorable news for Cohen, since Voldemort was incapable of reconstructing his soul. He would forever remain to Cohen an elite monster possessing either 1 or 8 40-point soul strengths. Thus, the plan to accrue evil points would commence tomorrow. After a hearty meal and a delightful dessert, Dumbledore addressed the new students with various important school regulations. First-year students, please be advised that the forested area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should also take heed of this. Dumbledore's bright eyes specifically glanced towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Finally, he added, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a tragic demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Harry burst into laughter, though only a few joined in, prompting him to glance at Cohen as if seeking his opinion. He can't be serious, can he? You know, to entice someone to a particular place, one must first designate that location as a forbidden zone, Cohen whispered to Harry. Cohen was, of course, well aware of what lay hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor. The Sorcerer's Stone, the fabled Philosopher's Stone that could transmute base metal into gold and grant eternal life. To put it plainly, Cohen desired this artifact. Wealth was not his primary motivation, nor did he particularly yearn for immortality. as he harbored grave doubts about the inevitability of his own aging. No one had ever heard of Dementors being categorized as either old or young. Through brief experimentation, Cohen discovered that even devoid of corporeal form, he could allow his entire soul to drift from his body and seek another vessel, though such actions felt rather dark. Cohen firmly believed himself to be a positive and uplifting creature. In any realm, the virtuous tend to navigate the early stages of existence with greater ease. However, Cohen was eager to ascertain whether the Sorcerer's Stone could mend souls. After all, the human soul does age, just as the souls of young wizards continuously develop. The quest for eternal life entails overcoming not only the decay of the physical body, but also the disintegration of the soul. Should the Sorcerer's Stone indeed possess the ability to restore Cohen's soul, he could refrain from pilfering countless lollipops, earning glowing accolade from the children of Hogwarts. The first-year Gryffindors, guided by Percy, traversed various moving staircases and concealed doorways draped in curtains, ultimately arriving at the entrance of their common room. There hung a portrait of a rotund woman clad in resplendent pink attire. "Password?" the fat lady inquired. "Dragondome," Percy replied. The fat lady's painting swung open like a door, revealing a circular entrance. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy, circular chamber adorned with plush armchairs. A roaring fireplace crackling with warmth, perfect for enjoying afternoon tea on a leisurely winter day. However, Cohen was too fatigued to relish the ambience. He felt an overwhelming weariness, his eyelids fluttering in a battle against slumber. All he wished was to curl up in bed and sleep until the end of the world. Harry, Cohen, Ron, and Seamus found themselves assigned to the same dormitory, their luggage already delivered, including a rather impatient little screech owl that was eagerly gnawing at its cage. "Let me out. The nightlife is about to begin." "Hurry, hurry," the owl urged. Upon seeing Cohen, the owl hastened its plea. "And that Harry Potter. Your owl informed me she wishes to admire the Scottish Highlands today. Has he fallen head over heels for Hedwig?" Ron inquired of Cohen. "It's not love at first sight. It's more of a case of infatuation," Cohen retorted. "No. Did you hear that?" The owl spoke. Seamus squealed, covering his mouth in astonishment. Cohen opened the owl's cage, and Hagrid promptly dove into the bedding. Harry, though drowsy, complied with Hagrid's request and released Hedwig from her cage before settling into bed. Ron, accustomed to the oddities of the situation, helped open the window, allowing the two owls to fly out into the night for their rendezvous. Hedwig appears to have been deceived by a scoundrel, as the previous count was preoccupied solely with field mice, akin to wild owls that prey upon them. Moreover, a wild owl, having lived for centuries, undoubtedly possesses numerous companions. The count soared through the night alongside Hedwig, flitting about her with fervor, uttering phrases such as, "You smell delightful. What brand of perfume do you wear? Your wings are exquisite. Shall we compare their size? Your eyes are stunning. May I touch them?" Suddenly, a red feather descended in an uncanny manner, landing precisely atop the count's head, who was flirting with the aloof Hedwig. "Coo, coo, coo." The count's demeanor shifted abruptly, as if he had grasped a sudden realization. In a flash of fire, the boisterous owl vanished into thin air. Puzzled, Hedwig circled in place several times, unable to locate the count, before turning her gaze towards the Gryffindor Tower, reasoning that at least the owls on Harry's side would have tastier field mice than this peculiar owl. Chapter 11. The Summon Count. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a burst of flame, the count found himself in a spacious, circular chamber adorned with portraits of male and female headmasters. He stood before an enormous table, facing a jovial old man with a white beard. The count noticed a vibrant red-feathered phoenix perched nearby, regrettably aware that he preferred birds smaller than himself. How to describe it in the context of a penchant for youthful charm? "You understand, I do not entertain interspecies relationships," the count reminded the old man. With age comes the tendency to misunderstand the fresh vernacular of the youth. Dumbledore chuckled, unfazed by the count's brusque remarks, instead emitting a laugh reminiscent of Santa Claus. "I apologize for interrupting your rendezvous. How sorry are you?" the count inquired, tilting his head. "Do hurry if you have questions. Ask them quickly. At least that would allow me time to catch a field mouse. You wizards always dawdle, which is why you never manage to catch any mice. Even in the magical realm, talking owls are a rarity." Dumbledore peered at the count through his half-moon spectacles. "May I know your name?" "Perhaps I should introduce myself first." "Albus Dumbledore." The count, feeling famished, replied, "I would like to eat a field mouse." Dumbledore waved his wand, and a lively gray mouse materialized upon the table. The count's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he swiftly seized the mouse by its neck, blood splattering forth. However, Dumbledore remained unperturbed by the crimson stains on his desk and expensive silverware. You are far superior to those little wizards who merely profess their love for you. The Count proclaimed, indulging in his meal. Since you are so accommodating, I shall grant you a wish. I can help you steal the undergarments of that fellow named Geller Grindelwald. In truth, my wish might be something simpler than that. Dumbledore interjected before the Count could finish. The gaze of a bird cannot be concealed, yet the Count evidently lacked the acumen to discern subtle cues. The owl possesses an abundance of knowledge. Oh, the Count's head spun around once more, and he seemed unaware. A look of realization dawned upon the Count. I wish to pose 3 inquiries to you. Dumbledore exhibited no extreme reaction to the Count's jibe. Proceed. You still owe me 2 field mice. From whence do you hail? Dumbledore inquired calmly. What led you to seek out Cohen? Dumbledore continued to question. Are you the father of that little wretch? I filled the Count's large eyes. No, you have already. The Count struggled to find an appropriate descriptor, ultimately blurting out, one ought not, at the very least. A decade ago I, along with several wizards, discovered Cohen in a dark magic laboratory. Dumbledore reclined in his armchair, his robe adorned with patterns of stars and moons, resembling a weary, ordinary old man. This child is but an experiment. You were about to say weapon, weren't you? That little rascal is indeed a nefarious creature. The Count instantly became alert. It is said outside that you are a formidable wizard. Will you nullify the owl purchase contract? I wish to vacate the Scottish Highlands, nay England, nay Europe. Regrettably, I do not possess that spell. Dumbledore gently shook his head, yet one need not be so pessimistic regarding a child. A person's origins hold little significance. What truly matters is the individual they become, provided they are human. The Count nervously flapped his wings, unbeknownst to him. The remnants of field mouse bones and dried blood on the table had vanished. You ought not to have. The Count mimicked a slitting motion across his throat with his wings. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic attempted it. Dumbledore sighed, a dreadful decision. However, the good news is that Cohen has survived. Goodness, I must see if I can apply for the Owl Lunar program. The Count clicked his beak. Dementors surely would not venture into outer space, where there exists neither memory nor soul. Cohen is a good child, Dumbledore stated earnestly. I hope you can assist him. Thank heavens, I shall soon teach him to catch field mice. The Count pecked at his wings. Once he masters that, I shall instruct him in delivering messages. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional owl, if only he could grow wings and talents. Helping others does not necessitate brandishing a wand or reciting incantations. Dumbledore winked at the Count. Sometimes, assistance is merely companionship or a few comforting words among friends. Thank you for being willing to listen to an old man's midnight ramblings. Dumbledore waved his wand once more, and the windows of the headmaster's office swung open. Hold on. You traded that field mouse for 3 questions, and one remains unasked. Oh, I had forgotten to pose the 3rd question. Dumbledore exhibited a look of sudden recollection. The Count, his expression stiffened, gazed at the smiling Dumbledore. You had better be sincere. The Count puffed his feathers and soared into the night sky. Dumbledore appeared to be a kind soul. Meanwhile, Cohen in his spectral form observed everything unfold outside the headmaster's office. It is not inconceivable that Dumbledore orchestrated this entire performance for Cohen, fully aware of Cohen's observance. Such a notion renders the old man rather tedious. Cohen felt assured he would not transform into a world-destroying, immortal, soul-sucking specter. Did Dumbledore not mention that numerous Aurors had attempted to eliminate Cohen, yet all their efforts were in vain? It appeared Cohen had suddenly grasped the origin of his fragmented soul's integrity. No wonder, during his youth, despite having absorbed the souls of over 300 individuals, his soul's completeness remained tragically low. Chapter 12. A New Life of Sin Begins. On the very first day of school, Cohen gained a novel understanding of the profound depths of human slumber. Despite his attempts to rouse Harry and Ron, even by inserting his icy hands into their blankets, his efforts proved futile. Harry and Ron lay as if they awaited Ginny and Hermione to enter the boys' dormitory and awaken them from their slumber like true sleeping beauties. Are they truly not going to rise? Cohen exhaled in exasperation. Snore. Ron emitted a soft grunt through his nose. We have tried. Cohen. Seamus shook his head. If we linger any longer, we shall miss breakfast. Cohen shrugged in resignation. Very well. They should awaken before class begins. Count on it. Try to wake them in a bit. All right. All right. The owl wake-up service incurs an additional fee. The Count's head nestled beneath his wings, languidly remarked. Merlin's trousers. Was last night not a dream? Seamus's eyes widened once more. So long as you accept the notion of talking owl, Cohen raised an eyebrow. What then? Seamus hurriedly followed Cohen out of the dormitory, eager to inquire about the source of such an extraordinary talking owl. Did you purchase your owl from some special owl shop? Is it costly? I want my mother to. Seamus shivered at the thought of Cohen's owl's brusque manner of speech. Honestly, I feel my owl is just fine. At least it does not suddenly point at my nose to berate me. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, breakfast time was already half over. Selecting a seat, Cohen prepared himself a bowl of porridge, accompanied by 2 sausages and a fried egg. The presence of the King of Rolls did instill a sense of guilt within those who had been slacking off. Yet Cohen remained unfazed. A meal was a meal, and he resolutely avoided any academic pursuits unless there was unfinished homework that required urgent attention during breakfast. "What are you doing, Cohen?" Upon finishing her breakfast, Hermione observed him with a puzzled expression as he meticulously wrapped the 2 sausages in oil paper and tucked them into the outer pocket of his robe. "Did you know? Hogwarts randomly spawns small creatures, and feeding them can enhance one's affinity," Cohen said with utmost levity. "Sometimes, one can even earn credits." "You must be jesting." Hermione raised an eyebrow, feigning confidence as she lifted her chin. "Small creatures do not grant us points," I inquired with the upperclassmen. "Only exceptional performance in class counts." As one of the first students to arrive in the classroom, Hermione swiftly claimed a front row seat. She discovered a serene tabby cat on the podium. Yet out of a desire to be a diligent student, Hermione quietly prepared her textbook at her seat. Meanwhile, Cohen, passing by the podium, retrieved a small snack he had long since prepared. He placed a bag sausage beside the feline. A notification chimed. Kindness level 1. Additionally, Cohen was rewarded with a grateful glance from the cat, as if acknowledging his benevolence. Evil level 1. However, Cohen's rough handling of the cat earned him a stern look, prompting the creature to leap to a spot farther away on the podium. "Wasn't it advised to pet the cat gently?" "Cohen," Hermione whispered urgently from below, urging him to return quickly, as she felt an unsettling presence of a watchful teacher in the classroom. Nevertheless, when Cohen descended, Hermione graciously made space for him to sit in the front row. Yet, Cohen's objective was evidently elsewhere. He settled contentedly in the back corner by the window, the homeland of the king. He remained indifferent to Hermione's frustrated glare from the front row. Students streamed into the classroom, and just before the bell rang, Harry and Ron hurried in, even exchanging a quip about not having spotted Professor McGonagall. The result was a startled reaction when McGonagall, transformed from cat to human, appeared, leading them to sheepishly occupy the last remaining seat beside Cohen in the back row. It seemed that all the young wizards were eager to sit closer to the front. Cohen attributed this to the novelty of youth. He believed it would not be long before these children were dissuaded by the intricate and convoluted theories of magic and the 3-dimensional models of magical energy, leading to a scramble for the rear seats. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall declared sternly. "Should anyone misbehave in my class, I will ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you. A strict teacher always has the power to transform children into models of obedience." The classroom, once filled with hushed whispers, fell utterly silent. While the mere act of transformation did not astonish Cohen, McGonagall's transfiguration was evidently extraordinary. He witnessed the podium morph into a pig's head. Soul strength 3. This indicated that McGonagall's transfiguration bestowed a soul upon the inanimate podium. Could all transfiguration achieve such a feat, or was it unique to McGonagall's magic? Cohen intended to inquire with Professor McGonagall at a later time, merely to discern the distinctions among various transfiguration spells. McGonagall's initial assertion held true. This indeed constituted the most intricate segment of the Hogwarts curriculum. If the Charms class was a straightforward series of spells, then Transfiguration entailed devising a method to equate EBX6x with BXCXDX. The challenge lay in how to alter the magical input, X, necessitating the use of the existence charm to analyze the structure of the target object. Certainly, as first-year students, they are not required to master the advanced magic of existence spells. Rather, they need only to apply established formulas to specific objects. The inaugural transfiguration experiment for these novices involves the most rudimentary transformation of 2 basic variables. Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each young wizard, instructing them to attempt transmuting it into a needle. The majority of the young wizards' efforts proved fruitless as they neglected to heed McGonagall's guidance, relying solely on brute force. It was fortunate that no one ended up launching the needle towards their classmates in the front row. Cohen successfully transfigured his matchstick into a silver needle, earning 5 points for Gryffindor from Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, Hermione's magic took effect, transforming her matchstick as well. Although McGonagall awarded her points and offered a commendation, Hermione appeared less than pleased. "Cohen, how did you accomplish that?" she inquired anxiously as she approached his desk after class. "I followed the textbook and my notes." Chapter 13. The Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Less reading, more sleeping. "Cohen, noticing Hermione's dark circles, discerned that she had diligently prepared to avoid lagging behind on the first lesson. It's all magic. There is no need to take it so seriously. Cohen spoke the truth. He himself had not delved into the theoretical models. There are two indescribable realms that drive one into madness with further study: Cthulhu and mathematics. However, Transfiguration adheres to a well-defined set of formulas and theories, yet Hermione remains steadfast in her beliefs. Miss Granger, we are learning magic. Cohen contemplated seeking Professor McGonagall's insight regarding the transfiguration of living beings, acknowledging that he lacked any clever tips to assist Hermione. The essence of magic resides in the power of belief. The foremost condition for a successful spell is that the wizard must believe in its efficacy. As for the complex theoretical components, most wizards likely do not invest significant thought into them until they reach adulthood and graduation. Only those aspiring to create or refine magic would study its principles. Thus, during examination weeks at Hogwarts, one would frequently encounter clusters of eager young wizards fervently memorizing their notes throughout the castle. To successfully cast a spell, one must first possess faith in its ability to manifest. Yet, if one has never successfully executed a spell, how can they trust in its operation? Hermione remained unconvinced, perceiving Cohen's remarks as evasive. Ron's comment was evidently aimed at Hermione, as her cheeks flushed a vivid red upon its utterance. Edward was correct. Hogwarts was akin to a playground of learning, particularly concerning magic, which demands little time investment if a young wizard's sole goal is to pass the final exams. Do you genuinely have a question for Professor McGonagall? Hermione queried skeptically, her cheeks reddening further. Or are you planning to mock me alongside your friends? Why would I mock you? Cohen raised an eyebrow. Mock you for being the top student in Transfiguration, outpacing the entire class by 99%? The giant, without a doubt, must be the most proud creature in existence, as it suffers a complete defeat in knowledge. Hermione chuckled at Cohen's jest, though she quickly regained her composure. So, what do you intend to ask Professor McGonagall? She inquired, about whether an object transformed into a living being is considered dead or alive. Cohen stuffed his textbook into his bag and rose from his chair. Aren't you curious? I am. I wish to join you, Hermione replied, unwilling to be left behind. Unfortunately, she found herself akin to a Dementor, devoid of any emotions save for a twisted sense of kindness, indifferent to both humanity and young girls alike. Cohen was certain that when his true identity was revealed before Hermione, she would retreat as swiftly as she did upon discovering Lupin's lycanthropy. In truth, Dementors were even less favored than werewolves. After all, a werewolf transforms only one night each month, while a Dementor exists solely in fairy tales, if such tales even existed. Knock, knock, knock. Professor McGonagall's office was a small study located at the end of a corridor on the second floor. Cohen and Hermione rapped on the wooden door. Enter. Professor McGonagall's voice was considerably softer than during class, yet it retained a formal tone. Inside the study, a lively fire crackled in the hearth, sparks dancing merrily upon the wood. Through the window, the Quidditch pitch could be seen. Professor McGonagall had always cherished the sport. Mr. Norton, Miss Granger, she greeted, having spotted the two students who had excelled in class. Assuming they were grappling with an academic dilemma, her usually pursed lips broke into a smile. Have you encountered a challenge in your studies? I will be delighted to assist eager young witches and wizards. Professor, during the recent lesson, I observed you transform a desk into a living creature. Cohen slightly rephrased his question, omitting the reference to souls, for Professor McGonagall had previously discussed Cohen's background with Dumbledore, and he preferred not to reveal his curiosity about souls at this early stage. Transforming inanimate objects into living beings is knowledge reserved for your third year, and it is limited to small-scale biological transformations. Transfiguration is perilous and intricate. I would not wish for you to attempt such feats prematurely, as they could be quite dangerous. Professor McGonagall assumed that Cohen wished to learn how to turn the podium into a pig and sternly cautioned him. Even if you succeed in your initial transfiguration practice, do not aim too high, Mr. Norton. My question lies elsewhere, Professor, Cohen corrected her. I do not possess a strong desire to experiment with advanced spells. Rather, upon witnessing the podium's transformation into a pig, I ponder a question. Can one bestow life upon an inanimate object through transfiguration? Or, during the transformation process, is the target alive? Beside them, Hermione strained to absorb the conversation between Cohen and McGonagall, even retrieving parchment and a quill poised to jot down the questions and answers. In the absence of reckless attempts, possessing one's own thoughts is indeed a commendable trait. Professor McGonagall expressed her approval of Cohen's rightful thirst for knowledge. In truth, this query already possesses a well-established answer, albeit not included in your beginner's guide to transfiguration. Transfiguration allows for the magical transformation of various substances, yet it adheres to a fundamental set of principles known as the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Mr. Cohen, your inquiry happens to be one of these significant exceptions. Living beings cannot be permanently transformed into inanimate objects through transfiguration. Noticing the earnestness and the attentiveness of the 2 students before her, Professor McGonagall continued her explanation with a sense of satisfaction. Even if the transfigured beings exude a semblance of life, their essence remains that of inanimate matter, as it is the wizard's magical prowess that animates them. Thus, the soul intensity Cohen observed on the transformed podium is, in fact, derived from McGonagall's magic. If he were to absorb a soul composed of magic, would it enhance the soul's completeness? Chapter 14. Surely, there can't be young wizards so timid as to avoid the Forbidden Forest? Pushing further into the realm of souls might seem rather dubious, and before Cohen could express his gratitude and part ways with Hermione, Professor McGonagall gifted them each a small bird transformed from teacup. Cohen wondered if Hermione would study the teacup bird for an entire morning. In any case, he had no intention of observing his for such an extended period. As Hermione made her way to the library, they parted ways on the 2nd floor. Cohen ascended the staircase, not with the intention of reaching the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, but rather to a seldom frequented corridor located there. Here, a massive tapestry adorned the wall, depicting a scene of trolls mercilessly battering a foolish wizard with wooden clubs, while to the east, a rather pretentious figure attempted to teach them to dance. Opposite the tapestry lay a blank expanse of castle wall, though it would soon be anything but empty. I require a room conducive to isolation and surveillance. I require a room conducive to isolation and surveillance. I require a room conducive to. It seemed unnecessary to repeat this so many times. Just as Cohen contemplated a 3rd iteration, the door to the room of requirement materialized. After ensuring no sentient beings were in sight, Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room transformed into a compact space, its walls adorned with distinctive carvings, seemingly only half the size of his dormitory. The intricate symbols resembling runes appeared as if inscribed spells, devoid of any sparkling effects. Yet they imparted an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity. Cohen could not decipher them, but he was profoundly awed. At the center of the room stood a round table with a lion's paw base, surrounded by several armchairs upholstered in crimson cushions, while a cozy fireplace crackled warmly, enveloping the entire space in a sense of safety. Curiously, there was even a single bed tucked in a corner. Had he not been wary of being caught out after hours, Cohen might have truly considered residing there. Tossing his backpack aside, he pulled up one of the armchairs and sat at the table, placing the teacup bird Professor McGonagall had given him upon it. This bird is considerably quieter than the Earl, remaining silent throughout its journey nestled within Cohen's pocket. Soul Strength 3. The creatures conjured by Professor McGonagall possess a soul strength of 3. And Cohen intends to experiment whether the soul constituted of magical essence can serve as a viable snack for himself. If successful, it appears he could redirect the malevolence typically expended on soul fragments toward acquiring various other illicit items. Sucking sounds emerge. The soul is diminutive, causing Cohen to feel as though he has slurped up a noodle the length of half a finger. Cohen Norton. Race. Soul Reaper Human. Soul Integrity. 116. Special Ability Unlocked. Ethereal Shaping, 110. Soul Strength, 116. Current Goodwill Value, 1107. Current Malevolence Value, 477. Previously, after consuming a nearly headless Nick, Cohen noticed a brief flicker in his soul integrity, though it remained unchanged. However, upon devouring this magically constituted soul, Cohen's soul integrity has indeed altered, though it is a mere increment of 0. 1. This is merely a teacup bird conjured effortlessly by Professor McGonagall. Is magical essence tantamount to soul? Or does the wizard's magic share a commonality with the soul? Alternatively, could it be that Cohen is not truly a soul monster, but rather a mere magical entity? Regardless, this is splendid news. Cohen now devises a clever scheme to transfigure those small objects, absorb their souls, transfigure again, and absorb once more. Converting magical essence into soul integrity is akin to grinding levels in a game with time. Yet, it is evident that Cohen is overly optimistic about his transfiguration skills. He endeavors to replicate Professor McGonagall's teacup bird using the incantations and gestures from his tome, a compendium of positive magic. Undoubtedly, Cohen can produce a bird that resembles the original flawlessly. However, despite its ability to hop and emit a melodious chirp, Cohen cannot perceive any soul within it. Even if the soul existed for merely a second or two, he dejectedly dissipates the magical energy. Encountering a transfiguration expert like Professor McGonagall, who can effortlessly conjure a creature with such formidable soul strength, leaves him feeling inadequate. Should he request a multitude of small animals from Professor McGonagall? Given that Nick's soul fragments combined with a teacup bird can elevate his soul integrity by 0.1. It seems Professor McGonagall would need to provide Cohen with 800 or 900 small creatures, assuming the subsequent soul integrity enhancements do not escalate progressively. Professor, might I request a few more transformed small animals? Oh, a few? How many do you require? Not too many, perhaps 800 or 900. 800 or 900. Do you think this is a meal? It is clear that Cohen would be promptly expelled from the office by Professor McGonagall. Yet, to frequently solicit such requests would not reflect well, as it would cast Cohen in the light of a creature addicted to the acquisition of small animals. When God opens a window for an individual, he invariably locks both the window and the door when that individual seeks to breathe fresh air. However, Cohen was indifferent. Cohen, where are you headed? As he passed by the Gryffindor common room, Cohen encountered Harry, who had just stepped out. Off to the Forbidden Forest, care to join? Harry, the notorious troublemaker, seemed drawn to danger, and Cohen thought that having him along might not be such a bad idea. Perhaps Harry could attract some more intriguing creatures in the forest. Oh, to the Forbidden Forest? Harry, momentarily oblivious to the implications of the words, exclaimed, "What? Shoo!" Cohen swiftly covered Harry's suddenly raised voice, for a student had just turned the corner at the end of the corridor. Hadn't the headmaster declared that students were forbidden from venturing there? Harry, still clinging to a shred of respect for the school rules, found himself on the brink of breaking them. Spending an entire day cooped up in the castle felt akin to a monotonous job, inevitably leading to a sense of confinement. Cohen shrugged. Then I shall go alone. There will be ample opportunities for us to venture together in the future. No way, no way. Could it be true that a Gryffindor wizard is afraid to enter the Forbidden Forest? Everyone knew that prior to Harry's arrival, the student mortality rate at Hogwarts had been remarkably low, with no more than 1%. While the rules stated that students were strictly prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest, in reality, there were few genuine threats lurking within. Most magical creatures, whether benevolent or neutral, tended to assist young wizards in moments of peril, such as unicorns and centaurs. Yet, Cohen sensed that he might not be fortunate enough to receive assistance from such creatures. The scene felt absurdly reminiscent of Voldemort stumbling and being kindly lifted by Dumbledore. Chapter 15. The Youthful Dementor. A boy would not encounter the noseless old man. How infuriating. In the game Hogwarts Legacy, one could simply teleport to the Forbidden Forest using Floo powder. The location of the Forbidden Forest was unmistakable, and indeed, so was Cohen's position. A vast expanse of open grassland lay between the castle and the forest, making it quite challenging to traverse unnoticed during the day. Nevertheless, Cohen cleverly pretended to seek out Hagrid to make friends, deftly maneuvering around and slipping directly into the Forbidden Forest. The price he paid was a pocketful of rock-hard rock cakes, which he could use as projectiles in case of danger. Upon entering the forest, the once bright sunlight was nearly obscured by the thick canopy of trees. The ground was a labyrinth of gnarled roots, and towering ancient trees stretched their branches overhead, forming a dense protective network that made it hard to imagine riding a broomstick through this terrain. The air was infused with the earthy scent of soil and decaying leaves. As Cohen glanced around, occasionally spotting mushrooms and herbs documented in magical herbs and fungi. However, he found no creatures with a soul intensity exceeding 2, meaning that thus far, he had only encountered insects. Despite this, Cohen had no desire to absorb the souls of worms, whose soul intensity was a mere 1, purely due to the system's lowest designation. Perhaps even consuming a castle's worth of worm souls would not sufficiently fill his soul's void. The mere thought of being a soul devourer reignited Cohen's insatiable hunger. Fortunately, he had brought along some candies to satiate his cravings, thus avoiding the torment of hunger throughout his journey. After much perseverance, Cohen finally discovered a nest of magical creatures, the fire ash serpents, nestled within a tree hollow, boasting a soul intensity of 3 points. Moreover, he fortuitously stumbled upon this nest during the last fleeting moments of the fire ash serpent's egg-laying. For their lifespan is but an hour, and they turn to ash after laying their eggs. If I do not consume it, it shall perish. The forest nurtures the fire ash serpent, yet the serpent offers nothing in return to the forest. With a swift motion, Cohen devoured the soul of the mother fire ash serpent, feeling little more than a mild sensation, perhaps even less than that of Professor McGonagall's transfiguration creations. As he watched the mother turn to ash after completing her task, Cohen's focus shifted to the nest of fire ash serpent eggs. A sudden pang of conscience stirred within him. These little creatures would undoubtedly incinerate this tree upon their birth. Preventing forest fires is a shared responsibility. Thus, he consumed a nest of eggs, each with a soul intensity of 1 point, along with the 3-point soul of the mother fire ash serpent, collectively granting him an increase of 0.1 in soul intensity. Yet this was more than sufficient. Quantity, after all, could amass to great heights, and the forest was abundant with fire ash serpent eggs. They arise from untamed magical flames and reproduce asexually wherever a nest appears. A vast population of fire ash serpents inevitably follows. This species often faces culling due to its numbers and the similar threat it poses to pests. As well as its medicinal properties, the eggs serve as an ingredient for aphrodisiacs and are also utilized in the treatment of malaria. Originally concealed within crevices of stones and tree hollows, these wondrous creatures are difficult to locate. Yet Cohen possessed an extraordinary advantage. He could perceive the tags indicating soul intensity through various obstacles. Thus, he relentlessly eradicated fire ash serpents along his path, freezing the eggs and collecting them in his possession. The raw cakes provided by Hagrid played a crucial role. Cohen discarded them along the way to create space for the fire ash serpent eggs, effectively eliminating the possibility of losing his way. He need not fear the cakes being pilfered by wandering animals, for aside from Hagrid, none could manage to consume such a tough treat. In addition to the fire ash serpents, he occasionally encountered a few lost eight-eyed spiderlings. Wicked little creatures. With this, the forest gained 2 more bewildered eight-eyed spiders. Clearly, the eight-eyed giant spiders were a notch above the fire ash serpents, as even in their juvenile form, they possessed a soul intensity of 4 points. Cohen, like a sweeping force, continued to cleanse the souls of the creatures he encountered, even feeling inclined to devour the soul of a passing dog. Of course, if a small animal appeared particularly adorable, he would let it go, a clear display of double standards. Nearby, the Count lingered beside a broken tree trunk, clutching a black mouse in its mouth, emitting muffled sounds. One must understand this fundamental truth. Cuteness grants one the liberty to act as one pleases. As Cohen stuffed the last of the frost-hardened ash snake's eggs into the overflowing pocket of his robe and allowed a drowsy moonstruck beast to escape, he cast a disdainful glance at the Count who had appeared out of nowhere. "Oh, do continue with your species extermination plans in the forest. I have a message for you. Harry Potter sent me to find you and inquire if you would like to join him this afternoon at 3 o'clock at Hagrid's place." "Sure, I could use Harry's clout to procure some valuable unicorn hair or something of the sort," Cohen contemplated. "You could tell Harry I will be out at 3. So there is no need for him to wait for me in the castle." The chimes of Hogwarts bells could be heard even at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Cohen was unconcerned about missing the appointed time. The temperature plummeted abruptly. Sunlight was almost entirely obscured by the trees, and occasionally, an unknown creature with a soul intensity of 7, 8, or even 10 points would scurry by. Cohen was already contemplating whether to conclude this leveling journey, as his relentless efforts had yielded a remarkable soul completeness of 34 from the ash snake family and several lost eight-eyed giant spider offspring. His soul intensity had now reached 15 points, a far quicker ascent than trading sin points for soul fragments. However, Cohen was now faced with a dilemma. His soul completeness seemed to have hit a plateau. He had already achieved 15 points of soul intensity when he destroyed the 5th-to-last ash snake nest. Yet since then, the number following his completeness had not budged even by 0.1. It appeared that these lower-tier souls could no longer provide him any enhancement. Suddenly, as Cohen was preparing to turn back, he noticed a glistening trail of silver blood smeared against the leaves of the bushes. This was undoubtedly unicorn blood. The trail led deeper into the Forbidden Forest, obscured by thickets that bore the marks of a hasty intrusion, with branches bent and broken in numerous places. The mingling of magical energy with the sweet scent of souls made Cohen's heart race. Currently, Voldemort possessed a formidable 40 points of soul intensity, far beyond what Cohen could contend with. The shop did not offer a 5-minute True Man experience card that could elevate him to 100 points of soul intensity. And confronting Voldemort now would be tantamount to courting death. Just because the Aurors had failed to eliminate Cohen did not imply that Voldemort, with his extensive experience in the dark arts, would be incapable of doing so. What if he had spells specifically designed to vanquish Soul Reapers? Suddenly, a loud neigh echoed from behind Cohen. "Evil creature, leave our territory." What? An evil creature? Had Chilo been expelled by the centaurs? Was he behind him? The cacophony of hooves made it difficult for Cohen to discern whether it was Chilo fleeing. Yet, with the centaurs arriving, Chilo would likely not dare to act recklessly. Cohen turned to see what the enraged Voldemort was fleeing from, only to find that the script had taken an unexpected turn. His lips twitched. There was no sign of Chilo behind him, only centaurs, and at a glance, he could tell there were at least 10. The centaurs drew their bows, their sights firmly set upon Cohen. Spiritual intensity, 15. This precisely aligns with Cohen's current capacity. Yet he harbors no intention of slaying the centaurs unless they first seek to harm him. The leader of the centaurs, adorned with a wild and proud beard, gazed at Cohen for an extended moment before uttering a peculiar remark. What is this? It was a strange foal, Bane, but we never harm foals. Beside him, a melancholic centaur with crimson fur intercepted Bane's arrow, for the one who had harmed the unicorn was not he. Suddenly, a cold arrow whistled from the direction of the unicorn's blood, and Cohen reacted swiftly, evading the shot. It was then that he realized he could send out half of his soul to scout the surroundings. Had he known sooner that the centaurs and Voldemort were present, he would have fled from 15 meters away. Whoosh! Another arrow followed closely, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of hooves. Evidently, the centaur brigade pursuing Voldemort was not alone, as another group was flanking from the side. Cohen could even hear the rustling of branches as someone sped through the underbrush at his waist height. If he didn't run soon, he would be mistakenly slain by another group of errant centaur arrows. Cohen was loath to part with his current form. Not only was it endearing, but switching bodies might also cause Edward and Rose to grow distant. He dreaded the thought of asking his parents whether they loved his soul or his flesh, questions that sounded utterly bizarre. Just as Cohen resolved to sprint, an anonymous queerness without a nose, clad in a hooded black cloak, emerged from the thicket. Cohen instinctively pulled his hood over his head. Everyone was wearing vests. Whoever revealed their true name would face embarrassment. 2 seconds later, Quirrell's position aligned with Cohen's, their escape routes nearly identical. For this was the only path through the forest that was relatively smooth. What a coincidence you're fleeing to. Chapter 16. The naturally malevolent Dementor was poised to join Voldemort's forces. In the midst of his flight, he drew his wand, intending to cast the killing curse on Cohen. Avada, stop! Fool! Voldemort's growl was so thunderous that even Cohen heard it in both ears. He has great use, remember him. Cohen felt little concern regarding the killing curse. After all, the curse was intended to extract a person's soul from their body, simultaneously ending both physical and spiritual existence. However, Cohen's soul could freely traverse between realms, and once it departed, his body would be as good as dead. He was prepared for his soul to escape his body at any moment. For one cannot kill a corpse that is already lifeless. Cohen remained unaffected. What did Voldemort mean by saying he had great use? Did he intend for the inherently wicked Dementor to assist him? Very well. Very well. Very well. Was he about to come? Cohen had been pondering how to accumulate malevolent points by carelessly littering at Hogwarts and snatching lollipops from first-year students, pretending to aid a losing villain only to turn against him. Imagine the thrill of finally pointing his wand at Quirrell's head and declaring, Voldemort, cease this. Outside, it's all Dumbledore. Just thinking about such a plot sent shivers down his spine. A peculiar gust of wind, set in motion by the wand concealed beneath Quirrell's cloak, forcefully swept away Cohen's hood. Un surprise angli, qui beelt Cohen's visage. However, as Cohen had yet to attend a defense against the dark arts class, Quirrell could not recall who this student was. Nevertheless, it sufficed, being the sole living instructor of dark arts at Hogwarts. Identifying a student by mere countenance was a trivial task for Quirrell. After committing Cohen's appearance to memory, the figure in the black hood made his way into the depths of the forbidden forest alongside Cohen, only to slip into the shadows at its edge. What a busy day! With lessons to teach and the task of assisting Voldemort in capturing unicorns, Cohen observed Quirrell's retreating figure, shaking his head in pity, contemplating the necessity of shaving his head entirely. In light of this, perhaps he might offer some form of relief later on, for even the seemingly aloof Cohen possessed a warm and tender heart. Cohen? Behind Hagrid's hut, Harry caught sight of Cohen, his robes speckled with fragments of dried leaves and dirt, and called out in a hushed tone, What? Is it already 3 o'clock? Knock, knock, knock. Harry? Why are you outside? Ron peered through the back door of Hagrid's hut, also noticing Cohen emerging from the forbidden forest. Is your friend Cohen here? Hagrid's huffing voice emerged from within the hut, prompting Cohen to hastily dash to the vegetable garden, pretending to admire Hagrid's pumpkin seedlings rather than admitting he had just been chased from the forbidden forest by centaurs. Hagrid was a good man. After Harry reintroduced Cohen to Hagrid and mentioned that Cohen was his only friend from before, Cohen was rewarded with a bounty of rock cakes and toffees that could serve as adhesives. Even Hagrid, who was sobbing profusely, presented Cohen with a beast-hide satchel to carry these treats. Is this made from the hide of a billywig? Hagrid? Cohen mused, feeling the small coins beckoning him. He had thought they resided only in mountainous terrains. Oh, indeed, Hagrid responded with a hint of sadness. Gruff was originally a mountain dweller. But he was too old, and thus was driven out. If you do not fancy the billywig hide, I also have a deer hide pouch. Hagrid presumed Cohen had reservations about the billywig, but Cohen had no intention of exchanging the billywig hide for the deer hide. The material was even sturdier than dragon hide. Impervious to most spells, Cohen had already envisioned crafting it into a vest, seeking out a house elf in the kitchen to assist him in fashioning it into a magical bulletproof garment. Perfect. Tea time always passed swiftly, and reluctantly they departed from the cozy hut, arriving punctually at the greenhouse classroom for herbology. The first lesson in herbology focused on theoretical knowledge, and the bizarre magical plants in the greenhouse were to be observed but not touched. Mind your wand in your pocket, Finnegan. It's sparking. Professor Sprout called out loudly, warning that those dry nettles were quite averse to fire. Cohen found little joy in the lesson, not due to Professor Sprout's inquiries nor the subject of herbology, but rather because of the magical plants. Some of these peculiar flora could emit sounds and moved in their pots like animals. Yet Cohen could not discern any tags indicating soul intensity. Why, he pondered, were these plants devoid of souls? He yearned to give voice to their plight. Am I alive? Do I even exist? When everything concluded, Cohen hurried to dinner only to find that most had already dined. Mr. Norton's here, stammered the anxious Quirrell, blocking the path of the trio. His gaze lingered for a moment on Harry, but spent even more time on Cohen. Harry and Ron, bewildered by the circumstances, assumed Cohen had ventured into the Forbidden Forest during lunch and was caught by a professor. Thus they instinctively distanced themselves from him. You don't need to distance yourselves so hastily, Cohen muttered through clenched teeth. I heard Professor McGonagall mention your impressive performance in Transfiguration class, Quirrell remarked, nervously rubbing his hands together, akin to a penitent employee caught in wrongdoing. I have a few books on Transfiguration that I believe you might enjoy. Are you just a creepy uncle who watches goldfish? Chapter 17. Is this all you have to show me? The odd man led Cohen away from the hall, ascending 2 flights of stairs until they reached an office on the 3rd floor. Quirrell abandoned Cohen to rummage through the bookshelves. Cohen blinked several times as Quirrell began to undress. Not to your liking, Mr. Norton? Cohen would have felt more at ease had the figure before him been a white-haired, red-eyed anime girl. Is this it? Cohen scrutinized the tome titled The Theory of Metamorphosis alongside a stack of today's Transfiguration magazines from a few days prior. Where were the sinister plots to subvert Hogwarts? The assassination orders for Harry Potter? The maps for stealing the Philosopher's Stone? At the very least, some dark magic ambience would have sufficed. This was akin to finally securing a date only to find oneself in a room presenting not a pack of condoms, but rather a poster of Kevin Durant's basketball. Were they to engage in a discussion about which basketball star made the most stylish steals? Ah, yes, I absolutely adore it, Cohen replied dryly. Haha. As long as you like it, Quirrell chuckled nervously before hastily ushering Cohen out of the office, citing the lateness of the hour, even though it was not yet curfew. Mr. Norton, please refrain from opening that book in front of your friends, Quirrell stammered. I fear your friends may become envious. It appeared that the fragmented Voldemort had not stooped to such depths. He intended to play a game of temptation, ensuring that Cohen's book contained nothing of substance. Rest assured, I shall keep it secret. Then Cohen boldly opened the tome entitled The Theory of Transmutation and Transformation in the Common Room. Apart from Hermione and Percy, the other members of Gryffindor were unlikely to express any curiosity about the book, even if its title were The Secret Affairs Between the Pink Swamp Witch and the Minister of Magic. At present, Hermione was surely studying in an empty classroom, while Percy was patrolling the area, leaving only Harry and his companions in the common room. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow, and Cohen settled comfortably into an armchair near the hearth. Should the book possess any enchantment, he could readily cast it into the fire. What book did Professor Quirrell give you? Ron, engrossed in a game of chess with Harry, leaned over to peer at Cohen, but upon seeing the densely packed text, he immediately averted his gaze, as if the words themselves were malevolent spirits capable of tainting his soul. It appeared that Quirrell had not placed any dark curses upon this volume, for Cohen felt entirely normal. However, Quirrell had not enclosed the authentic theory of transmutation and transformation within this cover. Instead, it was a compendium of dark magic, detailing numerous malevolent spells, such as necromancy and fiendfire. Cohen began to comprehend the reason behind the magical community's aversion to dark magic. Its threshold for access was nearly non-existent. Even someone as illiterate as Crabbe could unleash its power, which was contingent solely on the amount of magical energy infused and the intensity of negative emotions. In essence, these were lethal weapons easily wielded by children, with every wizard carrying their own ammunition. Great power coupled with extreme negativity could cloud one's mind, transforming a person into a soulless demon. Thus, Cohen commenced fervently studying the spells contained within. What concern did the manipulation of minds hold for him? He was no mere mortal. What malevolent force could rival the darkness of a Dementor? He was grateful for the opportunity to save a substantial amount of dark merit that he would have otherwise expended on purchasing spells from the shop. Thanks to Professor Quirrell's unexpected gift, rather than indulging in frivolous pursuits, he chose to study the arcane arts. Quirrell, or perhaps Voldemort, seemingly recognized the sinister aura emanating from Cohen, yet they had evidently overlooked a crucial detail. The soul residing within Cohen was not that of a naive child. It would not be easily swayed by dark magic, nor would he blindly proclaim Heil Voldemort upon receiving an introductory guide to the dark arts. As the clock approached 10, the young wizards in the common room began to yawn. Hermione had just crawled through the portrait hole, cradling a large stack of books borrowed from the library, while Harry and Ron concluded their final match of chess. Once back in their dormitory, Cohen curled up beneath the covers. That night, he refrained from venturing out in his soul form to spy, as he was troubled by the fact that his soul integrity was stuck at 15. It seems that after reaching 15, the feeble souls of those ash snakes can no longer provide any assistance to Cohen, which is quite reasonable. After all, it is indeed impossible to assemble a person solely from the souls of fragile creatures. Given this, Cohen must seek out more robust, social souls to elevate his level. Alternatively, he could engage in mischief within the castle, as long as he does not cross Dumbledore's boundaries, similar to the Weasley twins, and accumulate sin points to purchase soul fragments. The latter method, while somewhat inefficient, is steady, exchanging 1,000 points for one. If both strategies are pursued simultaneously, Cohen prefers to first venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt, and only when he finds no animal souls left to aid his advancement will he indulge in a surge of elevation with the sin points he has amassed. As he drifted into a deep slumber, Cohen experienced a peculiar dream. He envisioned himself trapped within a smooth, rounded bottle, surrounded by the piercing wails of souls and a suffocating density that obscured his surroundings. He feasted within the bottle until the anguished cries faded into silence, at which point the bottle shattered and Cohen awoke. Upon waking, the dream's details rapidly distorted, leaving him with only a few concepts: the bottle, the souls. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to glimpse the dark magic laboratory that birthed him. "Hurry up, Cohen. I must have breakfast today," Harry urged, having risen unusually early alongside Ron, likely due to the reprimand they received from Professor McGonagall the previous day. However, there were no classes with McGonagall scheduled for the morning. Chapter 18. How frustrating. It turns out that the mind-closing spell is not considered magic. Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class was the most anticipated course for young wizards. Even Harry, who had never encountered the magical realm before, found himself filled with unrealistic expectations, influenced by Ron's enthusiasm. In the Great Hall, during breakfast, Hermione, seated opposite the three boys, closed her pre-studied textbook and corrected them with an elevated chin. "We will not be learning how to fight in the first class. We will first study the fundamental knowledge of dark magic and methods of defense before engaging in practical applications." "Indeed, Professor Granger," Ron smirked, "as if you've already attended the class." "Honestly, I feel she enjoys lecturing a bit too much," Ron remarked to Harry and Cohen. "Shouldn't we refrain from mocking her?" Harry suggested uncertainly. "Ron, she's actually correct," Cohen replied, finishing the last spoonful of his porridge and slinging his bag over his shoulder. The first class should indeed be theoretical. Moreover, Cohen glanced at the deserted staff table. Let's not forget that we are being taught by Professor Quirrell, who stutters even when attempting to utter 2 consecutive words. I have serious doubts about his teaching quality. Cohen's observations were not unfounded. Quirrell's class had devolved into a catastrophic farce, reeking of garlic, with rumors suggesting that he employed such tactics to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania. However, Cohen was acutely aware that the pungent aroma of garlic emanating from Quirrell was merely an attempt to mask the foul stench of decay that clung to him. Due to Voldemort's possession, Quirrell's body had undoubtedly begun to rot, much like the small creatures he had inhabited in the forests of Albania. The initial 5 minutes of the class proceeded normally, as Quirrell recited his lessons verbatim. Yet, when Simon impatiently inquired about how to defeat a ghoul, Quirrell faltered. His face flushed crimson, and he mumbled about the weather. Following Quirrell's earlier baiting of Cohen, the latter felt an unsettling sensation that Quirrell was casting furtive glances in his direction, as if anticipating Cohen would approach him after class. However, Cohen had no intention of pursuing a deeper engagement with Quirrell just yet. The first encounter had merely been a probe. Should a second alliance be forged, Quirrell, in accordance with Voldemort's nature, would undoubtedly employ the Legilimens spell to gauge Cohen's loyalty. Uncertain whether, as a half-wraith, he could withstand such an incantation, Cohen resolved to conduct tests on himself first, and, if necessary, to learn a modicum of the Obliviate charm. After all, Quirrell's current level of expertise was not particularly formidable, and a little study should suffice for protection. Otherwise, in the original narrative, he could have easily employed Legilimens on Harry while he stood before the mirror of Ariste, thereby discerning whether Harry had indeed acquired the Philosopher's Stone. "You're absolutely right, Cohen. I have never endured such a torturous class," Harry lamented. Yet, it was evident that Harry had spoken too soon. For Harry, or rather the majority of Gryffindor students, the most excruciating lessons were invariably those of Snape's potions class, followed closely by Professor Binns' History of Magic. The afternoon charms lesson was considerably more palatable. Professor Flitwick, though requiring a stack of books to reach the lectern, demonstrated an unparalleled level of teaching skill. Even the most tedious theories became engaging when paired with Flitwick's amusing anecdotes and occasional humor, captivating the young witches and wizards. After dinner on that day, Quirrell did not seek out Cohen as he had the previous evening, a behavior that struck Cohen as rather suspicious. He needed to find books on the Obliviate charm. The Obliviate charm? Madame Pants, the librarian, regarded Cohen with skepticism. A first-year student, having only attended 2 days of classes, should not be delving into topics not included in Hogwarts curriculum. Is this something one cannot learn? Cohen cast a pitiful glance at Madame Pants, feeling as though he could summon tears at any moment. He genuinely had been unable to locate any books on the Obliviate charm, having thoroughly scoured the entire section dedicated to spells. Yet, Madame Pants was not swayed by Cohen's fabricated display of sorrow. Indeed, the Obliviate charm was not confined by age restrictions. In fact, it was quite safe, as it was even documented in the Power of Sadness. Available for a borrowing period of 1 week, Madame Pants placed a thick, somewhat tattered book before Cohen, urging him to handle it with care. "Should you tear, mar, soil, damage, throw, drop, or in any manner defile this book," she warned, "I shall ensure you face the direst consequences within my power." This admonition, penned by Madame Pants herself, conveyed her profound disdain for those who would mistreat literature. Upon receiving the book and the borrowing slip, Cohen finally understood why he had been unable to locate it in the charm section. Who would have guessed that the Power of Sorrow would be a tome detailing the art of mind sealing? This book was even found in the Principles of Magic section, where most texts elucidated the mundane, structural theories of magical knowledge rather than the intricate spells derived from them. "Cohen, have you lost your mind?" Ron exclaimed incredulously as Cohen re-entered the common room, clutching yet another hefty book. "Classes have only just begun." "I didn't intend to," Cohen replied, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "But Hogwarts doesn't allow game consoles, so reading seems to be my only source of entertainment. You could join us for a game of chess, or engage in a wheel battle, or seek out Fred and George. They're currently experimenting with how to groom a Puffskein-esque fur," Ron suggested, gesturing toward the crowd gathered around the fireplace. The Weasley brothers each held a pair of scissors, poised before a pink Puffskein that had somehow made its way to Gryffindor Tower. These creatures, resembling large, fluffy balls of cotton candy, were among the most beloved pets of wizards, provided one didn't mind that their diet included the occasional human booger. Typically docile, this particular Puffskein seemed less inclined to fear humans, as it had climbed onto one of the brothers' faces, inciting gasps from the onlookers. "Perhaps not," Cohen shuddered, envisioning the itchiness of having a fur ball crawling on his face. He retreated to a relatively quiet corner, intent on studying the art of mind sealing. After all, in the book, Harry had only been instructed by Snape to seal your mind during their one-on-one lessons. Surely, a spell could not exist without some form of incantation? Chapter 19. Very well, you are now adept at mind sealing. The answer was indeed affirmative. It required no magic whatsoever, relying solely on willpower. Yet, willpower is challenging to quantify, leading to the necessity of finding someone to hurl legilimency at oneself to ascertain whether one's mind sealing had improved. So, who would Cohen ask to read his thoughts? Or rather, whom could he trust to be the voyeur? On Wednesday afternoon, within the confines of Cohen's wish-fulfilling room. Goo goo goo. The Count regarded Cohen as though he were a fool. "Didn't you mention wanting to use a wand last time? Well, here is your chance," Cohen said, presenting the wand before the Count. "You can assist me in practicing mind sealing, and I'll secretly procure a wand for you, provided Ollivander is still willing to sell one to me. Are you aware that the Ministry of Magic prohibits non-wizarding species from wielding wands, my young friend?" The Count inquired, tilting his head. "And you, my boy, are quite mischievous. You could use your new wand to catch field mice. The freezing charm is far more effective than claws." Cohen noted, Moreover, a roaring flame can provide you with a warm meal. By the way, Harry mentioned that Hedwig is fond of honey-glazed roasted meat. What is the incantation for the binding spell? The Count promptly responded. Legilimens, Cohen reminded him, and remembered to emphasize the men in the middle. All right, expecto patronum. That joke lacks humor. Cohen remarked, a frown on his face. You possess no sense of humor. The Count huffed, flapping his wings to grasp Cohen's wand, struggling to adjust its position so that the tip could align with Cohen. How do you feathered beings aim with a wand? After much effort, he found no suitable position. The wand's tip was slimmer than a field mouse's tail. Just recite the incantation. If you say it enough times, you'll surely hit your target. Cohen leaned back in his armchair, awaiting the Count's onslaught. Among everyone in Hogwarts, Cohen had the utmost faith in the Count. Nothing could foster trust more than an unbreakable contract. It's no wonder wizards devised unbreakable oaths to ensure cooperation. Legilimens. The first shot went awry. Legilimens. The second struck the fireplace. Uncertain if the charcoal would exhibit any emotions, it was clear the Count was quite animated. Damn it, Legilimens. Finally, the Count's spell hit Cohen. Both bird and human exchanged bewildered glances. You clearly did not succeed, did you? Nonsense. I conjured light. Were you blind to it? The Count retorted fiercely. It glowed. Did you not see it? As the Count was a bird, Cohen was uncertain whether he could truly cast magic. To ascertain whether the previous legilimens had been deflected by Cohen or if the Count had simply failed, Cohen instructed him to perform several other spells. Cohen now suspected the Count might indeed possess magical abilities, as he had never previously spoken of or demonstrated the Patronus charm in his presence. To his surprise, the other spells were executed flawlessly, particularly the Patronus charm. The Count even conjured a corporeal Patronus, which took the form of an owl. Whether this was due to Cohen having cleared its midnight snack earlier, or simply a slip of the Count's wing, the Patronus collided forcefully with Cohen's head. His skull buzzed, feeling more painful than the Avada Kedavra curse itself. You! Cohen snatched the wand, briefly removing the Count's feathers, as the Count emitted an indescribable screech, attempting to shield himself with his wings. A triumphant smile graced Cohen's face. Evil points, 10. Note. Even a most malevolent dark wizard would not pluck the feathers of a bird for casting a Patronus charm upon him. You are simply insufferable. The trembling Count screamed. You vile creature, a perverse furry enthusiast. You are not human at all. Ah, did you just discover that? I have never been human, Cohen retorted fiercely, initially intending to buy you a wand, but now it seems you'll have to wait for the next life. After this flurry of activity and tests, Cohen began to understand a crucial truth. He had become quite adept at the art of mental obfuscation. This spell seemed utterly incapable of targeting him, much like it failed to affect Dementors. It appeared he had inherited nearly all the traits of a Dementor, albeit encased in the cumbersome form of a human body. Cohen even cast the killing curse upon himself, shocking the now bald Count for several seconds, causing it to forget its intention to berate him. Curiosity may lead to a cat's demise, yet it poses no threat to a Dementor, as Cohen had surmised. Spells that influence the mind and soul had no effect on him. You are correct, but Cohen remains unaffected. However, one troubling aspect remained. The Patronus could still reach Cohen, and with sufficient force, it could potentially eject him from his corporeal vessel. Perhaps strengthening his soul's resilience would enable him to withstand more powerful Patronus impacts. Yet, in this relatively secure magical realm, he need not concern himself with such matters, for malevolent dark wizards are incapable of casting the Patronus charm. Thus, he could safely prepare to engage with Voldemort, who would undoubtedly be intrigued by an orphan, a dark magic experiment, a half-Dementor, and a young wizard with blood on his hands from over 300 sorcerers. What a collection of sinister traits to embody in an 11-year-old wizard. How could Voldemort resist? Oh, this must surely leave you in a state of utter bewilderment. Perhaps the only worry would be whether Voldemort might attempt to extinguish this promising candidate out of jealousy. As Cohen contemplated his plans to infiltrate the enemy ranks, the shivering Count, cold from his hairlessness, broke the silence. Have you finished drooling? His voice trembled. Cohen sincerely inquired. I truly do not know the counter curse to the vanishing spell. Chapter 20. Good brother, I have never asked you for anything in this life. Ultimately, Cohen had to empty his backpack to allow the Count to climb inside, before delivering him to Professor Catterburn, the instructor of care of magical creatures. The animal-loving Professor Catterburn sternly reprimanded Cohen for his casual magical interference with the owl. Which house do you belong to? Professor Catterburn's grizzled beard quivered with irritation. Resembling a sieve, this eccentric yet generally benevolent professor now wore a remarkably serious expression. I am from Slytherin. Slytherin loses 10 points. Naughty child, if I catch you again. Evil points, 10. The competition for house points often unfolded in such a straightforward, simple, yet effective manner. Professor Ketterburn gently cradled the bear Earl and placed him into the soft, plush nest. In the meantime, the Earl cast a fierce glare at Cohen. After rummaging through his box of potions, he finally found a vial containing a rather grimy elixir, which he dripped onto the Earl's head. In an instant, the Earl's feathers began to sprout wildly, and within mere seconds, he regained his original glossy and fluffy appearance. Cohen, crouching low, stealthily slipped from the side of the classroom to the back row, where Harry and Ron were sound asleep, proving once again that underachievers have a knack for synchronizing their slumber. Hermione, however, was a different story. Even though Professor Binns droned on like a vacuum cleaner lamenting its fate, she remained at the front, engrossed in her studies. Cohen had no time for frivolities. His interest in history of magic was non-existent. He found little value in memorizing the dates of goblin rebellions or the reasons behind the failure of the werewolf code of conduct. Thus, throughout the entire class, he immersed himself in a book he had borrowed from the library, titled The Power of Sorrow. Many of its theories were quite intriguing. The book posited that a wizard's emotions are the most vital source of magic. The more intense the emotions, the more wild and powerful the magic unleashed. Conversely, a wizard with lesser emotions would wield magic that is calm and feeble. Desire, hatred, anger, fear, and love all constitute emotions. Even the most indifferent wizard, when casting spells, becomes a conductor passionately leading an orchestra. Yet, there exists one exception, the prisoners of Azkaban. How fascinating! Cohen was astonished by his own prowess. It seemed he had yet to attempt consuming the emotions of others. After all, with the tantalizing delicacy of a soul laid before him, it was easy to overlook what else one might devour from another person. It was akin to forcing someone to lick the icing off a Christmas pudding without allowing them to take even a single bite of the pudding itself. With his heart racing, Cohen discreetly glanced at his two sleeping companions. Surely, attempting to taste an emotion wouldn't he be too reckless? After all, Harry had been subjected to the Dementor's kiss countless times in his third year, and it hadn't seemed to affect him adversely. Upon careful examination, Cohen discerned that around the soul, there existed many ethereal, fluid-like mysterious substances, visual representations of emotions that he could extract at will, without even needing to part his lips. The farther away he was, the weaker the extraction, yet the range nearly encompassed the entirety of the history of Magic Classroom. Cohen refrained from immediately drawing upon the emotions of the entire classroom, fearing that Dumbledore might burst in and, in his phoenix form, swiftly expel him with a powerful spell intended for malevolent beings. Selecting instead from Harry and Ron, he noted that Ron's emotions were particularly vibrant, likely stemming from some delightful dream. Cohen siphoned a small wisp of Ron's emotion, perhaps joy, and immediately felt a surge of happiness wash over him. A delightful shiver coursed through his body, leaving him tingling all over. Ron was distinctly different. He trembled slightly, his expression while asleep suggesting he was ensnared in a nightmare. Ah, this emotion seems rather invigorating. It is no wonder that other Dementors consume emotions before devouring souls. It is the hallmark of seasoned artists from a bygone era. Cohen could not resist drawing another thread of emotion. As Ron was lost in dreams, a plethora of sentiments continuously emanating from him. Ron's trembling intensified. Forgive me, Ron. I couldn't help but indulge once more. Send value. 30. Ron awoke with a start from his nightmare, hastily covering his mouth under the perplexed gazes of the entire class. Mr. Fable, is there an issue? Professor Binns, swaying slightly, lifted his head to look at Ron. Yet due to his less than stellar memory, he couldn't even recall Ron's name correctly. No, nothing, Professor. Ron, his ears flushed crimson, attempted to hide beneath his desk. The lively atmosphere in the classroom quickly dissipated, for Professor Binns resumed his dry lecture moments later. Ron? What's wrong? Harry inquired curiously, noticing Ron, now clutching his upper body as if he were cold. Then, glancing past Ron, Harry spotted Cohen, who was pretending nothing had happened. Cohen, when did you arrive? We almost thought you had skipped class. How could I possibly skip class in the first week? I merely accidentally misplaced the Count's feather, Cohen explained with slight embellishment, before expressing concern alongside Harry for Ron's state. It was terrifying. I feel as though I'm still trapped in that nightmare. In my dream, I became the head of Gryffindor and joined the Quidditch team. And then? Harry asked, puzzled. Isn't that good news? I have this eerie sensation that I am still within that dream. Ron shivered from the cold. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Emotion extraction, 110. Good brother. Your efforts are not in vain. Cohen, joining Harry, comfortingly patted Ron's back. Though it was not the time for laughter, he found his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Chapter 21. What about the next day? Thursday was the most detested day for students, as it was laden with classes. The students' grievances ran as deep as the chasms in the Prophet's popular section featuring alluring witches, for the majority of young wizards were eagerly anticipating their flying lessons, which would not commence until the following week. During breakfast, Harry received a letter from Hagrid, inviting him, Ron, and Cohen to visit his hut in the afternoon. "I can't go," Cohen shrugged. "I must return a book to Quirrell. He has keeping me in suspense." As the book only contains half the content and conveniently halts at a crucial point. The afternoon was Cohen's social hour with the Great Sin Value Savings Account, Lord Voldemort, as his esteemed companion. Currently, Cohen believes he has trained himself exceptionally well. Regardless of how amusing the situation may be, he refrains from laughter. Whenever he recalls the image of Quirrell's dandruff sticking to the scarf on his head and being inadvertently transferred to Voldemort's mouth, he cannot help but suppress a chuckle. Snape's disdain for Harry is palpably evident, especially after Neville's disastrous potion explosion, which nearly the entire class recognized. "Potter, why didn't you advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Do you think his blunder reflects positively on you? Gryffindor has lost a point because of you. He loathes me. I can see it," Harry remarked gloomily after potions class. "He hates you because you assigned me extra homework, even though I was merely jesting about you." Cohen echoed his confusion. Was Snape truly so protective, permitting only himself to bully Harry? By Merlin's moleskin pants, what a dreadful Englishman. You dare mention it. Harry immediately grasped Cohen's neck. "In class, your laughter was the loudest. I thought your ears were too red to hear anything. I heard. Both of my ears." In the afternoon, as Harry and Ron set off to find Hagrid, Cohen carried along his half-read book on dark arts to Quirrell's office door. Strange noises emanated from within. "Master, please. We could explore alternative methods." What curious play was unfolding inside? Although he knew it was Quirrell conversing with Voldemort on his head, Cohen felt it was somewhat inappropriate to enter at that moment. Suddenly, the sounds ceased abruptly, as if the occupants were aware of eavesdropping outside. Cohen sensed that delaying his knock would appear impolite. "Knock, knock, knock. Please come in." Cohen pushed the door open, witnessing Quirrell hastily coiling the large purple scarf around his head. "And no, Mr. Norton," Quirrell forced a twitching smile, growing increasingly adept at feigning nervousness. "Igriagis, do you have a question?" "Ah, I perused the book you gave me. Although it has little to do with transfiguration, I still found the spells within quite intriguing," Cohen stated candidly. "Oh, really?" Quirrell stammered, his delight palpable. "Tvin. Mr. Norton, I'm not certain you," as a young wizard. Quirrell attempted to project an image of integrity. "Isn't this book meant for me to read?" Cohen replied earnestly. "I assumed your views on dark arts would be more open-minded. Let me converse with him." Voldemort's voice echoed languidly. "But, Master," the subsequent whispers from Voldemort became inaudible to Cohen. "Very well." Quirrell cast a spell at the office door, slowly turning his back to Cohen, methodically removing the scarf from around his head. Cohen understood Voldemort's intentions, to win him over or perhaps erase his memories entirely. After all, under Dumbledore's watchful eyes, Quirrell would not dare to truly harm a student. The purple scarf fell to the ground, exposing Quirrell's head fully to the air. Where Quirrell's occiput should have been, there resided a ghastly white face, its crimson eyes seemingly ready to emit light, flanked by two snake-like, elongated nostrils. Voldemort flexed his rigid features and turned his gaze towards Cohen. However, he found no trace of fear upon Cohen's face, which surprised him. Yet, Voldemort interpreted this as Cohen's thirst for power overcoming his dread of horror, a notion beneficial to his plans. Trust is not the foundation of cooperation. Rather, it is self-interest that prevails. "Such courage you possess, young one," Voldemort rasped. "I have always admired bravery. You wish to learn more potent magic, do you not? Are you Professor Quirrell? Or?" Cohen tilted his head, feigning ignorance, for after all, Voldemort had been dead for a decade. An 11-year-old child could only recognize the name, not the visage. "Who I am is of little consequence," Voldemort seduced. "But I can impart knowledge, powerful knowledge that Hogwarts dares not teach you." "Oh, just how powerful?" Cohen expressed reasonable skepticism. "I have personally slain hundreds before my eyes, each rendered powerless." Voldemort hissed. "I can bestow upon you the strength to surpass all, to wield power, and even conquer death." "Hundreds, you say?" Cohen pondered his own achievements. But what of the following day? Voldemort fell silent for several seconds, the atmosphere growing awkwardly tense. "I mean, if you kill hundreds in a day, what happens the next day?" Cohen inquired earnestly, remembering Dumbledore's words about having killed over 300 in an instant when he was just 1 year old. To lie is not an act of one seeking instruction. "My master speaks the truth, Quirrell," with his back to Cohen, tremulously reminded Voldemort. It was the Bach family's experiment. The subjects lost their souls in over 300 laboratories 10 years ago. Does such a monster even require the study of dark magic? It is a curse in itself, is it not? Voldemort longed to chastise Quirrell for not mentioning this sooner. 10 years prior, he was likely wandering in his soul form, oblivious to the matter. Very well, it is understandable that your count may not be high, considering the wizarding world is rather sparse, Cohen lamented. Here's a proposition. Teach me more magic, and I shall fulfill one of your wishes. What say you? Voldemort had never needed others to realize his desires. It was always the timid wizards who implored him. Cohen's suggestion inadvertently made him feel somewhat diminished. Do you have a wish to fulfill? Seeing that Voldemort remained silent, Cohen pressed on, knowing he would never genuinely assist him in achieving it. Steal a trove of galleons? Pilfer treasures from Hogwarts? Or perhaps assist you in ending a few thousand lives? From what you just said, it seems you derive great pleasure from killing. After all, Hogwarts lacks nothing but living souls. Chapter 22. You are a tad extreme. Dumbledore will not allow you to succeed. Voldemort had never anticipated that such words would escape his lips. Yet, all he desired now was the Philosopher's Stone, even if this malevolent artifact, inherently wicked and a product of dark magic experimentation, could never triumph over Dumbledore. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have permitted this diminutive creature to enroll. Securing that accursed stone would enable him to effortlessly forge a corporeal form and make his grand return. Should his actions be too conspicuous and attract Dumbledore's attention, the entire scheme would be irrevocably thwarted. In truth, my demands are rather modest, Voldemort replied in a whispering voice to Cohen. I require a stone. It is concealed in the corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Oh, Cohen exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of KFC. So, how do you intend to steal it? Release a monster into the school? He suggested. What about a dragon? That creature would surely wreak havoc among the students, and Dumbledore would be in a frenzy. Your ideas are somewhat extreme. Voldemort swiftly dismissed Cohen's proposal, setting aside the feasibility of acquiring an adult dragon. Merely transporting such a beast into the school was an exercise in futility. It was larger than the very doors of Hogwarts Castle. Moreover, should any students perish, Voldemort harbored no illusions that an enraged Dumbledore would relentlessly pursue him. Bong! The bells of Hogwarts tolled. Quirrell was not as leisurely as Cohen during the afternoon. He had classes to attend. On this weekend afternoon, Voldemort suggested a time for their next meeting. Subsequently, Quirrell hastily waved his wand, rewrapping the scarf around his head and adjusting his facial expression to restore his stuttering and nervous demeanor. Now, Mr. Norton, I trust you will keep this matter to yourself, Quirrell warned, casting a charm at Cohen before departing. Should Quirrell discover that he had been compromised, a potent Avada Kedavra curse would be unleashed upon Cohen in an instant. Cohen obediently nodded. Wow, how terrifying. It's the killing curse. I'm doomed. Such matters shall certainly remain confidential. In the room of requirement, Cohen inquired of the Count. What mischief are you concocting now, my dear? What did you just say? The Count's pupils suddenly constricted. Dark wizard blowing up the school dragons. Are such matters fit for a young wizard? No, which dark wizard? When did Cohen associate with dark wizards? The Count had only recently been entrusted by Dumbledore with the responsibility of instructing Cohen, and how could that task seem to end before it even began? Indeed, this naturally malevolent little Dementor required no sinister influence to become wicked and cruel. Blowing up the school and aiding dark wizards were secondary concerns. Primarily, Cohen had never encountered a living dragon. He rubbed his hands together, lamenting that the dark wizard deemed his ideas somewhat extreme. You are indeed rather excessively extreme, the Count remarked, having discerned that Cohen was jesting. Yet the matters of dark wizards and mischief were undoubtedly serious. There were no wild dragons in the vicinity. Indeed, none existed throughout the entire Scottish Highlands. Sighing, Cohen lamented that he had no opportunity to observe a dragon. How did you end up entangled with the dark wizard? The Count inquired, tilting his head. Weren't you supposed to be at school? Indeed, it was at school. You know Voldemort, right? Cohen relayed the incident involving Chilo and the noseless old man to the Count. Are you not planning to inform the other hairless fellows? The Count asked. What about that old man with a white beard? Absolutely not. I have no desire to meet my demise. Cohen promptly refuted the Count's suggestion, adding with a pitiful tone, that fellow cast a curse on me. If I divulged this information, I would surely be met with the killing curse. Upon hearing this, the Count regarded Cohen with a cold, skeptical gaze, as if to say, do you think I believe you? Had Cohen not attempted a death curse on him 2 days prior, this claim might have held more weight. You merely seek amusement, do you not? Yet, bringing a fire dragon into the school is undeniably thrilling. There are no fire dragons in the Scottish Highlands. The Count exclaimed in exasperation. Entertain yourself elsewhere. I am off to London for refuge. What about the troll? Cohen proposed. Then just as it is about to cause harm, I could heroically appear, devour the troll's soul, and earn a considerable amount of goodwill. Perfect. At least it is better than a fire dragon. There should be a troll's lair near the mountains where I once spotted it while hunting for field mice. Cohen felt relieved that he was not fixated on the fire dragon. A troll was certainly more manageable, easily subdued by any professor at the school. Damn it, why must I concern myself with this school? The Count grumbled, blaming the old man with the white beard for making him feel responsible should Cohen find himself in trouble. During the ensuing days, Cohen relished a perfect yet incomplete weekend, neglecting the library, eschewing battles of wits with Voldemort, and avoiding the Forbidden Forest where he would have to contend with centaurs. As long as Cohen wished, he could lounge by the fireplace in the common room until dusk. On Saturday morning alone, Cohen, Fred, and George engaged in no fewer than 5 significant escapades, including but not limited to shaving Lady Loris's fur, tossing 7 dung bombs at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, and selling seemingly innocuous hiccup sweets to classmates, due to the notorious reputation of the Weasley brothers. Almost all of this task fell to Cohen, as no one suspected a first-year student. In addition to the joy he garnered, Cohen amassed nearly 100 points of evil. Previously, he had maintained a philosophy of committing small misdeeds daily, resulting in a steady influx of evil points. Now, his tally had risen to account sufficient to purchase soul fragments. Current goodwill, 1207. Current evil points, 1077. However, with a harvesting plan in the Forbidden Forest for the following week, he was not in haste to buy soul fragments. Besides the soul fragments, the system shop offered other intriguing items. Beginner Boggart Disguise. Value, 500 evil points. Chapter 23. Homework is truly a malevolent invention. It is widely acknowledged that if an entity resembles a Dementor, possesses abilities akin to a Dementor, and perceives itself as a Dementor, then it is indeed a Dementor. Cohen acquired a seemingly inconsequential necklace, which in reality holds little practical use, yet is undeniably cool. With no regard for the intensity of his studies, Cohen eagerly made his way to the room of requirement, laden with a backpack full of assignments. Although he was currently swept up in mischief, neglecting his homework could result in detentions for both transfiguration and herbology the following day. The Count, who had been dozing, was startled by the sudden appearance of a vast creature cloaked in black, nearly filling the room, and began to frantically collide with the closed windows in an attempt to escape. It's me. Cohen dispelled the transfiguration. It seemed the effect of this rudimentary Dementor impersonator was quite effective. Is scaring a poor bird truly that exhilarating? Upon witnessing the enormous Dementor shrink into the form of an insufferable child, the Count exclaimed in irritation, "My patience is finite." Even though the Count was aware that it was Cohen and had already experienced a fright, he was still taken aback by Cohen's silent and sudden transformation a second time. The Count longed to swat Cohen on the nose. "Hey," Cohen teased. "What does hey even mean?" Ding. Sin value. 1. Note. Are you entirely unproductive? Cohen enthusiastically opened the window for the Count, watching him soar towards the Ollery, after which he comfortably settled by the fireplace, spreading his assignments across the table where the Count had just been. Initially, Cohen intended to complete his work in the common room, but after realizing his talent for mischief, George insisted on taking Cohen to pilfer items from Filch. According to George, Filch's collection of contraband contained many intriguing treasures, including the Hogwarts Marauders map that he and Fred had procured from the highly dangerous drawer of confiscated goods. Cohen was indeed eager to join, were it not for the fact that tomorrow was Monday. All right, let us begin with the transfiguration assignment. Cohen rubbed his hands together, dipped his quill in ink, and inscribed a title on the open parchment. The impact of magical input on transfiguration outcomes. Should I write to Rose? She seemed to expect a letter from me each week. After penning the first letter off his essay, Cohen suddenly pondered the significance of family over assignments. Dear Rose, and Edward, if you happen to be nearby. Cohen pulled another sheet of parchment towards him and, biting the quill's tip, continued to write. I am doing well at Hogwarts. The teachers and classmates are very kind, and I have made many animal friends, though they seem indifferent to me. 10 minutes later, Cohen had filled 10 inches of parchment with his heartfelt letter. After folding the letter neatly and placing it in a prepared envelope, his gaze lingered on the blank paper of his unfinished essay. Forget it, I'll send the letter first. After half an hour, Cohen successfully delivered the letter to the Ollery and spent another 10 minutes pacifying the Count before he watched the Count soar into the sky, feeling a sense of relief amidst the biting wind at the top of the castle. It seemed as though all excuses for procrastination had been exhausted. Cohen trudged down the stairs, making his way towards the main castle. Mr. Norton, just as Cohen passed the second floor, Chilo's stammering voice emerged from behind him. Almost forgotten. Cohen suddenly recalled that he had a one-on-one dark magic tutoring session this afternoon. Thank heavens. Subsequently, the bewildered Chilo was hastily ushered into the office by the eager Cohen. Chilo observed as Cohen busied himself, tidying up Chilo's own desk with Chilo's tools, even pressing his teacher into a chair. Chilo felt as though it was not he who was teaching Cohen, but rather Cohen who was instructing him. Let us commence the lesson directly. Cohen inquired with palpable excitement. What shall we learn first? The soul-binding curse? The cruciatus curse? I can skip the killing curse. I already know that one Chilo was adjusting his manner of speech, realizing there was no need to continue stammering in front of Cohen. According to the Dark Lord, it was permissible to draw closer to this child. Cohen was a favored candidate for the Death Eaters. He craved power, possessed a wicked heart, and bore a soul intertwined with various dark magical creatures. I recall you initially wished to learn the soul-binding curse, correct? Chilo carefully scrutinized Cohen's expression. The Dark Lord's orders were clear. Teach him what could be taught, and, by all means, win Cohen over to his side. Then, lead Cohen into the realm of slaughter, allowing him to become utterly ensnared by dark magic. After all, merely relying on a verbal promise regarding the killing curse would hardly deceive this child for long. In reality, the last spell Chilo had cast on Cohen was merely a tracking charm. Oh, Cohen visibly expressed disappointment. Well, do you have a corpse? It seems difficult to practice without one. Perhaps we should. I have one. I have one. Chilo quickly replied. What about that man with no nose on the back of your head? I thought he would come to teach me. The current spells were not particularly profound. I can teach them myself. Chilo refrained from disclosing the fact that Voldemort was currently quite weak, striving to maintain an illusion of the Dark Lord's formidable power and reluctance to reveal himself. Unfortunately, Cohen seemed to know it all. The soul-binding curse is a dark magic that animates the dead, but does not truly revive them. It merely compels the corpse to serve the caster through magical means. This form of magic is nearly impossible for young wizards to successfully cast. Yet, Cohen appeared to possess an extraordinary natural talent for dark magic, which starkly contrasted with his repeated failures when attempting advanced spells from the compendium of positive magic. Am I truly a natural-born villain? Cohen mused, gazing at the nameless muggle corpse that slowly rose under his command, raising an eyebrow. A rather successful spell, Mr. Norton Avada Kedavra. Cohen hurled the killing curse at the just-revived corpse. A flash of green light pierced the air, and the expression on Quirrell's face mirrored that of the lifeless corpse before him, its eyes wide open in eternal shock. The resurrected body, merely a soulless vessel, was obliterated by the curse, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Regrettably, it proved too feeble. My subordinates cannot be burdened with ineptitude. Cohen's brow furrowed in concern. The spectral entity fell short of his expectations. Surely, a creation of dark magic that could vex the Ministry of Magic should possess some extraordinary abilities. Yet this creature was merely stronger than the average human, showing no remarkable traits and displaying a distinct fear of light and fire. Cohen's garden cannot accommodate waste. Chapter 24, Astonishment. A certain headmaster of Hogwarts engages in such conduct with students. At least, the muggle corpse, exhumed after an unknown duration of death, would no longer be subjected to the indignities of wizardry. Cohen's inherently benevolent nature shone through. This session of dark magic instruction proved remarkably successful, moving Quirrell to tears. After all, an 11-year-old child had conjured an Avada Kedavra that could incite a massive explosion even upon impact with the corpse. Had Cohen's aim deviated by the slightest margin, it would have been Quirrell, not the corpse, ascending into oblivion. Indeed, those targeted by the Dark Lord are anything but ordinary. Of course, Quirrell stammered. Is there anything else you wish to learn, Mr. Norton? And may I forego the assignment for next week in defense against the dark arts? Well, you may neglect the paper due next week or the week after. Quirrell could hardly disagree. It was akin to witnessing a minuscule child brandishing a Glock and inquiring if he could have the cola from one's hand, especially with the notorious mob boss behind him instructing the child on how to fire the weapon. Quirrell would wager that Cohen would certainly struggle to graduate normally. It would be a testament to Dumbledore's blindness if such a mischievous spirit were to remain at Hogwarts for the full 7 years. Just as Quirrell prepared to dismiss this little troublemaker, Cohen suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Quirrell broke into a cold sweat. Did your master not mention something about me assisting you in stealing that item hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor? Cohen inquired. I will find a way. I will at least seek an opportunity, Quirrell replied, looking somewhat flustered as he had yet to devise a suitable plan, given the professor schedules at Hogwarts were exceedingly packed. Did I not suggest letting a dragon into the school to draw the attention of the faculty and students? Cohen reminded him. A dragon might be a bit too. Quirrell hesitated. Upon reflection, I must concede that introducing a dragon would indeed be problematic, Cohen stated seriously. What about a troll? There are troll caves in the mountains. When a school hosts a grand gathering in the Great Hall, I could lure the troll far from the corridor on the 4th floor. Cohen meticulously outlined the plan, which was, of course, borrowed from the original story. It was the only relatively safe method he could conceive, ensuring no students would be harmed. Should Dumbledore inquire later, Cohen would simply attribute the scheme to Quirrell's coercion. Yes, indeed a splendid idea. Chilo had nearly grown accustomed to Cohen's enthusiasm for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, which surpassed even his own. He would never let him know. I am quite tight-lipped, Cohen vowed. Ultimately, Cohen completed his homework on Sunday night. He had come to realize that procrastination was no remedy for any dilemma. Homework was indeed the most malevolent of burdens, infringing upon the most cherished hours of youthful merriment. Homework is of utmost importance. Cohen, you must write it yourself next time. I shall not lend you my work for a second time, Hermione warned him sternly in the empty classroom. Do not squander your time frolicking with those boys. You are already quite adept at the theory and practice of these spells. Once learned, some things need not be repeated. Cohen knew well that Hermione was all bark and no bite. Having borrowed her work once, he was certain he could do so again. He declared Hermione to be the goddess of homework. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to, Hermione said, pursing her lips in resignation, a look reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. She clearly did not believe Cohen's claims. Having heard that Filch was on the lookout for a student named Corlson Golden due to an incident involving Doan. This name was obviously a pseudonym that Cohen had deliberately left on the wall. The Weasley twins had been singing Cohen's praises in the common room all day long, Fred exclaimed. Did you see? Filch's face was as red as a baboon's backside all day. Alas, boys. Fortunately, Cohen was able to catch Hermione, who was studying in the Charms classroom. Otherwise, completing 4 essays in an hour would have been impossible, especially since Hermione's lectures consumed a considerable amount of time. Cohen, you must have finished your homework, Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he rushed towards him upon seeing him enter. Cohen, help, Harry echoed. The good news was that Harry and Ron, under Cohen's supervision, managed to complete their homework, albeit incompletely. The second piece of good news was that they would have flying lessons the following Thursday. There was no bad news at the moment. On Thursday morning, Cohen listened intently to Ron's thrilling account of his 18th flying experience, while Hermione insisted on sharing her insights from the magical Quidditch ball. Riding a broom is just like driving a car, Cohen reassured her. At worst, you might crash, but you will be fine. But there are no seatbelts. Hermione fretted, anxiously tugging at her disheveled hair, clearly lacking confidence in a class that could not be previewed. Goodness, you are a witch, Cohen sighed. The seatbelt is your wand, not an actual strap on the flying broom. The arrival of the owl post interrupted Hermione's almost tangible anxiety, and the little wizards around them displayed expressions of relief. Cohen, too, despised anxiety, as it tasted exceedingly sour, for reasons unknown, or perhaps Cohen didn't know. Every time the owls passed by him, they would take a wide detour, except for the Count, who dared to stop beside him, casually clutching a chicken leg. A letter from your mother. The Earl spoke vaguely, tossing a thick letter beside Cohen, along with a parcel filled with sweets and snacks sent by his father. Harry cast an envious glance, but quickly averted his gaze. It was only September. Cohen's lips twitched slightly. It was rather early for such gifts. The reason for not taking Cohen along was unclear. Perhaps it was due to his identity or other factors. Remaining at school was acceptable. Spending days in the dormitory until dusk was not entirely disagreeable. On the other side, Neville also received a gift, a memory ball, filled with white smoke that would turn red if one had forgotten something. Cohen recalled that this ball could trigger a series of events, such as Malfoy provoking Harry only to be thwarted in return, and McGonagall discovering a Quidditch prodigy. It was not merely a matter of being frightened away by a flying broomstick. Is Cohen Norton here? A senior student intruded upon the flying lesson. Me? Cohen pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered. Had Filch finally discovered that the dung bomb was thrown by him? Or was the Earl bullying other owls? It was class time, Mr. Smith. Professor McGonagall frowned at the senior student. Is Professor Dumbledore's request? The senior student named Smith hurriedly produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Professor McGonagall. The note, written in a delicate, looping script, contained several sentences. Cohen sent half of his soul to sneak a glance. It read, "Please have Gryffindor student Cohen Norton come to the headmaster's office for tea. Due to his parents' special request, he is exempt from attending Hogwarts flying lessons. Chapter 25. A Good Boy Cohen. What? When did Rose and Edward say he was exempt from flying lessons? Cohen did not recall any mention of this in the letter sent from home that morning. It appeared to be another of Old Man South's little tricks. As a child, one must take care to protect oneself, especially in the presence of an elderly man with a white beard, who also happened to be the head of the school. Cohen followed the senior named Smith into the castle, ascending the staircase until they reached a gargoyle with a dripping stone mouth on the 8th floor. Along the way, Cohen attempted to forge a friendship with the senior, but he seemed somewhat reserved, providing vague answers to many of Cohen's inquiries. Do you have a girlfriend? Why are you with Professor Dumbledore? Do you prefer older or younger individuals? I'll let you in on a secret. Professor Dumbledore is currently single. Smith, with a grim expression, replied to the watching gargoyle, his fists clenched tightly. If you like ice cream, that's fine too. Cohen thoughtfully analyzed, after all, it is cool and soothing. I feel it is at least better than armed helicopters and Walmart shopping bags. Smith firmly covered Cohen's mouth and forcefully shoved the incessantly chattering freshman onto the spiraling staircase behind the gargoyle. Cohen wiped his mouth, nearly having lost his way, almost devouring Smith's soul in the process. Upon reaching the door of the headmaster's office, Cohen paused for a moment, acutely aware that the curse Chilo had placed upon him lingered. He also knew that there was no delay with the Avada Kedavra curse, yet Cohen chose to remain oblivious, finding justification in Chilo's name to engage in mischief. Who would blame a pitiful, death-threatened, freshly admitted Dementor? Knock, knock, knock. Cohen politely rapped on the door. Enter, came Dumbledore's aged voice, calm and steady, as if he were seated behind his desk. Cohen slowly pushed the door open. Peeking inside the office he had previously glimpsed in his spectral form. The circular office's walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom were snoring, though Cohen distinctly noticed a few pairs of eyes peeking through the slits. Was he truly that frightening? These portraits, devoid of souls, could not even absorb his essence. Cohen, come, take a seat, Dumbledore said, magically conjuring a chair that glided towards him, looking kindly at Cohen. All right, Professor Dumbledore, Cohen replied, stepping lightly to the chair and plopping down. His gaze fell upon the magnificent phoenix, Fox perched nearby. How vexing. Others had birds that were grand and beautiful, while his own was peculiar and somewhat grotesque. Perhaps birds reflected their owners. Cohen felt the phantom whispers of the Count beginning to creep into his ears. In a moment of joviality, Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his long beard. Oh, I almost forgot. Would you care for some tea? The tea set on Dumbledore's desk began to dance towards Cohen. Milk or pumpkin juice? Cohen pondered for a moment, yearning for something sweet. An infusion of milk and tea. A delightful concoction abundant in a Muggle world. Oh, certainly, Dumbledore said, genuinely pleased by Cohen's fondness for Muggle beverages. I share a similar fondness for such drinks. Alas, other wizards seem unable to set aside their prejudices against Muggles to savor the simple joys of life. The teapot poured a cup of light brown milk tea, resembling a blend of black tea and fresh milk. Additionally, a pile of sugar cubes appeared on the table, which Cohen liberally added. Those with kindred spirits always find themselves agreeable. Dumbledore's diet was also rich in sugar, and the more he looked at Cohen, the more he considered him a good child. However, essential educational discussions were still necessary. Let us get straight to the point, Cohen, Dumbledore said after Cohen took a hearty sip of his milk tea, clapping his hands. First, regarding your flying lessons, I must inform you that your mother, Rose, has written to me requesting an exemption from flying lessons for you. Really? Is that true? Cohen's surprise was genuine. Why has the flying lesson suddenly been canceled? Was it truly the case that Rose discovered his recent transformation into a flying version of a Dementor, thus sparing him from flying lessons? This seems rather absurd. Rose's letter mentioned that you have a slight fear of heights. Hogwarts would never compel students to undertake tasks beyond their capabilities. Dumbledore elucidated that the decision regarding flying lessons ultimately rests upon your own volition. Perhaps, in a mother's eyes, a child will forever remain child. Dumbledore winked at Cohen over the rim of his crescent-shaped spectacles, suggesting that Rose merely perceived Cohen's fear of heights and now worried that he might tumble from his broomstick. Wait, did Dumbledore just elaborate extensively only to discuss the flying lessons? Furthermore, I heard you sought Professor Quirrell's assistance twice within a week. Have you encountered difficulties in defense against the dark arts? Dumbledore's cerulean eyes seemed to penetrate Cohen like X-rays. Yet, Cohen remained entirely unfazed. With a minor legitimacy, Cohen was impervious. Huh, Cohen murmured, his gaze cast downward in trepidation. It was Professor Quirrell who summoned me. What did he convey to you? Dumbledore inquired with concern. Cohen, do not be afraid, Dumbledore reassured. At Hogwarts, nothing shall harm you. But I must ask, is there anything you wish to disclose to me? Dumbledore's tone was gentle. Anything at all. Cohen trembled, seemingly overwhelmed, and inadvertently shattered his teacup upon the floor. No, Professor. Cohen hastily wrote a word in the spilled tea upon the table. Thank you for the milk tea, Professor Dumbledore. That little one is lying. Phineas Black's portrait exclaimed after Cohen's departure. I know, Phineas, Dumbledore replied calmly, moving around the table to the spot where Cohen had just been seated. But he is merely a child. Fear and anxiety can lead him to erroneous judgments. The tea spilled on the table had formed a word, threaten. It appears that Tom has taken an interest in Cohen as well, Dumbledore mused. He may have cast a tracking spell on Cohen, perhaps deceiving him into believing that this spell would harm him should he reveal any secrets. Will you not elucidate this to the child? The portrait of Headmaster Black huffed. What if he truly allies with that Dark Lord? Cohen is a good boy. Dumbledore shook his head. He would never truly side with Quirrell. As an 11-year-old, he has risked his life to leave this word with me, demonstrating a courage that transcends death. Is your plan to be expedited? Headmaster Black inquired. At times, excessive protection merely leads to complacency. Only through tumultuous storms can trees grow tall and strong. Chapter 26. The good boy believes the killing curse is inefficient. I find the killing curse to be rather ineffective for murder, which is why I sought to learn the soul-sucking curse. 3 days had elapsed since Cohen's last meeting with Dumbledore when he found himself once again in Quirrell's office over the weekend. The persistent malevolence of the Dementor hatchling loomed large. If someone were to take the blame, it would certainly embolden them to act with greater audacity. Though caution was essential to avoid truly harming any students. Was it indeed the case that the soul-draining curse could only afflict one individual at a time? Cohen expressed his profound disappointment as he beheld several rabbits ensnared by the curse, performing a rather peculiar dance. But the unforgivable curse operates in this manner, Quirrell exclaimed, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Isn't it sufficient to either kill or control a person with a single incantation? Is there no magic that could bind a multitude of wizards together, allowing a single Avada Kedavra to obliterate them all? Such efficiency would be most desirable. If Quirrell had not witnessed Cohen casting the unforgivable curse as casually as one might utter a simple charm for daily life, he would have deemed the speaker utterly mad. Yet, given that it was Cohen who spoke, Quirrell could only conclude that he was a natural-born Dark Lord. Currently, there is none, Quirrell replied cautiously, or at least, I have not heard of such a thing. How could a mere child possess such a wellspring of negative emotions to wield the unforgivable curses? The Count remarked, truly, you are more perilous than a dark wizard. The benevolent owl would not partake of the rabbit legs I had roasted. Life ought to be spent nestled within the room of requirement, savoring roasted rabbit. At that moment, the room of requirement had expanded to accommodate an additional kitchen, complete with a brand new barbecue grill and a secret passage leading to the school's kitchen. Cohen had requested an abundance of grilling spices from the house elves. His fondness for this place grew stronger. It was akin to paradise. He contemplated the prospect of residing in the room of requirement for the rest of his days, planning to clandestinely move in upon graduation and become a pest within Hogwarts. Ultimately, the Count capitulated to the allure of roasted rabbit, confessing his willingness to indulge in Cohen's misdeeds and promising to guide him to the troll's lair. For the remainder of the weekend, Cohen slipped away into the Forbidden Forest. With souls to consume, he had no intention of attending dinner. His previous plan for the extermination of the Ashen Serpent had left his soul integrity at a mere 15, prompting him to shift his focus to another creature dwelling within the Forbidden Forest. Deep within the woods, the dimming sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting the area into an early twilight. The only sources of illumination were the flitting luminescent creatures and the faint blue bioluminescent mushrooms adorning the tree trunks and exposed roots. Snap! The threatening sound of the eight-eyed giant spider's pincers echoed ominously. It had merely ventured out for a light snack when it encountered an odd creature. This being was draped in a cloak that appeared to have been waterlogged and decayed, its hands crusted and its body a rotting hollow mass that floated through the air like tattered cloth. Though still several trees away, an instinctual fear compelled the solitary eight-eyed spider to flee immediately, producing threatening sounds as it retreated. Soul strength, 7. Cohen knew he must act swiftly in his Dementor form. In the next moment, Cohen lunged towards the eight-eyed giant spider, his wide and decayed robe billowing dramatically in the wind. Fortunately, unlike other soul reapers who must engage in a mouth-to-mouth encounter to extract a soul, he only needed to be within a meter or two of his target. Cohen swiftly consumed the soul, and he could distinctly see the soul's strength reflected on his system panel. 151. The vitality of the young, eight-eyed giant spider soul was remarkable. Once an animal's essence is siphoned away, its physical form will soon perish. Yet, Cohen did not allow the enormous spider to roam freely in the forest. He offered this already deceased creature a slight assistance. This way, Cohen could safely procure venom from beneath the giant spider's formidable pincers. A mere pint of 8-eyed giant spider venom could fetch 100 galleons. Cohen felt as though Hagrid was a veritable treasure trove, with rare species breeding uncontrollably under his care. Thus, Cohen decided to claim this galleon for himself. After filling a small vial with venom, he could see the spider's venom sac visibly shriveling. It seemed rather lacking and unsustainable, Cohen lamented. For some reason, he had never sensed any emotions from these creatures, which implied that their souls were devoid of flavor. Perhaps this was why other soul reapers refrained from preying on animals. The tribe of 8-eyed giant spiders was not difficult to locate. Following the direction in which the young spider had fled, Cohen soon encountered the sticky webs spanning between the ground and the tree trunks. These spiders preferred subterranean habitats, seldom residing on their webs, which were primarily used for ensnaring prey. Cohen had just witnessed a startled stag collide with a web. In the next instant, a pursuing 8-eyed giant spider darted from the underbrush, its pincers plunging deep into the stag's abdomen. After a series of convulsions, the stag finally succumbed. At the moment of its demise, an increasing number of spiders began to emerge from the surroundings, including a few juvenile spiders that appeared to be the size of hunting dogs. Soul strength 7, soul strength 8, soul strength 6. Due to food scarcity, the population of 8-eyed giant spiders had struggled to expand, as they were unable to cross the boundaries set by the centaurs. However, their savior, Cohen, had arrived. By helping to eliminate half of the spiders in their clan, he ensured that they could continue to breed without restraint. Cohen continued his slaughter while they multiplied. Everyone was satisfied. A true victory for all. The eggs of the 8-eyed giant spider required merely 6 to 8 weeks to hatch, and Cohen felt confident that he could sell their venom at the same price as fire ash snake eggs. The potion makers would also benefit. Another triumph. Slurp, crack. Slurp, crack. Under the cloak of night, Cohen systematically consumed the souls of the 8-eyed giant spiders from the fringes of their colony. While those spiders relished the robust stag they had just captured, all were content in life. Cohen imagined that if the spiders possessed emotions, this place would be a veritable honeyed haven. Before long, Cohen had completely drained a total of 16 adult spiders and 3 juvenile ones, bringing his soul integrity to 17. He had not yet reached the next threshold and initially planned to continue hunting spiders. However, an ancient creature intervened. Crack, crack. The sound of numerous, denser spiders emerged from all directions, encircling Cohen, who bore the semblance of a Dementor. Leading them was an exceedingly aged spider, Aragog, whose 8 eyes had turned a milky white. Soul strength 20. Besides Aragog, the elder spiders surrounding it also possessed a soul strength of 17 or 18 points. Damn it, just 30 more spiders, and I could have wiped them all out. The intruder must leave this place. Aragog's voice was thick with anger, displeased by Cohen's slaughter of its offspring. Cohen devoured the soul of a nearby acromantula, raising his soul integrity to 171. He would not ordinarily be so merciless towards sentient beings, yet he harbored no affection for these spiders. Hagrid cared for them, yet during the Battle of Hogwarts, they had turned against him and sided with Voldemort. Thus, with such fickleness, there was no need for reason. Kill it. Aragog growled hoarsely, witnessing Cohen's unrepentant actions. The slightly more formidable spiders around it lunged toward Cohen simultaneously. However, they evidently failed to realize one critical fact. Cohen was not merely capable of hovering a foot above the ground. He could soar even higher. As Cohen ascended, the spiders predictably missed their mark. Webs and venom were sprayed toward Cohen, but he effortlessly evaded them with a slight shift, then dove down, simultaneously slaying a few more spiders, perhaps even a single elite creature with a soul strength of 17. Soul integrity rose to 19. He could afford to ease off a bit. Cohen hovered in the forest, counting the spiders below. Ding. Goodwill value, 33. Indeed, it was a benevolent act. Thank you for the hospitality. Do continue breeding. I shall return. The acromantula swore. Chapter 27. Cohen also acted. After retreating from the depths of the forbidden forest, night had fully descended. The round moon hung in the clouds, and in the distance, the howls of werewolves could be faintly heard. However, Cohen was not inclined to fly such a long distance again today. Satisfied with his soul integrity of 19, he dispelled his Dementor form at the edge of the forbidden forest. If he were to fly to Gryffindor Tower like this, Dumbledore would likely strike him down immediately. Heaven knows whether that old man's Phoenix Patronus could disperse Cohen's soul in a single peck. He still wielded the Elder Wand, crafted from elder wood. Why couldn't he learn a thing or two from it? Cohen directed his thoughts toward his wand's core, yet the wand's soul remained curled within the core, refusing to emerge. Cohen briefly suspected it was dead. Huh, got you. The sound of Filch's gritted teeth echoed as he emerged from the shadows, clutching a yellow oil lamp like a specter. I knew it was you mischievous griffinders. Was it your doing that left that foul mess last time? Oblivion. Cohen immediately cast a forgetting charm behind him, for morals were reserved for students in detention, and he had no desire to squander time cleaning the castle or skinning flobberworms. Seizing the moment while Filch was momentarily distracted, Cohen swiftly darted away. Fortunately, he could discern the stairs in the darkness, despite not understanding the principle behind it. As a pure-blood, Dementor possesses no eyes. Otherwise, Cohen feared he would be ensnared by those treacherous stairs that occasionally snagged one's legs for an interminable duration. After all, while the mute Filch could be controlled by spells, the school's staircases were another matter entirely. A slight mishap could lead to a weekend of detention, and a more severe infraction might even summon parents. Cohen had no desire to face an irate Rose in the headmaster's office. Before the fat lady's portrait, Cohen was surprised to find her still awake at such a late hour. "Oh, are you all attending some clandestine gathering tonight?" The fat lady inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Has the pig-nosed one made an appearance?" After uttering the password, Cohen pressed on with a follow-up question. Just as he crawled in, he quickly discerned who the other rule-breakers were that night. "You lot, what are your eyes for?" Hermione's voice sounded indignant. "Didn't you see what it was standing on? On the floor?" Harry responded. "I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its head." "No, not on the floor," Hermione retorted furiously. "It was standing on a live trapdoor. It was evidently guarding something. I hope you're proud of yourselves." "We nearly got bitten to death," or Hermione's words were interrupted by Cohen, who had just crawled into the common room. He had intended to wait for their discussion to conclude, but remaining in such a cramped position was proving quite uncomfortable. In the common room were 4 individuals: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who seemed as though he might never speak again. Now, the common room also boasted a muddy Cohen who had just emerged from the hole. "Perhaps my timing is unfortunate. Cohen's done it too," Harry exclaimed, pointing at him. "Huh?" Cohen widened his eyes. "I haven't bothered any of you. I was referring to the nighttime escapade." "Hermione," Harry clarified, "you're taking the rule-breaking far too seriously. At least Cohen didn't venture onto the 4th-floor corridor," Hermione stated, enunciating each word, casting a disappointed glance at Cohen, completely oblivious to the fact that she was among the most serious rule violators. "If you don't mind, I'm going to bed." Ron stared at Hermione's retreating figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Go to sleep?" "We don't object," he said. "What is this nonsense? It's as if we dragged her over ourselves." "No, where did you all go?" Cohen thought he heard them mention the 3-headed dog in the 4th-floor corridor. However, Cohen recalled that Harry received the enchanted broomstick from Professor McGonagall the day after flying class, and subsequently joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yet Draco Malfoy, who was expected to come and provoke Harry and Ron into a midnight duel, had not shown up. Cohen initially thought he might have misremembered, but it seemed that Malfoy had deliberately chosen time when Cohen was absent. "It's Malfoy," Ron said with a fierce expression. "He deceived us. He mentioned wanting to duel at midnight during dinner, but he's nothing but a complete coward. By the way, Cohen, why didn't you come to dinner?" Harry was also curious about Cohen's whereabouts, glancing at the dirt on Cohen's robes. "Did you go to the Forbidden Forest again?" "Going to the Forbidden Forest is certainly preferable to wandering the 4th-floor corridor with her," Ron scoffed, though he was intrigued about Cohen's adventure. "What did you see in the Forbidden Forest?" "I heard from Fred that there are many dark magical creatures there." "Perhaps," Cohen replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of reticence. "But I didn't encounter many living beings, just some spiders and a fire salamander." At the mention of spiders, Ron shuddered. "I hope I never set foot there." Cohen decided to designate Harry as the second keeper of Hogwarts secrets, the first being Hagrid. "Cohen, what do you think is hidden beneath that trapdoor?" Harry lay in bed, unable to find sleep, contemplating what Hagrid had brought from Gringotts. "Perhaps a magical potion that can transform everything into candy?" Cohen's voice emerged from under the covers, sounding muffled. The Philosopher's Stone was certainly worth a try. Perhaps a single stone could significantly enhance Cohen's soul integrity. But how could one safely acquire the Philosopher's Stone? By being threatened by Quirrell to test the stone's poison? If Dumbledore believed that, he would truly be senile. To protect the Philosopher's Stone from falling into the hands of villains, one might have to swallow a whole. "What are you protecting?" Cohen found himself hearing the words echo in his mind. After a night of relentless pondering that yielded no answers, he resolved to sleep instead. Chapter 28. There is a distinction between catgirls and owls. During breakfast the following day, Harry and Ron openly speculated about the treasures concealed beneath the trapdoor. It must be either incredibly valuable or extraordinarily dangerous, Ron asserted. Or perhaps it possesses both qualities, Harry deduced like a detective. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had escaped from the clutches of the three-headed dog alongside the two boys the previous night, had already distanced herself from them. Sitting at a table far removed during breakfast, Cohen had little interest in their playful banter. After the Transfiguration class that morning, he intended to visit the room of requirement to experiment with magic. He had successfully attempted to cast a few advanced spells that he had not managed to release before, at least managing to produce the bubblehead charm. It seemed that an enhancement in the strength of his soul would also elevate Cohen's magical proficiency, sparing him the necessity of waiting for age to master those complex incantations like other young wizards. Unfurling his tome of the complete charms of positive enchantment, Cohen commenced to experiment with the incantations he had previously failed to manifest. "Come forth, Count!" The Count, dozing by the hearth, emitted a cacophony of owl-like exclamations as his body momentarily slipped from his control. Silence. The Count's expletives were reduced to mere whispers. Following Cohen's attempts, it appeared that the majority of the spells within the book posed little challenge for him. Perhaps only the potency of the charms left Cohen somewhat dissatisfied. His capacity for magical input remained steadfastly fixed, regardless of how fervently he summoned his emotions. There were still more intricate and formidable spells, such as the Goblet of Fire and the Time Reversal Charm, which Cohen was unable to conjure. After his experiments, Cohen gleaned an understanding of the significance of soul strength in unlocking more potent spells and amplifying his magical prowess. He found himself increasingly curious about his own nature. After all, he was a weapon forged by dark wizards with their very lives and blood. It could not merely be that he was a wraith with a human form, capable of casting spells and uttering nonsensical remarks. It sounded akin to something from the realm of alchemy, unless the magical world encompassed studies of hybridization. "Must you always treat me like a bloody target?" It was only when Cohen prepared to depart that he recalled the necessity of dispelling the enchantment upon account. Blood and hell. The Count's language was invariably laced with expletives, yet Cohen found it tolerable. As long as he was aware that his biological mother might be some sort of wraith, dark wizard, or unknown species, even the most formidable of hunters could not breach his defenses. In a certain light, Cohen was perhaps the most suitable caretaker for the Count, for unlike other young wizards, he had no maternal figure to speak of. Cohen's school life had devolved into a series of fixed locations. During class hours, he would materialize in the classroom, while in his leisure time, he would randomly appear in the Great Hall, the Room of Requirement, the library, Professor Quirrell's office, the Forbidden Forest, or the dormitory. Hermione, who often frequented the library, began to regard Cohen, who refused to sink into the same mire as Harry and Ron, with a new perspective. Unfortunately, Cohen only made an appearance before Hermione on weekends, hastily completing his assignments by copying her work. "What on earth are you studying?" she exclaimed. "Homework is the most wasteful use of time. I have always detested wasting time," Cohen remarked, nonchalantly savoring a cream stick while transcribing his assignment with one hand. Weeks of academic life had honed Cohen's understanding of each professor's minimum expectations for student submissions, so he chose to adhere to the barest requirements, words that appeared human-written rather than crafted by AI. Wait, it seemed there was no AI at all. Cohen suddenly recalled that it was 1991. Oh dear. Hermione had intended to chastise Cohen, yet she found herself at a loss for how to do so. For indeed, Cohen displayed a remarkable talent for charms, often providing Hermione with fresh insights. Yet alas, he would invariably vanish after completing his assignments. This time was no exception. Cohen, after leaving a heap of Duke of Honey candies for Hermione, dashed away without the slightest awareness that she was the daughter of a dentist and seldom indulged in such sugary confections that could lead to cavities even after several brushings. In a hurried departure, Cohen made his way to the library, where he had been lurking for several weeks. However, the volumes such as a comprehensive guide to alchemy and the soul in the crucible were perpetually checked out. The inability to borrow these tomes made Cohen feel as though he would lose something precious, his patience, kindness, and love for the school. After completing the borrowing formalities, he cast a furtive glance at the last person who had checked out the book. According to library regulations, one could not borrow the same book for consecutive weeks. Yet there was one exception within the school, Dumbledore. Really, old Dumbledore, you are an adept at alchemy. Do you truly need to consult a comprehensive guide to alchemy? Or is it simply a scheme to withhold from him the text pertaining to his own lineage? Moreover, if Dumbledore genuinely wished to prevent Cohen from reading them, he could easily remove these books from the library, for his headmaster, He had the power to act as he pleased. Due to the presence of the Count. Much of the time, this room was alternately guarded by Cohen and the Count, transforming it into Cohen's secret base. The existence of a talking bird was undeniably cool, and the Count seemed to willingly accommodate this arrangement, as evidenced by the emergence of perches and beds for owls in accordance with his needs. The Count, languidly positioned in a peculiar manner beside the hearth, opened one eye lazily. Aren't you rather fond of animals transforming into humans? I recall you once encouraging a stray cow-cat to become a cat-girl. Rest assured, the Count yawned. Even if I were to transform into another species, I would never choose to become one of you upright apes. Chapter 29. The Exploration of Origins. One hopes the Count seizes the opportunity to survive. Subsequently, Cohen began to peruse the few books he had borrowed from the library. First was alchemy, where he encountered a familiar word, albus. A twitch crossed Cohen's lips. So, Dumbledore's name is derived from a term in alchemy. The origins of alchemy trace back to Egypt, where a wizard named Hermes distilled it into 13 phrases, inscribing them upon an emerald tablet. The literature on alchemy within the wizarding community primarily consists of analyses and expansions of those 13 phrases from the J tablet, with the ultimate goal of alchemy being the Philosopher's Stone. Waiting here at school to be stolen. Studying this seems rather futile. If one truly wished to delve into this, why not simply steal it? Cohen sighed. Alchemy revolves around a singular ultimate goal, the Philosopher's Stone, while all other alchemical items are merely adjuncts, akin to how Eastern alchemy can yield gunpowder. Niccolo May was undoubtedly the architect of the ruin of ancient alchemy, for he forged the Philosopher's Stone, prompting nearly all alchemists, who had once pursued the creation of this mystical artifact as their ultimate goal, to abandon their aspirations. After all, if someone had already succeeded, why not resort to theft? This led to May frequently encountering assaults following his creation of the stone in 1383, though the assailants would invariably find themselves disoriented in foreign lands, only to discover that one of their fingers had transformed into gold, with no one succeeding in their attempts. The fervor to pilfer or seize the Philosopher's Stone from May gradually waned, allowing him to relish several centuries of serene retirement. Subsequently, alchemy began to branch out into other disciplines, with some merging into the study of potions, while others delved into runes and semiotics. Contemporary alchemy now presents an array of subjects, among which Cohen discerned a term that resonated deeply with him, the philosopher in a bottle. He felt an odd familiarity with this term, reminiscent of something he had heard in his childhood. Reflecting on his existence as a product of a rogue black magic laboratory, he perceived a striking resemblance to the creation of the philosopher in a bottle, perhaps because the individuals in that laboratory had uttered this phrase during his formative years. The entity known as homunculus possesses an array of knowledge from its inception, deriving from the materials within the bottle, yet transcending them. It represents one of the most esoteric and intricate fields of contemporary alchemy. However, the synthesis of life is a taboo subject, and this tome shall refrain from elucidating or addressing it. Do I appear to be a fool, my lord? Cohen inquired stiffly, casting a glance at the dozing Count. The Count, maintaining an indecorous side-lying posture, spared Cohen a fleeting glance before returning to his slumber. Cohen retorted indignantly. The brief introduction regarding the philosopher in a bottle in the book A Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy was inscribed on a nearly blank page, adorned with Dumbledore's distinctive and whimsical artistic script, almost as if it were a blatant message to Cohen. I do not wish for you to see this. Pursue other studies instead. Perhaps I fear you may wander astray, considering you are an inherently malevolent wraith. The drowsy Count mumbled vaguely. However, I concur with your perspective. Indeed, you need not meddle excessively in this matter. In truth, you have already been racing down the wrong path. I merely seek to understand what I am, Cohen replied, akin to how a child yearns to discover the identity of their biological mother. The Count concluded, I do not ponder this question, for upon hatching from my egg, the first creature I beheld was a serpent. It is evident to all that it could not possibly be my mother. It is likely that it devoured her. Yet, it matters not. You understand? The one who raises you is what you ought to prioritize. That is a falsehood, Cohen declared in a tone reminiscent of Voldemort. Last time, you stated that John brought you to the lighthouse and hatched you in the furnace. Is that so? Was that the version I provided? The Count tilted his head in inquiry. This was a creature prone to deceit, and Cohen resolved not to extend any trust towards him, especially after the last incident when he had allowed the Count into his wardrobe, only to find it filled with the bones of field mice. Cohen has now relinquished any expectations for his next book, as it is merely a volume borrowed in advance by Dumbledore, who will undoubtedly amend any passages unsuitable for young Cohen's consumption. Cohen believes that Dumbledore ought to assume the role of director at the Ministry of Magic rather than serve as headmaster at Hogwarts. In The Soul in the Cauldron, the author elucidates a theory positing that the soul and magical power are derived from the same source. The book dedicates considerable attention to detailing various experiments concerning the soul, albeit with a hint of cruelty. However, as it is a manuscript penned by the Department of Mysteries, it must uphold an official veneer of righteousness, thus glossing over the selection of experimental subjects and species involved. The notion that the soul and magical power share a common origin appears to elucidate Cohen's current predicament, suggesting that a strengthening of the soul corresponds with an enhancement of magical ability. Does this imply that Edward serves as a foundational benchmark for the wizarding community's strength? If so, how is he capable of executing complex spells such as the silencing charm with apparent ease? Alternatively, could it be that the relationship between the two is merely relative, where an increase in soul strength leads to a rise in magical prowess, while a decrease in soul strength does not necessarily result in diminished magical capacity? This perspective seems more reasonable, especially considering that Voldemort, with his fragmented soul, still managed to overpower numerous formidable wizards. If soul strength and magical ability were directly proportional, any professor at Hogwarts should easily best him. At this moment, you seem quite eager to uncover your lineage, do you not? The Count, disturbed by Cohen's musings, turned from his perch and inquired, "Why not directly investigate the ruins of that laboratory?" Cohen pursed his lips. "Can you guess why I haven't set off? I have thoroughly scoured the library's archives, but the ministry has reported nothing on the matter. Moreover, Rose and Edward would certainly refrain from discussing it with me, and the professors at school are even less likely to offer insight." "I am aware," the Count remarked abruptly. Cohen fixed his gaze upon him. "I know what you are implying. Why did you not mention it sooner?" The Count continued unhurriedly. "Let me ask you this. Have you ever inquired of me who would solicit the opinion of an owl, even one as venerable as it is?" Chapter 30. To Seek the Troll. In Northumberland, within a grand estate, one could hear the anguished wails of souls from a distance of over 100 miles. Northumberland is situated approximately 3 miles from the Scottish Highlands, and Cohen feels he could fly there, hoping to remain unseen. It is said that muggles cannot perceive Dementors, so Cohen might only frighten a few wizards who catch a glimpse of the Dementors overhead. After Cohen has experimented with an array of spells, his classmates are finally prepared to learn their first charm. "That SYSA homework serves no purpose," Cohen whispered to Harry during charms class. "Homework is the most nefarious invention in existence." "Agreed," Harry nodded in affirmation. Ever since their escape from the three-headed dog, Hermione had scarcely spoken to the two of them. Thus, when Hermione was assigned to sit beside Ron, her demeanor suggested she was far from pleased. "Now, do not forget that subtle wrist motion we have been practicing," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, standing atop a towering stack of books. "A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. Pronouncing the incantation accurately is equally vital. Do not forget about Wizard Baruffio, who pronounced emphasis and found himself sprawled on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. This magical exercise was conducted in pairs, and Cohen was fortunate to be paired with Neville. At least Neville was a better companion than Seamus, who was beside Harry. Cohen did not have to worry about the feather next to him suddenly exploding. Cohen had practiced this spell only a handful of times at home, leading him to believe that the practice of magic was a rather simple affair. However, it appeared that for other young wizards, merely reciting the incantation correctly was already a formidable challenge. Wingardium Leviosa. His partner Neville had recited the spell countless times, yet the feather before him remained utterly motionless. "Oh, please, let something happen," Neville groaned. It seemed he would rather summon a buffalo like Wizard Baruffio than flail about with his wand like a muggle. "You forgot the wand movement," Cohen kindly reminded him, as Neville was merely reciting the incantation, his hand holding the wand unmoving. "Ding! Kindness points 1. You're mistaken," Hermione said sharply to Ron. "It is Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosar. You must enunciate Leviosa clearly and distinctly. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try?" Ron bellowed. It was unclear what had transpired. Although no one in the classroom was bleeding profusely, someone appeared to be in a fit of rage. Cohen remarked, "What is blood rage?" Neville asked, puzzled. "Is it part of the spell's requirements?" Cohen gestured towards Ron, signaling Neville not to miss this scene, as Ron now looked as if his face were ablaze. Just moments ago, while instructing Ron, Hermione had rolled up her sleeves and waved her wand, declaring, "Wingardium Leviosa." Hermione's spell was a resounding success. The feather lifted from the table. Now Ron's face appeared not just on fire, but on the verge of explosion. For the remainder of the class, Cohen successfully taught Neville how to cast the spell correctly. Now Ron was among the few in class who had failed to make the feather float. The more anxious one became, the more likely they were to stumble. It was only as class was nearing its end that Ron, in a fit of frustration, finally accomplished the task at hand. "Thank you, Cohen," Neville repeatedly expressed his gratitude while packing up after class. "Otherwise, I would surely have been sentenced to detention. You were simply too nervous. You performed both the incantation and the movement splendidly," the kind-hearted Cohen reassured him. Ding. Kindness points 5. Cohen vowed that his display of kindness was not motivated by the pursuit of kindness points. The other young wizards had already packed their belongings and were prepared to head to their next class. Cohen, moving at a leisurely pace, packed his bag and mentioned to Neville that he would need to bring a troll to the school for the remainder of the afternoon. Guided by the Count, Cohen swiftly soared to the mountainous region north of the Forbidden Forest and discovered the colossal troll's lair constructed from rounded stones. It was truly astonishing to find myself accompanied by a Dementor in the troll's den. The Count perched upon a stone before Cohen, who at that moment had reverted from his Dementor form, as it would be futile to frighten off the troll. God must be completely mad. Whether or not God is deranged is uncertain, but you certainly are. Cohen gazed in awe at the black stones beneath the Count's feet and took a cautious step back. What the hell? The Count hastily flapped his wings and took flight. "No entry without cleaning up first at the Room of Requirement in Gryffindor Tower," Cohen demanded. "How the hell am I supposed to wash my claws?" The Count retorted. "Can't you just cast a spell?" After dealing with the Count, Cohen began to set up traps for capturing the troll. He emulated Newt's methods and retrieved an old, peeling suitcase from the Room of Requirement's refuse area, applying a disillusionment charm and a strengthening charm. In the process, he also unearthed the Ravenclaw diadem hidden among the refuse. This Horcrux contained a mere 20 points of soul fragment strength. Cohen needed only a slight increase to consume it. Thus he left it in his base within the Room of Requirement. Everything proceeded smoothly. Cohen opened the suitcase at the entrance of the troll's cave and transformed the ground at the entrance into smooth marble, ensuring that the troll would slide directly into the suitcase upon emerging. Subsequently, Cohen ventured into the pitch-black cavern. The troll's snoring echoed faintly from the depths, a putrid stench and the scent of mold permeating the air. With every step Cohen took, his desire to delve deeper waned. Boom! Chapter 31. A troll? What on earth? Cohen detonated a corner of the cave's entrance, not to entrap the troll within, but merely to create a commotion to lure it out. Though the troll may be dim-witted, it certainly was not deaf. The racket Cohen produced sounded as if other trolls were coming to demolish its home. Could it tolerate such an affront? It had only just learned to swing its club. With a furious crash, it charged out of the cave and tumbled into Cohen's suitcase. Task completed. Cohen secured the suitcase and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Thankfully, he had reinforced it with magic. Otherwise, the troll would have certainly wreaked havoc and damaged the suitcase. Though he had missed his class, Cohen planned to return to the Forbidden Forest to investigate the spider colony, as they must have hatched numerous spiderlings by now. Before Cohen could eliminate half of them, there were surely still unhatched spider eggs. With the young ones around, he would have no qualms about dispatching the older ones. "You have already chosen your path to death. Back again, are we?" Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Aragog detected a familiar scent. His furious voice mingled with the sound of his massive pincers clashing. Perhaps this was what spiders could achieve in their rage. Cohen stealthily infiltrated once more, leaving a trail of slain acromantulas in his wake. If souls bore weight, Cohen would be quite full at this point. "Mosag and I have only just begun. Age has only strengthened us. Remarkable, indeed. Your kind seems to be proliferating rather swiftly, which poses no significant issue." Cohen gazed at the swarm of small spiders behind Aragog, enough to sustain a small tribe. The other creatures in the Forbidden Forest would not permit their unchecked proliferation. "I'm acting in your best interest. Good for you," Aragog hissed, attempting to intimidate Cohen, yet felt devoid of any leverage. They had no notion of what Cohen truly was. After all, Dementors had never ventured into the Forbidden Forest, as Dumbledore forbade such entities from approaching the school, Cohen being the sole exception. Until we meet again, Cohen bid farewell, his soul integrity having risen to 20. If all went as anticipated, he had once again reached an impasse. The sky beyond the forest was gradually darkening, and Cohen spiraled upward, gliding towards the castle. Strangely, the centaur's resonant calls, which had once echoed periodically, had not been heard in the past fortnight. On one occasion, he encountered a centaur, but it merely observed as Cohen drifted towards the domain of the acromantula, taking no action. It seemed the centaurs had tacitly permitted Cohen to hunt spiders in their territory. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Cohen beheld the brilliantly illuminated Hogwarts castle beneath the night sky. Cackling with anticipation, Cohen shook the suitcase in his hands. Selecting an empty underground classroom, he unleashed the giant from within the case. Initially dazed, the creature's minuscule head soon fixated on a singular thought: to extinguish this living being. At the sound of the giant's low growl, Cohen dashed from the classroom, slamming the door shut and casting a locking charm. After all, Dumbledore had denied Cohen access to vital sections of the alchemical texts. He was determined to wreak havoc upon the school, fulfilling dreams unaccomplished in his previous life. Ultimately, the blame would fall upon Quirrell. As Cohen would assert, he was coerced by him. Ding. Sin value, 200. Note: your malevolence has led you to betray this school. You have forsaken noble morals and conscience. Such things are no sustenance. Cohen expressed dissatisfaction with the system. If only benevolence could be exchanged for soul fragments, perhaps his efforts might tilt towards virtuous deeds. This system was evidently averse to allowing a benevolent conclusion. Moreover, Cohen believed his actions were judicious and justified. Everything he did was to safeguard the beauty of this world. If it did not grow stronger, how could he defeat Voldemort and protect his family? Could benevolence achieve that? Cohen. Quirrell's voice echoed from the doorway of the adjacent classroom. Why are you not in the Great Hall? Quirrell. Cohen's eyes widened at the sight of Quirrell, whose motions mirrored his own, holding an empty suitcase. Only Quirrell would retain such tools for mischief. Cohen had destroyed his case the moment the giant emerged. Was a suitcase the only vessel for transporting living creatures among wizards? Newt had one, and so did Barty Crouch Jr., Cohen mused. What are you doing here? Bringing a giant in, are you? Did we not agree last weekend? Cohen asserted confidently. I assumed you meant for me to seek out the trolls instead. Before Chilo could finish his sentence, two trolls from adjacent classrooms simultaneously smashed through the doors of the underground classrooms. Hurry! Chilo yanked Cohen away, and the two sprinted toward the auditorium. They needn't worry about being pursued, for the trolls moved at a sluggish pace, particularly within the castle's intricate and multi-layered corridors, where they could scarcely run. You go eat first, then I will head to the auditorium to report the news. Take advantage of the teacher's absence to sneak into the fourth-floor corridor. Chilo outlined the plan as they jogged. The Dark Lord is pressing for results, but do not expose yourself. Rest assured, I could never compromise our position, Cohen assured him. Cohen, where have you been? We haven't seen you all afternoon, Ron inquired, his mouth full of food, as Cohen squeezed into the Gryffindor lawn table. He felt as though two pairs of eyes from the staff table were fixated upon him. It seemed Dumbledore had already noticed, and perhaps the other gaze belonged to Snape, who had been scrutinizing Chilo closely. Now that Cohen was near Chilo, he too would be under watchful eyes. Yet those who were favored remained untroubled. Trolls. Suddenly, Chilo burst into the auditorium, his large scarf askew, his face a mask of terror. All conversation ceased as the assembly turned to stare at him. Chilo staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning against the table, gasping, two trolls are fighting in the underground classrooms. I thought you should know. Is this what we call the seasoned performer? Chapter 32. The Mountain Trolls' Heavy Dependence. We're doomed. Trolls have entered. The sky is falling. Help. I don't want to die. The students erupted into chaos, like ants sizzling in a hot pan. Dumbledore was compelled to conjure several bursts of enormous purple fireworks from the tip of his wand before the little wizards settled down. Prefects, Dumbledore's voice resonated deeply. Immediately escort all students back to their dormitories. Percy adeptly guided the first-year Gryffindors, leading them away in an orderly fashion. However, three individuals in a line were far from orderly. How could trolls possibly infiltrate the school? Harry asked Cohen and Ron. How else could they enter? Cohen replied nonchalantly, blending in among the two. What about Hermione? Cohen reminded them, in case Harry had forgotten that they couldn't allow Cohen to rescue Hermione alone. What would those two useless men around Hermione do in the future? Ding. Kindness value 10. She hasn't shown up all afternoon, Harry explained, but suddenly struck by a thought, he grasped Cohen and Ron, exclaiming, Hermione, what happened to her? What do you mean? Ron queried. Remember? On our way to the feast, Parvati told Lavender that Hermione had been crying in the girls' restroom all afternoon. Then let's go rescue the damsel in distress. Cohen encouraged otherwise. How will you manage your assignments this week? Ron uttered a remark to her today. Harry explained to Cohen. All right. Ron gritted his teeth and quickly made a decision, but don't let Percy see us. They blended into the crowd of Hufflepuffs like thieves, successfully sneaking towards the girls' restroom. Cohen felt that this operation would likely unfold more favorably than the original plot, as the two trolls were undoubtedly engaged in a brawl in the underground classroom. Unfortunately, it seemed that the narrative was not so seamless. However, Cohen appeared to hear a suppressed scream from behind the door. Something was emitting a low growl from its throat, accompanied by a series of rapid, thunderous noises. By the time Cohen attempted to stop Harry, it was too late. The door had already swung open. Creak. Harry and Ron beheld an unforgettable sight. Inside the restroom stood two trolls. One was tall, the other short, yet both were at least 12 feet high. Their skin dull and rough, resembling granite. Their massive, clumsy bodies intertwined like two sloping hills. Two enormous wooden clubs, which the trolls had once wielded as weapons, lay carelessly discarded. They no longer required such implements, as they had more pressing matters at hand. I had just heard some commotion and wanted to stop you, Cohen muttered, though it seemed a tad too late. Why were the trolls brought by Coral a male and a female? No. Why did they begin to engage the moment they encountered each other? Was this some bizarre, grotesque game? Cohen felt that God ought to compensate him for witnessing this scene. Sorry, Harry quietly addressed the trolls. We'll leave right away. Ron felt as though his face had been struck by a petrification curse. The two stepped back in unison, aligning themselves with Cohen. Bang! The restroom door was shut by Harry, but the two trolls had already noticed them. Their roars were now unmistakably audible through the door. Following this was a piercing scream from Hermione, accompanied by the sound of a bursting pipe. The trolls, with their limited intellect, surely redirected their aggression towards the nearest living beings. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. Cohen, momentarily distracted by the explosive scene, forgot that they had come to rescue Hermione. As the trolls and goblins had garnered far too much attention, Cohen had just been contemplating how to record this moment and submit it to the Daily Prophet. The anxious duo moved clumsily, and Cohen swiftly pulled them apart. Alohomora! The door lock clicked open, and Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed inside, with Cohen trailing behind. Soul strength, 7. Soul strength, 8. These trolls were far weaker than fully grown acromantulas, both in terms of soul and intellect. Dealing with them was as effortless for Cohen as savoring jelly. However, Cohen felt a wave of nausea at the mere thought of consuming the souls of these two monstrous beings, especially with a noxious stench permeating the air, intensifying his disgust. Hey! Harry exclaimed as he seized a faucet and forcefully hurled it against the wall. The two giants slowly turned toward the source of the sound. Their wooden clubs, now perilously close to Hermione, barely a foot away. Hey, you two imbeciles! Ron shouted as he rushed to the opposite end, throwing a stone at one of the giants' heads. With a thunderous explosion, Cohen cast a spell at the other giant's skull. What should have been a straightforward resolution with two Avada Kedavras was now complicated by the presence of onlookers, necessitating a more circuitous approach. Cohen intended to dismantle the roof above the giants, using the debris from Hogwarts to incapacitate them. Their souls were of little value now. Cohen's soul strength was stuck at 20, and he surmised that only formidable creatures like the 10-point-plus 8-eyed spiders could enhance his power. This would also spare him from feeling queasy all day after consuming the souls of these school-disrupting giants. Hermione, hurry over, Harry urged, as the giants redirected their attention toward Ron and Cohen. Yet, Hermione, being merely an 11-year-old girl, was paralyzed with fear, pressed against the wall in a corner. Cohen aimed his wand at the ceiling, biding his time for the giants to draw nearer, ensuring that the falling debris would not inadvertently harm anyone else. However, Harry's next move forced Cohen to abandon his initial plan. He suddenly leaped onto one giant's back and thrust his wand into its nostril. In the next moment, the other giant swung its club toward Harry, who had just established himself as its target. Must it be this way? Cohen groaned, exasperated. An anxious Ron brandished his wand, unsure of what to do, and quickly cast his only known spell at the giant. Wingardium Leviosa. The swinging giant missed entirely. Yet, a single club could not incapacitate both giants, and given that Ron's spell had merely caused a horizontal strike, the club, once released, would fall harmlessly to the ground rather than strike one of the giants' heads. With no other option, Cohen decided to exceed expectations slightly. Repel with all your might. This spell was aimed not at a giant, but rather at Harry, who was precariously positioned on the giant's head. Dampen impact. Cohen cast another spell on Harry to prevent himself from becoming the murderer of the savior. With the troublesome issue dealt with, the two giants became easier to handle. Shatter. Cohen's final incantation struck the ceiling, and a massive, irregular stone crashed down, toppling both giants to the ground. Ding. Kindness value 100. Ding. Kindness value 100. Current kindness value 20002000 has been reached, unlocking the kindness side quest and activating the backpack system. Cohen was at a loss for words to express his feelings. So, it turns out that kindness and evil values need to be accumulated to unlock side quests. Chapter 33. He, Mr. Voldemort. I wish that every system in the world came with a manual. Just as Harry and Ron were relieved by the outcome of having two trolls knocked unconscious, Professor McGonagall rushed into the restroom, followed closely by Snape and Lastly, Quirrell. Quirrell appeared taken aback by Cohen's presence, his eyes widening in disbelief. As if the notion of Cohen saving anyone was as absurd as a troll performing ballet. Nevertheless, the theatrical Quirrell feigned terror, letting out a feeble whimper before collapsing onto a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the trolls, and then cast a peculiar glance at Cohen, perhaps astonished that Cohen had survived the encounter with the two trolls. What on earth are you playing at? McGonagall's initial concern morphed into icy fury. Count yourselves fortunate that you weren't killed. Why weren't you all properly confined to your dormitories? Harry and Ron found themselves a loss for words, while Cohen prepared to speak. However, Hermione interjected, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. Hermione struggled to rise from the corner. Yes, I came to find the trolls because, you see, I have read about them in books and know quite a bit about them. The last time I checked, the soul within the Ravenclaw crown had only 20 points of soul strength, and Cohen has now accumulated enough through the selfless contributions of the spiders to consume that fragment of Voldemort. If they hadn't found me, I would surely be dead now. Hermione took the blame for violating school rules upon herself. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry expressed brief astonishment at this scene before attempting to feign familiarity with the tale. McGonagall awarded each of the three an additional 5 points, while deducting 5 from Hermione, giving Gryffindor students a new source of mischief. Hermione hurriedly departed, while Cohen and Harry strolled casually towards the common room. Cohen should have only received 15 points, Ron grumbled. The spell you used, Cohen, I've never even heard of it. Well, you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Cohen shrugged. It's all in the books, just not in the standard spells beginner section. Only 10 points, plus the deduction from Hermione, Harry reminded. But what Hermione said did help us out of trouble. Professor McGonagall favors her most. Am I not human? Cohen retorted. I've also been working on my rapport with Professor McGonagall, but you're always absent. McGonagall's expression is never pleasant when she calls the roll, Ron remarked. It was unfortunate that Quirrell's absence coincided with transfiguration classes. There was much dark magic to learn, and weekends alone were insufficient. Upon returning to the common room, Hermione stood at the entrance, thanked the trio hurriedly, and then dashed away. Cohen quickly finished his meal and slipped out of the common room, unnoticed, as everyone was captivated by the Weasley twins' fireworks display. One cannot fault Cohen for his haste. It is akin to a gaming experience where a level cap restricts one from accessing a coveted gift pack until one reaches level 20. After much effort, you finally attain this milestone, only to be interrupted by your mother urging you to sleep and postpone your gaming endeavors until the morrow. An ordinary individual would acquiesce, only to sneakily delve into their mobile device under the covers as soon as their mother departs, eager to discover the contents of the gift pack. Upon entering the wishful thinking chamber, Cohen immediately spied the Count and Hedwig, two owls, engaged in a tender exchange within the Count's cozy nook. The sight of them together evoked memories of two grotesque creatures in a passionate encounter, and it struck Cohen that the resemblance was rather uncanny. You didn't knock before entering, the Count exclaimed in alarm. This is my domain, Cohen retorted fiercely, adding, and you needn't wear that expression as if I were taking advantage of you. I've seen much worse, and your appendage is hardly larger than my finger. The wickedly eccentric bachelor flapped his wings and, accompanied by Hedwig, soared out of the window. Cohen had grown nearly impervious to the Count's whimsical complaints. He retrieved an antiquated crown from the cupboard, its gemstones still shimmering under the flickering light, though the primary structure had begun to tarnish and darken due to the malevolent influence of the soul artifact. Stop hiding. I can see you, Mr. Little Voldemort, Cohen called out, tilting his head towards the tiny soul nestled within the crown. A strange sensation of villainy washed over him. The diminutive soul, trembling in the depths of the gem, evoked a pang of guilt within Cohen, yet no amount of feigned frailty could alter its fate. Just as Cohen prepared to extract the soul from the artifact, the remnants of Voldemort seemed to realize that playing the victim would not save it from the terrifying entity before it. A surge of dark essence erupted like a tidal wave, coalescing into a grotesque humanoid form. It was determined to make a desperate bid for survival. Seizing the moment while Cohen was distracted. Just then, Cohen was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sensation of fullness, leading him to belch before he could even absorb it. The entity had already slipped into his mouth, traveling directly to his stomach. Is this what it feels like to slip before Tiger? Cohen mused, clicking his tongue in regret. Opening his system panel, Cohen observed the enhancements bestowed upon him by the soul artifact. Cohen Norton, race, soul, eater human, soul integrity, 22. Special abilities unlocked. Ethereal shaping, 110. Emotion absorption, 110. Soul strength, 22. Current goodwill value, 2,000. Current sin value, 711. With a soul integrity of 22, it was akin to having contended with 20 fully grown, 8-eyed giant spiders. Truly, Voldemort was a bountiful feast. However, what truly piqued Cohen's interest was another aspect. The prompt for Goodness Quest and inventory system appeared just as his goodwill value reached 2,000. Initially, Cohen perceived his system as a mere shopping mall, yet it was becoming increasingly evident that it was far more intricate. The inventory system was remarkably convenient upon opening it. The data panel was replaced by a square screen with 9 compartments. Cohen made an attempt. A tangible object occupies a single slot. Although each compartment is marked with the quantity of items, they cannot be stacked, for there exists no 2 identical leaves in the world. Nor could Cohen find 2 sheets of parchment that are perfectly alike. The items conjured by the copying spell are purely composed of magical energy, rendering them incapable of being stored. Living creatures are also excluded. The lone rabbit rescued from Chilo remains, which Cohen had originally intended as a reserve ingredient. He contemplated utilizing it as a temporary storage for his magical wand, thus sparing himself the effort of retrieving it from his pocket. This system backpack allows items to materialize directly in Cohen's hand. Next on the agenda is the Kindness Quest. Kindness Quest, 17. 1. Prevent Tom Riddle from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Reward: 1,000 kindness points, Cloak of Death's Tracker. Note: subsequent kindness quests will alter based on your choices. Please remain mindful of your stance. As for the cloak, its nature is uncertain, yet it certainly sounds formidable. What the evil path? Cohen speculated that accumulating 2,000 sin points might unlock an evil quest with rewards comparable to those of the kindness path. Chapter 34. The Pests of Hogwarts. When a man possesses a goal, even the most daunting obstacles can be surmounted through various ingenious means. Cohen swiftly and securely amassed sin points through a series of highly effective pranks targeting both his peers and second-year wizards over the ensuing fortnight. You must elucidate this, Mr. Norton. Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance of the potions classroom, her eyes ablaze with fury. According to Mr. Macmillan, he had only encountered the sweets you gifted him prior to his hair turning green. Perhaps those candies had gone bad, Cohen retorted craftily. Or it might be my father's prank. I recall him mentioning wanting to dye my hair green. Oh, and what of the hairpin you gave Miss Ibwa that suddenly squeaked and transformed into a mouse? Was that also your father's prank, Mr. Norton? Professor McGonagall emphasized the title with palpable disapproval. That was my mother. Detention for a week. Professor McGonagall pronounced her verdict. Over the past fortnight, more than 100 students have come to me to report your antics, some even screaming that you are the Dark Lord. You ought to feel ashamed. Classmates are allies to support one another through adversity, not mere targets for foolish pranks. The accusations leveled against him were somewhat exaggerated. Cohen had merely shared some horror stories narrated in his own unique voice while subtly siphoning a bit of their joyful emotions. He believed that had it been Voldemort, it would have been their souls and lives extinguished rather than merely their inner rainbows and whimsical fantasies. Spells are not toys to be trifled with. You must comprehend that a single misstep can result in grave consequences. Professor McGonagall dedicated nearly half an hour to admonishing Cohen on the importance of treating his classmates with kindness. Only after Cohen repeatedly nodded in agreement and vowed not to repeat such behavior was he finally released. Indeed, Cohen acknowledges that he has acted somewhat excessively. However, setting aside the fact that Cohen's reckless spending of his misdeed points has hindered him from accumulating the requisite 2,000 points to unlock the side quest, is it not true that the students of Hogwarts bear some responsibility as well? Are you entirely devoid of reason? Upon returning to the room of requirement, the Count scoffed at Cohen's moral turmoil. I am merely 11 years and 4 months old. It is natural to be immature. Cohen reclined comfortably on the bed tucked in the corner of the room, stretching lazily. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, Cohen finally managed to raise his misdeed points. Current misdeed points, 1999. So close. Who could be the final target for his prank? It is truly a difficult guess. Cohen's gaze landed on the incessantly chattering Count. Ah! He once again relished the joy of shedding. Ding! Misdeed points 1. With the wool now thinned, Cohen had initially intended to continue accumulating misdeed points from the Count, but alas, the Count had developed a tolerance. If he persisted in his mischief, the points yielded would diminish, to the point where even transforming the Count into a cup during his date with Hedwig failed to earn him any additional points. Fortunately, this recent unexpected method still allowed him to snatch a few, suggesting that the conditions for earning misdeed points might correlate with the target's receptiveness. Current misdeed points, 2,000, have reached the standard. Evil side quest unlocked. Note: you, a naturally malevolent wretch, Dementor, I intend to download Genshin Impact into your system. Cohen felt as though he would never again possess a sunny smile. Wait, Dementors cannot produce sunlight. That is the duty of sunflowers. Evil Side Quest 17. 1. Prevent Harry Potter from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Reward: 1,000 misdeed points. Morning Frost weapon. Note: subsequent evil side quests will change based on your choices. Please be mindful of your stance. It is simple. I just need to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, right? With that, Cohen's breath no longer concealed his intent. This time, he would not have to seek out Professor Kettleburn for a reprimand. He was now able to cast the countercharm for the vanishing spell. However, it seemed the spell had brought forth quite a bit, as it not only returned the Count's recently vanished feather, but also the feather that Cohen had previously transformed away. As November commenced, the climate of the Scottish Highlands turned rather harsh. What had begun as a slightly chilly autumn had, in the span of a mere month, succumbed to frost. Cohen began to suspect that Dumbledore's directive for Filch to work in the castle was purely a form of torment, as Filch was tasked with clearing all frost crystals from the brick pathway in front of the castle, without the aid of magic. Fred and George contributed significantly to aggravating Filch, sneaking out every night to sprinkle water at the castle's entrance to make the ice even more challenging to remove. Cohen joined in as well. You must eat some breakfast, Harry. On a clear Saturday morning, Cohen kindly reminded Harry, who looked akin to a student preparing for college entrance exams. I do not wish to eat anything, Harry groaned. Moreover, Harry witnessed a terrifying sight. Blood was streaming down Severus Snape's leg, and Harry was convinced that it was the result of an encounter with the three-headed dog lurking in the fourth-floor corridor. It was undeniable. I too believed he was responsible. Cohen stood firmly by Harry's side. Surely, it was Snape who attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, with Voldemort being a strong contender as well. Quirrell was far too adept at concealing his true intentions. Who on earth is Cohen Norton? Chapter 35. Don't mess around. Harry and I are like brothers. Cohen was summoned to Quirrell's office. The Dark Lord has a plan. Quirrell tightly shut the office door and cast a soundproofing charm before whispering to Cohen, together, we shall dispose of Harry Potter. Thank heavens, you have finally come to your senses. Cohen feigned relief. What is the plan? How do you intend to kill him? There are countless teachers and students watching today. Once he mounts his broom, we shall cast a jinx on it, disguising it as a tragic flying accident that causes his demise. Indeed, it is his first match. A rookie's mistake is quite commonplace. Cohen nodded in agreement. What is the incantation? Quirrell inquired, puzzled, as he assumed Cohen would be intrigued, given how he had once displayed a gaze more sinister than Voldemort's while dispatching small creatures in his office. Cohen extended a hand towards Quirrell. What are you doing? Quirrell asked, confused, believing Cohen was initiating a handshake or a high five, and placed his hand on Cohen's. What are you doing? Cohen exclaimed, shaking off Quirrell's hand in disdain. I require compensation for undertaking such risky endeavors. After all, I have paid my tuition. If the other professors discover our plot to murder a classmate, who will reimburse me for my losses? Such matters are trivial. The Dark Lord's objectives far outweigh a few galleons. This child's aspirations lack sufficient nobility. Quirrell lamented as he produced 3 galleons and placed them in Cohen's hand. Harry is my beloved comrade, my brother. We even share a bed each night. Cohen sighed. Who do you think you're fooling with 3 galleons? Professors at Hogwarts earn no less than 150 galleons a month. Quirrell could scarcely believe his ears. I need more, Cohen insisted. Ultimately, after successfully extracting 180 galleons from Quirrell, Cohen consented to the plan to eliminate Harry. Yet, this scheme was destined to fail. With so many teachers present at the Quidditch pitch, even if Harry fell, he would not sustain serious injuries. Cohen suspected that Voldemort merely issued this command to vent his frustrations, especially since Harry had previously bested him in a duel. Do you remember the incantation? Quirrell asked, uneasy. I do, Cohen replied, demonstrating by casting a spell on Quirrell's scarf, which magically adhered to his head and then fell away, revealing Voldemort, who had sneezed due to the sudden chill of air on the back of his neck. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate again. No need. Quirrell hastily interrupted, quickly rewrapping the scarf around his head before Voldemort could become enraged. The sudden exposure of Chilo's bald head sent a shiver down his spine. No wonder bald men wear hats in winter. Cohen regarded Chilo's baldness with a look of pity, only to be promptly dismissed by Chilo. The Gryffindor students were fervently preparing their game day paraphernalia, which included, but was not limited to, a banner crafted from a soiled bedsheet stained by the diminutive Peter, emblazoned with the words Potter must prevail, a plethora of interwoven red and gold cheer sticks, and some cylindrical objects capable of amplifying sound. Not every wizard possessed the amplification charm. Cohen, look at Hermione's spell, Ron exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards the banner, which seemed to come alive with color. No need to wave it. I can see it. Cohen quickly dodged. eager to avoid any contact with the soiled bedsheet touched by a peculiar, older man. "Now, Harry can certainly see what you have in your hand," Ron said with great enthusiasm, suddenly noticing the pouch of coins Cohen held. "Pocket money from working for the professor. All those weekends spent at Chilo's were not in vain," Cohen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "When is the Quidditch match? Should we find a good spot? Perhaps at the top for a better view," he added, primarily to keep a watchful eye on Harry. However, despite having taken Chilo's money, Cohen had no intention of genuinely assisting him. By the time Snape, Chilo, and Cohen's spells converged on Harry's broom, Chilo would likely be oblivious to Cohen's actual involvement. Following Cohen's reminder, the Gryffindor students rushed towards the Quidditch pitch at precisely 10 o'clock, eager to secure the best seats at the top, as if their choice of position could influence the outcome of the match. Upon arriving at the circular arena, they found several students already scattered about. The weather was splendid, and everyone was keenly interested in Harry, the first-year seeker who had made the team in over a century. "Hagrid, you're here so early?" Cohen spotted Hagrid seated in the top row, appearing somewhat anxious. "Of course, it's Harry's first match." Hagrid rubbed his beetle-like eyes, a sound akin to sniffles emanating from his nose. "Are you all going to sit over here with me?" Aside from Cohen, Ron, and Hermione, the other young wizards were hesitant to sit beside the large Hagrid, not because he was intimidating, but due to the sheer size of his movements, which made it easy to be accidentally elbowed. Almost simultaneously, Cohen and Hermione retrieved books from their bags in the 5 seconds of waiting before the match began. "Wait, it's Saturday," Ron exclaimed in disbelief at his companions, who were intent on reading even at the Quidditch pitch. "It gets boring once the match starts," Cohen asserted logically. "You know, we only have 7 years at Hogwarts, and taking out the holidays leaves us with just 266 weeks. Time is of the essence." Hermione nodded in agreement from beside him. "The statement echoes the lamentations of my distant cousin, who, after contracting dragon pox, frequently bemoans his dwindling time on this earth." Ron's lips twitched. "We are still several centuries away from graduation, only 6.5 years left," Hermione corrected, her gaze unwavering from the tome before her. "Not centuries. Ron, you must prioritize your studies." Cohen remained non-committal to her remark, for his prior mention of 266 weeks was merely an excuse. He had not intended to don the mantle of a studious overachiever at this moment. Yet, he felt compelled to master the counter-curse to Quirrell's jinx, lest his involvement inadvertently cause Harry to plummet. After all, he wished to at least feign participation in the spell casting in front of Quirrell. Chapter 36. Who Ordered the Buffet? As the hour of 11 approached, it seemed as though the entirety of the school's faculty and students had congregated around the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Numerous students had brought binoculars, and Cohen felt he ought to have brought one as well, for amidst the multitude of distant figures clad in similar colors, pinpointing Harry was quite the challenge. As the two teams emerged from their changing rooms, the stadium resounded with the deafening cheers of the spectators. In stark contrast to the exuberant crowd, Cohen found himself in a different state of mind. He felt a keen thirst, one more intense than ever before. The faces of the students and all sounds faded away, leaving only the vibrant, fluffy emotions swirling in the air, akin to soft, airy cotton candy. Everywhere was food, though he usually managed to suppress this hunger with rationality. Being thrust into a space brimming with such positive emotions was a bit overwhelming for Cohen. Little gluttons are invariably like this. No wonder the Dementors in the books could not resist infiltrating the Quidditch pitch. It truly resembled an all-you-can-eat buffet. Cohen, Harry's taken off." Ron's voice rang out from Cohen's left, but when Cohen turned, all he perceived was edible joy, perhaps mingled with a hint of tension and anxiety. He shook his head. Was this the world perceived by a drugged Dementor, devoid of sight? If Dumbledore were to hold him accountable later, Cohen could claim he had been secretly reciting the counter-curse to protect Harry, but if he were to truly indulge in the emotions of the pitch, he would find it impossible to exonerate himself. He was but a first year. He ought to maintain a respectable image. Cohen retrieved a piece of candy for his pocket, letting it dissolve in his mouth, a wave of sweetness washing down his throat. Blissful. Another day of saving Hogwarts from his own hand. Where was Harry? Cohen's vision finally returned to normal, or rather, his hunger had subsided. Harry is circling the field in search of the snitch, but he hasn't spotted Ron yet. He noted with concern. "How barbaric!" Hermione exclaimed, having witnessed Slytherin's Flint deliberately collide with Harry. Harry's broom suddenly veered off course, yet fortunately, he managed to grip it tightly. "Foul!" The surrounding Gryffindors erupted in furious cries. "Send him off. Referee. Red card." Dean Thomas, seated in front of Cohen, bellowed loudly. "This is not football, Dean." Ron leaned far over the stands, intently observing the unfolding drama on the pitch, while alerting Dean that players cannot be sent off in Quidditch. Moreover, was a red card. After witnessing that blatant and despicable act of cheating, it was challenging for Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, as the commentator, to maintain impartiality. Jordan, Professor McGonagall bellowed from beside the commentary box. I mean, after that open and repugnant foul. Jordan, I must remind you. All right. Flint nearly caused the demise of Gryffindor Seeker, and I believe such incidents occur to anyone. Thus, Gryffindor receives a penalty. Almost at that moment, Cohen, who had been fixated on Harry, discerned traces of a malevolent curse. During his time learning dark magic under Quirrell, Cohen had also acquired the skill to identify magical traces. He was quite adept at it, as magic is intrinsically linked to the soul. By activating that vision to observe the soul, Cohen could vividly perceive the varying intensities of magical trails in the air. Quirrell had already begun his sinister work. Suddenly, Harry's broom shuddered violently, and then it began to zigzag erratically through the air. I can't fathom what Harry is trying to do, Hagrid murmured, scrutinizing Harry through his telescope. If I didn't know him so well, I would think he was unable to control his broom, but that cannot be. Cohen had been muttering the curse toward Harry for 3 seconds, ensuring that the magical trajectory was visible to prevent Quirrell and Voldemort from thinking he was slacking off. Harry's broom shook more violently, as if he would plummet to the ground any moment now, for he was hanging on solely by his arms gripping the broomstick. Cohen perceived the trajectory of the third curse striking Harry's broom, also from the teacher's stand. Snape had unleashed his power. Was there a problem with the broom when Flint collided with him? Whispered Seamus from the front row. Impossible. Hagrid shook his head. Nothing but powerful dark magic can interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Suddenly, Hermione snatched Hagrid's telescope, not raising her gaze to look at Harry, but instead anxiously scanning the crowd. What are you doing? Ron was about to inquire. I suspected it all along, Hermione panted. It's Snape, look. She passed the telescope to Ron. He is up to no good. Cohen, what are you doing? Hermione caught sight of Cohen mirroring Snape's actions almost perfectly. Huh, I'm not up to no good. I'm protecting Harry. If I stop my counter curse, he'll fall. Cohen hastily began to recite the counter curse. You know this, Hermione exclaimed in surprise, yet she chose to trust Cohen. Surely someone was casting the counter curse. Otherwise, Harry would have fallen by now. Harry's broom was maintaining an unstable balance, neither spinning like a washing machine nor hovering steadily to allow Harry to climb aboard. It was as if two invisible beings were vying for control over the broom. I have a plan. After Hermione let out a gasp, she vanished from the audience. In less than 2 minutes, a commotion erupted from the teacher's section. Snape was furious, quite literally. Hermione had stealthily ignited the hem of his robes. At last, Harry mounted his broomstick. Neville, you can look now, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, Neville had been weeping in Hagrid's jacket. The instant Harry ascended on his broom, he began to dive rapidly toward the ground. He covered his mouth, as if to suppress a retch, and then landed on all fours. I've got it. He spat out a golden object. Gryffindor wins. Madam Hooch announced. Ding. Kindness points, 100. Chapter 37. The Orphan's Peculiar Visit. He didn't catch the snitch. He nearly swallowed it. Even as most had departed the pitch, Flint from Slytherin was still bellowing in indignation. Yet no one paid him heed. Even if Harry had caught the snitch with his backside, Gryffindor would still earn 150 points. He looked like a baboon that had been robbed of its banana, Cohen remarked as they ambled toward Hagrid's hut. It was Snape, Ron explained to Harry. We all saw him casting a curse on your broomstick. If Cohen hadn't been there countering the spell, and Hermione hadn't set fire to Snape's robes, you might have been in serious trouble. Nonsense, Hagrid scoffed, still incredulous. Why would Snape do such a thing? Maybe he had a grudge against your dad? Cohen mused, relieved that no one suspected him, yet apprehensive about what would happen if Quirrell revealed his involvement to Harry. I remember my dad mentioning. What? Your father knew mine? Harry, upon hearing this, momentarily forgot the near peril Snape had caused him, eager to learn more about his parents. They were friends, you know. With Hogwarts being the only school in Britain, and only about 10 students per house per year, it would be hard not to be friends. Cohen raised an eyebrow. This afternoon tea was far from harmonious, as Hagrid inadvertently divulged 2 secrets under their persistent questioning. The 3-headed dog was his, and he mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid appeared increasingly vexed with himself, sulking silently. We must investigate this name in the library. Perhaps we can uncover what the dog is guarding. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist, Cohen suddenly interjected. Hermione turned to Cohen. You weren't even asked. Cohen shrugged innocently. He created the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical artifact capable of turning stone into gold. It can also produce the elixir of life. The Philosopher's Stone represents the pinnacle of ancient alchemy, as the ultimate goal has always been to create gold and achieve immortality. I read about it in the Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy, The issue isn't that, Ron, Hermione said anxiously. This alchemical artifact must be incredibly valuable. No one would refuse to steal such an enticing object. We must stop him. Harry emitted the voice of the protagonist. Cohen nodded, understanding that it was indeed imperative to prevent the Philosopher's Stone from falling into the hands of others, as he himself desired to acquire it. A plan had already begun to take shape in Cohen's mind, a reasonable scheme to seize the Philosopher's Stone, contingent upon Dumbledore's cooperation. Aware of the stone's existence, they refrained from further inquiries with Hagrid, leading him to believe that they had lost interest in the matter. By December, Harry and Cohen appeared outwardly obedient. Kill, kill. Someone must die, why not a spider? In the room of requirement, the Earl languidly remarked that the weather had grown increasingly cold, rarely straying from the warmth of the hearth. The thrill of slaying spiders had diminished. Cohen made a perilous comment. Oh, are you about to turn your wrath upon the young wizards and centaurs? Splendid. Dumbledore is sure to seek you out for a duel, the Earl exclaimed. Rest assured. You and Dumbledore are evenly matched. I often envision vanquishing him alone in my dreams. Cohen shot back with a glare. No, I meant he would best you 5 times in 5 seconds, the Earl corrected. When shall I receive the wand you promised me? Hedwig is becoming increasingly elusive. I saw her engaging in a liaison with a dung-colored owl in the shed. Can orphans use the term visitation? The Earl inquired curiously. One hardly knows the elements that constitute oneself. I see you are in dire need of feather plucking, Cohen retorted coldly. On a mid-December morning, they needed only to endure the day before the holiday break commenced, and many students had already packed their belongings. Malfoy seldom troubled Harry in Cohen's presence, as Cohen was certain that his father, Lucius Malfoy, had written to remind him. It seemed many were aware of Cohen's true identity, yet he could find no record of it himself. Fudge was genuinely fearful of headlines proclaiming, shock, the wizarding world has produced an indestructible dark magic experimental monstrosity. The snow outside the castle had accumulated to several feet, and the lake's surface was encased in solid ice, with the giant squid lurking beneath. Its presence reminiscent of a horror film should one venture out at night. Cohen's visitation plan officially commenced. I have never seen you so diligent in delivering other letters. Cohen scoffed. Delivering letters is work. Procuring a wand for oneself is life. The Earl philosophically remarked, this is what I deserve. Cohen allowed the Earl to amuse himself with the wand in the room of requirement throughout the night, while he discreetly removed all essential items to avoid them being struck by the Earl's errant spells. To allow ample time to explore the abandoned manor, Cohen refrained from signing the stay-at-school list. Halfway through the group, after passing under an archway, Cohen slipped into a nearby grove, parting ways with the departing young wizards toward the train station. The estate in Northumberland. Is it truly possible to find records from a decade ago? Chapter 38. Oh no, it seems I just knocked out a relative. The distance of 3 kilometers is not considered a considerable journey, neither for the Count nor for Cohen. A peculiar creature and a bird soared into the clouds, ensuring that Cohen remained unseen by the wizards. The Dementors were under centralized control at Azkaban, and the sudden emergence of a rogue Dementor would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Recently, Cohen had also modified the satchel made from the skin of a horned beast that Hagrid had gifted him, allowing it to accommodate more items. The genius behind the invention of the undetectable extension charm was truly remarkable. Cohen intended to delve into the study of new magic himself, as he felt that the wizarding world-esque spells were still lacking in modernity, retaining the rudimentary characteristics of medieval incantations, such as igniting flames, sprinkling water, or deflecting arrows. It was as though humanity's technological advancements had only yielded nails, wooden planks, and wheels, without ever assembling them into vehicles. However, these considerations were not pertinent to Cohen at the moment, as he and the Count were nearing the estate. The once grand main residence of the Bach estate had now been reduced to crumbling brick walls and scattered charred wooden beams, with its foundation buried deep beneath stones and accumulated snow. The estate was encircled by a ring of evergreen trees that had been enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm to prevent any reckless muggles from encroaching upon this place. Even after a decade had passed, Cohen could still discern the varying depths of spell residues upon the ruins through his magical sight. Some traces of dark magic were so profound that even time struggled to erase them. Cohen floated above the clouds, gazing down at the desolation, where these spells appeared as if they could still claim lives even after 10 years. It was quite a mystery who had cast them. The Count remarked dryly. No wonder you hairless wizards have stationed a guard here. A guard? Who? Cohen inquired, scanning the area for any sentinels watching over the ruins. If it hadn't been for the sudden wisp of smoke rising, he would have been unable to discern the silhouette of the house from the trees. which blended almost seamlessly with the snowy landscape above. Surely, the occupant of the inner circle must be a wizard, living in seclusion, perhaps frequently reapplying the muggle-repelling charm around the vicinity. This individual was likely either a civil servant or imprisoned. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby to witness them, Cohen and the Count descended into the woods. "I wager you intend to eliminate him. I bet a field mouse on it," the Count said from a tree branch. "You cannot rummage through that ruin without making a sound, thus I believe someone like you is. That is called racial discrimination. Be careful, or I shall spread the word that you discriminate against non-human races," Cohen retorted, raising a middle finger at the Count. Although Dementors were indeed nefarious beings, it did not hinder him from being a good person, or rather, a good creature. Cohen arrived at the door of the wooden cabin, where he could hear the sound of boiling water accompanied by the hum of a man inside. The occupant was humming a Scottish folk tune, Loch Lomond, displaying quite an appreciation for the arts. Knocking upon the door, he prepared to enter. Cohen, donning a hood, knocked on the door with the intention of proving to the Count that he was a reasonable individual. "Who is it?" a voice inside queried, alert. The door of the wooden cabin creaked open. Stupefy. Cohen and the man within the room simultaneously cast their spells, and the trust between them was extinguished before it could even begin. "Well, you win," Cohen conceded to the Count. "I acted first." The man inside lay rigid on the ground. Indeed, both he and Cohen had struck each other with their spells. The man's spell had unfortunately hit Cohen on the head, as he had not anticipated that the stranger at his door would be an 11-year-old child. He likely had not expected that a Dementor would be knocking at his door either. Cohen lamented slightly. "If only it had been a Patronus charm. Perhaps I could have stunned him. But alas, it was Stupefy. Has anyone ever seen a Dementor knocked out by Stupefy?" Cohen mused as he entered. The figure lying on the ground was a gaunt middle-aged man, clad in tattered garments with patches, his unkempt black hair interspersed with strands of white. The interior of the cabin was quite sparse. A small bed laden with warm blankets, a wooden table etched with knife marks against the wall, a wobbly chair, and an iron pot perched over a roaring fire. It appeared that something was simmering within. Cohen peered in and recognized the familiar scent of rabbit stew, reminiscent of his own past culinary endeavors. Had he forgotten that he resided in a wooden house? The Count leaned over the table, tilting his head as he observed the vigorous flames. Typically, a proper fire would be encircled by stones, yet this one was merely a heap of logs. And it was a miracle that the wooden floor beneath had not ignited. "Magic, quite fascinating, isn't it?" Cohen remarked dismissively. He was rummaging through the unconscious man's clothing, convinced of his status as a criminal due to the shackles around his right wrist. Only a felon would be bound with such a half-length chain. Furthermore, the shackles bore magical traces akin to a tracking spell, rendering any further speculation about the man's identity unnecessary. "Are you truly seeking something from a man?" The Count inquired in disbelief. "If you cannot speak, then remain silent. Do not provoke me to violence." Cohen shot a terrifying glance at the Count. He had just discovered a substantial stack of items from the criminal's jacket pocket. Numerous crumpled notes, a broken quill, and a handful of silver sickles and copper nuts. He spread these items across the wooden table. "He is truly destitute," Cohen mused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of taking the meager coins. Sweeping the pitiful coins to the edge of the table, he began to unfold the notes, examining the writings one by one. Involvement in heinous dark magic experiments. Participation in the trafficking of prohibited creatures classified as XXXX and above in danger level. Cohen discovered an ancient verdict. Joint punitive decision. Lifelong confinement at the remnants of the dangerous magical site known as the Bach Manor, Wisingamot Court. The name inscribed upon the document was Herbert Bach. Cohen turned to glance at the perpetrator lying on the ground, then looked at the name inscribed on the judgment document. The Bach family, Bach Manor. Previously, when Edward had taken him to Diagon Alley for shopping, he had mentioned that his adoptive mother Rose belonged to the Bach family. Could it be that this individual is my uncle? Chapter 39. Every adventure story ought to possess a secret underground chamber. A sense of foreboding washed over Cohen. Surely, the Bach family hasn't been entirely obliterated, has it? The manor is gone, and the only remaining member of the Bach lineage is imprisoned here, serving as a mere gatekeeper. Cheer up, at least you're still at large. The Count, noticing Cohen lost in contemplation, resolved to offer a modicum of solace, even though he was not particularly adept at providing comfort. "Damn it, I had hoped to eliminate them and inherit the family fortune," Cohen lamented. "They must be penniless now. Those forbidden creatures fetch a high price, with Class B contraband selling for thousands of galleons." The Count remained silent for a moment, saying, "I knew you wouldn't be able to hold your tongue." To prevent his dear Uncle Herbert from disrupting his plans upon awakening, Cohen employed a rope-binding spell to secure the criminal uncle firmly in place. "There, Cohen clapped his hands, admiring his handiwork as Herbert was bound like a zongzi, with only his nostrils left uncovered for breathing. He should be unable to cause any trouble now. Cohen planned to release him just before his departure. Otherwise, if Herbert were to perish, this hazardous area would be left unguarded, and the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly take notice, leading to an investigation that could expose Cohen. Aren't you coming with me? I'm not going. I haven't yet had my grand slam with Hedwig, and I'm not looking to court death, the Count refused, as the ruins were rife with remnants of dark magic. Very well, you stay here and keep an eye on this fellow. Here's your wand, Cohen said, retrieving the wand he had previously purchased for the Count from his pocket. He felt compelled to prepare something akin to a dimensional pocket for the Count, as it was impractical to conceal such a long wand on an owl. Alternatively, he could tie a small bag with an undetectable extension charm to the Count's left leg, allowing him to retrieve the wand with his right paw from the left paw's pocket, assuming an owl's talon could perform such an action. After tossing the wand to the Count, Cohen plunged into the snowy expanse outside. The snow melted away. At the entrance of the manor's ruins, Cohen waved his wand, causing the surrounding ice and snow to dissipate, revealing the charred remains of the structure and the ground beneath. With the main residence having collapsed, Cohen could only discern the layout of the various rooms through the remnants of some walls. Dark curses swirled in the air. Some forms of dark magic, once unleashed, are exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. Yet, the residual spells that should have been aggressively hostile posed no threat to Cohen. Instead, they began to dance joyfully around him. What is this? Cohen furrowed his brow as he observed the dark mist around him, reminiscent of a final boss encounter. It seemed to resonate with him, as if. Suddenly, a tendril of black mist surged directly into Cohen's body, swiftly followed by another, and then yet another. The once swirling black mist of incantations infiltrated Cohen's being in rapid succession. Soul integrity, 221. Soul integrity, 222. Soul integrity, 223. As Cohen observed the swift ascent of his soul integrity, he relinquished the wand he had readied to counter the encroaching mist. Were these fragments of his own soul? A sensation of unprecedented rejuvenation washed over him. He had never experienced such a rapid increase in soul integrity within a mere minute. Ultimately, as the last tendril of black mist penetrated his body, his soul integrity settled at 27. This indicated that such a minuscule portion of his soul fragments had rendered the entire estate uninhabitable. It felt as though he was a substantial source of dark magical corruption. The remaining soul fragments had likely scattered, leaving behind only a small remnant. Nonetheless, even a mere 5 fragments were a delightful surprise for Cohen. After all, the spiders in the Forbidden Forest could no longer yield much in terms of valuable souls. Once Cohen reached a soul integrity of 20, any souls below 10 points became utterly useless to him. Even the formidable 8-eyed giant spiders could only offer a meager amount of soul strength, and it would take them several months to mature from youth to adulthood. Their growth was simply too slow. Cohen sought more refined methods for soul cultivation. Having absorbed the black mist, Cohen's focus shifted back to the ruins themselves. It is well known that protagonists exploring ruins invariably uncover a basement brimming with secrets, concealed from the prying eyes of those who had previously examined the site, even if the entrance to the ruins is easily located. Cohen stumbled upon a pile of ruins where the traces of magic were most pronounced. After utilizing a whirlwind spell to clear the debris and soil, a floor riddled with cracks emerged. Reveal yourself. He cast the revealing charm upon the ground. However, the anticipated invisible staircase did not manifest. Instead, the cracks on the floor began to writhe as if animated, ultimately coalescing into several words. Show your mercy. Show your mercy? Does Hogwarts teach any spells of mercy? Not at all. Isn't there any such thing as a mercy spell in Harry Potter? Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light erupted from the tip of Cohen's wand, obliterating the cracked floor as the killing curse functioned remarkably well as an explosive spell. Cohen had no inclination to engage in a deciphering game with this stone slab. The display of mercy was the very essence of Avada Kedavra for him. Fortunately, the slab bore no soul. Otherwise, Cohen would have compelled it to experience the Dementor's kiss, a fate far more despairing than death. As the slab shattered, a staircase leading to a shadowy basement materialized before Cohen. Glimmers flickered. He illuminated the tip of his wand and descended the staircase. Below lay a pitch-black corridor, flanked by numerous closed rooms, each marked with somewhat faded gilded plaques denoting their respective numbers. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of grand double doors, larger and more intricately patterned than the doors of any other room, leading to what was likely the most significant location within the entire estate. Cohen felt he ought not to be discovered here, for if Dumbledore and his companions had ever visited, this place would not exist. Soul strength, 67 weak. The system's notification appeared in the room at the end of the hallway, behind that door, but Cohen could not discern the figure within. What could possibly have survived here for a decade? A dark magical creature? A fantastic beast? An experimental failure? Or perhaps a human? Chapter 40, Mother. Even the emergence of a ghost from the basement would seem more normal to Cohen than the current situation. Perhaps the presence of spirits was indeed peculiar, as the souls of the dead here should have been consumed by Cohen a decade ago. Yet, a mere label indicating a soul strength of 67 could not deter Cohen, especially given that the label was accompanied by the word weak. Moreover, even if he were to face a formidable opponent, Cohen felt confident in his ability to flee. Surely, this could not be another Dementor lurking behind the door? As Cohen approached the door at the end of the corridor, an odd sensation began to spread from his heart to the entirety of his being. It felt like child. A female voice echoed in his mind, yet it seemed to materialize out of thin air. This was the first time he had experienced such a mental magic. It should not have been able to target him at all. Mother? Cohen blurted out, feeling as though an unseen hand, named kinship, had pried open his mouth and compelled him to speak. The concept of blood relations in the magical world felt rather sinister. Furthermore, Cohen surmised he would need to acclimate to this phenomenon, given that his racial designation on the system panel indicated 5 distinct identities. It was quite plausible that he had more than one mother, and perhaps even more than one father, effectively parents scattered across the globe. Who knows? He might someday encounter a bizarre creature that would exclaim, "Son," and embrace him, offering all its accumulated treasures and magical items as a gesture of compensation for his years of hardship. Such thoughts were too abstract. It must be the insecurities of an orphan manifesting in his mind. Shaking his head to dispel the fanciful notions, Cohen realized that those melodramatic scenarios were far removed from his reality. Just moments ago, he had envisioned 5 magical creature parents engaging in a brawl upon meeting. To be prudent, Cohen decided to send his half-formed soul through the door to assess the situation within, for a soul could escape much more swiftly than a corporeal body. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit basement. Despite the darkness, Cohen could clearly perceive everything within through the night vision afforded by his soul form. To the left upon entering stood a long wooden table, cluttered with an array of bottles and jars. The floor was interlaced with a tangle of devil's snare, a vine-like entity that often proliferated in various subterranean chambers. However, Cohen's primary concern lay on the opposite side. In contrast to the left, which was filled with tables and alchemical flasks, the right appeared rather sparse. Before them stood an expansive metallic cage, nearly as tall as an adult, rendering the large creature inside unable to stand upright. Within the confines of this enclosure was a black horse, reminiscent of a night stallion, yet more robust than the emaciated version of its kind. This creature was the very one that had just called out to Cohen, referring to him as child. Soul strength, 67 weak. Suddenly, it lifted its head, fixating its gaze directly upon Cohen's position. Its eyes were a ghostly hue, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, creating an unsettling visage. At that moment, Cohen caught sight of a singular horn, a silver, spiraled tip, akin to what he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Only unicorns possessed such a sacred horn, capable of neutralizing nearly all toxins, making it an exceedingly rare ingredient for potions. Before raising its head, the horn had appeared dull, nearly melding into the night in its own dark fur. Yet, as it elevated its gaze, the previously dim horn regained its luster, shining brilliantly. Wait a moment. I am in a spectral form. How can this unicorn perceive me when even Dumbledore cannot? Child, do not be afraid. The voice echoed once more in Cohen's mind. Let me see you, my dear. Having lacked a mother in his previous life, the sudden influx of maternal figures in this one left Cohen feeling somewhat disoriented. Sigh. Cohen exhaled softly. It was unmistakably clear that this unicorn bore no malice towards him. It regarded Cohen as its offspring, for no mother would harm her child. This is a fairy tale, and fairy tales ought to embody their essence. With that thought, Cohen pushed open the door and stepped inside. The demonic web retreated to the corners of the walls, driven away by the light emanating from Cohen's wand as he approached the cage. Do not be sad. I can live for a long time and accompany you for an eternity. The creature assumed Cohen's melancholic demeanor stemmed from witnessing his mother in captivity. In truth, he was not as distressed as it believed. Cohen replied with a frown. Primarily, the Count could now truly attack me with a motherfuck, which was rather uncomfortable. The atmosphere, which had been carefully built, shattered with Cohen's utterance. However, was the previous statement genuine? Cohen lifted his eyes to meet the creature's gaze. which was devoid of color, and inquired about the promise of companionship for a long, long time, even forgetting to ask who the Count was. Of course, Mother will always protect you. Can you release my mother? Certainly, Cohen responded joyfully. However, I have often been deceived in the past. Will you trick me? Mothers are unicorns, and unicorns do not deceive. The creature gazed at Cohen with a tenderness that he could not fathom, despite its face being an expanse of white. Perhaps it was a form of psychological enchantment. Then you must swear Chinese people do not deceive each other. No, unicorns do not deceive soul collectors. I swear. The visibly impatient black unicorn shifted slightly. How about we establish an unbreakable vow? Cohen looked at it with a pleading expression, knowing all too well that he had always been an orphan, devoid of security. All right, just hurry up. I'm saying I can't. The ebony unicorn, in a state of agitation, tapped its hooves against the metallic bars of the cage. What shall we name it? A black horse? A moldy unicorn? Or something else entirely? The Count, gripping his wand and aiming it between Cohen and the black unicorn, was about to commence when he realized he had no knowledge of the unicorn's name. The unicorn, somewhat irked, let out a huff but refrained from uttering a word. All it desired was to escape this place, irrespective of what this nonsensical oath entailed. It was acutely aware that no curse could bind it, or rather, it was the embodiment of the curse itself. Even if it defied the oath, what curse could this magic impose upon it? Elixia. Cohen discovered its name inscribed on the sign of the cage. Ah, very well, you little rascal, you read it first. The Count prepared for the solemnity of the unbreakable oath, and for the first time, Cohen felt that a talking bird might prove useful. Elixia, will you come to my aid when I require your assistance? Cohen inquired of the unicorn. I will. A slender, brilliant tongue of fire erupted from the wand beneath the Count's claws, resembling a red-hot metal filament, entwining around their respective limbs. The first oath was successfully established. The most reassuring aspect of this spell lay not in the fatal consequence of breaking the oath, but rather in the binding nature of the concept of the oath itself. Once spoken, its entirety became irrevocably fixed, with no loopholes available for exploitation, and the other party could not distort the original intent of the oath with their own interpretations. Thus, as Cohen's first request took effect, the unicorn began to sense something amiss. What will happen if this oath is broken? Do you pledge to forever heed my requests without defiance? Cohen articulated the second statement, indifferent to the outcome. Either they would amicably complete the entire process, or he would leave with his bird, his choice. I will. The unicorn's voice bore a hint of gritted teeth. It longed to escape this wretched place, but certainly not in this manner. The creature, mingled with its own bloodline, had previously exhibited perfectly normal behavior. Was it not akin to a benevolent mother? It had distinctly heard Cohen call out Mom from outside the door. A normal, solitary, and somewhat conscientious subject would unhesitatingly liberate its mother's shackles. The child should have promptly opened the cage and wept in its embrace. A second tongue of fire erupted from the Count's wand, leaving a visible mark upon the unicorn's horn. Chinese people do not deceive one another. I am not Chinese, and I am not even human. It fully revealed its true nature, its sharp voice piercing Cohen's eardrums. There was no turning back. The oath had been made. Hiv, hiv, hiv. You must forever obey me now. Cohen let out a sinister laugh. Now, follow me for the final oath. Do you vow to never harm me or any other beings I cherish? I will. The utterance of those 3 words nearly drained all its strength. It seems that whether one can escape or not is of little consequence. Paradoxically, there appears to be more freedom within the confines of a cage. A third flame erupted from the tip of the Count's wand, completing the 3 oaths with impeccable precision. Cohen remarked, You wouldn't truly believe I am naive enough to trust a unicorn whose mane is turned entirely dark, would you? Even if you were genuinely my mother by blood. It would not suffice. I have at least 5 fathers or mothers. Such a thing is hardly rare. One must simply grow accustomed to it, the Count advised the unicorn. Alexia, with the tone of a seasoned veteran. However, you are a tad more foolish than I. You willingly ventured into the cage. The unicorn was ensnared by some form of isolating magical runic metal, rendering Cohen's spells ineffective, compelling him to seek the key from various corners of the room. At last, Cohen discovered the key and liberated the furious unicorn from its confinement of over a decade. Why do you appear so discontented? Cohen inquired with concern. I am not a slave master. As I mentioned, those earlier measures were merely precautions. Aside from assisting me with tasks, you are free to manage the remainder of your time as you wish, except for your weapons. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack of apparition, a red beam of spell light struck Cohen, sending his wand flying. 2 men clad in dark robes materialized in the basement, one tall and one short. The taller figure caught Cohen's wand mid-flight while his own wand was aimed directly at Cohen, its tip emanating a dangerous spark of magic. The shorter wizard merely served as a backdrop, holding his wand aloft to illuminate the scene with a flickering glow. Do not make any rash movements. You are under arrest. The tall wizard narrowed his eyes. Dumbledore claimed we should trust you, yet I have always maintained a stance of total eradication. Both were Aurors, and Cohen felt a flicker of recognition. The taller Auror seemed to have appeared in Cohen's memories from when he was just a year old. That face accompanied by a flash of green light. He had attempted to cast the killing curse on Cohen, though he had failed. Are you suggesting that at the age of 1, you sought to eliminate me, and now you intend to do so without hesitation? Cohen queried, tilting his head. Returning to the manor and releasing dark magical creatures means you have embarked upon the path of a dark wizard, or perhaps you have always been on that path. The tall Auror declared coldly. Some evildoers are born as such. I still hold the opinion I had 10 years ago. One should have found a way to eliminate you back then. His disdain for Cohen was palpable. Convinced that the monstrosities created in dark magical laboratories would forever remain wicked creatures. So, it appears there is nothing left to discuss. Cohen raised an eyebrow. In that case, I can only. This statement prompted the tall Auror to react immediately. Armored protection. The tall Auror unleashed the ironclad charm. However, Cohen did not resort to wandless magic, nor did he initiate a direct attack. Instead, he took a deep breath. Mother. Chapter 41. The Charge of the Biological Mother. Soul Strength, 21. Soul Strength, 17. In truth, Cohen need not wield a wand to vanquish these two at this distance. He could effortlessly consume their souls in an instant. Yet, he opted for a more entertaining method of brawl. Pray tell, is there a more exhilarating maneuver than a maternal charge? Can others replicate such a feat? The two Aurors were momentarily stunned by Cohen's unexpected exclamation of mother. However, neither Cohen nor the dark unicorn mother behind him offered any mercy due to the Auror's fleeting bewilderment. Though reluctant, the unicorn, Alexia, found herself bound by the unbreakable vow she had recently made with Cohen. In his hour of need, she was compelled to assist him, and these two Aurors clearly posed a challenge. She sensed the spell's potency acutely. To violate their vow would spell doom. Consequently, she directed the spiral horn tip of her horn toward the taller Auror standing before them, unleashing a black binding curse that surged forth from the apex of her horn, piercing through the ironclad spell cast by the Auror. The tall Auror struggled to roll aside in a desperate attempt to evade the unicorn's charge, but his legs were ensnared by the peculiar magic of a unicorn. Most proud wizards often disdain the magic of non-human entities, such as house elves, fairies, and even the malevolent version of unicorns. Yet, when confronted in battle with such creatures, they're often horrified to discover their ignorance of spells designed to counteract them. Unleash your weapons. The three wands soared into the air in an instant, the Count expertly maneuvering them. Damn it, in my next life, I must implore the divine for 100 hands, with both claws occupied in grasping his wand. The Count was unable to seize the wand that was yanked away by the spell, helplessly watching it tumble to the ground beside Cohen. That will be a centipede, Cohen remarked, retrieving his own wand from the floor. How could the tall Auror have chosen such a phrase as his final words? Unfortunately for them, their timing coincided precisely with the Count's completion of the unbreakable vow, leaving them entirely unaware that this bird could indeed speak. Had they known, they might have managed to struggle, or at least evade the Count's ambush. Help! The shorter Auror, who had merely been a bystander until now, cried out in terror, his first and final utterance. With a swift motion, Alexia's horn pierced through the bodies of both men, resembling skewered meatballs. They were lifted high, yet the confines of the basement ceiling thwarted their ascent, causing them to collide painfully with the hard stone above before crashing down to the ground. The dark death curse erupted upon them, instantly manifesting grotesque decay, with visible rot spreading rapidly from the gaping wounds in their bodies. The ferocity of the maternal attack was formidable. Cohen swiftly siphoned the souls of the two. The speed of this maternal charge was alarmingly swift, nearly denying him his meal. However, with his soul's intensity surging to 27 due to the fragments of Cohen amidst the ruins, the challenge of further enhancement had escalated considerably. These two individuals have only elevated their status by a mere 2%, which would require consuming the entirety of Hogwarts' 7 graduating classes to surpass. Not to mention the idle and talentless wizards whose soul strength barely exceeds a few points. Perhaps seeking retribution from the Ministry of Magic officials who had dealt with him a decade ago would be a prudent course of action. Cohen sensed that those individuals likely shared the same perspective as the deceased Auror before him. There already exists a path to demise. And then there's that cowardly Minister Fudge from the Ministry of Magic, who surely either committed or orchestrated such actions. The remaining deficit in soul integrity could likely only be acquired through the purchase of sin points or by seeking out the scattered fragments of Cohen himself. Nay, Alexia emitted a sound akin to that of a horse, her hooves anxiously scraping against the floor. Someone helped you eliminate them. Hasten the conclusion of your spell. I never stated that you were to assist me in merely one endeavor, Cohen replied innocently, winking at Alexia. You yourself claimed you would accompany me for a lifetime. Mother number 2. What on earth is mother number 2? Rose is my mother in the truest sense. You merely comprise a component. Cohen raised an eyebrow. What would that be? A blend of oils? The Count interjected. Will you continue to insult me? Cohen glared at the Count with lifeless eyes. You've indeed transformed into the embodiment of what they wish to create, Alexia remarked coldly. Who are they? The dark wizards who perished here previously? Cohen inquired curiously. Did they also foresee that I would master the spell charge of the maternal figure today? It is challenging to articulate how a unicorn might manifest such an expression of exasperation. I shall not engage in further debate. I did not intend to treat you as a mere servant. After all, I am merely a weak, pitiable, and helpless 11-year-old student, incapable of anything. You are still rambling, Alexia calmly reminded him. You will reside within my bag. There are no black unicorns outside, and should you venture out, you would undoubtedly be captured for study. Cohen stated plainly, raising the pocket in his hand, I can provide you with safety in a relatively free environment. Thank you, little one, Alexia replied dryly. May I join in on your private conversation? The Count urged, perched on the railing above the cage, feigning boredom. All I can hear is your incessant babbling. The time for idle chatter has concluded. I must swiftly scour this place as I am quite famished. Cohen illuminated the room with the tip of his wand, surveying the surroundings. On a table cluttered with alchemical liquids, there stood a row of bookshelves embedded in the wall, previously obscured by a devil's snare, which Cohen had initially overlooked. Flames ablaze, Cohen ignited a fire at the center of the room, causing the surrounding devil's snare to retreat into the crevices of the wall in response to the sudden light and heat. Now, Cohen could thoroughly examine the materials at hand. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Cohen suddenly turned to Alexia. Is Alexia? Were you not planning to call me mother? Alexia flicked her dark ponytail. I will only call for my mother when the need arises. Cohen, with an air of nonchalance, suggested, then I shall refer to you as Alia. It is simply more concise. Alexia. Very well, Alia. Cohen disregarded Alia's nonsensical insistence and continued with the inquiry that had momentarily occupied his mind, having been a subject here for so long. How much do you know about the previous experiments conducted in this place? Chapter 42 seemed to unfold with an air of inevitability. The good news was that Alia was the earliest synthetic being developed in this laboratory, thus having witnessed the entire experiment that culminated in Cohen's creation. Will you also call me Big Brother? Cohen inquired. Curiosity piqued as he perused the books on the shelf. Question mark. With only the whites of her eyes visible, Alia appeared to be perpetually rolling her eyes. Though she struggled to comprehend, Cohen's request demanded her to continue recounting her origins. I hatched from a unicorn, stillborn, steeped in a liquefied curse. Wait, what is this liquefied curse? Cohen asked. Forgive me, Hogwarts textbooks do not cover this. I do not know. You may find it in the 4th book on the 3rd shelf. I overheard those individuals discussing it. Alia curled her legs beneath her on the floor, her jet black mane seemingly capable of swallowing the very flames around her. She had spent her entire life confined within that cage, possessing the ancestral knowledge of unicorns from birth. Yet being cursed from inception, she could not unleash those sacred magics. Following Alia's directions, Cohen extracted the sticky tome from a shelf. With a thorough cleaning, he removed the grime, revealing the title embossed on the cover, Secrets of the Darkest Art. This book was a handwritten copy. Cohen understood why. As the original manuscript by Oleg Brock resided with Dumbledore, it detailed the intricate methods for crafting Horcruxes, yet Cohen had no desire for such a thing. Some individuals desperately sought to tear their souls asunder, while others endeavored to reintegrate their own. Cohen would never consider the fragmentation of his own soul. The latter half of the book predominantly showcased the research of a singular individual, whose name was the nefarious He Who Must Not Be Named. He Who Must Not Be Named was known as one of the most powerful and influential dark wizards in history, the first to create a Horcrux, to devise numerous malevolent curses, and even the inaugural wizard to discover that hatching toad eggs could yield basilisks, as he was among the earliest Parselmouths, rendering the serpent unable to resist his commands. Within these pages lay the details of the liquefied curse. It was a liquid form of magic, coalesced from a multitude of mixed curse spells within an alchemical vessel. However, due to the inherently chaotic nature of most advanced curses, these liquids did not exist in a stable amalgamation, but were in a constant state of entanglement and conflict. akin to a spellbound breeding ground of malevolence. Upon contact with this solution, ordinary biological entities swiftly succumb to a myriad of distinctly malevolent curses within mere seconds. The nefarious Hirebo once conducted experiments with liquefied curses on numerous wizards, leading them to enter a chaotic state of transformation, at times swelling into grotesque, decaying masses, and at other moments, shrinking into desiccated, skeletal remains. However, certain noble beings are not vanquished by this amalgamation of curses. Instead, they emerge from it in entirely new forms. Take the phoenix, for instance, although Hirebo never captured one, hence there are no records pertaining to it. Then there are unicorns, whose very essence exhibits remarkable resilience against curses. The blood of unicorns flows with the essence of rebirth. To partake of it is to be granted a new life, albeit at the grievous cost of one's soul, rendered half alive through the slaughter of pure, delicate beings. Yet, the magic embedded in their pristine horns has the power to heal curses, thus rendering the curses within their own blood ineffective. When a recently deceased unicorn foal is immersed in liquid curses, it undergoes decay, but decay does not signify an end. The liquid curses replace its flesh and blood, giving rise to a new entity. Hirebo designated this creation as the nightmarish being, as he deemed it more befitting of the definition of a nightmare creature than a skeletal horse. What, one might ponder, is the intent of those in this laboratory? To amalgamate all known, most malevolent beings into the most wicked creature ever conceived? Cohen found the notion rather absurd, particularly as this experiment took place prior to Voldemort's downfall. Surely, Voldemort would not desire to conjure something beyond his control. Would anyone bestow upon them the Guinness World Record for the most nefarious entity? Those individuals remained silent, engrossed in their research, occasionally sharing progress and challenges, even referring to their subjects by code names rather than species names. Yali stifled a yawn, rendering the situation slightly less menacing. Can you not penetrate their minds? Cohen mused, assuming Yali possessed some telepathic ability, given that it could project sound directly into his mind. Yet Yali shook its head. You hear my voice simply because of our blood relation, it clarified. They crafted you from my bones and blood, perhaps in conjunction with other entities. I recall them referring to you as the one in the vial. Yali contemplated. There should be experimental logs or similar records here. We must continue searching for other components, Cohen resolved. You need not waste your time, Yali cautioned. The important and precious items have been pilfered. Cohen's alertness heightened. Stolen? By whom? I recall a short, somewhat rotund man who previously engaged in transactions with the researchers, Yali replied. His name seems to be Montongus Fleech. Cohen recognized this individual, or rather, he felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. Montongus was a seasoned thief, having pilfered numerous items in the original narrative, often smuggling and selling stolen goods. There was a sense of disbelief. How could it be him? Yet it somehow felt plausible. Not long after an explosion was heard above, I remember, Yali added. I believe he is simply cowardly. Cohen corrected himself, suggesting that it might be best to halt his research for the time being. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that Montague, the thief, had undoubtedly disposed of the stolen goods by now. Yet Cohen was determined to find him eventually and deliver a thorough beating, motivated by sheer malice rather than any justifiable reason. He proceeded to transfer all the books from the entire bookshelf into his pocket, followed by a cage crafted from runic metal, which, after employing the undetectable extension charm, could expand significantly. As for the empty flasks and discarded instruments on the table, he left them behind, as they were readily available at Hogwarts. Don't sleep now. My lord, we must depart. Chapter 43. How many more secrets remain hidden from my knowledge? Before exiting, Cohen picked up 2 wands that lay on the ground, having already claimed Herbert as wand from the cabin. This marked the 3rd wand in his possession, and dealt with the 2 fallen Aurors. Although he aimed to eliminate these malevolent beings, it did not imply he was ready to declare open war against the Ministry of Magic. Those harboring ill will towards Cohen would undoubtedly retreat like turtles upon recognizing his formidable nature, only to later demand that innocent wizards come forth to face peril at the behest of senior officials within ministry. In due course, countless families would be shattered by this conflict, while the prevailing media narrative could easily cast Cohen, the dark magic experiment, as a nefarious overlord, significantly impacting his idyllic existence. The essence of this life, which Cohen cherished, attending school, confronting Voldemort, and occasionally exchanging letters with his foster parents, was of paramount importance to him. Disgusting individuals deserve to be eliminated in equally repugnant ways, rather than allowing them to continue their vile antics. Cohen contemplated 2 methods to deal with Fudge and the Aurors who still sought his demise. The first involved assassination. As long as the target's soul strength was inferior to his own, Cohen would find it nearly effortless to confront them. Perhaps only the requirement to be within 2 meters posed a slight challenge, but once he mastered apparition, that concern would dissipate. However, this method lacked the desired level of satisfaction, as instant death would not provide the thrill he craved. "I sense you are devising some malevolent scheme," the Earl perched on Cohen's shoulder remarked. "Could you not be a tad more serious? It frightens me. I could take you to a nightclub tonight," Cohen casually suggested. "I'll tell my mother you took me. Would that ease your conscience?" "Then you should continue crafting your wicked plan," the Earl replied dryly. The second strategy involved a covert power grab. If Hermione could ascend to the position of Minister for Magic following the war against Voldemort, then surely Cohen could as well. Once he reached a threshold of 40 points, he could begin resurrecting the specter of Voldemort, the once feared entity of the magical realm, secretly conjuring a malevolent dragon and then personally slaying it. Without the need for sacrifice, perhaps a single Cornelius Fudge would suffice, leveraging the notoriety Voldemort had previously established within the magical community. With power comes the ability to instigate revulsion. "So you label me a Dark Lord? How does that feel now?" The first 5-year plan to subvert the magical world would commence with the continuation of nefarious deeds. Cohen urged Yali to squeeze into the tattered beast-hide pouch. After all, bringing a nightmare into the school would be rather excessive. Dumbledore had surely perused the secrets of dark magic and would undoubtedly refuse entry to such a creature. Cohen had explored the other chambers in the subterranean corridor, but they were utterly deserted, likely plundered by that little thief, Mundungus. However, Mundungus had left the tomes on the main research room's shelves untouched, perhaps due to the runes intricately carved upon them or because they were concealed at the time. Upon exiting the basement, the sky outside seemed to darken once more. "If you are well, it is a sunny day," he mused, recalling that 2 lives had just been extinguished. Snowfall here was hardly surprising. Cohen did not even know their names, but that was of little consequence. He would inevitably read about it in the newspaper. A peculiar disappearance of a certain Auror from the Ministry of Magic, suspected resurgence of dark wizardry. Yet, as Cohen turned to gaze at the wooden cabin, he noticed Herbert appeared to have regained consciousness and had freed him from his bindings without the aid of a wand, though it was more likely the work of the 2 recently deceased Aurors. Soul strength, 22. It was no great issue. The figure stood at the cabin's entrance, silently observing Cohen, who was conspicuously visible since the surrounding snow had been cleared away. Herbert seemed to be awaiting Cohen. He did not flee, but remained at the door. "Your uncle seems inclined to converse with you," the Count remarked. To test this little wager, Cohen approached Herbert. The Count twirled his wand in the air, vigilant for any sudden developments. His concern was not for Cohen's safety, as a Dementor's touch was akin to a mere tickle compared to the lethal Avada Kedavra. He was merely apprehensive for his own safety, as he was Cohen's accomplice. "You have arrived," Herbert rasped, his hair a disheveled gray. "I have come," Cohen replied. "You should not have come." Herbert's gaze toward Cohen was laden with complexity. "I am here now. Furthermore, even if you were to perform the entirety of Gulong's novels before me, I would not so readily return her wand." Cohen regarded Herbert with cold, indifferent eyes. "Dead," Cohen stated flatly. This Herbert, unarmed, was incapable of disapparating, and Cohen could dispose of him at any moment or cast a memory charm. However, as the last surviving criminal of this estate, Cohen sought to extract more information from him. Surely, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the unicorn, Yali, who had been confined in a cage. Upon hearing of the 2 Aurors' demise, Herbert seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Come in, sit down. Let me have a good look at you." Herbert appeared confident that Cohen would comply, turning to enter the cabin, leaving behind a rather ominous remark. "Damn, I have a rather unsettling premonition regarding identities." How many secrets did this group harbor? Inside the cabin, there were neither lurking Aurors nor curses hurled at Cohen. Herbert arranged a chair and perched himself upon the bed, allowing Cohen to sit facing him. "What is our connection?" Cohen inquired directly as he took a seat. "I have no connection," Herbert replied. Herbert gazed at Cohen's face as if it were a masterpiece. "Rose adopted you, did she not?" Cohen raised an eyebrow, questioning the relevance of this inquiry. "She is my sister." "Oh, my father mentioned that someone from the Bach family threatened to cast her into the graveyard. That wouldn't be you, would it?" Cohen tilted his head, asking. "Well, you're fortunate. I just learned the heart-piercing curse last week. I would never make such a threat. Rose is my favorite sister, and I could never harm her," Herbert replied, calm as a dying elder. "Are they treating you well?" "Who do you mean, Rose and Edward, or the teachers at Hogwarts?" "Your current family." Herbert's voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing. He turned his gaze away from Cohen and swallowed hard. "So your son has died, and those people just happened to be conducting experiments promising to resurrect him. Thus, You handed over your son's corpse to them, did you not? Cohen deduced. They were not mistaken. Indeed, the resurrected you is a genius. For heaven's sake, hurry and tell me what you intend to do. I am hungry enough to devour a soul, Cohen said, struggling to endure the man's roundabout and futile conversation. May I stay here for one night? Just one night? Herbert implored, and then you can consume my soul or kill me outright, at least. Chapter 44, Christmas Gifts. Cohen stared at this man, who seemed to have aged from middle age to the grave in an instant, contemplating whether to point out the fact that Cohen was no longer truly his son, neither physically nor spiritually. According to the theory of alchemy, the final product transcends its original materials, becoming unrelated to those substances that were once subjected to the alchemical process. Just as the atoms that constitute the human body originate from the stars of the cosmos, the stars are fundamentally different from humanity. Ding. Kindness value 100. Cohen awaited this notification from the system, concluding that if assisting a wretched soul during endless imprisonment could not be deemed a good deed, then Herbert must be deceiving him. Yet at present, Herbert appeared sincere. The system had not been misled, at least not by a nearly frantic old man. Wonderful. Herbert seemed to rejuvenate by a decade, his hands flailing in a fluster against his tattered clothing. Cohen could see him trembling, excited to the point of shaking. What should I do? You said you were hungry, right? I will fetch you something to eat. Herbert hurriedly rose, intending to kindle a fire, but the hearth had long extinguished, and his wand was with Cohen. However, he did not ask Cohen for the wand. Can Owl speak? Herbert turned to glance at the Count, stealing a furtive look at Cohen before anxiously shifting his gaze back to the iron pot before him. Fearful that Cohen might change his mind due to something he might say. I still have some money. Herbert fumbled through his pockets, only to discover his meager coins piled on the table, among them a gold galleon that ought not to be found amidst silver and copper coins. The Aurochs will not bestow charity, for there is no place here to spend money, only Cohen. This child appears untouched by any malevolent influences, resembling a little angel. Upon this realization, Herbert felt as though his throat was constricted. Surely, you are not on the verge of tears. Let me remind you, I do not indulge adults. Nor am I your buddy. You seem to be in your 40s or 50s, so do not. Cohen observed Herbert, who appeared on the brink of an emotional breakdown, and swiftly interjected. A modicum of sentimentality suffices. Do not overindulge in melodrama. Cohen feared that he might genuinely be moved. One set of parents is sufficient. After all, perhaps, if Herbert harbored ulterior motives, it would bring Cohen a measure of solace. No, it cannot be. It is merely sand in my eyes. Herbert wiped his eyes with the tattered sleeve of his robe, declaring, I shall find something for you. Suddenly, he realized that he possessed nothing to offer Cohen. Instantly, he deflated like a punctured balloon. Would you care to recount the events of the past? Cohen prompted him, as Herbert's emotions swirled within him. Joy, anguish, anxiety, sorrow, like a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans crushed and poured into a cup, then stirred with pumpkin juice. Is this the essence of human emotion? Complex, chaotic, and fraught with pain. I know some, but not all. Herbert's Adam's apple bobbed. I did not wish for you to perceive yourself as. In truth, I'm already aware of part of it. Cohen pursed his lips. His lineage is a blend of human, Dementor, and nightmare unicorn among other things, yet I do not particularly care, as no one could discover it. Due to the somber weather outside, the fire within the room appeared exceptionally bright. Shall we begin anew? Herbert's eyes reflected the glow of the fire behind Cohen, his lips quivering slightly. Can we commence from the middle? Cohen retorted. At that moment, we were unable to. Herbert stammered, trembling, struggling to utter the words, he has died. Perhaps I should directly employ the thought extraction charm. It will be swifter? Cohen inquired. Herbert nodded silently. It seemed as if speaking those words would result in his own demise, or perhaps he understood that the child he once was had long since passed. Uttering the term again would necessitate accepting that reality. Cohen aimed his wand at Herbert's forehead, casting the silver, wispy spell that connected the wand's tip to Herbert. Herbert stood defenseless, even though Cohen could manipulate his mind at any moment. All of Herbert's life memories resided within him, but Cohen primarily focused on those pertaining to himself. In 1976, 33-year-old Herbert and his wife Belvina Black, having already welcomed a son and a daughter, gave birth to their youngest son, Cohen Bach. In 1978, Herbert's eldest son perished. During that time, dark wizards roamed freely, and no one knew whether he fell victim to the machinations of a mad dark wizard or if it was some other fate. The Bach family was at the zenith of their prominence, and naturally, they would not acknowledge that their progeny could be victimized by their peers. Especially close were the siblings Herbert and Rose, notorious for their family's disgrace. Their attitudes towards Muggles were far from normal, often exhibiting an unsettling affinity for the filthy Muggles. Consequently, the Bach family chose to suppress the incident, leaving Herbert bereft of any means to avenge his child, not even knowing where the child's remains lay. In 1979, Herbert's daughter lost control of her magic, resulting in the demise of several of her tormentors from the same bloodline. As a consequence, the then leader of the Bach family sentenced her to death with 2 Avada Kedavra curses, one aimed at Herbert's wife, Belvina, who bravely shielded her daughter, and the other at Herbert's daughter herself. From that moment, Herbert was left with only his young son, Cohen. Rather than seeking vengeance, he chose to flee from this terrifying and tyrannical family. Herbert and Cohen relocated to Godric's Hollow, and that same year his sister Rose severed ties with the family, marrying the impure blood Edward Norton. In 1980, Cohen met an untimely death due to a mysterious curse. Herbert could not fathom why someone would target Cohen. The loss shattered Herbert, leaving him utterly alone, devoid of family. In 1981, with Voldemort's downfall, as the surrounding wizards rejoiced, a young member of the Bach family approached Herbert, seeking the corpse of a small wizard bearing the Bach bloodline. The research yielded results, yet it was fraught with failure. The entity within the vial survived stably, but in its moment of success, it annihilated nearly everyone in the manor, resembling a soul-consuming black hole that devoured almost every living being's essence, save for a unicorn hidden underground and Herbert himself. Subsequently, Herbert was apprehended by the Ministry of Magic and sentenced, unable to be killed. Cohen was adopted by Rose at Dumbledore's suggestion. What followed was a decade of excruciating waiting, culminating in Cohen's return, though their first encounter was less than amicable. During Herbert's restraint, 2 Aurors passing by noticed the peculiarities of the manor's ruin, freeing Herbert from his bindings and rushing into the basement, which Cohen had previously obliterated. Thus unfolded all that Cohen witnessed. After reviewing Herbert's memories, Cohen gleaned a clearer understanding of the past events. Regrettably, Herbert had only contributed materials to the research, never participating in the experiments himself, as he lacked the requisite knowledge. Consequently, Cohen could not ascertain the nature of the remaining 2 bloodlines that belonged to him, only noting that while this journey bore fruit, it was not the kind he initially sought. Species, Dementor, human nightmare? Am I a fool? Herbert mused self-deprecatingly. The curse cast upon Herbert S. son was indeed orchestrated by the Bach family, who had long since included him in their nefarious plans. Herbert was effectively sold out by the Bach family, all the while counting their ill-gotten gains. Deception arises not from the folly of individuals, but from the malevolence of the deceivers. Cohen raised an eyebrow, remarking that this notion smacked of victim-blaming. Nevertheless, the past was behind him. He had consumed the entire Bach family. You speak the truth, Herbert murmured softly. The 2 Aurors were not regular patrollers, but mere passers-by, and their sudden disappearance should not lead to inquiries here. Cohen, in a display of compassion, spent the night with the unfortunate Herbert. The Count departed in the dead of night to deliver gifts from Cohen to Rose and Edward, a task that should have been completed the previous evening. Yet the newly wand-wielding Count had been so exhilarated that he completely overlooked it. Cohen claimed the bed, while Herbert curled up on the floor beneath a blanket. Ding. Kindness points 300. Note, congratulations on mastering compassion. You are awarded 300 raw stones. Cohen was awakened early by the system's announcement. The sky outside remained gloomy, hardly distinguishable from the night before. Fortunately, Cohen had a mechanical watch, preventing him from losing track of time. It was 7:35. Time to refresh. By now, the Count should have delivered the gifts to the Gryffindor common room, and lingering outside held little interest for Cohen. The bed was not particularly comfortable, and he found himself reminiscing about the dormitories of Hogwarts, which, in terms of living conditions, surpassed 999 other schools. Herbert was still asleep. Last night, Cohen had heard him tossing and turning, likely too excited to find rest. Cohen had no intention of waking him, fearing that upon discovering Cohen's departure, Herbert might be consumed by despair. After levitating Herbert from the floor to the bed, Cohen penned a brief note on a leftover piece of parchment from his homework and placed it on Herbert's desk, pressing Herbert's wand atop it. It felt akin to leaving a note saying, "You were quite splendid last night. I have left some funds on the table. I shall take my leave now." Cohen muttered to himself, bemused. Yet, leaving Herbert with a glimmer of hope was not without merit. When Cohen ascended to a position of authority within the Ministry of Magic, he could potentially absolve Herbert of his transgressions. In that moment, he could even leverage public sentiment to craft a narrative of paternal love spanning over a decade, which would surely evoke tears from housewives and serve to tarnish Fudge's reputation. Then, Cohen aimed his wand at the snoring Herbert. Obliviate, he did not erase too much of Herbert's memory, merely removing his recollection of Cohen's visage and the presence of the 2 Aurors, while altering his memories regarding Cohen's purpose and actions to safeguard against any scrutiny from ministry. Henceforth, Cohen's publicly stated purpose would be solely to visit his biological father, a flawless cover. Ding. Kindness points 50. The system's announcement reappeared. Indeed, performing good deeds yielded substantial rewards. Alas, Herbert's contribution to Cohen's kindness points had begun to dwindle, indicating that even if Cohen continued to assist him in this manner, the rewards would not be significant. Cohen had previously labeled this phenomenon as the system's reward resistance, akin to how the malevolent points awarded by the Count had diminished to the point of being negligible. Departing from the cottage, ensuring that all traces of his presence were meticulously concealed, Cohen took to the night sky, soaring above the dense layers of clouds. A visit to Hogwarts beckoned. He sensed that, even without seeking the information on Nicodemus, Harry would inevitably disregard school regulations and indulge in nocturnal escapades upon acquiring the invisibility cloak. The inherently malevolent traits of the bad seed are indeed hereditary. Chapter 45, Settlement. As dawn broke in the winter haze, Cohen made a detour to visit the Acromantulas. Regrettably, the creatures had nearly vanished from sight, having retreated into the depths of their lairs due to Cohen's oppressive malevolence and relentless slaughter. Aragog, accompanied by his remaining offspring, had taken refuge deep within the caverns, and Cohen felt that his prior actions had perhaps been excessively extreme. However, this was of little consequence. The young spiders, lacking sufficient maturity, could no longer satiate Cohen's requirement of 272 soul completeness. Their meager souls, barely numbering in the teens, were insufficient to progress his own. Presently, only acromantulas of middle age or older, with soul strengths exceeding 15 points, and Aragog himself, with a strength of 20 points, would serve any purpose for Cohen. He resolved to allow them time to mature, planning to revisit at the end of the term. Although Cohen was aware that spider eggs required approximately 9 weeks to hatch, the duration for the spiderlings to reach adulthood remained uncertain. The Forbidden Forest was, as ever, in harmonious tranquility. The centaurs maintained a distant watch after Cohen's descent, evidently aware that certain entities within the forest had become formidable adversaries, particularly the spiders whose expansion had been thwarted by Cohen's intervention in a mere 3 months. They ought to express their gratitude to him. Somehow, as he traversed the corridor outside the Great Hall, Cohen discerned numerous ethereal souls lingering near the garlands. Were these the elusive pixies? He recalled a creature not acknowledged by conventional wizards. Alas, these diminutive beings possessed souls too feeble to warrant consumption. Like many ordinary small creatures, they were classified as having a soul strength of merely 1 point, the lowest value assigned by the system. He needed to find a place for Ari, his pocket-sized companion, and the Room of Requirement should be capable of conjuring an independent area reminiscent of the outdoors for Cohen's animal care. Upon returning to the Room of Requirement, he found the Earl sprawled out on the owl-as plush bedding, utterly exhausted. Your entire family owes me the shipping fees for this journey. I suspect your father intends to murder me. The items he sent totaled no less than 50 pounds. The Earl lamented upon catching sight of Cohen. He sent you a bomb. Do not be absurd. Had a bomb been capable of killing me, I would have perished at the age of 1. Edward is foolish, but not entirely dim-witted. Cohen noticed a mountain of gifts piled within the Room of Requirement. Aside from a box of sweets from Rose and an enormous, enigmatic square package from Edward, there was another heap of bulging paper bags. Among them were rock cakes from Hagrid. Had he known, Cohen would not have feigned such enthusiasm for the treat in Hagrid's presence. Additionally, there were hand-knit sweaters from Mrs. Weasley and a box brimming with homemade fudge. It appears that Ron has indeed corresponded with his parents regarding Cohen, and it is also likely that the Weasley family shares a good rapport with the Nortons, especially since they belong to the same era and stood alongside Dumbledore during tumultuous times. The sweater Cohen received is white, adorned with a deep blue yarn that intricately weaves the initial of his name. As Cohen unwrapped the parcel from Edward, he wondered what delightful surprise awaited him. The mysterious rectangular gift, measuring 1/12 m, turned out to be a transparent display case. Could it be that Edward intends to purchase a property for me? Cohen gazed at the castle and village encapsulated within the transparent case, quickly discerning that its contents were not akin to the models found in real estate offices. Inside, a mountain concealed a deep mine, guarded by a fire-breathing dragon protecting its gleaming treasure. A procession of living clay figures was departing from the castle, traversing forests, swamps, and mountains, making their way towards the cavern. This was a living chessboard of dragons and dungeons. No surprise there. Cohen smirked slightly. While this contraption may not serve him practically, it could certainly function as a decorative piece. The wizarding world does not engage in such games, so it was highly probable that Edward had crafted every element with significant effort. Cohen resolved to commend him in his next letter to uplift his spirits. Emotional value is essential for familial harmony. The plan to care for Ally was proceeding smoothly, and as Cohen had hoped, a new door appeared within the room. Behind it was a faux outdoor space resembling a night sky, complete with grass, a stream, trees, and even a suspended crescent moon alongside a myriad of stars. This detail revealed the artificiality of the sky, for if the moon shone so brightly, the stars would be obscured in reality. Cohen released Ally, who curled up wearily on the ground. He assumed the fatigue stemmed from the curse cast upon the two Aurors earlier. A gentle reminder, magical creatures are not akin to inflatable dolls. They can move independently without electricity. The Count sharply pointed out the fallacy in Cohen's reasoning. You were too shaky while flying. I feel quite dizzy now. Ally's voice resonated in Cohen's mind. Subsequently, it nestled into slumber in this secure environment. Well then, Cohen initially intended to explore what special effects he might have inherited from this creature's lineage, but it seemed that would have to wait. After organizing the books he had scavenged and stacking them on the room's bookshelf, Cohen stepped outside. He returned to the common room to see if Harry and the others had conjured any surprises or, as per the original narrative, discovered the mirror of Ariste. Cohen slipped through the portrait of the fat lady, and as he emerged, he encountered Harry, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Harry sat by the fire, seemingly lost in thought and appearing as though he had not slept all night. Nevertheless, he still seemed quite exhilarated. Chapter 46. Oh no, it's toxic. Cohen had already anticipated this turn of events. Harry followed Dumbledore's plan and located the mirror of Ariste. It was rather peculiar for an elderly man to indulge in such an unusual pastime, particularly one involving an 11-year-old boy from South England. Cohen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Huh, what are you saying, Cohen? Harry could not quite catch Cohen's mumblings, but he had something of greater significance to share. You must listen, I saw my parents last night. However, Cohen, who had just committed 2 murders, did not seem much better off than Dumbledore. I feel as if I have suddenly found peace, Cohen sighed. What did you just say? I saw my parents. In a mirror. Harry immediately lowered his voice after his first exclamation, aware that no other students were yet awake. The things in the mirror are illusions, Harry. Cohen reminded him, urging him to face reality. No matter how handsome you appear in the mirror, you remain the same in reality. Sin level 1. But I have never seen my father and mother, Harry insisted, desperately seeking to validate the notion that the mirror was not merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps the mirror foreshadowed the future? Cohen was reluctant to shatter Harry's fantasy, especially after being touched by that Herbert just the day before. Will you join me tonight? Harry asked eagerly. Perhaps you could see them too. I mean Mr. and Mrs. Norton. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Cohen feigned ignorance, even though he knew Harry possessed an invisibility cloak. You lose 50 points for a nighttime escapade, and Gryffindor's score is already low. How could I have forgotten to tell you? Harry exclaimed, promptly pulling out a thin, silver-like object from his robe pocket. Someone gifted me an invisibility cloak. Harry showcased the present he had received the previous day. An invisibility cloak? Cohen's gaze was tinged with envy. If he had such an item, he would have no trouble ambushing his foes. By golly, who would dare to provoke me? I could don this cloak, and in a flash, materialize behind them to snatch their soul away, so thoroughly that not even a stomach pump could retrieve it. In reality, he did not need to get that close. Up until now, Cohen had never truly absorbed a soul directly from another being's mouth. That would be rather grotesque. Typically, a Dementor needed to direct its kiss at the target's lips, but Cohen seemed indifferent to such conventions. Perhaps it was due to some extraordinary alchemy or the peculiar traits of his bloodline. Very well, I shall accompany you, Cohen agreed, motivated by the desire to closely examine the mirror and prepare for the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Ideally, when the time came to play the antagonist, he could secure the stone right before Harry, thus achieving both the noble task of preventing Voldemort from obtaining it and the nefarious goal of thwarting Harry. If both sides lost, it would be tantamount to neither side losing, yet another significant step toward peace in the magical realm. The recommendation system should award an additional 10,000 points. Confronting Cairo Cohen instills a profound sense of assurance. For Cairo's soul has been rendered feeble due to the parasitic influence of Voldemort. Cohen has possessed the ability to siphon it since his enrollment. Although he currently cannot absorb the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which bears an intensity of 40, the adversary's reliance on the killing curse cannot inflict any significant detriment upon Cohen. Hence, the forces of evil have been deemed devoid of any threat. The solitary concern now lies in the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, which is destined for destruction in the future, into his own possession. This hypothesis lacks any substantial basis, as Cohen's adoptive parents are still alive. rendering it devoid of any reference value. Yet, excessive hope often dulls one's senses. According to Dumbledore, it is unwise to be enraptured by dreams to the neglect of reality. With the sunlight beyond the castle walls and the calls of friends, we shall inevitably awaken from our slumber. As Ron noted, Harry has been in a state of despondency throughout the day, neglecting both lunch and dinner. However, Cohen has other matters to attend to during the day. He has yet to meticulously peruse all the books he salvaged from the basement, nor has he delved into studying Arya's species abilities. Arya remains deep in slumber. Cohen chose to nestle in the armchair of the room of requirement, perusing a tome from the pile titled Origins of Dark Creatures. The first entry concerns Dementors, those insubstantial beings that plague the wizarding world as one of its most vexatious dark magical entities. As they are not of material existence, they cannot be slain, only repelled, and their peril is considerable. Their attacks are nearly indefensible, with only a scant few spells effective against them. The Patronus charm proves most efficacious, albeit exceedingly challenging. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic struggle to conjure a corporeal Patronus. A note scrawled in red ink dismissed the notion that Dementors could serve as the augmenting essence for the bottled individual, suggesting its removal. This statement was negated by a strike-through, indicating that experimental procedures should emerge from collective discourse rather than unilateral decrees. From this point, the ensuing annotations devolved into quarrels. An unnamed researcher one remarked, "You could add basilisks and phoenixes. The effect would be similar." To which an unnamed researcher, too, retorted, "The only known phoenix with a confirmed location in Britain resides with Dumbledore. If you disagree, feel free to acquire Dumbledore's bird." Researcher one exclaimed, "What? Me? Confront Dumbledore? Is that for real?" The remainder of the dialogue devolved into trivialities, as the experimental results indicated their ultimate choice of Dementors as the foundation. Presumably, Cohen harbors a 60 composition of Dementors, with the remainder comprised of nightmares and 2 other peculiar species, each accounting for 10. Will the other Dementors regard me as a mudblood? Cohen pondered with vigilance. Then you would eliminate them on the pretense that Azkaban has become overly urbanized, correct? The Count remarked while stealthily indulging in Cohen's sweets. "Whatever you choose to do, I shall no longer be surprised." Cohen disregarded the Count, flipping to the next mark point. The second entry pertains to nightmares, precisely those described in Revelations of Dark Magic. Nightmares are vile creatures conjured by the despicable Hirebo. The sacred unicorn, which ought to remain untainted, succumbs to a thick, liquefied curse that seeps into the cadaver of its embryo. Even the messengers of heaven can be dragged down to hell. What is this? Let me see. The once languid Count eagerly squeezed closer. After shooing away the excited brown-feathered bird, Cohen continued to peruse the subsequent content. Though termed a nightmare, it was evident this was merely Hirebo's malevolent whimsy. This creature bore no abilities associated with dreams. Apart from its unicorn-like form and the curse coursing through its veins, it shared little resemblance with its noble counterpart. The benevolent magic of unicorns was entirely absent in nightmares. Yet, nightmares were innate masters of curses, able to unleash potent curse magic through their spiraled silver horns or directly inject curses into their adversaries via physical means. Their blood was liquid curse, though it evaporated swiftly upon leaving the body. Cohen tentatively inflicted a small cut on his hand. Goodness! Cohen watched in astonishment as his blood transformed into a black mist of curses. Those who had been close to Cohen over the past decade were indeed fortunate. Had he sustained significant injuries, a mere touch could have cost a life. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Liquid Curse 110. The system materialized at that moment. The unlocking degree of the special ability was 110, indicating that Cohen's blood was not yet a complete embodiment of Liquid Curse. This revelation, however, led Cohen to ponder a terrifying question. If blood was cursed, what of bodily fluids? Should he find himself in a romantic relationship in the future? Would there be poison involved? Cohen inhaled deeply. It was daunting. If left unaddressed, it felt akin to being sentenced to a life devoid of companionship. Yet, at the tender age of 11, such concerns could be momentarily set aside. Shaking his head, Cohen resumed his reading. Nightmares could infiltrate unicorn herds because unicorns were unable to discern the variations in curses. Their own blood flowed with curses, rendering nightmares mere differently colored kin in their eyes. It appeared unicorns possessed a remarkable degree of tolerance. However, Cohen had no intention of placing Allie in the Forbidden Forest. The inability of unicorns to recognize the anomaly did not imply that Hagrid and the other creatures of the forest would be equally oblivious. A black unicorn was hardly a normal sight, and Ollie's eyes, with their conspicuous scara, were truly unsettling. The innate talent of the Dementor race enabled Cohen to absorb souls and emotions, as well as confer a form of immortality pertaining to the state of souls. While nightmares bestowed upon him the aptitude for dark magic curses and a hidden weapon of toxic blood. This tome only delineated these two creatures. Cohen's other two unknown bloodlines were certainly not listed among the species documented within. The remaining pile of books consisted of specialized texts on alchemical runes and apparatus, devoid of any mention of malevolent beings. This indicated that to unravel the origins and abilities of his remaining two bloodlines, Cohen would likely need to procure the experimental reports from his past. It seems that a conversation with Montague is in order during the holiday. After spending an entire day in a room of requirement, Cohen met Harry in the common room that evening. The invisibility cloak effortlessly concealed the figures of the two 11-year-old boys, and their nocturnal adventure commenced smoothly. However, the second step proved to be less straightforward, as Harry realized he could not recall the route to the empty classroom housing the Mirror of Ariste. Cohen was equally at a loss. With hundreds of empty classrooms at Hogwarts, who could fathom where Dumbledore had stashed the mirror? Yet, Harry was convinced its location was not far from the library, as he had wandered near the restricted section the previous night. Haven't I already informed you about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen whispered to Harry. Well, transforming Gryffindor into a lesser version of itself seems to be a familial trait. Cohen sensed that Dumbledore had countless schemes to steer Harry into the meticulously crafted developmental plan. Furthermore, Cohen felt that Dumbledore was undoubtedly concocting his own growth strategy for Cohen as well. Is a game afoot? He pondered. Dueling, social finesse, and dark psychology were all in play. Ultimately, Dumbledore's grand objective was to vanquish Voldemort once and for all before his own demise. A matter that bore little relevance to Cohen, as his name was conspicuously absent from the prophecy. As long as Cohen refrained from becoming a murderer within the school walls, he would be fine. Here, Harry suddenly indicated a direction beneath the cloak. They found themselves in a secluded corridor on the side of the library, a place rarely frequented due to its dead end. At the corridor's terminus stood a small classroom, its dilapidated wooden door barely closed. If Harry had hastily fled from the library, he would have instinctively sought refuge in such a hidden spot, as it was logical for Filch to prioritize blocking the library's exits rather than this dead end. Inside the abandoned classroom, numerous desks and chairs were haphazardly piled against the walls, casting a large, dark shadow in the dim light. There was also an overturned wastebasket. However, one object within the room stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, directly opposite them as they entered. It was a magnificent mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, its golden frame supported by two claw-like feet, with an inscription etched at the top. Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidonwosi, when viewed in reverse. This phrase conveyed the meaning. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. This is the mirror, Harry exclaimed joyously, lifting the invisibility cloak and dashing towards it. His family smiled back at him from within the mirror. Cohen, however, was not focused on the mirror or Harry. He had just heard the creaking of the wooden door being pushed by the wind. While Harry assumed it was merely a draft, Cohen held a different belief. Soul intensity, 99. Whose soul possesses a strength of 99 points? Ah, it is merely the wind. I had mistakenly believed it to be the perverse old principle from Non-Tone. A centenarian with a twisted psyche who revels in sweet treats and has a penchant for stalking 11-year-old students at night. Indeed, Dumbledore's disillusionment charm is of an astonishing caliber, nearly on par with Harry's invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. Had it not been for Cohen's ability to perceive souls, he would have been oblivious to Dumbledore's entrance. To avoid revealing that he had sensed Dumbledore's presence, Cohen merely glanced curiously at the doorway before hastily returning to Harry's side. Can you see my family? Harry exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the figures in the mirror. Yet, from Cohen's perspective, the mirror reflected only Harry's solitary shadow. Harry, I see nothing, Cohen confessed. The mirror only shows your own reflection. Perhaps it's a matter of positioning. Stand here, in front of me. Harry, believing it to be a positional issue, stepped aside to allow Cohen to take his place before the mirror. In the fleeting seconds it took Cohen to approach, he envisioned a myriad of scenes that might materialize within the mirror. Voldemort's corpse, moments shared with Rose and Edward, even dining with Ally and Herbert. Yet, the mirror remained devoid of any images. Cohen furrowed his brow, but soon grasped the situation. The alchemical runes inscribed upon the mirror appeared to be intended for probing the mind, yet it seemed incapable of pinpointing Cohen's essence. What is it? Harry inquired, glancing between Cohen and the mirror. Cohen could feel Dumbledore's gaze sharpening, as though the elder wished to discern Cohen's innermost desires, perhaps to ascertain whether he had strayed from his path. Still nothing visible, yet I feel a strange inclination that I know what to do, Cohen mused. sensing that a mere touch upon the surface of the mirror would suffice. He extended a finger toward the mirror of Ariste, lightly grazing the cold glass. It was reminiscent of a prompt warning during a software installation on a mobile device, whether to proceed with the installation. At the age of 14 in his previous life, Cohen would have disregarded the risks and continued, leading to a vibrant existence from that moment onward, particularly infused with shades of yellow. Harry, somewhat perplexed, remained quietly awaiting Cohen's actions. The surface of the mirror began to shift before Cohen's eyes. "What do you see?" Harry inquired eagerly, noticing the softening of Cohen's previously calm expression. Upon hearing that Cohen could also see his parents, Harry felt a weight lift from his heart. Perhaps this mirror indeed held the power to reveal one's loved ones. Alas, Cohen's adoptive parents were still alive. A wave of melancholy washed over Harry. He could only glimpse his parents within the confines of this mirror. "It appears beautiful, Harry," Cohen remarked, stepping aside. "But I believe we ought to redirect our focus to reality." "But it is a holiday now," Harry argued, settling himself before the mirror. His gaze, never wavering from the family, reflected therein. "At least I can see them." Neither Harry nor Cohen wished to depart, particularly with Dumbledore still observing. The old man seemed utterly unconcerned about enduring a sleepless night. Leaving now would evoke a sense of cold-hearted abandonment towards friends. Cohen insists on committing fully to his role, striving to craft a flawless image of a virtuous individual, though in truth he is inherently good. Bored and restless, Cohen shifted a chair and commenced practicing magic in the corner. Naturally, casting a spell such as the Killing Curse would be unwise under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Instead, Cohen aimed to conjure a spell that would affirm his innocence, Expecto Patronum. A stream of silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, and the presence of vapor indicated that the first step of the spell had succeeded. While Harry remained engrossed in the mirror, Dumbledore's attention was drawn elsewhere. Cohen caught a glimpse of the elderly figure who had previously been focused on Harry, now observing him intently. Chapter 48. My apologies for the mess. The mist lingered, swirling gracefully at ground level, reminiscent of a typical fog. Is this how the Patronus charm manifests? Cohen mused, feeling that it resembled the dense mist conjured during an attack by Dementors. Yet, this fog was imbued with a joyful essence. He could distinctly perceive happiness permeating the air. This failure, Cohen reasoned, was merely a matter of temperament. His incantation and emotions were undoubtedly correct, and there was no reason for a miscast. It seemed that his unsuccessful Patronus had not surprised Dumbledore, but at least Cohen had managed to release a trace of silvery mist, indicating he had not succumbed to the allure of dark magic. Dark magic required profoundly malevolent emotions to wield. A wizard steeped in such darkness could not summon even a wisp of mist with the Patronus charm. Harry, caught off guard by the encroaching mist, hastily scrambled to his feet. Where did this smoke come from? Normally, the mist from a Patronus should not be suffocating, but Harry was not well versed in these matters. It must be quite complex, he thought, observing the magical fog that enveloped the floor like a dense forest mist. Suddenly, he recalled something peculiar about Cohen's recent words. A raspy cough echoed through the air. Dumbledore, surely, would not be choked by his own mist. Cohen speculated that it could only mean Dumbledore was weary and seeking rest, attempting to startle Harry and him into hurrying off to bed. What was that noise? Harry exclaimed, his instincts piqued, immediately searching for his discarded invisibility cloak. If Filch were to catch them, Gryffindor's points would plummet, as they currently sat at a mere 80. Quick, Harry urged, flinging off the cloak with urgency, beckoning Cohen to join him. If Filch finds us, we're finished. The mere thought of seeing his parents, even as mere reflections in the elusive mirror, had become a distant aspiration for Harry. As they made their way, they encountered Filch, but he lacked the ability to see through the invisibility cloak and could only follow the scent left by Mrs. Norris, his cat, as it led him in circles. Upon returning to the common room, Harry and Cohen nestled into their respective beds amidst Ron's snores. Sleep eluded Harry, for his mind was consumed by thoughts of the mirror. Cohen, too, found himself wide awake, having just uttered a falsehood. What he beheld in the mirror was not a loving family, but rather a horrific vision. He witnessed Voldemort's malevolence consuming all souls, the ministry of magic littered with bodies, and dark magical creatures feasting upon the remains. He even glimpsed his own sinister Dementor empire. One might think he was watching a horror film. Could it be that he was inherently evil? Such a thought had never crossed his mind before. Yet, while the desires lurking within him appeared gruesome, they were not entirely malevolent. Voldemort certainly deserved to be vanquished. This was a noble pursuit. Some bureaucratic thugs within the ministry also warranted eradication. This, too, was just. The only ambition that might not align with societal norms was his vision of the Dementor Empire. Yet to Cohen, that did not seem unjust. With this clarity, Cohen stretched contentedly and shifted into a more comfortable position, ready to sleep. What evil? He was merely a savior in the bed adjacent to Harry, who was still searching for his mother amongst the tadpoles, while Cohen was already mapping out a bright future. The following morning, Cohen awoke groggily to find Harry absent, leading him to suspect that his friend had once again spent the night sleepless. At this rate, he might collapse from exhaustion. However, Cohen had no time to accompany Harry in his quest for the mirror today. He needed to devote himself to contemplating the Patronus charm and to skim through the pile of books he had scavenged from the basement of Bork Manor. Though last night's attempt at the Patronus charm had been a complete failure, Cohen sensed that the incantation was capable of functioning properly, albeit through an incorrect pathway. It was difficult to articulate, akin to attempting to wield multiple professions simultaneously, yet only the wizarding class could conjure a fireball spell, resulting in an error when attempted through the warrior class. The common room was devoid of Harry's presence, yet Cohen observed the Count outside the window. Upon opening it, the Count flew in, adorned with a blanket of fine snow, scattering icy crystals across the carpet. Fortunately, the common room was maintained by house elves. Had it been Filch, he would likely have shouted threats at the Count and confined Cohen to his quarters. Why must he insist on delivering messages as if he possessed no legs? Were it not for the grotesque visage upon the back of his head, I would surely have plucked every strand of his hair. The Count, brimming with ire, tossed a letter to Cohen. It was from Quirrell, requesting Cohen's presence in his office before lunch. The reason was not disclosed, perhaps to avoid the letter being intercepted by Dumbledore. Was it time to commence preparations for the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 49, Cohen, I have an idea. After Cohen had breakfast, he hurried to Quirrell's office, where the scent of garlic was more potent than ever, indicating that Voldemort's influence on Quirrell's body was deepening. Quirrell's soul strength had been diminished by Voldemort by a full 20 points, while the temporary value transferred to Voldemort's own soul was merely 10 points. Once Voldemort vacated Quirrell's body, that increment would vanish, so Cohen need not worry excessively. Mr. Norton, please, come in, Quirrell stammered, ushering Cohen into the office while anxiously peering outside. He then locked the door and cast a spell over it. Cohen, the Dark Lord is in dire need of that Philosopher's Stone. I must hasten my progress, Quirrell said, his face ashen. It was evident that Voldemort was pressuring him, akin to how a dying teammate in a video game exerts stress on those still surviving. The Cerberus, a magical creature, was impervious to most spells that could threaten its life, leading past wizards to believe it was a guardian from the underworld. Its sole weakness lay in its susceptibility to music, which would lull it to sleep. Cohen had intended to divulge this information directly, yet Quirrell pulled out a large, dark egg from his desk. You told me I couldn't bring a dragon into the castle, yet you have one with you? Cohen remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is merely to deceive Hagrid, Quirrell explained. Dragon eggs can still be procured on the black market, but transporting a fully grown dragon poses certain challenges. Could I have a few as well? Cohen inquired. That way, I could experiment with various spells. You know, capturing live beings would easily attract Dumbledore's attention. But raising small creatures will be different. I could practice my magical concepts, such as the killing curse and others on them. After all, dragons possess significant magical resistance. Dragon eggs are quite expensive, Quirrell replied, visibly embarrassed. I have already exhausted my savings. Those smuggling dragon eggs are quite mad. Voldemort believes that after succeeding, you would follow him to learn. Quirrell expressed his confusion to Cohen. Knowledge and credentials are not the same, Cohen advised gravely. You are still too confined within the academic realm. What I seek is not mere knowledge, but power. With a degree, I can infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, then ascend step by step through the use of the soul curse and assassination. This is what I call a peaceful coup. I have extensively studied the legacies of the two previous Dark Lords. They were far too brutal. You see, people often prefer a gentler shift. Once I dominate the ministry, I will spend years inciting conflict between muggles and wizards. Quirrell listened, dumbfounded by Cohen's ambitious plans. Good lad, your strategy indeed has merits. Voldemort's voice languidly emerged from beneath Quirrell's turban, but there are numerous flaws. The methods to detect dark wizards extend far beyond mere behavioral indicators. Oh, Cohen raised an eyebrow, drawing his wand. What if I produce this? Expecto Patronum. A thick plume of white smoke erupted from the tip of Cohen's wand. Impossible. Chilo's voice rose several octaves as he gazed incredulously at Cohen's Patronus charm. Although it lacked a physical form, its presence was undeniable. Yet, Cohen had employed dark magic no fewer than hundreds of times over the past 6 months. The creatures he had dispatched in Chilo's office could nearly cover the floor of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Magic is indeed wondrous, is it not? Nevertheless, Chilo recalled that the experiment at the Bach Manor was likely a fusion of those dark magical creatures. Just 2 days ago, I visited that place. Cohen mentioned that, despite some setbacks, they had nearly unraveled the reasons and processes behind that experiment, which may have involved the addition of some peculiar creatures. In light of this, Chilo contemplated Cohen's ability to masquerade as an ordinary wizard, as suggested by Cohen's earlier remarks regarding their plan. Could this young man truly accomplish such a feat? How could the Ministry of Magic possibly prove that Cohen was a nefarious entity? Could they claim he was a Dementor? Or perhaps an evil, dark, magical creature? Which Dementor, for heaven's sake, can conjure a Patronus? In fact, the majority of the Ministry personnel do not even know this spell. Therefore, should you interfere with my plans, I shall not hesitate to feign betrayal to preserve my identity, Cohen cautioned. However, you are excellent collaborators, and our objectives align. Cohen's insinuation was directed towards Voldemort, who sought to incite chaos to seize power. Certainly, there would be further opportunities for collaboration in the future. Voldemort's voice slithered like a venomous snake, yet for the moment, he acquiesced to Cohen's stipulations. How do you intend to meet Hagrid? You certainly cannot approach him in your current guise to sell dragon eggs. Cohen redirected the conversation towards Chilo. Perhaps at the pub in Hogsmeade? Chilo suggested, recalling Hagrid's frequent visits to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. You intend to conduct illegal dealings at the Three Broomsticks, do you? Cohen expressed a touch of exasperation regarding Chilo's plan. At the very least, consider the Hog's Head Inn. Here's the plan. I will approach Hagrid about wanting a butterbeer from the Hog's Head, and you can wait there. Once he arrives, you can invite him to a game of cards, wagering a dragon egg. He will surely find it irresistible. Yet how will you persuade Hagrid to fetch you a butterbeer? Chilo questioned, somewhat apprehensive about the scheme. I have already established a rapport with Hagrid. Do you think I run around the school daily, merely for exercise? These are connections. The future of the British magical community lies within Hogwarts. Cohen waved his hand dismissively. Additionally, I possess a condition he cannot refuse. Outside of Cohen, only one individual at Hogwarts would remain unperturbed or hostile upon encountering a nightmarish unicorn. Hagrid would undoubtedly be captivated by a creature he has never seen before and would certainly acquiesce to its demands, such as desiring a butterbeer from the Hog's Head. Chapter 50. Do you wish to see a unicorn that drinks butterbeer? Observing Cohen's unwavering confidence, Chilo chose to place his trust in him. Opting for Cohen equated to choosing success, without a doubt. In the entire school, the only instructor for the defense against the dark arts course across all grades is Quirrell. Had it not been for Dumbledore's lack of performance evaluations for teachers, Quirrell would have long since succumbed to despair. However, as Cohen stepped into the room of requirement, he was greeted by the boisterous voice of the Count. Yet, it was not Cohen to whom the Count was speaking. The Count and Ollie were ensconced in the makeshift outdoor room assigned to Ollie, the door slightly ajar, allowing Cohen a glimpse of a corner adorned with faux grass and a simulated starry sky. Cluck, cluck. Are you gesturing with your head? What on earth are you trying to convey? Oomph. Ollie expressed her impatience with a huff. Are you indicating a tree? No, a rock? The Count seemed to be straining to communicate with Ollie. Isn't that a stone? That a big one, isn't it? No, can a stone be that large? The sounds of scratching hooves and flapping wings intermingled in the air. What are you two up to? Cohen felt it was time to enter. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld the Count swirling above, while Ollie was directing frosty breaths towards him, the temperature in the room of requirement significantly warmer than the frigid outdoors, even amidst the faux grassy expanse. Goodness, this mute is insane. Do something about it. The Count dove behind Cohen, squawking from the owl perch within the room. I was just about to ask where you went. Your absence has left me quite unsettled. I feel as though I am imprisoned in another cage, Ollie explained to Cohen, but failed to grasp my meaning. I went to assist a minor villain in devising an evil plan. As you know, Hogwarts students often do. I need your help with something. Cohen then elaborated on the scheme to Ollie. So, you mean to take a black, suspicious-looking unicorn to a half-blood giant's hut, and inform him that this unicorn has a fondness for butterbeer, particularly emphasizing the dirtiest and most disreputable pub in Hogsmeade for its brew. The Count calmly reiterated Cohen's plan. Is there an issue? Cohen tilted his head toward the Count. Are you perhaps not well acquainted with humans? The Count tilted his head back at Cohen. No, it is you who does not understand Hagrid. At the edge of the forbidden forest, blanketed in thick snow, within Hagrid's hut, Cohen released Ollie from his magical pocket. By Merlin's beard, Hagrid exclaimed, gazing at the unicorn with its sleek black mane, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Is this a child of a unicorn and a thestral? Goodness, I can scarcely fathom how you accomplished this. It's miraculous. Ollie refuted Cohen's words. What a beautiful unicorn. Hagrid was oblivious to Cohen's comments, his mind preoccupied with pondering how to care for this extraordinary creature, marveling at its mane, horn, hooves, and tail. "You too are miraculous." Ollie's voice, audible only to Cohen, clearly referred to Hagrid. Hagrid remained oblivious to the fact that Ollie had deemed him a pervert. He wiped his tear of excitement and began rummaging through the small cabin. "What does she enjoy eating? I have an abundance of food here. Unicorns favor fresh hay. But she is so unique. Perhaps she prefers something different. Ant eggs, frog livers, or flobberworm. She mentioned that she relishes the butterbeer from the Pig's Head Tavern," Cohen reminded him. Hagrid, with his fluffy head, looked at Cohen and then at the unicorn, Ollie. "Butterbeer?" Ollie nodded in accordance with Cohen's plan. Yet she began to feel that the Countess' assertion might hold some truth. No sane individual would believe that a unicorn would enjoy butterbeer from some dingy tavern. "This explanation is utterly foolish. If he doesn't believe it, that is not my concern," Ollie had preemptively warned Cohen. However, Cohen merely offered her a look that suggested patience. "I knew it." Hagrid appeared more jubilant than Cohen, who had succeeded in the plan, exclaiming loudly, "Which tavern's butterbeer do you prefer?" Cohen pretended to inquire of Ollie. Ollie dutifully nodded in front of Hagrid in response to this question, then cast a dubious glance at Cohen. "Are you certain you want to leave me beside this giant? You wouldn't sell me off, would you?" "Rest assured, Hagrid will take excellent care of you. He tends to half the creatures in the Forbidden Forest and is quite experienced." Cohen's words nearly brought Hagrid to tears. It was the first time he encountered a student with a taste similar to his own. "By the way, Hagrid, I researched Ollie in the library, and it seems that raising her species might be illegal," Cohen reminded him. "No worries, it's not illegal if no one discovers it," Hagrid assured with a thump on his chest. In matters of animal care, he exhibited a complete lack of legal awareness, or rather, in Hagrid's mind, the delightful magical creatures held far greater significance than those cold, unyielding laws. The plan was a resounding success. Upon learning that Cohen had resolved matters with Hagrid in less than an hour, Chilo was scolded by Voldemort once more. Cohen, eavesdropping through the wall with his soul, overheard disparaging remarks suggesting that even children were more efficient than him. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Cohen merely found their squabbling to be a nuisance. It was as long as the engine could run, affixing a few wheels would surely allow it to move. Chapter 51. To Hell with the Dementor as Patronus. In order to thoroughly study the Patronus, Cohen had specifically borrowed several books from the library. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Cohen nestled by the warm hearth and embarked on a new round of spell research. Practical application was indeed far more engaging than theoretical courses, which explained Harry and Ron's disinterest in studying. The Count was pleased that Cohen had not released Ollie from his pocket again. Could she perhaps remain with Hagrid in the future? As long as the centaurs in the forest do not provoke her. Cohen did not believe this proposal held much merit. Centaurs would never permit such brutally violent and malevolent creatures into their woods, and that certainly included Ollie, who bore no semblance of a normal unicorn. Cohen was not primarily concerned for Ollie's safety. Rather, he wished to avoid the complete annihilation of the centaurs. Who could predict the chaos that would ensue if Ollie's curse were to erupt in its entirety? Such an event would significantly increase Cohen's malevolent score, as well as provoke Dumbledore's ire. Moreover, if that were to happen, Cohen would be unable to venture into the Forbidden Forest for his feasts, as there existed other souls within, including those of werewolves. Keeping them here was decidedly perilous. When the Count realized that subtle hints were futile, he bluntly stated, "It wishes to kill me," to which Cohen replied, "That is a result of your incessant chatter. What could it possibly think of you? To pierce your wings? To tear your mouth apart? I feel as though it aims to shred my prostate." The Count, with reasoned suspicion, continued, "It is the direction in which it thrusts. Should you persist, the one to rend your prostate shall be none other than I," Cohen warned, casting a dangerous glance at the Count. After producing a series of chirps to shoo the Count away from the squirrel and back to its own nest, Cohen turned his attention to the tomes before him. In Miranda Goshawk's analysis of ancient spells, he found a detailed exposition on the Patronus charm, in contrast to Cohen's own compendium of positive magic. This work contained more extensive historical accounts and source studies. The Patronus charm is one of the most renowned spells known to wizards, as well as one of the most formidable defensive incantations. It is an exceedingly intricate and challenging spell to cast, capable of conjuring a semi-corporeal positive force, known as a Patronus. This charm can repel Dementors and Lethifolds, beings that possess no other means of defense. Cohen had experienced its effects firsthand. It indeed caused him dizziness, although it was not life-threatening, though one could argue that it was a matter of fate. Most dark wizards either met with results akin to that of Radcliffe or failed to produce any effect at all, akin to firing a blank. Cohen found himself in disagreement with the book's assertion that individuals with negative personality traits were incapable of summoning a Patronus. For Umbridge had managed to manifest a Patronus in the form of a cat, despite her evident negative traits. Cohen felt that he bore no relation to such assertions. When he took a life, whether of a human or an animal, it was an act of liberation, whether consuming souls or casting the killing curse. There was no suffering involved. Was this not far more humane than plucking feathers for a barbecue? They might experience joy, but it lacked purity. Expecto Patronum. A denser mist of white emanated from the tip of Cohen's wand, coalescing into the semblance of a vast creature, though it faced resistance. This time, Cohen sensed the resistance stemmed from within his own soul. To describe it, it felt akin to having just expelled a substantial burden and being compelled to touch it. While his mind coerced his hand to comply, yet his hand vehemently resisted. Cohen was casting the spell through this body, while his soul recoiled, unwilling to relinquish cherished memories entirely. He found himself in a state of conflict, torn between the desire to cast the Patronus charm and the reluctance to do so. I shall henceforth name this phenomenon the Cohen principle. Ultimately, Cohen relinquished his attempt to cast the spell, no matter how much effort he exerted. He could not manifest a Patronus. Damn it, a Dementor is practicing the Patronus charm. How could I have such a dream? The Count sat rigidly in his nest, resembling a stone owl, fixated on Cohen. The most terrifying aspect was that Cohen had indeed conjured a non-corporeal Patronus, perhaps even more. The instant the Count spoke, Cohen had already set his sights on it. If my soul instinctively hesitates to release any positive emotions, can I utilize someone else's? Cohen can absorb them. What are you doing? The Count trembled involuntarily at the sight of Cohen's maniacal excitement. Whenever Cohen wore such an expression, it usually meant he was either about to have all his feathers plucked or be forced into some ludicrous act, like dropping bird droppings on students' heads. You, conjure a Patronus. Cohen urged, rubbing his hands together. Are you insane? The Count asked in disbelief. I can't help but smash that thing into you. Do you know how far you've sunk in my esteem? You're at the level of that perverted old man who stole Grindelwald's underwear. Wasn't it you who suggested stealing Grindelwald's underwear first? I was listening from outside the window. If Dumbledore knew you said that, he'd surely pluck all your feathers. Cohen glared at the Count. Stop beating around the bush. Hurry up. Fine, fine. The Count reluctantly agreed, clicking his beak. He flapped his wings and flew to the table, grasping his wand with his claws. Expecto Patronum. At the very moment when the Count's joyful emotions surged, Cohen seized the opportunity. Slurp. This time, Cohen did not directly consume the sweet emotion, but instead used it to unleash Expecto Patronum. A colossal creature emerged from the tip of Cohen's wand. Initially, it appeared to be a wisp resembling a non-corporeal Patronus, but as it fully unfurled its form. Damn you, Dementor Patronus. The Count, suddenly devoid of joy, was startled into expletives. Chapter 52, The Joyful Dementor. Hooray! Cohen cheered. Good grief! The Count exclaimed, so flustered he could barely form coherent words. His large eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. This creature, composed of the joyful emotion Cohen had pilfered from the Count, floated at the ceiling of the room. And aside from being silver, it looked almost identical to a typical Dementor. I must have fainted and not woken up, the Count declared with conviction. You wicked little Dementor, you shall not alter my sweet dreams. Soon a flock of owls will come. The Count turned his back, refusing to look at Cohen or the silver Dementor hovering in the room. He muttered to himself about the contents of his sweet dreams, resembling a brown fur ball. This is too bizarre. It seems utterly unnatural, just like Satan suddenly tearing off his devilish skin to reveal Jesus. However, Cohen paid no heed to the Count's mood. The Patronus of an animagus takes on their animagus form, so it is quite reasonable for Cohen, as a half-Dementor, to manifest a Patronus in the shape of a Dementor. Isn't it? Cohen currently finds himself devoid of any formidable creatures to employ in his endeavors, leaving him uncertain whether this guardian can effectively contend with Dementors or Thestrals. Perhaps he could venture to Azkaban and procure a few Dementors? Yet, this notion is fraught with complications. Cohen is not a pure Dementor. Would they harbor prejudice against him? Would they perceive him as one of their own, or merely as a human? Or might they consider him a mere mudblood among their kind? Furthermore, a crucial concern lingers. Cohen is uncertain whether he could consume them, as the existence of a soul within a Dementor remains largely unexplored. The myriad of questions necessitates that a trip to Azkaban be integrated into this year's plans. Do you know where Azkaban is? Cohen inquired of the Earl. Are you conversing with your Dementor guardian? The Earl asked, curled up in his nest, without turning around. I am speaking to you, Cohen corrected. At least I haven T descended into madness to the extent of conversing with a mere figment of my imagination. With that, Cohen dispelled the incantation. However, the form of this guardian is indeed somewhat difficult for the ordinary mind to accept. After all, typical guardians manifest as the most amiable creatures, whereas a Dementor is hardly considered endearing. This implies that Cohen cannot presently rely on this entity to validate his inner goodness and righteousness. Surely there must be a solution. The form of a guardian can change, cannot it? What outrageous idea have you conjured now? The Earl turned slowly, and upon witnessing the disappearance of the Dementor guardian, he felt a weight lift from his heart. The guardian does not siphon your joy, Cohen interjected. That was my doing, but that is not the crux of the matter. Do you know the location of Azkaban? Are you planning a rebellion and coup at this very moment? The Earl queried warily. But you have only been enrolled for half a year. No, Minister Norton, I intend to initiate this plan after graduation, Cohen replied earnestly. This trip to Azkaban is to seek out a few Dementors. What on earth do you need Dementors for? The Earl suddenly became alert, recalling that Cohen had raised a black unicorn in the room of requirement. You and TB, I wish to keep a few, Cohen stated. Are you seeking a Dementor girlfriend? They both exclaimed simultaneously. Is your mind solely occupied with hunger and lust? Cohen inquired calmly. What use is it to raise Dementors if not for a wife? The Earl countered. Can the joy of one bird sustain the two of you? Don't make me flee now. Once I join the Owl Moon Landing Project, you'll never catch me again. Not just two. I plan to raise several. Cohen gestured with a finger. If they can communicate amicably with me. Ah, they will surely be friendly, considering you are but a fledgling Dementor. They will share with you the remnants of joy left in Azkaban, lest you starve. Every species cares for its young, the Earl remarked in a monotonous tone. Indeed, that would simplify matters. Cohen nodded in agreement with this prediction. Please take note that I do not endorse your endeavor to nurture a Dementor, as it would pose a grave threat to my safety, ultimately leading to the loss of significant aspects such as my loyalty, friendship, and other such bonds. I have no intention of seeking your approval on a matter. Cohen stated bluntly, given that your interference is futile, whereas Azkaban, if Dumbledore discovers you harboring a Dementor within the school, you will find yourself in dire straits. The Count implored once more. I could refrain from nurturing it, but I must see Azkaban. Thus, where is it? I certainly cannot fly to that wretched place. Cohen persisted in his inquiry, contemplating before adding, just tell me the location, and I shall go myself. No specific address? Cohen furrowed his brow. Those individuals transport criminals using a portkey. I have witnessed it before. The Count remarked, should you wish to seek it, you may need to drift at sea for quite some time. Hence my suggestion is the longer you drift, the more likely you are to find it. Cohen was somewhat indifferent to this, as long as he could ascertain the precise oceanic region. However, this also implied that he would be absent from home or school for several days, likely missing out on opportunities this term. During the summer, he might need to concoct some excuses to allow Rose and Edward to let him venture out. Many matters must be approached gradually, such as the notion of nurturing a Dementor, the ultimate ambition of becoming the Minister of Magic, the long-term strategy for addressing the issue of fractured souls, and the short-term objective of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 53. It is futile to press your face against a Dementor. Until dinner, Cohen had not caught sight of Harry. It seemed he had remained in the common room all day. Where's Harry? At the dining table, Ron absurdly stuffed 2 chicken legs into his mouth, mumbling, perhaps in the dormitory, as I have been practicing spells in an empty classroom all day and have not seen Harry. It feels inferior to beef stew. Several seats at the staff table were also vacant, with only Snape and Dumbledore engaged in conversation. The other professors had presumably gone to Hogsmeade for a drink. Cohen cast a glance at Quirrell's empty spot. He was most likely at the Leaky Cauldron, hooded, playing cards with Hagrid. Originally, this remark was aimed at Harry by Malfoy, but due to Rose and Edward's presence, Cohen was inadvertently affected. Thus, Malfoy received a minor retribution from Cohen after being dragged into the restroom. He had not experienced a moment of joy throughout that day, even shaking during mealtime. Moreover, Cohen had observed Malfoy departing the school with the majority. So why did he return so swiftly? With remarkable speed, Ron intended to pack some food for Harry, as he had not seen Harry during lunch either. This was said because Malfoy was also glancing in Cohen's direction, and Cohen could perceive the anxiety emanating from Malfoy. It suggested that Malfoy was awaiting an opportunity to be alone with Cohen. He was still unable to relinquish that inexplicable sense of pride, until the hall was nearly empty. With even Dumbledore and Snape having departed, Malfoy approached Cohen with a hesitant demeanor, clearly reluctant. My father asked me to convey his apologies, he said, his gaze wandering. Oh, Cohen instantly comprehended the reason behind Malfoy's sudden approach. "I said I was sorry," Malfoy reiterated, as if this admission were a considerable challenge. "I said it," Cohen echoed. It appeared that Lucius wished for his son to cultivate a favorable relationship with Cohen, particularly given Lucius's extensive connections within the wizarding world. He was undoubtedly aware of Cohen's existence as the dark magical experiment that the Ministry of Magic had desperately failed to eliminate a decade prior. Thus, Draco had refrained from making grandiose claims or indulging in petty mischief in Cohen's presence. He had truly struggled to contain himself during potions class. Yet, children often fail to grasp the nuances of social dynamics, especially when it involves humbling oneself to please others. Cohen's response was evidently not in line with Lucius's expectations of Draco. Malfoy took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. That's the third time you've said that," Cohen remarked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Just speak plainly. Is your father planning to offer me something? How do you know what you've put on me?" Malfoy inquired in alarm, recalling the incident from the day before the holiday when Cohen had cast some spell or curse upon him, leaving him with nothing but terrifying and despairing thoughts that day. "Wait, I have something else to say," Malfoy interjected as Cohen began to rise to leave. "My father wishes to invite you to visit Malfoy Manor anytime." "Why would I go to your house?" Cohen replied, clearly disinclined, adding that he had little time during the school term. Suddenly, an idea struck Cohen regarding his plan to visit Azkaban. Though Rose and Edward would undoubtedly oppose his idea and would not easily permit him to leave for such flimsy reasons, Lucius would be different. The more extreme and malevolent Cohen acted, the more Lucius might perceive him as a potential successor to the dark arts. "What about this summer?" Malfoy asked eagerly, as Lucius had issued a strict command. "Do you have any plans for the summer?" "Not particularly, but you'll need to find a way to convince my parents to allow me to visit you. They are unlikely to want any association with your family." Cohen replied matter-of-factly, suggesting that if Malfoy couldn't devise a suitable method, he should relay the situation to his father. In the end, Malfoy left a small gift box, claiming it was an apology from his father, Lucius, to Cohen. Their relationship seemed entirely transactional. Academia is often fraught with challenges, where failure is commonplace. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Cohen opened the gift box, revealing a lake blue gem adorned with intricate and dense engravings, resembling some form of magical artifact. It was rather foolish to attempt to charm a Dementor with a warm face. After listening to Cohen's general explanation, the Earl emitted a scornful sound regarding the behaviors of the Malfoy family. "Dementors are frigid, especially ones as diminutive as yours. Their family has always relied on standing on the sidelines to pass the days." Cohen noncommittally remarked that from the perspective of familial operations, such behavior is quite rational. "Were it my decision, I too would choose to cultivate a relationship with Cohen, that seemingly indestructible creature of malevolence. Regrettably, the Malfoys have not received proper education." In Chapter 54, Dragon Egg, Cohen tossed the stone into the cupboard within the room, which had already been filled with numerous items by him. Thanks to the protective runes inscribed by the Room of Requirement on the walls, Cohen felt unconcerned about any tricks the Malfoy family might attempt. If Lucius were foolish enough to deliver a eavesdropping alchemical device as a first gift, it would indeed indicate that the Malfoy family has become excessively urbanized. Fred and George were in the common room dressing a round-headed goblin in a shrunken Santa Claus outfit. "Cohen, what do you think about placing this little Santa in the Great Hall?" Fred waved to Cohen upon seeing him. "Or it could be Snape," Fred reminded. "Perhaps the two of them will end up in a brawl over this goblin." Fred and George chimed in unison. Although the brothers wore different sweaters emblazoned with F and G, Cohen suspected they had secretly swapped clothes, rendering it impossible to discern who was Fred and who was George by this method. "Do you think it looks flawed now?" Fred inquired of Cohen. "We trimmed the thick calluses from its hands and feet and applied some hair growth potion. Now it resembles Santa Claus perfectly, at a cursory glance. If Dumbledore were to remove his glasses, he likely would not discern any difference." Cohen circled around the goblin, which sported a fluffy white beard, as it tugged uncomfortably at its bulky attire. "However, you must find a way to prevent it from performing a striptease on the teacher's desk. It doesn't seem particularly fond of the outfit you've imposed on it." Disregarding the consequences, Cohen mused that the Soul-Bind curse could be employed. But considering the necessity for the goblin to interact with Dumbledore, it was clearly inappropriate to use such a malevolent spell. This would require the imagination of Fred and George. "This is simple enough. Goblin language?" Cohen spotted the title of a book, Introduction to Goblin Language. "What did you say?" he asked, as the goblin had indeed ceased its actions, appearing quite defeated. "We told that we captured the other goblins from its burrow." George accurately articulated the meaning of Fred's previous utterance in goblin language, despite his utter ignorance of it. "Exactly." Fred happily high-fived George. You two are quite something. Cohen suddenly felt that his previous simplistic approach of kill, kill, kill was overly conservative. Perhaps those eight-eyed spiders could accomplish something else as well. I hope to see Dumbledore cradling this Santa tomorrow. Have you seen Harry and Ron? Even if you did, it would be two naked ones, George remarked. In the dormitory, there was no sign of Harry and Ron, suggesting that Harry had taken Ron to the Mirror of Arist. There was no need for Cohen to ponder. Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene to guide Harry. Thus, a restful night awaited. Cohen poked his disheveled head out from under the covers. We encountered Dumbledore, and Harry seemed at a loss for words. Ron's ears were still tinged with red as he reminded us not to indulge in illusory beauty. Though today was my first experience of it. At least Professor Dumbledore did not deduct points from us. Otherwise, I have no doubt Percy would have written to my mother. Ron reassured, shivering at the mention of Mrs. Weasley. After a relatively harmonious evening, Harry, though restless in the adjacent bed, could not find sleep. Meanwhile, Cohen slumbered soundly and even dreamt of a massive serpent, its deep green scales glistening as it lay in a cave beneath a thicket, appearing serene in its slumber. Upon waking the next day, Cohen could scarcely recall the dream, only a vague impression of a cave and a sense of curled-up warmth. The Weasley brothers' Christmas elf plan had also met with success, as Dumbledore cheerfully escorted the festive elf away, though its expression seemed rather displeased. Cohen had not been idle either. The day after receiving the dragon egg, Hagrid penned a letter urging Cohen to visit his hut, claiming he had acquired something extraordinary. In his excitement, Hagrid had even torn the paper, rendering some of the words nearly indecipherable. Upon arriving at Hagrid's doorstep, Cohen knocked, only for Hagrid to mysteriously instruct him to cover his eyes, cautiously shutting the door behind him and leading Cohen to the hearth. The warmth enveloped them. "Tada!" Hagrid exclaimed, revealing a dragon egg. "I won it from a card player. You've surely never seen anything like it. We can raise it together. By Merlin's beard. First a black unicorn, and now a dragon egg. What a splendid year this is." Hagrid's excitement was palpable, his bushy black beard quivering. Chapter 55. Norbert will spend his life healing childhood wounds. He truly adored raising creatures. Ari lay languidly on Hagrid's bed, reminding Cohen with a lazy glance. Surrounded by empty bottles of butterbeer, the floor was covered with a thick blanket, an unsurprising arrangement for Hagrid, who had opted to sleep on the ground. However, for now, Hagrid's entire focus was on the dragon egg. "But I have no knowledge in this area. Cohen, could you assist me by borrowing a few books from the library? About hatching fire dragons?" Hagrid inquired hopefully. "I never imagined I would truly possess a dragon egg. It looks absolutely magnificent." In truth, the egg was not particularly magnificent. It resembled a much larger duck egg, with a dark, somewhat grimy shell. "Very well, I shall return my books to the library shortly," Cohen replied. "I am also curious to behold the appearance of a fire dragon." In truth, Cohen was primarily interested in assessing the soul intensity of the dragon. The last time he encountered Fawkes at Dumbledore's, he noted that the phoenix possessed a soul intensity identical to that of the headmaster. Perhaps the fire dragon's soul intensity would also be remarkably high. Cohen's efficiency in borrowing books was commendable, as Madame Pants had grown accustomed to his thrice-weekly visits. As long as he steered clear of the restricted section, her scrutiny was swift. This time, he borrowed the varieties of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland. From Dragon Egg to Hell, a guide to raising fire dragons and raising dragons for amusement and profit. Madame Pants's keen gaze discerned no signs of singe upon Cohen. She deemed it a foolish assumption that an 11-year-old wizard could procure a dragon egg. After all, the incubation period for a dragon egg spanned 2 weeks. Cohen reminded Hagrid of his overzealous behavior, noting that dragons did not reside in nests made of cotton fabric, as such materials would incinerate a wooden house. Subsequently, Hagrid, referencing the varieties of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, identified the egg as belonging to a Norwegian ridgeback. They needed to place the egg over a heat source, as the fire dragon mother would breathe upon the egg, and then they would await the hatching of the dragon. After it hatched, they would need to feed it chicken blood and brandy every half hour. While the dragon remained in its egg state, it possessed no soul, and Cohen could only wait for its hatching, which would take a full 2 weeks. Thus, the responsibility of maintaining the fire's warmth fell upon Hagrid. As the holiday came to an abrupt end, they prepared to resume their lessons. Yet, a more unsettling matter loomed ahead. On the weekend of the first week of school, Harry was to participate in a Quidditch match against Slytherin. The crucial detail was that the referee for this match would be Snape. "Snape is the referee?" Ron exclaimed incredulously during breakfast. "Has someone lost their mind? Well, has he ever officiated a Quidditch match? He surely harbors ill intentions." Hermione, now equally suspicious of Snape, suggested, "Perhaps, Cohen, you could teach us how to pronounce that counter curse in case he attempts to harm Harry again. A knight does not fall to the same trick twice." Cohen shook his head, for the true instigator was not Snape, but Quirrell and himself. With Snape as the referee, Quirrell would likely refrain from his previous antics, as the referee had an unobstructed view of the entire pitch and could easily discern who was using dark curses. Having failed previously, Quirrell would not be afforded the opportunity to employ the same strategy again. Harry and his friends found themselves in distress. Perhaps we should abstain from the match. Hermione suggested anxiously. We could claim you were ill? Ron proposed. Or feign a broken leg. Hermione inquired. Actually break your leg, Ron declared with newfound determination. I shall break your leg, Cohen asserted confidently, if you pay me 10 galleons, as I would face a week of detention for assaulting a fellow student. With that, Cohen drew his wand. Ah, thank you. However, I cannot proceed in such a manner. Our team lacks a substitute seeker, and should I withdraw, Gryffindor would forfeit the match. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had prepared for the worst. Yet the Quidditch match unfolded as predicted by Cohen, and Harry encountered no unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, Dumbledore's presence further deterred Quirrell from any underhanded tactics. With no external interference, the match concluded in a mere 5 minutes, and Harry's speed on the broom appeared almost supernatural. He must be cheating, exclaimed an unknown captain from the Slytherin team, who had previously protested that Harry captured the golden snitch unfairly with his mouth. But what is done is done. Cohen nonchalantly defended Harry, stating, this match was solely a testament to hard work and perseverance. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Indeed, Harry wore an uncontainable smile. This joy lingered within him for half a day, perhaps even less. When Cohen encountered Harry again in the locker room, he found Harry's expression clouded with sorrow. Hermione and Ron beside him bore similarly distressed visages. After Cohen settled in, they began to whisper to him about Harry's plight following the match. Harry intended to return his broom to the broom cupboard, but spotted a hooded figure hastily departing the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. I mounted my broom and followed, discovering it was Snape and Quirrell. I overheard their conversation. Harry said anxiously Snape was blackmailing Quirrell into assisting him in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Should we assassinate Snape? Cohen raised an eyebrow. If only it were possible, Harry mused dreamily. Do not entertain such thoughts. Even in 5 years, you could not take on Snape alone. Cohen dispelled Harry's fantasies, advising him instead to focus on the homework he had procrastinated on all week. In the second week, Harry resumed his carefree detective escapades at Hogwarts, spurred by the fresh weekly assignments. To unravel the enchantments protecting the Philosopher's Stone, he gathered his companions and ventured to Hagrid, their sole source of knowledge regarding the stone. Inevitably, the other three soon discovered the existence of a dragon egg concealed within Hagrid's abode. Hush, Hagrid urged as he ushered the four inside. Do not speak of this. It is between Cohen and me. Hagrid, you have just exposed me. Cohen reminded him with a hint of discomfort, though the revelation was of little consequence. Oh, my apologies. Hagrid clumsily covered his mouth. You are raising a dragon, and didn't he inform us? Harry exclaimed incredulously at Cohen. This is illegal, Cohen. Hermione interjected anxiously. And Hagrid lives in a wooden hut. Once the dragon grows, I will find a better place for it, Cohen assured them, already contemplating the dragon's future. I am keeping track of the time. Hagrid seemed to disregard their legal concerns, fixated instead on when the egg would hatch. In 2 days, the little dragon will emerge. You would not want to miss this moment. You could be among the first it sees. One could only hope that the newborn dragon would not be startled by the presence of fearsome creatures upon its arrival. Cohen sensed that Norbert would spend a lifetime healing the psychological scars left from his hatching. Chapter 56. The pure unicorn is your deceit. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's initial fascination with the dragon egg quickly faded as they remembered their purpose for being there. Hagrid, Harry called out to Hagrid, who was busy tending to the firewood. Hagrid, humming an off-key lullaby to the dragon egg, turned, expecting Harry to inquire about the egg. We believe Snape is plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I've told you, there is no need to worry about that. Snape would never attempt such a thing. Suddenly, Hagrid realized something. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? It was Cohen who mentioned it. Cohen blurted out in disappointment. I've realized there are no secrets here. Each of you is an accidental leaker. What is an accidental leaker? Ron asked curiously. We don't know if you can tell us what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy, Hermione cautiously inquired. Of course, I cannot divulge that. Hagrid frowned. First, I don't even know myself. Second, you know too much already. So even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is quite safe here. Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't want to tell us, but you must know everything that happens here. What could possibly escape your notice? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. The effectiveness of such girlish charm was undeniably striking, as Cohen noticed Hagrid's mouth struggling to suppress a smile beneath his beard. In truth, We merely wish to know who designed those protections. Hermione continued. We want to know whom Dumbledore trusts to assist him aside from you. Hagrid found it impossible to resist Hermione's allure. Well, it wouldn't hurt to share a bit with you. Let me think. He borrowed Fluffy from me, then asked a few other professors to cast spells, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid counted on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, of course. And Dumbledore himself cast some spells. Oh wait, there was one more person. Yes, Professor Snape was involved in the protection plan as well. Terrifying. Cohen was struck by the realization that Hermione, merely an 11-year-old girl, was adept at manipulating the hearts of men. Women could indeed be formidable. Fortunately, he did not need to engage in such intrigues. Dementors required no such social niceties. The Patronus charm, the killing curse, or the Dementor's kiss. All could command obedience. Or one could resort to more ruthless methods, such as smearing one's own cursed blood upon another's face or summoning a maternal charge from Lily. Thankfully, the Count was not present. Otherwise, he would likely mock Cohen for being. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of something striking against the window broke the moment, revealing a brown screech owl perched on the sill. It's your talkative owl, Cohen, Hagrid reminded him, though he worried that Cohen's loquacious owl might inadvertently disclose the matter of the dragon egg. It manages to maintain a delicate balance between secrecy and the loss of feathers and cloacas, Cohen assuredly declared, slightly opening a crack in the window. Be careful. At the instant cold air rushed in, Hagrid hurriedly shielded the fire, fearful that the frigid wind would chill the dragon egg. Easy now. You're going to break my feathers. The Count struggled after being pulled into the room by Cohen. Do you not know how to care for your pet? I toil every day running hither and thither for you. You spend 99% of your time sleeping and pursuing Hedwig, yet not a single owl egg has appeared. Cohen ruthlessly exposed the Count's lies, adding, and the owl feed I bought you is a gallon per bag. Do not forget your worth, 10 sickly owl cats. A gallon per big. Ron emitted a desperate groan, as if on the verge of fainting. Cohen extracted a rolled-up note from the Count's grasp, inscribed with Quirrell's handwriting. Come to the office. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry, and others, Cohen departed first. Ah, Cohen, Quirrell greeted, still adjusting his manner of speech. You can speak normally now. Cohen cast a sealing charm on the office door. Did you find a way through that three-headed dog? I did. However, Quirrell's countenance appeared grim. The Dark Lord is anxious and desires me to act swiftly. The power I regained from unicorn blood is nearly dissipating, yet Dumbledore has remained at the school, and I dare not. Fool! Voldemort's voice roared from the back of Quirrell's head. Are you so afraid of that old man? But it is you who fears Dumbledore the most, Mr. Voldemort. Cohen refrained from commenting on Voldemort's behavior, perhaps driven by an insatiable desire for the Philosopher's Stone. Eagerly yearning for a new body. Perhaps I could procure more unicorn blood for you. We can wait on those centaurs, Quirrell pleaded, his actions appearing as if he were speaking to himself, given Voldemort's presence behind him. You seek unicorn blood? Cohen inquired suddenly. Nightmares can infiltrate unicorn herds. As unicorns cannot discern the differences between curses, their own blood flows with the curse, rendering nightmares merely as differently colored kin in their eyes. Viewed this way, acquiring genuine unicorn blood did not seem insurmountable. If nothing else, he could enlist the help of Ari. So, Cohen, do you have another method? Quirrell eagerly asked, clinging to hope as if grasping a lifeline. This wicked dark magic experiment always brings surprises, though those surprises often morph into terror. I am well acquainted with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I am the purest. I can procure unicorn blood for you, Cohen assured, pure and untainted. Splendid. Quirrell did not even doubt Cohen's capability. If the Dark Lord believed in this child, he surely could not be lacking, especially one who cast unforgivable curses as casually as tossing fireworks. Unicorns possess powerful magic. I am delighted you can accomplish this. Voldemort's tone towards Cohen was markedly more favorable than towards Quirrell. Yet you are rejoicing too soon. Cohen has no intention of allowing Voldemort to exploit his services without conditions. It is quite reasonable that Voldemort is pleased with Cohen's character. Only the astute can perceive the essence of human relationships, which are ultimately driven by self-interest. Chapter 57. Thank you for the invitation. A person is in the Forbidden Forest and is a unicorn. I seek the precise location of Azkaban, Cohen stated his demands. Initially, Cohen intended to extract some funds, but it seems he is not in dire need of pocket money at the moment, especially since Quirrell has become destitute due to the Dragon Egg incident. Cohen is quite inclined to inquire about Quirrell, who has now turned to dark wizardry. Why not endeavor in acts of robbery, theft, or other nefarious activities? Azkaban? Quirrell did not comprehend why Cohen desired to venture to that place. Does he have someone of significance imprisoned there? What purpose does he have in going there? In truth, Cohen's intention is to explore the familial bond between himself and the Dementors. Of course, this is merely one of the reasons. A more pivotal motive lies in Voldemort's Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, which resides in a Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Should Cohen not intend to risk a heist on the vault, he must seek out the madwoman Bellatrix Lestrange for some item of evidence, and then boldly retrieve the cup. Moreover, Cohen possesses a condition that Bellatrix cannot refuse. Heil Hydra. No, it is the Dark Lord who has not perished. Prove your loyalty. His plans necessitate your sacrifice. It is difficult to fathom what reason that fervently obsessed woman would have to decline after such a long wait. Exploration? Family visit? Quirrell appeared more perplexed. I had presumed that experimental subjects also require experimental materials. Cohen felt a twinge of surprise at Quirrell's insight. Was he not an esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw? Had Voldemort rendered his mind somewhat unhinged? I know the location of Azkaban. Voldemort hissed, his voice fragmented, likely due to the waning effects of the unicorn blood from before. I placed a memory into Quirrell's mind. I shall extract it using legilimency. Cohen observed Quirrell's expression contorting for a moment, and once Quirrell regained his composure, Cohen employed legilimency upon him. Voldemort had visited Azkaban numerous times, of course. Not as a prisoner, but to recruit the Dementors. Although the location cannot be marked, if it exists within memory, the magic prohibiting marking becomes ineffective. After discerning Azkaban's position at sea, Cohen ceased his legilimency. Following 2 successive incursions into his mind, Quirrell now appeared somewhat dazed. Cohen suddenly understood the reason behind Quirrell's diminished faculties since aligning with Voldemort. Well, the deal is struck. Cohen concluded his task with satisfaction. Now, he need not drift aimlessly at sea in search of Azkaban. Hagrid, it seems rather warm for Aaliyah, Cohen remarked. It was exceedingly simple to concoct an excuse to escort Aaliyah away. The room of requirement is currently occupied by Cohen and the Count, while there are individuals present. It shall not open its doors or transform for anyone else. Oh dear, I completely forgot, Hagrid exclaimed, smacking his forehead in dismay. He had been too preoccupied with the dragon egg. Ugh, what a cad, Allie muttered in frustration. My butterbeer has been out for 3 days. Cohen sternly admonished Allie. You must not turn into a drunkard. It was indeed news to Cohen that butterbeer could render unicorns addicted. Successfully escorting Allie away from Hagrid's hut, Cohen ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, engrossed in ensuring the optimal temperature for the dragon egg, was too preoccupied to verify the student's entry into the forest. His enthusiasm for the egg had led him to overly adhere to the seemingly arbitrary standard of maintaining 7 logs in the fire, despite the temperature being adequate. Can you locate the unicorn herd? Cohen inquired. Wait, I must find a way to dye your coat. After several failed color-changing spells, Allie now resembled a white unicorn. While the unicorns might not discern the difference, the centaurs certainly would, necessitating some form of disguise. I can sense them, Allie remarked, seeking the familiar scents that lingered in the air. Apart from Cohen, a multitude of scents left by the unicorns wafted around them. They journeyed deep into the Forbidden Forest until, at the edge of a frozen lake, they finally discovered the unicorn herd. They rested by the water's edge, where the ice had been pierced to allow them to drink. The surrounding snow blended seamlessly with their pristine manes, and the air was filled with a warm, ethereal mist. Unicorns indeed possessed an aura of sacredness. One dominant male unicorn, noticing Cohen and Allie, approached them with purpose. You hail from beyond the woods? Its voice was deep and resonant, suggesting it was the leader of this group, and Cohen realized he could hear its voice even though it was directed at Allie. You have a child, the unicorn leader stated, leaning closer to sniff Cohen, seemingly confirming his kinship. Come fort. You must be weary. We have food and water, and it is quite safe here. Safe? Cohen did not trust a word of the unicorn leader's claims. Had he not undertaken this task, Voldemort would likely have returned to slay another unicorn. Yet, it was indeed absurd how smoothly he had infiltrated the unicorn community, although they had eyes. It seemed they were blind to the obvious. Surely, he did not resemble a unicorn foal. Relying solely on scent and kinship recognition felt rather precarious. Perhaps they never anticipated the presence of a hybrid like Cohen, as the high-level method of kin recognition was generally deemed sufficient. New kin have arrived, the unicorn leader announced to those resting by the lake. New members of our kind have come into the forest. Where? Where? They clamored. Let me have a whiff. The unicorns, previously engaged in rest or playful frolic, immediately flocked towards Cohen upon hearing the news. A multitude of equine heads surrounded Cohen and Arya, sniffing curiously, with a few occasionally nuzzling Cohen's face. After narrowly avoiding the 8th horn that nearly jabbed into his eye, Cohen finally found a moment to breathe. He felt somewhat unclean. having been nuzzled by every unicorn in the group. The scent of the unicorns was rather pleasant, reminiscent of vanilla ice cream, which made one understand why the essence of unicorn hair was used in love potions. You may dwell here. Those sorcerers outside cannot harm you, reassured the unicorn leader to Cohen and Arya. Previously, a creature harmed one of our lost kin. We must unite and refrain from scattering. Goodness, the Sanjiang had triumphed. You truly are remarkable, my comrades. You've edged into Sanjiang. Chapter 58. How does this lad resemble a unicorn? The entire unicorn community exhibited immense kindness and tolerance towards Cohen and Arya, swiftly accepting Cohen as a student of Hogwarts. Do students conflict with unicorns? They pondered. They placed greater faith in the bonds of blood, akin to how humans trust their own eyes. The magic of blood was their vision. It must be said, unicorns truly live up to their reputation as the most exquisite creatures conceived in fairy tales. Cohen found himself seated by the lake, encircled by a throng of unicorns. The layer of snow around them vanished under their magic, revealing the soft, lush grass beneath. Who knows why, beneath the winter snow, there lay verdant grass. Cohen felt the unicorn's magic transformed everything around him into a fairy tale. A golden unicorn foal. Unicorns are golden in their youth and only turn silver in adulthood, presented Cohen with a pink flower. After placing the blossom in his palm, the little golden unicorn nestled in Cohen's embrace and began to roll playfully. The souls of unicorns range from 15 to 40 years, and they bear a pure curse. Any attempt to slay them brands the assailant with a mark. Although Cohen currently did not comprehend the curse's significance, the relevant text merely stated that when one kills such a pure, defenseless being out of greed and selfish desire, they would be left with a half-life, a cursed existence. However, no records detailed how this curse manifested. Thus, there emerged numerous desperate souls attempting to hunt unicorns for their blood, underestimating the curse's weight. Yet, this had nothing to do with Cohen. He merely sought a bit of blood. As a cherished new member of the unicorn community, Cohen found it effortless to collect both hair and blood. In fact, when he mentioned being threatened by a dark wizard intending to harm their kin for blood, they eagerly offered their own. Particularly, the responsible unicorn leader, Pfeiffer, was especially proactive in this regard. It insisted on taking matters into its own hands and fervently urged Cohen not to harm himself. Truly, it left Cohen in tears. Consequently, Cohen only drew a single vial of blood, refraining from taking more. Is this all that's necessary? Will that creature continue to pursue you? The unicorn chief, Fudo, inquired with concern. Ding. Sin value, 100. Note, you said unicorns do not deceive one another. If it continues to bother me, I shall. Cohen attempted to feign strength, emulating Hermione. Fudo, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently tousled Cohen's hair. Healing was restored. Cohen cast a healing spell towards its wound, and the bleeding injury gradually began to mend. This gesture warmed its heart, leading to a more affectionate gaze directed at Cohen. Goodwill value, 100. Note, every malevolent antagonist engages in theatrics. This is undeniably pure benevolence. Cohen was exceedingly displeased with the insipid system's evaluation. It seemed intent on steering him down a path of wickedness, even though Cohen required no guidance whatsoever. Russell. Just as Cohen stowed the vial into the 9-slot backpack within the system, a sound akin to hooves echoed from the forest on the other side of the icy lake. In the next moment, Cohen discerned what it was. The centaur had arrived, lured by the scent of unicorn blood. Has that assailant of unicorns returned? Fudo, the black-maned centaur, Bane, burst forth from the woods, bow, and arrows slung across his back. I smell unicorn blood. How did he end up here? Bane's gaze fell upon Cohen. This peculiar wizard child bore a striking resemblance to the Dementor that had inexplicably aided them against the Acromantula. Had they approached the Acromantula's lair, Bane would have paid no heed, but they were encroaching upon the only unicorn herd in the forest. He is our new kin, a unicorn foal, Fudo proclaimed, braying towards Bane. And his mother, Allie. This boy bears no semblance to a unicorn, Bane exclaimed, as though he had heard the most absurd of tales, his voice causing the snow accumulated on the treetops to tumble down as if it were snowing anew. He doesn't even have horns. Cohen clutched the little unicorn sibling in his arms, looking utterly forlorn. You frightened it, Bane. Fudo's voice carried a hint of anger. We have our own standards of judgment. Are you blind? Bane retorted, his ire palpable. Let's not forget that not long ago, a unicorn was attacked. Yet none of the unicorns sided with Bane. They steadfastly maintained that Cohen was indeed one of them, to the point that Cohen himself began to believe he was a unicorn. Cohen had spent considerable time among the unicorns, and the scent emanating from them would shift in accordance with his emotions, transitioning from vanilla ice cream to honey cake. and even briefly manifesting a hint of the flavor of white rabbit candy, which Cohen was certain did not exist in this realm. If given the opportunity, Cohen would wish to raise a purebred unicorn. Are you implying that I do not meet the standards? Allie remarked, her tone oddly inquisitive. You bear no scent of vanilla ice cream. It would be prudent for you to refrain from harboring any peculiar notions towards me, Cohen admonished. Take heed. Such behavior in human society is deemed chaotic. What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? If you find me distasteful, then hasten to dissolve that unbreakable vow. Arya huffed indignantly through her nose. Your thoughts are as bizarre as that of a certain bird, she retorted. She nearly expressed her bewilderment at how such a creature as him came into being, yet she realized that Cohen was not truly her creation, for that group of wizards had merely extracted her blood. Is it truly a disadvantage to follow in my footsteps? Cohen countered. I have treated both you and the Count quite generously. The Count possesses the finest owl feed, and you have the butterbeer bestowed by Hagrid. I have not oppressed you in any manner. Perhaps you might consider residing among the unicorns in the future? Cohen suddenly pondered, contemplating the notion of fostering a rapport with the unicorns. That sounds acceptable, Arya responded with unusual alacrity. Cohen immediately sensed something amiss. Wait, you are not permitted to bring those unicorns to drink with us. Chapter 59, The Kitchen Fugitive. Years later, when Hagrid ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest to inspect the unicorn's habitat, he often reminisced about that afternoon when Cohen brought the peculiar black unicorn, fond of butterbeer, to his humble abode. Yet Cohen had little regard for his inebriated mother, his gambling father, his brother incarcerated, or the shattered remnants of his own being. It appeared the world had transformed into some dark, twisted semblance, and Cohen had grown indifferent. Let be flawed, one becomes accustomed to decay over time. Thus, he could forego venturing out that night. Upon reaching the second floor near the defense against the dark arts classroom, Cohen noticed the door to Quirrell's office ajar, with voices emanating from within. It was Snape, cornering Quirrell against the wall of the office, gripping his collar with his left hand while his right hand concealed beneath his robes, seemingly clutching a wand. The stammering Quirrell resembled a pitiful soul enduring workplace bullying. SS Severus, Quirrell mumbled. What schemes are you concocting with that student named Cohen Norton? Snape inquired coldly. Dumbledore has begun to harbor suspicions regarding your understanding of how to manage Hagrid's beast. I'm just Quirrell, he stammered, wringing his hands, unable to meet Snape's gaze. I have warned you once already, Quirrell. Snape advanced a step closer. This concerns the Dark Lord who? Snape suddenly turned his attention to the door. Greeting, Professor. Engaged in a lively discussion, Cohen greeted nonchalantly. How long have you been eavesdropping? Snape swooped down upon Cohen like a great bat. If memory serves, you were absent from the banquet, Mr. Norton. That is because I was assisting Hagrid with the unicorns, Cohen candidly replied, winking at Snape, who would undoubtedly report this to Dumbledore. To be in the company of unicorns was a powerful testament to Cohen's benevolent nature. Generally, unicorns do not allow young male wizards near them. Snape elongated his tone as he addressed Cohen. I presume you are aware of the implications of harming a unicorn. Am I correct? Spare me the nonsense. I have always gotten along splendidly with them. Cohen produced the unicorn foal for his little flower, along with a tuft of golden fur, revealing that the creature was shedding, possibly due to its consumption of Hagrid's toffee. Snape's vacant gaze remained fixed on Cohen for a considerable duration, leaving Cohen unable to decipher his intentions. Snape had suppressed all emotions deep within his mind, making it impossible for Cohen to gauge the sentiments that surrounded him. However, the evidence was irrefutable. Snape could hardly report to Dumbledore that Cohen had not even spared the unicorn foal. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused. I was assisting Hagrid in caring for the unicorn, Cohen retorted. Hagrid is not a professor. Snape seized upon a rationale for deducting points, and Cohen harbored grave suspicions that this justification had been meticulously crafted by Snape to ensnare Harry. Snape had undoubtedly prepared a plethora of reasons for point deductions, ready to commence as soon as Harry set foot in the potions classroom. Add the points back to my score. After Snape departed, Cohen thrust the vial of unicorn blood onto Quirrell's desk, demanding, how could you possibly? Quirrell gazed incredulously at the fresh unicorn blood that Cohen had produced. The silvery liquid swirled slowly within the test tube, resembling a work of art. But how had Cohen accomplished this? Would a unicorn allow a young wizard to extract its blood? Or had Cohen, amidst the centaurs and unicorns, slain one and escaped unscathed? The more Quirrell pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Satisfied, Cohen descended from the second floor and made his way to the lower level of the Great Hall. If his memory served him right, a painting depicting a bowl of fruit adorned the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. Indeed, his recollection was accurate. The The well-lit corridor's wall bore such a painting, featuring an exceptionally vibrant pear. Cohen reached out to scratch the pear, which emitted a series of giggles before transforming into a green doorknob. In all fairness, the house elves at Hogwarts were exceedingly cordial towards the students. As long as one knew the way to the kitchen, no student would ever go hungry at Hogwarts. "You need not fear me so," Cohen remarked, his lips twitching as he observed the house elves scurrying away in a panic, akin to mice fleeing from a cat, ultimately huddling together in a corner. Among them were several timid house elves who, after emitting a sharp cry, vanished with a loud pop. "I am merely here in search of something to eat." The moment Cohen uttered this, he felt he had misspoken, as his words seemed to convey an entirely different meaning to the house elves. The Dementors have come to consume the house elves. The entire kitchen erupted as if filled with firecrackers, and after a cacophony of popping sounds, the frightened little elves nearly all fled. Cohen realized he must find a way to conceal his occasionally inconvenient nature as a wizard. The magical world was rife with sensitive creatures. Perhaps it is time to peruse the Goodwill shop, laden as it is with an abundance of items that Cohen has yet to summon the resolve to sift through, staving off boredom. However, not all the house elves here have fled in cowardice. Cohen's gaze was drawn to a small elf nestled in the corner. With a defiant puff of its frail chest and eyes tightly shut, resembled a warrior prepared to face death, as though remaining here meant succumbing to Cohen's soul-devouring whims. Dinky, the house elf, stood steadfast, unwavering in its loyalty, vowing to protect the kitchens of Hogwarts. As Cohen approached, Dinky endeavored to numb itself with words. Yet Cohen could perceive its trembling legs and the gulping of its throat, as if death loomed perilously close. Unable to resist, Dinky cracked open its eyelids slightly, only to behold the monstrous figure with a dark and malevolent soul drawing near. The creature was upon it, its mouth agape. It was ready to siphon away Dinky's soul. How about some fried chicken and fries? Chapter 60. The Great Dragon-Rearing Enterprise. Dinky hastily covered its eyes, only to realize the next moment that it was still alive. And to its astonishment, the horrifying creature, radiating a sense of dread, spoke words Dinky could comprehend. "Huh." Dinky emitted a high-pitched gasp. "Do Dementors eat fried chicken and fries? Sir, are you not here to consume Dinky?" Fearfully, Dinky peered at Cohen through the gaps between its fingers. This monster bore no dark cloak, nor did it possess the means to devour Dinky's soul. Have you ever encountered a creature that feasts on house elves and opens with a request for fried chicken and fries? Cohen responded, somewhat strained. "When I first entered, you all screamed and fled." "Forgive us, sir." Dinky trembled. "We were terrified. A ghost warned us that a soul-eating Dementor had arrived at the school." The elf's voice quivered. "Thus, we are deemed bad elves, wicked elves." As it spoke, Dinky instinctively began to search for something nearby to punish itself. It found a red-hot frying pan. "Stop." Cohen immediately interjected. "You are the last house elf remaining here. If you burn yourself, my dinner will be ruined." This command proved far more effective than gentle persuasion, and Dinky halted its self-inflicted assault, gazing up at Cohen with teary, bulbous eyes. "Please provide me with some food, and I shall declare you the finest house elf in Hogwarts," Cohen promised. This verbal accolade ignited a spark, unleashing a cacophony of commotion as the fleeing house elves re-emerged one after another. "Sir, Poppy will make you fried chicken." "I apologize, sir. Your fries." Sir. Kobe has an abundance of freshly fried chicken legs." Why, indeed, would there be a house elf named Kobe? Cohen was uncertain how he had managed to escape from the kitchen. In a mere minute, he found himself surrounded by several towering piles of food, precariously teetering as they were pushed towards him, almost engulfing him in fried chicken and fries. Had they not been house elves, he might have suspected someone was attempting to fatten him to death. The study of how to vanquish a Dementor was indeed a worthwhile pursuit, as no one had ventured into that territory thus far. Upon returning to the common room, Cohen immediately spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron engaged in a hushed discussion. "Hermione even brought you some food." Ron pointed to a large bag of provisions on the table. "And Hagrid mentioned that the black unicorn outside is a gift from you. Just how many fascinating things did you discover in the Forbidden Forest? We should go together next time. The Forbidden Forest is perilous." Hermione admonished Ron with great displeasure. "I really don't think we should. That's different. It was to rescue Harry," Hermione countered, noting that Cohen had ventured into the Forbidden Forest under the supervision of a professor who also had not attended the feast. Right, Cohen? Setting aside the facts, Hermione's reasoning was quite sound. "Ah, yes," Cohen agreed, seating himself at the table and discreetly swapping the now-cold food with fresh, hot fried chicken from his enchanted backpack. Perhaps he could even persuade Hagrid to provide butterbeer along with the unicorn herd. He refrained from voicing the latter thought, hoping Hagrid wouldn't go bankrupt buying ale, especially with a newly hatched dragon requiring chicken blood and brandy every half hour. Hogsmeade's tavern would soon transform into Hagrid's procurement hub, as Cohen indulged in his meal. The trio engaged him in conversation about Hagrid's dragon-raising endeavor. Hagrid could end up in prison for this, Hermione expressed with concern. Cohen, is it true that you have a place to raise dragons? Harry recalled Cohen mentioning this in Hagrid's hut. Indeed, it is true, Cohen replied, patting his stomach in satisfaction after devouring his dinner at lightning speed. I've considered the matter of sustenance as well. Given the admirable nature of Hogwarts house elves, feeding 10 dragons should pose no significant challenge. Cohen did not intend to house the dragons in a secret base. Rather, the room of requirement could be transformed into a dragon breeding ground. Cohen discovered that the room maintained its form only when he, the Count, or Ollie were inside. Otherwise, it would alter into something else. He had experimented with various magical creatures, including puffskeins, fire lizards, and even a somewhat reluctant acromantula, none of which had the same effect as the Count and Ollie. Cohen deduced that the room could only detect human or human-like desires, excluding dragons, as they lean more towards instinctual beasts. Thus, Cohen could keep dragons in the breeding facility, allowing Hagrid and Harry to visit while ensuring the privacy of his secret base. However, he certainly did not wish to expose his sanctuary, especially with a trove of books on dark magic tucked away inside. Far too suspicious. The only concern may be whether Norbert will be obedient. If this fire dragon proves untamable, Cohen intends to have Ron write to Charlie, who is studying dragons in Romania. However, contingency plans must be made. If it proves disobedient, we might have to send it away, Cohen stated cautiously, or he made a gesture as if to snap his neck. Hagrid would be quite heartbroken, Harry speculated. Isn't your first reaction rather cruel? Hermione frowned. After all, wait, I have an idea, Ron suddenly exclaimed. I can write to my brother Charlie. He's in Romania studying dragons and can certainly assist us. Ron's backup plan was quite sound, yet at Cohen's request, they refrained from writing to Charlie immediately. A backup plan implies that, barring unforeseen circumstances, it shall remain unused. 2 leisurely days of academic life swiftly passed, and by Thursday noon, Hagrid delivered a message, the corners of which bore scorch marks. It's about to hatch. Chapter 61, Norbert retracted a message. Cohen had anticipated this, thus he had been browsing his system shop during class, attempting to find items that would facilitate the care of magical creatures. However, there seemed to be no enchanted collars or similar items that could command the little creature's obedience. Hence, Cohen could only attempt to leverage his personal charm. After the charm's lesson, they hastily packed their bags and rushed across the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid eagerly welcomed them inside. The temperature here was notably warmer than their last visit, as Hagrid's enthusiasm was wholly dedicated to keeping the dragon egg warm. It was hard to imagine the splendid life that awaited the hatchling once it emerged. If the dragon's diet includes human flesh, I suspect Hagrid would unhesitatingly offer himself as sustenance, Harry whispered anxiously to Cohen. You should be grateful that we aren't the backup food, Cohen reassured him. Hagrid has enough provisions for the dragon for several days. It's about to hatch, Hagrid said, his face aglow, entirely oblivious to their conversation. The egg lay on the table, its dark shell marked by a deep crack, occasionally emitting a series of clicking sounds, accompanied by the movements of the hatchling within. Soul strength 20. This dragon, merely emerging from its shell, possessed an exceptionally robust soul. Indeed, dragons are formidable creatures, both physically and mentally. Nevertheless, it was still weaker than Cohen, thus Cohen prevailed. Will it breathe fire right after hatching? Harry asked, watching sparks emerge from the fissure, swallowing hard. The egg began to emit a scent of sulfur. I suspect it will, Hagrid said uncertainly, but wait, it's pushing against the shell. Another circle of fine cracks began to form at the shell's fissure, as if a little creature were tapping outward with a hammer. Everyone held their breath, closely observing the egg, while Cohen focused on the new delicate cracks. Suddenly, Cohen realized what was about to transpire. Crack! The eggshell fractured, revealing an irregularly shaped opening through which a small, dark head emerged. In its very first moment outside the shell, the creature yawned widely, but upon opening its eyes, its gaze met Cohen's. In that instant, Cohen discerned an emotion of fear emanating from the hatchling, perhaps explaining its sudden paralysis. The atmosphere became eerily stagnant, not only for Cohen and the young dragon, but also for Hagrid and Harry, who remained motionless beside them. The sound of a soft thud broke the silence. Hagrid had never encountered such a scenario in his extensive readings on dragon care. Perhaps there are too many of us and we frightened it, Cohen speculated. Or perhaps the hatchling requires a bit of assistance. A notification chimed. Sin value, 10. Note, you do not even spare a dragon, do you? As Cohen endeavored to pry open the eggshell, the hatchling emitted whimpering sounds of protest. Resistance? Such defiance was futile. Cohen sensed the dragon's reluctance. It could not abandon its birthplace. The young dragon, unable to perceive Cohen's goodwill, desperately attempted to block the irregular opening with its body, striving to thwart Cohen's efforts to shatter the shell. However, it was futile. It faced an adversary capable of magic. Be careful, Hagrid exclaimed as Cohen used his magic to splinter the eggshell. Once the shell shattered into fragments, the hatchling could no longer conceal itself. Now fully exposed to the external air, it resembled a crumpled black umbrella, with its spiky wings and dark, wrinkled membrane significantly larger than its body. Horned protrusions adorned its head, its nostrils appeared pale, and its orange-red eyes bulged outward. Even as the shell lay in ruins, it endeavored to bury itself amidst the remnants that had once sheltered it, shrinking its head beneath its wings. This posture rendered it quite pitiful and cast Cohen in a rather malevolent light. It is truly beautiful, Hagrid said, his eyes misty with emotion. He extended a hand to gently stroke the dragon's wing. The hatchling, startled, bit Hagrid's finger, for through the gaps in its wings, it discerned that the one touching it was not the fearsome creature it had envisioned. My goodness, it recognizes its mother, Hagrid exclaimed, touched. I believe it is merely startled. Cohen reasoned. Would you like to touch it? It is stunning, and its texture is delightful. Hagrid enthusiastically invited the others. However, upon witnessing Hagrid's finger swell and turn green from the bite, Harry and the others instinctively retreated a step. Yet Cohen did not withdraw. He extended his hand toward the hatchling. Harry and his companions regarded Cohen with newfound respect. Unlike Hagrid's experience, when Cohen caressed the dragon's back, it trembled violently, but did not turn to bite him. In the initial moment of contact, the hatchling shivered intensely, akin to an ostrich attempting to bury its head beneath the table, seeking refuge. Yet, as Cohen continued to stroke it, the dragon seemed to gradually realize that it had survived. The terrifying creature had not harmed it. The texture was not as pleasant as it had expected, but for the moment, it appeared to be obedient. It might consider you as its mother, Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The very first thing it saw was you. Does that mean it will have 5 mothers? Ron pointed out the absurdity, noting that none of us resembled a dragon. I've decided to name it Norbert. Hagrid selectively ignored Ron's observation, having drawn inspiration from the book Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit, which featured a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert. Once Norbert determined that Cohen posed no threat, it finally tucked its wings back over its head, facing Cohen with its forehead nearly touching the table. Its back and tail arched high, twisting and wriggling as if to endear itself to Cohen. It looks oddly like Harry, Ron remarked. A dog, Cohen added. Chapter 62, Dumbledore. No dragons in the castle. This action rendered the once fearsome hatchling somewhat less intimidating, yet Harry and the others remained reluctant to touch it. How large do dragons actually grow, Hagrid? Hermione asked, still uneasy, recalling that Norbert's sneeze had singed the corner of the table. But it's only just been born for 5 minutes. If provided with adequate nourishment, it should reach juvenile size in just a few months. Hagrid responded with evident joy. I'm sure it will, Hagrid. The faster it grows, the easier it will be to discover. Harry interjected, a note of caution in his voice. Hagrid, however, appeared unconcerned, especially after Cohen had mentioned there was a place in the castle to keep it. After departing from Hagrid's hut, the three were filled with curiosity about the secret room Cohen had mentioned within the castle. Thus, Cohen planned to show them, not his own secret lair, but how the room of requirement could be transformed into a dragon breeding ground. Here it is, Cohen said as he opened the door. The scene behind the door was reminiscent of an endless wilderness, causing Harry, Ron, and Hermione to widen their eyes in astonishment. Once everyone had entered, Cohen closed the door to prevent any wandering students from stumbling upon this secluded corridor. The sky inside even boasted a sun, with clouds resembling cotton candy drifting in the azure expanse. Had it not been for Cohen's reminder, they might have believed they were outdoors. This must be an incredibly deep magic. I've never even seen anything like it in books. Hermione marveled, scanning her surroundings. Isn't there a boundary? There should be, Cohen replied. However, it's certainly spacious enough to accommodate a dragon, and Hagrid could visit frequently to bring it food and such. This must have been the breeding ground for the school, Harry speculated. Such a vast room could house numerous creatures. Cohen, how did you discover it? There are countless hidden chambers and secret passages in the castle. Encountering odd places always warrants exploration to satisfy one's curiosity, doesn't it? Cohen explained. just like that staircase on the 5th floor. Initially, we had no idea that calling it a fool would take you to the 7th floor. I still don't understand that, Ron cautiously remarked. No wonder when we went to astronomy class last time. You were clearly behind us, but arrived at the roof first after determining that the room could accommodate the next fire dragon. Harry and his companions finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Thanks to the invisibility cloak, they merely needed to secretly transport it to the room before Hagrid's pet grew larger than a human. If all went as planned, this scheme would commence smoothly in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, this plan was interrupted by an elderly gentleman with a white beard. Unbeknownst to them, some ghost or painting had eavesdropped on the Gryffindor mischief makers, overhearing words like Hogwarts and dragon raising. On the 3rd day of the dragon's hatching, a book accompanied by a phoenix tail feather appeared on Cohen's bedside table. I shall expose him for you tomorrow morning. I will vocally denounce Dumbledore for his unspoken rules regarding students, the Count declared while guarding a white egg. You truly are a genius, Cohen praised. However, such actions would merely compel Dumbledore to take measures to safeguard his reputation. No one could predict the outcome of provoking a seemingly benevolent old man. While Cohen was unlikely to face dire consequences, the Count would surely end up as a charred, round-faced Scottish chicken. The book sent by Dumbledore was titled The Application of the Undetectable Extinction Charm in Architecture. Cohen recognized the title, having heard Mr. Ollivander mention it before purchasing his wand, as he had expressed curiosity about the shop's seemingly larger interior. The book also contained a letter penned in Dumbledore's distinctive, elegant script. I have heard that you are fond of magical creatures. Perhaps this book will be of assistance. It once aided a student of mine named Newt Scamander in constructing a magical suitcase, which provided a safe and comfortable abode for his creatures. Moreover, please refrain from keeping dangerous animals within the confines of Hogwarts to avoid harm to your classmates and friends. Should you encounter research difficulties, feel free to visit the headmaster's office for assistance. I have a fondness for cockroach clusters. Cohen concluded that Dumbledore's message was clear. He was prohibited from raising dragons at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's concerns were indeed valid. No one could foresee if a student might inadvertently stumble into the dragon-raising haven of the Room of Requirement, where Norbert might very well swallow the lost student whole. I'm not keen on admitting mistakes, Cohen stubbornly asserted, but perhaps this time. What on earth is beneath you, Count? Cohen suddenly realized that the Count seemed to be hiding something. You truly are a cat girl. Curse your feline lineage. The Count, protective of the egg, became irritable, as any parent would. I am male. This egg is not mine. Have you finally found happiness with Hedwig? Cohen inquired. I assumed you were not adept in that regard. It is Hedwig who does not wish to bear offspring in winter, the Count explained reasonably. And now that spring is approaching, I intend to raise a few sons and daughters. As for why it was the Count incubating the egg instead of Hedwig, he attributed it to her unsuitable living conditions. However, after the Count became engrossed in parenting, there emerged a silver lining. Cohen's reading environment improved significantly. Faced with the impossibility of raising a dragon in the wishful thinking house, Cohen was compelled to make a choice. Either send the dragon away or, as Dumbledore suggested, procure a case akin to Newt's. The latter option was decidedly more alluring. A mobile base had always been the cherished dream of many in their childhood, and Cohen was no exception. Previously, he had attempted to transform a pocket of a hunchback beast or an old box into a stable, long-term base. But the enchantments tended to fade over time, causing the internal space to shrink gradually. Moreover, the environment within remained perpetually dim, making it challenging to create an aesthetically pleasing decor, while accommodating a giant or unicorn temporarily was manageable. Cohen yearned for a base that resembled a true dwelling for prolonged habitation. This book indeed offered numerous solutions from the perspectives of alchemy and ancient runes, and coupled with Dumbledore's promise in his letter to seek assistance in the headmaster's office at any time, creating such a case did not seem insurmountable. Let the work commence. Chapter 63. Give it to me. The book meticulously detailed how to permanently fix the undetectable extinction charm onto a physical container or structure. In addition to the incantation, several ancient runic carvings capable of providing magical support were required, along with certain special materials, such as the slime of a transfiguration lizard, which could be found in the potion classroom's supply cabinet. However, there was one item conspicuously absent: the feathers of the bird snake. The bird snake is a serpentine creature adorned with feathers and wings, capable of altering its size at will. Its feathers possess similar magical properties, making them ideal for establishing a long-term, undetectable extinction charm area. Yet, due to their eggs being composed of pure silver, bird snakes often fall prey to hunters, leading to their dwindling numbers and perpetually high prices for their feathers. According to the book's specifications, Cohen estimated that to raise another fire dragon while ensuring he had a dwelling, he would need at least 77 bird snake feathers, a feat that felt akin to plucking the feathers from a bird snake. Cohen had no intention of spending a fortune to acquire 77 feathers, as their market price surpassed even that of unicorn hair, which belongs to the same magical category as the Ministry of Magic's 4X classification. Unicorns, at least, were somewhat more approachable. They would allow pure-hearted individuals to approach, and even Ollivander managed to pluck a few hairs from their tails, albeit narrowly escaping serious injury. In contrast, bird snakes were far more wary. Due to the frequent theft of their eggs by humans, they would flee at the slightest hint of human presence, and if unable to escape, they would transform into enormous forms to crush their adversaries. This entire chain of commerce seemed rather blatant. For inquiries regarding the purchase of bird snake feathers, please contact Nerwold Rodriguez in Dorset. Prices are negotiable, and shipping is swift, available throughout Europe. However, such matters were of little concern to Dumbledore. In a book, I came across ancient magical inscriptions that required the feathers of the Avifella serpent. On Saturday morning, Cohen rushed into the headmaster's office, eager to share some genuinely positive news. However, the cost was prohibitive. Had we already reached the stage where ancient magical inscriptions need to be carved? Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a pile of letters before him. He lifted his gaze gently towards Cohen, but did not immediately respond. The pace of Cohen's progress exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. After all, Newt had only begun to reinforce his suitcase with this method after graduation. For younger students, the spell for seamless expansion was nearly impossible. Yet if it were Cohen, it seemed plausible. Should Cohen exhibit the traits of an ordinary young wizard, Dumbledore might indeed suspect he would become the next Tom Riddle. Surely, Cohen couldn't be using all those magical creature materials merely for air? It felt as though the only challenge lay in the materials. The feathers of the Avifella serpent were exorbitantly priced. Perhaps I should consider a full-time career in magical creature care, with the seasonal shedding of their fur. I could indulge in daily pastries. Cohen showcased his partially constructed box to Dumbledore, appropriately articulating his aspirations, which greatly pleased the headmaster. The headmaster's salary was not particularly high, Dumbledore remarked leisurely. You can gauge my belief, old man with a white beard. Cohen interpreted Dumbledore's comment as jest. Poverty was merely a state of Dumbledore's current financial disinterest. In other words, galleons were merely numbers to Dumbledore. No one could prevent him from obtaining what he desired. Yet, there was good news. Newt Scamander's Avifella serpents had flourished into a substantial population, and he happened to be one of my well-acquainted students. Dumbledore winked at Cohen through his crescent-shaped glasses, implying that he could procure 77 feathers of the Avifella serpent for free. Cohen's eyes sparkled as they met Dumbledore's gaze. This meant he could purchase these intriguing magical materials at a reduced price, 7 galleons each, cheaper than unicorn tail hair. Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor. Cohen, acquiring without effort may swiftly fulfill one's desires. But remember, our lives encompass not just the outcomes, but also the more significant journey. It was evident that Dumbledore likely learned from the centaurs about Cohen's infiltration into the unicorn herd, and he had no intention of fully financing Cohen's purchase of the feathers, as Cohen was quite affluent himself. Nonetheless, securing a discount was a fortunate turn of events. Cohen planned to sell a bit of acromantula venom, as he currently had little use for it. If he were to poison someone, he would prefer to use a sealed container with his own blood or something similar. After obtaining Newt's address and a letter of introduction, Dumbledore reminded Cohen as he was about to depart, I am delighted that you have found something you enjoy at Hogwarts. Once the box is prepared, I shall offer you some additional assistance. Newt once lamented that his box was prone to allowing those little creatures to escape inadvertently. Dumbledore surely would not want a dragon to suddenly soar out from the box, for that would likely necessitate a multi-million galleon renovation plan at Hogwarts. Cohen agreed, as he intended to transport the box around, should a dragon unexpectedly flee and appear at number 5, Privet Drive, during the summer. One can only imagine the wrath that would ignite within Rose. At that point, the family would have to engage in a battle of wits with the Ministry of Magic. After meticulously securing the venom of the acromantula in jars, Cohen stuffed them into a bag and entrusted it to the Earl, who would fly it to Diagon Alley. Would not spill out? The Earl anxiously scrutinized the bulging bag filled with venom jars. I have children to care for. What if calamity befalls us on the way? I shall assist you in delivering the egg to Hedwig. Besides, how can you be certain that this egg is indeed your progeny? Cohen reassured him. Cohen's comfort earned him a roll of the eyes from the Earl. Once the funds are secured, and after purchasing the phoenix feathers, Cohen would be able to refurbish his mobile base. Chapter 64. The puppy dragon. The Earl's flying speed was limited. and Cohen could not expedite the process of the venom vendor acquiring the funds for the feathers. During the nearly week-long wait, Cohen and Harry witnessed the entire transformation of Norbert, who had originally been the size of Hagrid's fist, into a creature resembling a hound. On Wednesday afternoon, they arrived at Hagrid's doorstep. It has grown a tad too quickly. I fear it shall be as large as this house by next week. Ron was utterly reluctant to step into Hagrid's abode, for Norbert was rampaging inside, causing the wooden structure to tremble with the force of its robust tail. Just from the outside, one could discern the chaos within. Fear not, Cohen will calm it down, Harry advised Ron, drawing on his extensive experience. For some unknown reason, whenever Cohen entered, Norbert would become remarkably quiet. It might just be afraid of me, Cohen feigned uncertainty, surmising that his previous attempts to assist in breaking the eggshell had left a psychological scar. Indeed, one could imagine how daunting it would be to have a colossal creature attempting to pull you from your shell at birth, Ron theatrically remarked, gesturing dramatically with his hands as if to conjure a vision of that terrifying monster. Let us hope it does not set Hagrid's house ablaze, Hermione noted, catching a whiff of charred odor, unsure whether it emanated from Hagrid's beard or his home. Cohen approached and knocked on the door, only to be met with Norbert's roars and the whimpers of Fawn. Oh, do not be anxious, Norbert, settle down and listen. Hagrid was laboring to control Norbert. After a commotion, the door cracked open. The remaining three stepped back in unison, waiting for Cohen to intimidate Norbert before following him inside, lest they be inadvertently harmed. As Cohen gently pushed open the door, he beheld Hagrid cradling Norbert as one would an infant. The dragon's spine arched into a C shape, yet it persistently struggled to break free. With a sizzle, sparks erupted from its nostrils, singeing several strands of Hagrid's beard. Upon catching sight of Cohen, Norbert abruptly ceased its thrashing and, akin to an eel, slipped from Hagrid's embrace, joyfully nudging against Cohen's legs. Presently, Norbert had grown to nearly the height of Cohen's waist. This must be what they call Stockholm Syndrome. Cohen gazed at the circling Norbert with considerable bewilderment. When it had just hatched, it had exhibited fear in Cohen's presence. Yet now, nestled beside him, it radiated pure joy, its elation intensifying after Cohen affectionately stroked its head. What does this signify? A penchant for masochism? As Norbert instantly became docile, the world around them seemed to quiet. Fortunately, Hagrid's home was adorned with blankets and ornaments crafted from the pelts of magical creatures, many of which were fireproof. Thus, Norbert could only singe the wooden furniture in Hagrid's beard. It was irresistibly adorable. Hagrid, with tears glistening in his eyes, watched as Norbert curled into a ball atop Cohen's legs. Harry, Hermione, and Ron remained silent, finding little charm in the black dragon, especially while seated amidst the ruins it had wrought. Fragments of torn fabric and unknown beast fur littered the ground, and Hagrid's unicorn hair blanket lay in tatters. Resembling a former chew toy for Norbert, it now possessed a new teething toy, a rough wooden dragon carving that Hagrid had sculpted, marked with fresh bite impressions. Perhaps it was carved from the wood of a certain wand tree, for it had escaped Norbert's flames. I find it rather tolerable, Cohen remarked neutrally. From a certain perspective, it was indeed quite charming, provided it remained quiet. If it consistently maintained a demeanor akin to a puppy, it could prove to be a delightful and useful pet. Should we perhaps transport it to that room in the coming days? Harry inquired. Indeed, the reason I brought you to find Norbert today is precisely this. Cohen intended to convey Dumbledore's message. We cannot keep it within the castle. What? Hermione gasped. But it will grow to the size of a house by the end of the term. Does that mean I could raise it in the forest? Hagrid asked hopefully. No. Once its wing membranes thicken, it will be capable of flight, and at that point the entire school will be aware that there is a dragon in the Forbidden Forest. Cohen shook his head. The Board of Governors would not allow it to remain here. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures would send someone to eliminate it. Eliminate it? Harry said cautiously. If it meets the criteria for usable dragon materials, it will be killed for its blood and hide. Cohen succinctly clarified, should it fail to meet the age requirement, it would likely be captured. They cannot do this. Hagrid lamented, it is far too cruel. Noble seemed to comprehend Cohen's intent, beginning to nuzzle against Cohen's belly, attempting to charm him with its adorable antics. If any less endearing creature were to engage in such behavior, it would likely indicate a state of distress. Why can't we keep it in that room? Hermione inquired with a tinge of concern. We may need Ron to contact his brother Charlie. However, the dragons at Charlie's will ultimately be utilized for wizarding materials, won't they? Harry remarked, the conclusion appearing inevitable. Upon hearing that Dumbledore was aware of Noble's existence, Hagrid's face paled instantly. D. Dumbledore knows? Hagrid's voice trembled, revealing that nothing could be concealed from him. Do not be too hard on yourself, Hagrid. Dumbledore hasn't prohibited this, though it is illegal. He certainly will not report us, Cohen reassured him, and he seems inclined to assist us. Oh dear, Dumbledore truly is. Hagrid covered his face, at a loss for words. I cannot believe he trusted me so much. What about the solution? Ron cautiously asked. If all else fails, I can write a letter to Charlie. He will surely help. We could keep it in a box. Chapter 65, Dumbledore's Reminder. This alternative proposal received unanimous approval. In a box? Can my size even fit in there? Hagrid inquired anxiously after consenting. After reading the letter, the Count felt that he and Noble shared a mutual affinity. He tossed a bulging bag onto the table, the coins within clinking melodically. His implication was that, had it not been for the consideration of the magical creatures, he would have willingly gifted his box to Cohen. Indeed, the Count replied awkwardly. After I spoke human words, he initially intended to purchase me from you. A thankless wretch, Cohen remarked without mercy. But he suddenly changed his mind after I inquired about lifting the owl purchase contract. The Count, fuming, plopped down on the owl perch, inadvertently covering his egg. You featherless beings are not to be trusted. I have come to realize that. As Cohen delved into the newly acquired suitcase and utilized the feathers of the bird snake to complete the expansion, the space within had become astonishingly vast. Cohen had initially believed that 700 represented a measure of volume, hence he allocated additional funds. It turned out that 700 referred to the length of the sides. Cohen exclaimed in astonishment. The interior space, expanded with merely 7 bird snake feathers, was now ample enough to accommodate a dragon. Upholding the virtue of not wasting resources, Cohen employed all 77 feathers. The dimensions of the box were now beyond his calculations, and casting a spell revealed an endless expanse. Is this the wizarding world's capacity for ingenuity? It feels as though purchasing a house has become unnecessary. Moreover, Newt's experience with endangered species was extensive, making it improbable for a typical merchant to procure 70 feathers at once. It would require plucking them from an entire family of bird snakes. Not to mention that ordinary merchants would have to scavenge in the deep forest for luck. After the spatial stability was established, Cohen set about designing the layout within the box, incorporating elements such as the sky, grass, and sun. However, he soon encountered a significant dilemma. The transformations he envisioned were not to be found in the standard spells, the Guide to Transfiguration, or the compendium of positive incantations. Faced with this challenge, Cohen decided to seek the headmaster's counsel and immediately made his way to the headmaster's office, despite the impending curfew. At the stairway, Cohen uttered the password to the Stone Guardian. Dumbledore had not altered the password all week. Evidently, the taste of the cockroach pile was indeed enticing. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen ascended the stairs and arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, raising his hand to knock. Enter. As he pushed the door open, dragging the box behind him, he beheld Dumbledore clad in a deep blue night robe, his long white beard cascading down to his waist. Do you keep your beard outside or inside the covers while you sleep? Cohen couldn't help but inquire. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Cohen, pondering whether this child had ventured out at such a late hour merely to pose this question. Yet, upon noticing the box that Cohen had brought, Dumbledore understood the significance of the visit. The preparation for the dragon had indeed reached fruition. My beard can be rolled up like a towel, but I still prefer the days when I am without it. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I acknowledge that the joy of completing your project is palpable, but please forgive me. For both the young and the elderly, sufficient sleep is of utmost importance. If you weren't an old man trailing an 11-year-old wizard in the dead of night, that statement might hold some weight, Cohen mused silently. However, he presented a wide-eyed and pitiful expression to Dumbledore. The headmaster had contemplated various ways to interact with Cohen, yet the sight of a young Dementor's offspring attempting to be endearing was undeniably peculiar. Very well, Dumbledore recognized that he could not resist a reasonable request from a student, which was precisely why he had established a security measure outside his office. Nevertheless, instead of directly altering the scene within Cohen's box to meet his demands, Dumbledore explained the relevant spells and transfiguration theories to him and provided Cohen with an old notebook that appeared to be decades old. Cohen, I believe I must remind you of a few matters. After assisting Cohen in conjuring the sky, sun, and grass within the box, Dumbledore's tone shifted from its usual relaxed demeanor to one of concern. When you draw attention from the outside world, troubles and unforeseen events will inevitably seek you out. Before that happens, you must grow into a version of yourself that can handle them. Cohen was well aware of what Dumbledore meant. If the Ministry of Magic were to discover that he was rapidly evolving into something beyond their control, who could fathom how his life might be turned upside down? Dumbledore harbored concerns that Cohen might attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic due to certain irregularities, prompting them to take coercive measures against him, akin to frightened birds. Even though the Ministry had previously been ineffective in addressing Cohen, such actions would only transform him into a hostile force. Dumbledore was acutely aware of this. Hence, he was striving to salvage the situation by all means. Within the confines of Hogwarts, one's safety was assured. However, outside its protective walls, he cautioned Cohen against undertaking any astonishing actions that might lead to unnecessary troubles. After Cohen completed the sealing charm on the exterior of the box, Dumbledore imparted his final admonition. With a playful wink, he resembled a mischievous old child. Chapter 66. The examination is an arms race of anxiety. Dumbledore's reminder had limited but useful resonance with Cohen, as he was already cognizant of this truth. Otherwise, he would not have harbored aspirations of becoming the Minister of Magic, viewing it as the most prudent method to amicably resolve historical grievances. The greatest significance of Dumbledore's gesture lay in its demonstration of goodwill towards Cohen. Dumbledore implied that should the Ministry confront Cohen, branding him as a malevolent, dark, magical creature, he would stand by Cohen's side. Congratulations. Dumbledore has achieved a favorability rating of 10 with Cohen. Tomorrow, Norbert could be safely relocated. Perhaps Cohen could even delineate several zones within, cultivate some genuine grass, and raise sheep to establish a self-sustaining food chain for Norbert, alongside other intriguing and valuable creatures. Should the unicorns of the forest be willing, Cohen even contemplated smuggling them in, as each one was akin to gold, possessing a melodious voice and a flavor reminiscent of ice cream, which Cohen adored. Hadn't he witnessed a similar scene in the 8th floor room? Cohen felt a twinge of exasperation regarding Harry and Ron's incessant entanglement. Do they really need to rush to see it all? Such lofty ambitions, Cohen quipped. Ever since you mentioned that undetectable extinction charm, I've delved into some research. Hermione reminded him as she walked alongside Cohen. The Ministry has imposed stringent regulations on that charm. Cohen, using it on personal belongings is illegal. Raising a dragon isn't exactly legal either, Hermione, Cohen retorted. As long as it remains undiscovered, it isn't deemed unlawful. Besides, we have Dumbledore on our side. We can always claim it was his doing. After all, we are still young. Who would believe that young wizards could accomplish such feats? Hermione hesitated, seemingly recognizing the validity of Cohen's argument. Thus, was this the last vestige of Harry's conscience coming into play? Yet it was indeed the truth. Cohen's conscience seemed to have vanished, perhaps never having existed at all. Moreover, he was Dumbledore. The Ministry wouldn't apprehend him simply for casting an undetectable extinction charm on a box, as that would render them a laughingstock. As they arrived at Hagrid's door, Norbert could even discern Cohen's footsteps. The moment Cohen reached the threshold, the previously noisy interior fell into an abrupt silence. As Cohen gently pushed the door open, Norbert dove into his embrace, only to be promptly kicked away. I almost thought you were going to murder me, Cohen explained to the indignant Norbert, who was flapping his wings in dismay. Next time you see me, try not to be so exuberant. I fear I might instinctively react in a more perilous manner. After all, what if I accidentally damaged this fragile body? Once inside, Cohen unveiled a chest before the others, revealing a translucent staircase. It seems hardly spacious enough for a person to enter, Harry remarked uncertainly. Just take the first step. The rest will be handled by magic, Cohen encouraged, giving Harry a gentle push to peer into the chest's interior. The once narrow staircase enveloped Harry in an instant, eliciting a gasp from Hermione nearby. Next was Hagrid, who thankfully did not encounter any obstruction, as Cohen and Dumbledore had made some convenient modifications to the entrance. After everyone had descended, Cohen joined Norbert in entering the chest. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, they found themselves in a magical expanse, complete with vibrant grass, flowing streams, and a sky that seemed almost indistinguishable from reality, accompanied by a gentle breeze and ominous clouds on the horizon. Is this a weather charm? Hermione recalled reading about such spells in multiple spells leading to natural disasters, noting that a charm capable of covering such a vast area must be quite intricate. Dumbledore did it, she thought, although it was actually Cohen's doing, explaining it was rather convoluted, and Cohen was not keen on teaching at the moment. My goodness, Norbert, look, now you can fly freely. Hagrid joyously exclaimed to Norbert. I can help you build a nest here. No one shall come to harm you. Cohen had indeed planned to entrust the construction of the dwelling to Hagrid initially, intending to make adjustments later on his own. Will I be able to visit Norbert often? Hagrid asked, wiping away tears and assuring, absolutely, Cohen. I promise to build you a grand house, and Norbert will have a comfortable nest as well. Cohen intended to take the chest at the end of the term. Just before leaving school, It seemed Hagrid had a significant endeavor ahead of him over the next 5 months. However, there was also a troublesome fire dragon to consider. Would Norbert refrain from setting Hagrid's newly constructed dwelling ablaze if left unsupervised? Cohen was not particularly worried. Norbert was growing increasingly astute, understanding the consequences of mischief in such serious matters. 5 months. Hermione suddenly recalled something frightening. What is it, Hermione? Is something going to happen in 5 months? Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. Final exams. We only have 5 months left until finals. Actually, it's not just 5 months. We have a whole 5 months, Cohen countered, resisting the urge to propagate such anxiety. You could just study a bit before the exams. What happens if we don't pass the exam? Ron inquired, equally confused. After rattling off her extensive thoughts, Hermione hurried to the library. I feel like the Sorcerer's Stone and the Fire Dragon are not nearly as mad as she is. Ron commented, does she take exams too seriously? Exercise caution when speaking in front of Hermione, Cohen wisely advised, especially if we wish to continue copying her assignments. Chapter 67. Can the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone be arranged before the final exams? However, as Cohen passed the 3rd floor, he spotted Quirrell, who discreetly beckoned to him, seemingly eager to convey something. I genuinely wish to join you, Cohen expressed sincerely, yet Ron and Harry cast skeptical glances his way. But I must visit Quirrell. I promised him last time, and you wouldn't want him to be coerced by Snape into revealing how to circumvent the protections surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, would you? Indeed. Harry nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Professor Quirrell certainly required support, especially after the last Quidditch match, when his voice had sounded on the verge of collapse. Do you need our assistance? Ron inquired eagerly, wondering if the 3 of them might bolster Quirrell's confidence. However, the presence of 3 would only heighten his anxiety regarding potential secrets divulged. Cohen declined Ron's offer to join, pondering how he could negotiate the theft of the Philosopher's Stone with Quirrell if the 2 accompanied him. Let's not forget, we are not supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell appeared more anxious than Hermione had been rushing to the library. I truly cannot, Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling as if he were genuinely becoming tongue-tied. It is Dumbledore. He summoned me to the headmaster's office. Did he threaten you? Cohen inquired in a low tone, confirming the sinister nature of the Englishman, still vigorous despite being over a century old. What are you implying? Cohen pressed. Did Dumbledore make any inappropriate advances? He is a man, Quirrell exclaimed incredulously. So am I. Precisely, which is why I harbor such suspicions. Cohen nodded with rationality. From Dumbledore's perspective, one could argue that Quirrell possessed a certain appeal, barring his lack of hair. If this matter dissuades you from stealing the Philosopher's Stone and leads to a reprimand from the Noseless One, I would offer you my condolences. He did not harm me. Dumbledore merely discussed certain matters, and I suspect he might. You suspect he may be aware of your intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Cohen completed Quirrell's thought. Thus, your fear is not predicated on any inappropriate conduct from Dumbledore. Of course not, Quirrell whimpered. Then what kind of cowardice is this? Cohen exclaimed in exasperation. You are so easily frightened into abandoning the theft of the Philosopher's Stone? No wonder Voldemort consistently applies pressure. Were I in your position, I would also become a source of stress. Moreover, if Quirrell himself faltered, how could Cohen assertively pursue the theft of the Philosopher's Stone? His convictions appeared rather weak. If you do not proceed with the theft, how will the Noseless One be resurrected? How can I assist? And how shall we overthrow the Ministry's dominion over the world? Cohen earnestly admonished. One cannot be so self-absorbed. Quirrell's expression began to solidify as he felt ensnared within some illusion of Dumbledore's magic. At that moment, Cohen appeared to him as a fusion of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Be a bit bolder. Once you secure the Philosopher's Stone, you can simply make your escape. The only requirement is to devise a method to lure Dumbledore away, perhaps by composing a letter in the tone of the Ministry of Magic. It seems I have a notion. Cohen suddenly conceived a plan. After all, Cohen is present at the school. This revelation provides yet another reason for the Ministry to seek out Dumbledore, allowing Quirrell and himself to divert Dumbledore's attention in this manner. Of course, Cohen is aware that, regardless of how plausible the excuse may appear, Dumbledore will remain unconvinced. However, he is certain that Dumbledore will temporarily vacate the school, permitting Harry and Voldemort to encounter one another. Just as Dumbledore remarked, unrelenting protection merely leads one to languish in complacency. Only through tempestuous challenges can trees grow ever taller. After discussing the plan with Quirrell and Voldemort, they unanimously agreed that, while simplistic, it remains the sole feasible approach at present. Let us proceed swiftly, Voldemort urged, his desperation palpable. When shall we take action? Cohen eagerly inquired. The sooner, the better, perhaps 2 weeks before the final exams. I can concoct an excuse to request leave. and you could cast the killing curse on me. I would feign death until the conclusion of the exams, thereby sparing myself the burden of revision. Quirrell felt as though his ears had betrayed him. Had he truly heard that? What did you say? What curse are you referring to? The killing curse, of course. Are you not familiar with it? I demonstrated it to you previously when you expressed your intent to teach me dark magic. Cohen frowned. If this cannot be accomplished, does one not consider seeking a different subordinate? His companion's demand seemed rather low. What I mean is this curse is lethal. Quirrell felt as though his mind might shatter. Was it merely the final exams that warranted such severity? Just cast the curse. The specifics of whether I live or die are my concern, Cohen stated earnestly. Otherwise, how might I exonerate myself once you secure the Philosopher's Stone? You are already sufficiently wicked. I, however, am still young, and my academic credentials and pristine background are of utmost importance to me. Voldemort unilaterally consented to this plan, while Quirrell's confusion remained bottled within. Having endured a spectral existence for a decade, Voldemort felt that this was the closest he had come to returning to the mortal realm, and his thoughts were consumed solely by the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, they settled on a time frame 2 weeks prior to the final exams, a period during which other professors would be occupied preparing their assessments, thus granting Quirrell considerably more latitude. Furthermore, it was customary for the Ministry of Magic to dispatch various evaluation reports and documents, including employment preference forms for exceptional Hogwarts graduates, to facilitate the direct hiring of graduates who met the standards of the Newt, nastily exhausting wizarding test. Indeed, the culmination of one's aspirations often lies within structured systems. By the way, did Snape reach out to you previously? I heard this from Harry. They're currently suspecting Snape of attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen inquired suddenly. Moreover, the last time I visited, I overheard Snape inquiring about me. Are you collaborating with him? Chapter 68. Engaging in a brief routine. Cohen feigned ignorance, displaying a puzzled expression, for he truly understood that Snape had no intention of aiding Voldemort in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. So, will you not collaborate with him? He inquired. The Dark Lord is rather apprehensive regarding Quirrell, Quirrell lamented. He was once a follower of the Dark Lord, yet now he is here with Dumbledore. When we plotted to eliminate Harry Potter, he was still reciting countercharms. In truth, Cohen had also engaged in such activities. However, he refrained from voicing this, as Quirrell would never discern which incantations had become entangled on the broomstick, whether they were the disarming charm or the countercharm. Ugh, traitor! Cohen feigned indignation, joining in the criticism of Snape. A servant to two masters, a turncoat. What does turncoat mean? Quirrell inquired. It's a dialect from another region, a term for betrayers, Cohen elucidated. Rest assured, I loathe traitors with a passion. I shall never betray you. Quirrell felt reassured by Cohen, particularly since Cohen had previously unleashed a troll upon the school and assisted them in extracting blood from a unicorn. If he did not genuinely aspire to serve the Dark Lord, how could a mere first-year wizard dare to undertake such audacious acts? Not to mention, this boy wielded dark magic in his office with alarming ease, casting the killing curse as though it were mere confetti. Quirrell even suspected that Cohen might have endured some form of childhood trauma, resulting in an intense animosity towards the world, leading to devastating consequences from even the most casual invocation of the killing curse. Yet, this was primarily due to the fact that Quirrell had equipped Cohen with an array of corpses and small creatures for practice. Had he provided an innocent living soul, Cohen might have hesitated to employ the death curse. After sharing half an hour of vitriol against Snape with Quirrell and Voldemort, Cohen departed with a sense of satisfaction. After all, Snape had been deducting points from him throughout the academic year. The remainder of the first year passed swiftly, and Cohen found himself unwittingly ensnared in a lethargic routine of classes, meals, and sleep, scarcely venturing into the Forbidden Forest. The spiders within had retreated into their burrows, and their numbers had dwindled, seemingly realizing that the more they multiplied, the more Cohen would consume. Thus, they began to refrain from procreation. Cohen inquired with Hagrid, who mentioned that Ari had frequently come seeking alcohol, yet he had not observed any other unicorns. However, Cohen suspected the reality was that the other unicorns had succumbed to inebriation, leaving only Ari, the less-than-stellar unicorn, unaffected by the numbing effects of alcohol. Hagrid's construction project was nearing completion. Due to his unstable magic, he preferred using his hands rather than relying on a flower umbrella concealing a broken wand. Currently, they found themselves in a dreadful cycle of anxiety over impending exams, lamenting their lack of preparation, yet feeling too weary to study, thinking, just a little more playtime before the exams. As a result, neither of them studied effectively nor enjoyed their leisure. The students were on the brink of madness, for it was impossible to self-study an entire year's curriculum in a month, Only Hermione and the Ravenclaw students seem to be diligently reviewing their lessons daily. I have noticed that you appear unconcerned about the exams. The Earl spoke in a derisive tone. Have you prepared for your studies? Or do you intend to seek employment at Azkaban after being expelled? I noticed that the egg you had previously incubated is missing. Cohen retorted in a similar manner. Did the hatching fail? Or did you discover that the owlet within was a rather unsightly shade of brown? The Earl gritted his teeth, even though he possessed none. Angered, the Earl turned away, curling up on the owl perch, having been frustrated by this matter for quite some time, resembling a scorned lover. That egg did not belong to the Earl, or rather, Hedwig ultimately chose to remain with that little yellow owlet, for the Earl was overly enthusiastic. Cohen then turned back to play with the Dungeons & Dragons sandbox gifted by Edward. It was evidently not an ordinary decorative item. It wasn't until April that Cohen discovered it was a magical gaming device. By simply pointing a wand at the interface of the display case, one could manipulate the clay figures inside. He was a good man. A good man ought to have 108 offspring. Unfortunately, it seemed Edward had no biological children. Rose and Cohen shared some blood relation, but Edward appeared to be purely a stag. In truth, while Cohen could comprehend why Edward and Rose might wish to have children, he found it perplexing that they had yet to ignite any sparks that might lead to siblings. 10 years in the company of a woman, and yet no action? Could it be that Edward was incapable? Reflecting upon his soul's strength at 10 o'clock, Cohen speculated that he might have suffered some form of dark magical affliction, though he himself had no recollection of ever consuming Edward's soul. Cohen decided to pause his progress here to prove he had completed his quest. By this time, the night had deepened. Raindrops pounded on the window when a drenched creature, akin to a drowned rat, burst through the window. As God lost control of his bladder, the Earl entered, filled with animosity towards the divine. Such torrential rain nearly sent me plummeting into the lake. Do not describe the rain in such repulsive terms. Cohen noticed a letter clutched in the Earl's grasp. Soaked by the rain. A letter? It's from Quirrell, the Earl said, tossing the drenching missive to Cohen before rolling up his feathered trousers and scuttling towards the hearth, intent on drying his plumage. Cohen opened the envelope, the ink blurred by the rain, yet the message remained discernible. Tomorrow night at 11, at the entrance. Chapter 69, An Insider Lurks. It seems Quirrell is finally in for a chill. Cohen was quite pleased with this arrangement, for he had nearly exhausted his Dungeons & Dragons sandbox and was in dire need of a new diversion. Who? Harry, alert, glanced towards the hole behind the picture frame, from which Cohen emerged, prompting Harry to exhale in relief. Are you conspiring? Cohen initiated the accusation, questioning why they were awake at such an hour. Cohen, I overheard something today. Harry hastily pulled Cohen into their small group, right at Quirrell's office door. I heard that Quirrell has compromised. Quirrell's office? Cohen found it rather peculiar that Harry could hear the commotion inside so easily, especially since he had cautioned Quirrell to maintain discretion. Indeed, Harry was straining to suppress his voice, yet it proved futile. His utterances remained loud enough for Quirrell to respond with, all right. Snape must have already threatened him into revealing the means to break Quirrell's restrictions. But what about Hagrid? Do you remember, Harry? Hagrid's three-headed dog would surely be an insurmountable obstacle for Snape. Hermione, maintaining her clarity amidst the chaos, reminded them that Harry often let his emotions cloud his judgment. Hagrid. Harry's face turned ashen at the mention. What is it, Harry? Your expression seems rather alarming, Ron inquired with concern. Hagrid might have already divulged the information. Cohen understood the source of Harry's distress. He needed to lure Harry and the others to the fourth-floor corridor because of Dumbledore's enchantment. Only those who sought the Philosopher's Stone without the desire to exploit it could obtain it from the mirror. Neither Cohen nor Quirrell evidently fit that criterion. The mirror could not directly read Cohen's heart, and indeed, he harbored ulterior motives regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, Harry was an essential component of this plan. What? Hermione and Ron exclaimed in unison. Do you share this sentiment, Cohen? Harry's heart raced upon realizing that Cohen's thoughts mirrored his own. That day, Hagrid had ventured out to procure butterbeer for Cohen's unicorn, but encountered a hooded figure who had lost a dragon egg in a game of cards. Hagrid's greatest wish was to acquire a dragon, and this stranger just happened to possess a dragon egg in his pocket. How many individuals casually carry dragon eggs around? That is illegal. Do you not think Hagrid is rather fortunate? Harry exhaled rapidly, his breath becoming labored. And one more thing, Cohen incited, Snape is a Death Eater. Or so I overheard Quirrell say. What? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. What is a Death Eater? Harry was unfamiliar with the term. Followers of Voldemort from before. Cohen aimed to escalate the severity of the situation. If Snape obtains the Philosopher's Stone, he could potentially resurrect Voldemort. How could Dumbledore permit him to teach here? Harry felt as though his eardrums were about to burst. He was one of Voldemort's followers. Could we refrain from mentioning that name? Ron shivered, as the name was akin to the bogeyman in bedtime tales for children in the wizarding world. I should not have sent Ellie to Hagrid. Cohen feigned regret. It's not your fault, Cohen. None of us were aware of this. Harry reassured him, dismissing the possibility of Cohen's involvement with utmost trust. As long as we can stop it. Hagrid might not have said anything. Hermione attempted to calm Harry's agitation. Harry, do not be too hasty. We can inquire with Hagrid tomorrow. You appear as though you are about to dash out of the castle. And we still have Dumbledore, Ron added, wary that Harry might impulsively break school rules and venture out at midnight. As long as Dumbledore is here, the Philosopher's Stone is undoubtedly safe. Hermione and Ron successfully persuaded Harry to hold off on his impulsive actions, citing that the House of Gryffindor could not afford any further point deductions. After all, it seemed that Dumbledore was the greatest protector of the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen could hear Harry tossing and turning in the adjacent bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Indeed, the Chosen One bore an immense sense of responsibility. This made Cohen, one of the culprits causing the disturbance, feel somewhat guilty. It reminded him of a joke he had heard in a previous life. During class, the teacher asked the children what they aspired to become, and one child expressed a desire to be a police officer. The teacher then warned, "Be careful of your deskmate. He wants to rob a bank when he grows up." Harry's insomnia had nothing to do with Cohen, even amidst the noise from the neighboring bed. Cohen could easily enjoy a night of sleep as deep as that of the dead. The following morning, Cohen and Ron were roused by Harry, who appeared with dark circles under his eyes. "Hurry, we must find Hagrid," Harry urged. Had it not been for the restriction against boys entering the girls' dormitory, he might have barged straight into Hermione's room to drag her from her bed. "That would make you a rogue, Harry," Cohen reminded him. "Such behavior toward a female classmate would surely land you on the front page of the Daily Prophet." However, the day would unfold with nothing but bad news for Harry. Hagrid had inadvertently revealed information about the three-headed dog, stating that it would fall into a deep slumber with just a bit of music. At breakfast, they encountered Hermione. "What happened to you all?" she inquired, instantly discerning from the mud on their clothes where they had been that morning. "Did Hagrid say anything? He let something slip." Harry whispered to Hermione, "We need to inform Professor Dumbledore." Yet, more disheartening news awaited them. Throughout breakfast, they did not catch a glimpse of Dumbledore at the staff table. Harry was certain that Snape was casting them glances filled with malice. "We should check the headmaster's office. Perhaps Dumbledore is simply busy," Hermione suggested cautiously. Once they confirmed that the conditions for stealing the Philosopher's Stone had been met, Harry would undoubtedly make his way to the fourth-floor corridor. This meant that if they were discovered, expulsion was inevitable, and Hermione, Ron, and Cohen would never let Harry face the danger alone. "But where is Dumbledore's office?" Ron asked, bewildered. Months had passed, and the password to the headmaster's office was likely no longer Cockroach Cluster. "The password I knew must have been changed," Cohen warned them. Indeed, that was the case. When Cohen led them to the door of the headmaster's office, the stone statue refused to let them pass. Cockroach Cluster? Lemon Drop? Honeyduke's Toffee? Cohen tried numerous passwords, but the statue remained immovable. It must have been changed by now, Hermione frowned. But just then, a voice came from behind them. "What are you doing here?" Professor McGonagall asked, her lips pressed together as she regarded the four students with a serious expression. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore." Harry quickly replied, "It's about the Philosopher's Stone." Chapter 70. Voldemort. Loyalty. Professor McGonagall's books fell to the floor in a clatter. Yet she made no move to retrieve them. "How do you know?" she inquired, her gaze interwoven with astonishment and skepticism as she turned to Harry. "Professor, I believe that Professor Dumbledore must be informed of the attempted theft of the Philosopher's Stone by Snape." Harry struggled to articulate a more credible account. But it was evident that Professor McGonagall was not inclined to believe him. Dumbledore was en route to London, having received an urgent missive from the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall's gaze lingered on Cohen for a moment. He was aware that the letter was a forgery crafted by Quirrell, regarding his own status as a dark magic experiment subject. After picking up her books, McGonagall departed, leaving Harry feeling that her words bore no significance. Nor did they for Cohen. If the protective measures remained unchanged from the original narrative, they posed little hindrance to Cohen. With Dumbledore absent, Harry had spent the night awake, his mind still in a state of heightened excitement. It seemed there was no other choice, was there? "You appear even more agitated than Snape," Cohen mused, beginning to question whether the would-be thief of the Philosopher's Stone was himself or Harry. "I intend to go to the fourth-floor corridor tonight, to secure the stone before Snape can," Harry declared resolutely. "You must be mad," Ron exclaimed. "You'll be expelled." Hermione added, "You can't do this." "What does expulsion matter?" Harry retorted, his voice raised, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he was in the corridor. Fortunately, the students were either in class, in the library, or in the common room studying. There was no one around. Do you not understand? If Snape obtains the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will resurrect. Have you not heard what this place was like when he ruled with an iron fist? If he succeeds, this will become a school dedicated to the dark arts. Harry's words quelled Ron and Hermione's urge to dissuade him. I have an invisibility cloak. I can use it to navigate the 4th floor corridor tonight. You don't intend to go alone, do you? Ron resolved. I will accompany you. So will I, Hermione said without hesitation. I can search through the books I have read. Perhaps there are spells that could be useful, but you would be expelled as well. Harry had not anticipated their willingness to join him in this perilous endeavor, particularly Hermione's. Don't be foolish. We cannot allow you to act alone, Hermione asserted. We are friends, remember? Cohen remained silent, aware that he planned to enter with Quirrell. Finally, night descended, and both sides began to mobilize. Harry, Ron, and Hermione congregated in the common room. Where is Cohen? Harry asked, searching for any sign of him. He wouldn't. He is braver than us, Hermione remarked, perplexed. In the common room, a talking portrait might have known Cohen's whereabouts. Why are you looking at me? The fat lady replied, currently pilfering a midnight snack brought by the Weasley twins from the kitchens. That lad isn't my doing. Kidnapped? Harry seized upon the key word in the fat lady's statement. Cohen has been taken, captured by a certain professor. The Count relayed Cohen's plan to the trio, stating that he was to be disposed of, and it seemed he would soon transform into a wandering owl. May I take refuge with you? I can regale you with jokes daily, and all I ask for is sustenance. Oh no, Cohen must have been apprehended by Snape. Hermione exclaimed anxiously. What shall we do? Shall we rescue him? Ron replied in a fluster. Wait, no, that wouldn't be right. Harry interjected, his own composure wavering, but then a spark of realization struck him. No, Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He either has Cohen by his side or has imprisoned him. If we seek him out, we will fall directly into Snape's trap. Harry's eyes brightened. This is precisely what Snape wants, to delay us. You are remarkably astute, the Count commended, albeit somewhat strained. In truth, Cohen was indeed with the professor, but it was not Snape. After all, he had enough blame to shoulder. One more wouldn't matter. At the entrance of the 4th floor corridor, Cohen and Quirrell had already met. Playing music, are we? Cohen said, deftly donning his gloves. Why are you wearing gloves? Quirrell inquired, holding a magical harp. His brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, my apologies, it's a habit. We are not here to commit murder, Cohen quickly clarified. You see, I dislike having blood on my hands, and wearing gloves helps avoid leaving traces, such as fingerprints. Quirrell fell silent, questioning his own worthiness as a servant of the Dark Lord. He quietly approached and opened the door. The three-headed dog immediately perked up at the sound, ready to pounce. The next moment, the harp began to play a magical melody, and the great beast, as if a sleep button had been pressed, swayed and collapsed to the ground, its 3 snores mingling with the music. It pales in comparison to my unicorns, Cohen remarked. Though Ally's heart may be lured by butterbeer, at least she won't faint at the mere scent of it. The subsequent traps were as Cohen remembered them. After leaping through the trapdoor, they encountered a vast, dark web of devil's snare. Naturally, neither Quirrell nor Cohen would be ensnared. Before it could tighten its grip, they slipped through effortlessly. The next challenge was Flitwick's flying key. Quirrell chased the large key for an extensive period, while Cohen grew impatient and transformed into a Dementor, swiftly enveloping the conspicuous antique key. What just happened? Quirrell exclaimed, his eyes wide as he dismounted his broom, staring at Cohen, who had reverted to his original form. Was it a boggart? An animagus? Or, Quirrell felt that Cohen's recent transformation resembled something else entirely. No, no one can become a Dementor. That is impossible. Such a creature. No, Dementors are not even classified as living beings. They are not even corporeal. Do not inquire too much about what you do not understand. Your superior is collaborating with me, not you. Just know you're on the same side. As his days alongside Quirrell drew to a close, Cohen had no intention of providing further explanations. Rest assured, my loyalty is unwavering. Chapter 71. Quirrell. He does all of my work. Cohen did not pledge loyalty to anyone. Loyalty to oneself is loyalty indeed. After traversing the intricate mechanisms of Fravy, they entered a vast chamber, initially engulfed in darkness, which erupted into brilliant light the moment they stepped inside. At the entrance lay a colossal black and white chessboard, flanked by towering chess pieces reminiscent of giants, though devoid of faces. Professor MCG's creation demanded victory in this chess match to proceed to the next challenge. Yet, these enchanted pieces, transformed by McG, possessed ethereal souls condensed from magic, akin to the tiny bird in the teacup that McG had previously given Cohen, which he could likewise consume. Soul strength. 5. I have studied chess. Chilo inhaled deeply. Victory is assured. You cannot be serious about playing chess, can you? Cohen inquired, struggling to maintain his composure, displaying a hint of villainous awareness. Follow me. Cohen stepped onto the chessboard without hesitation. MCG's magic is quite. Chilo attempted to call out to Cohen, but the subsequent scene on the board sent chills down his spine. The pieces, upon the arrival of this unorthodox intruder, unsheathed their weapons and swung their blades toward Cohen. Yet, as they drew within 2 meters of him, streams of transparent, ethereal substance were siphoned away, flowing into Cohen's being. What has he done? Aren't these conjurations merely products of transfiguration? Why does it seem as if Cohen has siphoned something's very soul? What manner of magic is this? Chilo swallowed hard. Keep up, Chilo, urged Voldemort from the back of his mind. No time for idle chatter. Chilo hurriedly complied, though he dare not venture too close to Cohen now. If this lad resembled a Dementor with abilities akin to one, he might truly be a Dementor, following Voldemort. He found himself unable to conjure the Patronus charm, having attempted it once before, nearly succumbing to the black maggots summoned by that incantation. How could he resist a Dementor with human consciousness, one that feasted not on joy but on souls? The next challenge was Chilo's giant, which was pregnant and thus exceedingly irritable. Chilo had intended to prove himself before Voldemort, yet Cohen seized the opportunity first. The giant, having had its soul drained, now wandered mechanically like a lifeless husk, no longer inclined to attack anyone. Chilo had never felt such fear, even in the presence of Voldemort. He had not experienced such a profound sensation. Voldemort might torment him or end his life, but if he were cowardly enough, perhaps he could linger in the world as a ghost. However, should Cohen suddenly take offense and end his life, it seemed he would not even have the privilege of becoming a ghost. How could Dumbledore permit such a creature to enroll? Chilo's legs trembled, and the distance between him and Cohen widened to nearly 4 meters. He had initially assumed that some perilous magical experiment had been conducted on Cohen, endowing him with extraordinary magical traits, perhaps akin to the transformative spells of the Dark Lord. Now it appears that the experiments of the Bork family have ventured into even more forbidden realms. How do they manage to fuse Dementors with humans? Chilo initially thought it absurd that Cohen was a Dementor, but the Dark Lord, whose presence clung to the back of his head, transmitted a sense of yearning. To the Dark Lord, Cohen was a treasure, a pawn to be exploited, embodying a longing for darkness and corruption. Why are you keeping your distance? Cohen turned to find Chilo had retreated quite far, urging him forward. Chilo awkwardly followed behind, feeling it was rather peculiar for an adult wizard to trail after a novice who had only been in school for less than a year. The next challenge was Snape's potions. In the center of the room stood a long table adorned with 7 bottles of varying shapes, accompanied by a note. Cohen had intended to attempt deciphering it, but upon realizing he could not comprehend it, he abandoned the endeavor. They had no need to engage in the riddle presented on the note. Transforming back into Dementor form, Cohen no longer restrained the chilling aura that had nearly materialized. No ordinary flame could harm a non-existent entity, after all, as it was not conjured by a Patronus. After Chilo, trembling, passed through the flames, they arrived at the final treasure chamber. The mirror of Ariste was positioned in the center of the empty room, concealing the Philosopher's Stone within. The entire sequence resembled a series of trials. While each professor's magic was indeed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard to breach, should Voldemort truly arrive, these barriers would prove ineffectual. Even without Cohen, Chilo would not genuinely impede Voldemort at a particular stage, as the anxious Dark Lord would surely devise a solution. This seemed more like a trial prepared for Harry and his companions. Once again, the mirror came into play. Cohen aptly inquired, "Last time, I beheld my Dementor empire within it. Will the Philosopher's Stone be concealed there?" "Yes, it should be." Chilo felt increasingly useless, sensing that to the Dark Lord, he was merely a vessel for a soul. Cohen had commandeered all the tasks he could perform. He even refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks about Cohen, for the boy could just as easily end his life. They approached the mirror. "Allow me to see." Voldemort's voice emanated from the back of Chilo's head. Obediently, Chilo loosened his scarf. The noseless visage leaned closer to the mirror. "I see the Philosopher's Stone. Retrieve it." Voldemort gazed longingly at something within the mirror, yet was unable to grasp it, prompting him to ask Cohen, "Can you obtain it?" "Shift a bit. Let me take another look." Cohen nudged Chilo aside and stood before the mirror, lightly touching its surface to conjure a reflection. This time, the image within the mirror shifted slightly. "Once more, my Dementor empire, but this time I hold the Philosopher's Stone," Cohen remarked. "Damn it, perhaps I should just shatter this mirror." Do not be hasty, Voldemort hissed. There will be a way. I can feel it. Voldemort's perception was not erroneous. The indomitable child traversed through the flames upon the conclusion of that statement. Harry stood frozen, overwhelmed by the situation at hand. Chapter 72. Cease your actions, Voldemort. Outside, Dumbledore awaits. Quirrell? Cohen? Harry felt as though his heart had ceased its rhythm. A suffocating sensation radiating from his throat throughout his entire being. I thought Snape. Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts, his gaze fixated on Quirrell's bald head, coupled with the familiar yet strange visage of terror on the back of his skull. No, the Count mentioned that Cohen had been kidnapped. Indeed, Cohen had been abducted. A sharp pain shot through Harry as he pressed his hand against the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Quirrell remained silent, instinctively waiting for Cohen to speak. Yet, Cohen, too, remained mute, having entered a mode of advanced performance. Accompanying Harry was a gust of wind, imbued with an intensity of 99 soul strength. He locked eyes with Voldemort through the reflection in the mirror, the pain in his forehead intensifying. Voldemort. Cohen stood beside Quirrell, introducing him to Harry, thus revealing that he was the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen, come here, let us unite. Harry urged, his voice laced with urgency. They are the villains. Surely you do not believe that I coerced your friend to stand beside me. Voldemort relished the astonishment upon Harry's face. Your friend Cohen has long been an ally of mine. Impossible. Harry retorted with remarkable bravery. You shall not harm my friend. Cohen will seize him and utilize him. Voldemort sneered. Dumbledore observed from a distance, while Cohen acquiesced to Voldemort's wishes, for otherwise, he would not obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen, do not. Harry pleaded, watching as Cohen aimed his wand at himself, his heart heavy with dread. Cohen's mastery of spells far surpassed Harry's, leaving him utterly defenseless. I am sorry, Harry. Cohen said kindly. Bind him swiftly. A rope sprang forth from the tip of Cohen's wand, ensnaring Harry tightly. Cohen, we cannot assist him. Harry exclaimed anxiously. Whom do you intend to defeat with mere words? Cohen calmly inquired, drawing Harry closer to the mirror. To Voldemort, this was a derisive taunt at Harry's audacity. Yet to Harry and the concealed Dumbledore, it seemed as though Cohen sought to convey that two young wizards could not rely solely on brute strength against Voldemort. Look in the mirror. Can you retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen nudged Harry, and once he stood before the mirror, the bindings upon him were released. What did you see? Quirrell asked urgently. Tell me, what did you witness? I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, Harry fabricated, while Cohen noticed a heavy object had fallen into Harry's right pocket. I won the house cup for Gryffindor. Lies. Voldemort shrieked. He has obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Seize it. Quirrell lunged at Harry, attempting to snatch the Philosopher's Stone from him. Harry was brought to the ground by his assailant, Quirrell, who was not faring well himself. His hands blistered as if scorched by fire upon contact with Harry. Master, I cannot hold him, my hand. Quirrell emitted a cry of agony, compelled to release Harry and retreat to the side. Cohen. Voldemort commanded, though Cohen had intended to act thus all along. Cohen seized Harry, extracting the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. No, Cohen, you cannot. Harry struggled in vain, his strength clearly inferior to Cohen's. For Cohen had always consumed a healthier diet than Harry since childhood. Ding. Harry Potter's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone has been thwarted. Evil Side Quest 17 completed. Sin value 1,000. Reward. Morning Frost available for collection. Upon obtaining the stone, Cohen was suddenly beset by an exceedingly peculiar sensation. The Philosopher's Stone seemed to have an unsettling connection with him. It felt as though he could absorb it into his very being, merging it seamlessly with himself. It was already embedded in the palm of his hand. Plans had shifted. Cohen now conceived a more morally advantageous scheme to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Run. He whispered in Harry's ear amidst their scuffle. Yet, before Harry could utter another word, Cohen had already risen from the ground. Hurry, Cohen, give me the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort demands it. But Cohen remained unmoved. Harry inhaled deeply. He needed to flee with Cohen and the stone. The plan was remarkably successful, as Cohen could sense a wave of relief enveloping the room. Harry felt reassured that his friend had not betrayed him. Dumbledore was relieved that Cohen had chosen not to assist Voldemort. Voldemort was pleased that Cohen had aided in retrieving the stone from Harry. In that moment, everyone had emerged victorious, and Cohen believed the system should grant him an additional 10,000 points of goodwill. For you? Cohen did not approach Voldemort. Unless I become a corpse. Voldemort was not surprised. Cohen had previously indicated his intent to dispatch him with a killing curse to eliminate suspicion. Kill him. Voldemort bellowed at Quirrell. Cohen dashed toward the exit. Had Quirrell not been a fool, the curse would surely have struck true. Avada Kedavra. No. Harry watched as the green light struck Cohen's back, reminiscent of the nightmares in which his parents were slain by a similar green light. Dumbledore, however, did not believe the curse would harm Cohen. He had witnessed the 1-year-old Cohen withstand hundreds of killing curses without succumbing. As Quirrell shifted his focus to Harry, who stood before Cohen's lifeless body, Dumbledore materialized at the entrance of the room. Voldemort's previously triumphant expression froze in an instant. Within less than a second, he vacated Quirrell's body, deeming the Philosopher's Stone inconsequential and prioritizing his escape. Abandoned by Voldemort, Quirrell collapsed, his soul and body having been consumed for far too long. Soon after Voldemort's departure, he would perish. Professor Dumbledore? Having already shed tears, Harry beheld the long-awaited arrival of Dumbledore and urgently implored, "Please, save Cohen." Quirrell just cast a spell on him. He has become unresponsive. Unbeknownst to Harry, the incantation Avada Kedavra bore a grave significance. For Cohen's body had grown cold at an alarming pace. Dumbledore, wishing to shield Harry from overwhelming sorrow, cast a sleeping charm upon him, intending to assess Cohen's condition and discern why he had yet to regain consciousness. Cohen, awaken. Voldemort has departed. Nothing can harm you now. As Dumbledore came to the disheartening realization that Cohen appeared to have truly fallen victim to the Avada Kedavra curse, he felt an unsettling sense of losing control. Cohen, now merely a lifeless body devoid of a soul, left Dumbledore searching in vain for any sign of life. In an ethereal form, Cohen observed Dumbledore's expression, witnessing the rare sight of the great wizard in distress. "Cohen, please do not be this way. I am frightened," Dumbledore whispered. Perhaps Cohen's spirit possessed traits akin to a Dementor's? He ought not to have perished. Dumbledore attempted to sense the flow of Cohen's magic in the surrounding air, yet found nothing. Only the liquid curses within Cohen's body and the radiant stone, gleaming like the sun, nestled in his palm, remained visible. In his incorporeal state, Cohen could do nothing but watch, though Dumbledore's trembling visage instilled a twinge of guilt within Cohen, akin to the shame of spinning a cruel jest about one's demise before a revered elder. He momentarily set aside his conscience for the sake of the stone. Half of the magical stone had already melded into Cohen's palm. It represented far more than mere soul integrity. It might possess additional properties that Cohen could not afford to forsake. Dumbledore pressed his wand against Cohen's heart, murmuring incantations as various spells enveloped him, yet all proved futile. The immutable and dreadful outcome seemed to age Dumbledore a decade in an instant. A child had perished here, and he had not intervened to thwart the lethal curse. Believing he understood everything about Cohen, presuming that as a half-blooded Dementor, he would be immune to death. He had witnessed countless death curses rendered ineffective against Cohen, and thus naively assumed that the spell posed no threat in this instance. He could have easily prevented it, merely by altering a nearby stone or allowing Fawkes to undergo rebirth. Dumbledore felt an urge to utter an apology to Cohen, yet he silently levitated the two children from the ground with magic. He was acutely aware of this truth. Prolonged years often grant one a sense of déjà vu, as fate invariably tosses stones into the waters of memory, just as one is on the verge of forgetting certain emotions, stirring ripples anew. He bears a weightier responsibility, and he must contemplate how to explain this tragedy to Cohen's parents. In just 2 weeks, summer vacation will commence, and Edward and Rose are eagerly preparing to take Cohen on a trip, filled with anticipation, only to be met with the devastating news of their child's sudden passing at school. A modicum of empathy reveals the suffocating anguish that stems from love. Dumbledore brought both Cohen and Harry to the hospital wing. However, Cohen was placed in a private room, as having a body in the public ward might frighten the other students. Madame Pomfrey, hearing the commotion, hurried out to find the headmaster accompanied by 2 motionless students. "Poppy, please tend to Harry. He appears quite exhausted, having not slept a wink last night and experiencing much today," Dumbledore instructed Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall rushed into the infirmary, still clad in her nightgown, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Since Cohen had absorbed the magical essence of the giant chess pieces, they had not participated in that fateful game, and Ron had not made the ultimate sacrifice. They had sought out Professor McGonagall after Harry consumed the potion that allowed him to traverse the black flames. "How is Harry?" Professor McGonagall's face was etched with concern as she noticed Harry being settled onto a hospital bed by Dumbledore. "Harry is merely fatigued. There is no serious issue," Dumbledore wearily replied. "Poppy will care for him, Minerva. Come with me. There are matters of great importance to discuss." Ron and Hermione hastened to Harry's bedside as the professors ventured deeper into the infirmary. "He simply needs rest. I will look after him. You both must get some sleep." Madame Pomfrey sternly ushered Ron and Hermione away, Noting the hour had far surpassed midnight. You are also children, and sleep is essential. Unless you wish to find yourselves in a similar predicament as his. She refrained from inquiring about the causes of students' injuries, as such questions might instill fear and deter them from seeking medical attention, potentially allowing treatable magical ailments to become chronic afflictions. Cohen followed Dumbledore and McGonagall into the solitary room, where his lifeless body lay cold upon the slab, an unsettling sight from a spiritual perspective. Cohen McGonagall momentarily struggled to grasp Dumbledore's reasoning for placing him here, but upon seeing Cohen's pallid visage devoid of color, her voice caught in her throat. Cohen is dead. Dumbledore calmly informed McGonagall. He was coerced by Quirrell to seize the Philosopher's Stone from Harry, yet he never truly assisted Quirrell. He refused to hand over the stone and fell victim to Quirrell's killing curse. McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. I could have saved him, Dumbledore lamented, his tone laced with regret. There were many opportunities, countless opportunities. It is not your fault. Albus McGonagall hesitated to approach Cohen's body, pressing her hand to her heart. She had cherished each student, even those who occasionally misbehaved. Suddenly, she recalled a moment she had witnessed. Cohen should not have succumbed to the killing curse. Experience should not serve as an excuse for peril. We must all understand this. Dumbledore sighed. We must write to Edward and Rose. Allow me to take on the task. For all the blame falls upon me. Following Professor McGonagall's sorrowful departure, Dumbledore approached Cohen's lifeless form. Do not act thus. I dread the sight of Cohen, petrified, gazing upon the elderly figure nearing his remains. Yet Dumbledore did not engage in any bizarre actions. He merely unclenched Cohen's tightly grasped right hand. The Philosopher's Stone ought not to remain here. Voldemort may return. However, when Dumbledore beheld the contents of Cohen's palm, he was momentarily taken aback. The vibrant crimson stone had nearly melded into Cohen's flesh, as if it were dissolving within his very blood. Only a small corner of the exposed Philosopher's Stone remained, and it continued to burrow into Cohen's corporeal form at a visibly alarming rate. A myriad of possibilities flooded Dumbledore's mind. Cohen was a creation of alchemy, and so too was the stone. As above, so below. Thus is the miracle of the one fulfilled. Chapter 74. An immediate assault in the form of a pure-blood Dementor is imperative. After murmuring a few words, Cohen departed from his place. He refrained from attempting to extract the stone from Cohen's grasp, possibly to avoid the splatter of his cursed blood, or perhaps due to the fact that the stone had dwindled to a size smaller than a fingernail, rendering rescue impossible. Ultimately, this stone belonged to Cohen. Whoever desired it must retrieve it from the viscous, cursed blood that now encased it. The Philosopher's Stone had indeed melted within Cohen's being, and a potent essence, almost tangible in its intensity, coursed throughout him, surging into his soul upon discovering its presence. Cohen was once again transported to that dreamlike scene, the smooth, rounded vial surrounded by wailing phantoms. In this vision, Cohen devoured all that was visible. The vial shattered, and towering figures of humanity gasped, while many others attempted to flee. Yet it was futile. Those humans in the dream were all slain by Cohen, for he could only perceive the intoxicating aroma of their souls. Most animals met a similar fate, yet two were spared by the dream's Cohen, evoking a sense of familiarity that rendered them exempt from harm. As the consumption of souls escalated, the clarity of Cohen's vision within the dream intensified, and he hesitated just before extracting the final soul. It was Herbert. The dream's Cohen allowed him to live, as if tethered by fragments of past memories. Thus the dream concluded, an exceptionally vivid reverie, wherein Cohen discerned another lineage of his blood, a long, serpentine shadow slithering upon the ground, which Cohen surmised to be a snake, a basilisk, or perhaps a long-horned water serpent. However, Cohen did not observe horns upon the shadowy figure, nor did he realize that if his glaring could indeed slay, nearly all within the school would have perished. How did the researchers in this laboratory control the basilisk? Were any of them Parselmouths? Cohen recalled that the only remaining Parselmouths seemed to be Voldemort and Harry. The Gaunt family should have been extinguished by now. However, this is not the focal point. The crux lies in whether Cohen can inherit some serpentine abilities, such as the gift of serpent speech. He intends to find a snake to test whether he can converse with it, something he has never attempted before. Ding! Successfully prevented Tom Riddle from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Kindness quest line 17 completed. Kindness value 1,000. Reward: Cloak of the Death Tracker available for collection. The Cloak of the Death Tracker and the Morning Frost were both placed in the system's inventory after collection. They bore an introduction steeped in a D&D style, nearly leading Cohen to believe that this system was concocted by Edward, though it seems unlikely he would bestow such numerous rewards upon Cohen. Cloak of the Death Tracker. Description: transforms hills and valleys into doorways leading to an endless wailing. Passive shadow itself. Upon consuming a creature's soul, you and your belongings gain a state of invisibility for 20 minutes. There is no specification regarding the type of creature's soul. This implies that Cohen merely needs to prepare a batch of small creatures. Whenever he requires invisibility, he can consume one to activate this effect. Is this truly a reward for kindness? Cohen feels this reward is tempting him toward a massacre. Another reward item is a weapon. Morning Frost. Description: the cold wind stirs, awaiting its release. Passive Heart of Ice. Any damage inflicted using it will encase the target in frost, spells, cantrips, physical attacks. It has an appealing appearance, radiating a metallic sheen with its silvery white long handle, measuring 10 centimeters taller than Cohen himself, crowned with a pale blue diamond-shaped ice crystal that emanates a chilling aura. The good news is it can also serve as a wand. Cohen tried it, and it functions similarly to his own wand. The bad news is that it is too heavy. Cohen surmises he will need several more years of training to wield it effectively, as many spells necessitate wand movements. Hence, it has been relegated to a cold storage, perhaps to be used in the future when he needs to strike someone, complete with a freezing effect. It has been assessed as a visually appealing toy. Perhaps it could provide solace during the summer heat. After examining the rewards bestowed by the system, Cohen began to contemplate his own transformations. He had just consumed a piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Surely, he must have undergone some change. Soul integrity, 30. Cohen recalls that prior to the action, his soul integrity was already at 272. The Philosopher's Stone should not merely restore this small portion, should it? In fact, Cohen can no longer sense the magical power that once emanated from the melted stone. It should have been completely absorbed by now. Could it be that the primary function of the Philosopher's Stone lies elsewhere? Skeptically, Cohen departed from his corporeal form, and upon leaving his body, he sensed a distinct difference. His soul had become more substantial. Or rather, Cohen discovered that he could render his soul material, and with his soul resembling that of a Dementor, he realized he may have truly transformed into one, a purebred version, at that. Cohen experimented, and after actively manifesting his soul, he discovered he could now touch objects in the physical realm. Moreover, his proximity caused the surroundings to chill, as evidenced by the water in the vase freezing upon nearing him. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Undead Spirit 1010. Note: your soul has successfully acquired nearly all the abilities of a Dementor, becoming a non-being. You are no longer of the mud. Fully charged indeed. Cohen apologized to the magical stone, admitting that he had spoken too loudly moments before. The sheer ability to manifest his soul freely as a Dementor was already extraordinary. Although Cohen could transform into a Dementor, his physical body could not phase through walls like his soul could. The integrity of his soul could be gradually developed and amassed. The mechanism was what Cohen yearned for most. This night was destined to be one of sleepless joy. However, development must continue. While Voldemort could not kill Cohen, neither could Cohen eliminate Voldemort. All plans had been completed, and Cohen resolved to abandon the scheme of feigning death to evade final exams. As the time frame was excessively prolonged, and he did not wish to burden Edward and Rose with excessive sorrow. Startling Dumbledore was one thing, but frightening his adoptive parents felt rather juvenile. Yet, events often veer off course even when initial plans seem to proceed smoothly, and Cohen once again modified his strategy due to unforeseen changes. The following day, Edward and Rose hurriedly arrived at the school, embroiled in a one-sided argument with Dumbledore beside Cohen's lifeless body. The words Dumbledore uttered subsequently compelled Cohen to postpone his revival. Nickleby. Cohen no longer needed to devise a reason for resurrection. Chapter 75. Nickleby could certainly not refuse this. The next morning, upon receiving news of Cohen's misfortune, the Nortons hastily traversed the Floo network to the school, having previously sought access to facilitate their travels with Cohen. In Cohen's hospital room, Edward sat silently by Cohen's bedside, gazing at his now cold body. He had initially believed Cohen's predicament meant he had inadvertently siphoned someone's soul. Meanwhile, Rose confronted Dumbledore. Cohen wrote to us just the other day, stating he was preparing for finals, and now you tell me he died under your gaze? Rose questioned Dumbledore fiercely, likening herself to a fierce tiger. He is yours and Edward's. Due to overwhelming grief, Rose struggled to articulate her latter statement. I can understand such feelings. This is all my fault, Dumbledore said, his tone calm, yet filled with remorse. I will. You understand nothing. Rose shouted, her eyes red with anguish. You have no son. You just stood there watching him. Edward moved closer to the emotionally shattered Rose, wrapping his arms around her shoulders, providing her a space to weep. I did not conceal the truth to evade my responsibilities. Dumbledore remarked that he understood the futility of lies in alleviating the anguish that love can bring. Cohen was a brave and kind-hearted child, and we all bore witness to this truth. I would rather he possess a touch of wickedness, as long as he can survive. Rose lamented, her once formidable demeanor now diminished. He will receive the Special Contribution Award from the school, but he is already gone, Edward said, lifting his gaze to Dumbledore. Now, let us proceed with the award. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Edward's mind. Could Cohen have been? Though he refrained from voicing it, the implication was unmistakable. As a malevolent hybrid of dark magic, nurtured within the halls of the greatest white wizard-esque school, his swift demise within a year was indeed alarming. I never have, nor will I ever, harm Cohen, Dumbledore stated, appearing as an ordinary old man devoid of any extraordinary traits. Where's Quirrell? Rose stepped away from Edward's embrace, leaving large streaks of tears on his garment. She seemed to have exhausted her weeping, her wand inexplicably drawn, gripped tightly like a dagger. In the aftermath of her bewilderment, Rose and Edward resolved to take Cohen for burial, having been so engrossed in the spectacle that they forgot about the possibility of resurrection. Yet, Dumbledore's next words caused Cohen's spirit, which had retreated within, to resurface. What? Edward furrowed his brow. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. A remedy, Dumbledore explained, the research that created Cohen ventured into the forbidden realms of alchemy, an endeavor no one has ever successfully undertaken. I noticed that the Philosopher's Stone dissolved into his very being upon contact. Logically, its magical essence should have remained within him. Yet this morning I discovered its absence, which is quite peculiar. The stone belongs to my friend, Nicholas Flamel. For whatever reason, I believe he should be consulted, even though he previously expressed a desire to embark on the journey to the afterlife with his wife. You speak of a remedy? Edward swallowed hard. Cohen, is there still hope for him? Rose fixed her gaze intently on Dumbledore. Nicholas possesses profound knowledge in alchemy. He may be able to devise a means to save Cohen. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Edward exclaimed. I knew Cohen wouldn't be so easily lost. He has us. I did not wish to conjure a hope only to shatter it. That would be cruel, Dumbledore cautioned. I do not comprehend why the magic of the stone has vanished entirely, which lead me to speculate that Cohen's soul may still linger within or around his body. Nicholas will arrive this afternoon. Please do not project your anger and grievances onto him. He is unaware of this matter and bears no blame. Cohen, who had intended to rise from his bed and shout a surprise, found that thought fleeting. Moreover, with the realization that Nicholas Flamel was nearing death, Cohen felt a flicker of determination. Perhaps he could strive to inherit some of Nicholas's legacy, as he had no son of his own. Like Hagrid unable to refuse a unicorn's request for butterbeer, Cohen too had a compelling reason that was impossible to dismiss. He was the only living specimen of a bottled man experiment to have endured for such an extended period. With Dumbledore having departed to attend to various matters within the school, the news of Cohen's demise had yet to circulate among the students. Edward and Rose remained by Cohen's side. Having sustained no injuries, Harry had also awakened that day and stealthily made his way to Cohen's hospital room, hoping to discover whether Professor Dumbledore had managed to save him. Upon entering, Harry was taken aback to find the Nortons, who had arrived unnoticed, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mr. Norton, Mrs. Norton, Harry stammered. I'm sorry. This was the only phrase that came to his mind. After offering a few more apologies, he fled the scene. Edward was preoccupied with Dumbledore's words regarding the Philosopher's Stone, which had dissolved within Cohen's body and subsequently vanished. The implication was clear. The stone's magic could not simply evaporate into nothingness. Since it was no longer within Cohen, it suggested that his soul had consumed it. In other words, Cohen's spirit still lingered. Could he hear their words? Chapter 76. Encounters are not destined. They are meticulously orchestrated through cunning and perseverance. Cohen? Edward suddenly inquired of the surrounding air. Rose looked at him with a puzzled expression. Have you forgotten what Cohen is? The more Edward pondered, the more certain he became. Cohen was a Dementor. Noticing Rose's lack of understanding, he hastily continued to elucidate. If Cohen's soul consumed the Philosopher's Stone, it means he is still present. Perhaps he can hear us. Let me see if he can absorb my happiness. Edward appeared quite animated. Cohen, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but it is imperative that I explain. Edward leaned closer to Cohen's lifeless form. Professor Dumbledore was indeed correct. You are a hybrid of many creatures. But do not worry. Your parents have always loved you, irrespective of what you have become. His words were chosen with utmost care, fearful of causing Cohen distress. Coincidentally, among your mixed heritage is a creature known as a Dementor. You should be able to sense the joy emanating from us, right? Why not try to absorb a bit? Let your parents know you're still alive. Edward was uncertain of how a Dementor perceived humans. Yet the good news was that Cohen was exceptionally adept at both soul absorption and the absorption of joy, rendering Edward's unorthodox teaching methods less impactful. Anxiously, Edward awaited the manifestation of something or the chilling sensation that typically accompanied a Dementor's presence. Rose, inspired by Edward's hypothesis, began to harbor newfound hope. 1 second. 2 seconds. Silence prevailed. The anticipation on their faces slowly faded into disappointment. Suddenly, Edward's body jolted as if a cold hand had brushed against his shoulder. Then Rose felt it too, the chilling sensation upon her own shoulder. Cohen does not intend to draw upon the joy or essence of his adoptive parents. He merely seeks to affirm his existence, without the necessity of inflicting genuine harm. This action undoubtedly rekindled the previously sorrowful spirits of Edward and Rose. What tidings could surpass the revelation that Cohen still lives? Later in the afternoon, the ghostly figure of Nicol LeMay, as desiccated as a phantom, arrived at the hospital room accompanied by Dumbledore. The elevated spirits of Edward and Rose remained unwaning. "Professor Dumbledore, Cohen is alive," Edward exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon Dumbledore's entrance, his voice rising dramatically. "Ouch!" Nicol LeMay winced, rubbing his ears, the sound reverberating painfully against his fragile eardrums. "I apologize, Mr. Nicol LeMay." Edward quickly lowered his voice in contrition. The frail, white-haired elder seemed to embody only age and fragility, making it nearly impossible to associate him with the illustrious alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries, for he appeared as if he could pass at any moment. "Oh, it's quite all right. I am Nicol LeMay." He swiftly recovered from the ringing in his ears, admitting he should have worn a hearing aid, though he felt it would be impolite to arrive fully equipped at Albus's school. "In truth, I do not find it offensive," Nicol, Dumbledore reassured his old friend, introducing him to the couple. "These are Cohen's parents, Edward and Rose." Hello. Nicol extended his hand toward them. But this habitual gesture often resulted in some bones being crushed. Edward, alarmed, realized he had exerted too much force, or rather, it was difficult to gauge the appropriate pressure when shaking hands with Nicol LeMay, whose hand felt as fragile as dampened paper left to dry. It's nothing, that often happens." In merely a second, the residual magic of the Philosopher's Stone repaired Nicol's bones. "Let us dispense with pleasantries." Dumbledore noted the urgency on both sides, with Cohen's situation being more pressing. Soul strength, 99. For a 600-year-old alchemist, this value seemed quite reasonable. Cohen suspected that the soul strength marked at 99 was not indicative of Dumbledore and Nicol LeMay's own soul strength, but rather a limitation of the system's current capacity. Indeed, where's that child? Here. Nicol searched the room for Cohen's presence, not his physical form, but rather his soul. "Can you see me?" Cohen, seated on another bed, inquired of Nicol LeMay. He had initially assumed the alchemical master would require specific items to perceive souls. It appeared he could not hear the voice of the soul. Perhaps it was the traces of the Philosopher's Stone within Cohen that allowed him to discern its location. Considering Nicol LeMay was the creator of the stone and must possess some means of locating it, it seems that Cohen has not yet fully absorbed the stone. Indeed, he is still here. Nico hurriedly approached Cohen's soul, adopting a gait reminiscent of a light jog, yet fundamentally a stroll. Is Cohen truly there? Rose and Edward could not perceive Cohen's spirit. They only saw Nico gazing into thin air. "What led you to assert that Cohen is still alive?" Dumbledore inquired of Edward. "We encouraged Cohen to attempt interaction," Edward explained in a hushed tone, mindful of not further damaging Nico's eardrum. The chill he felt while resting his hand on my and Rose's shoulders could only be attributed to Cohen. It cannot be so easily accomplished. Such a revival would render Nico's efforts futile. Cohen meticulously pondered the appropriate method of resurrection. At the very least, he must employ some means. Its efficacy is secondary. Possessing a rationale suffices. A creation of exquisite perfection, these conflicting elemental forces harmoniously intertwined without exhibiting rejection. Nico appeared to be admiring a masterpiece, carefully scrutinizing Cohen, the diminutive figure within the bottle. "Albus, you ought to have shared this news with me sooner. I had not received any pertinent information. We all desire to provide this child with a normal childhood, especially since the Ministry of Magic maintains stringent controls over this child's identity. Forbidding any information about him from reaching the outside world," Dumbledore elucidated. "The prevailing opinion among most is that he is a serendipitous creation, an experiment of the Bach family. Merely a stroke of luck. Coincidence and miracles often arrive hand in hand." The more Nico gazed upon Cohen, the more he rejoiced. Cohen was simply too perfect, Surely a selection of fate that allowed me to encounter him before my departure. What selection of fate? It is my meticulous scheming and relentless toil that have brought this about. Witnessing Nico's expression of longing to live for several more decades to study Cohen, Cohen realized his plan had succeeded. Chapter 77. The Legacy 2 years later. After Nico attempted various methods to revive Cohen, Cohen sensed it was time for his own method to take effect. He moved, Edward exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. Look, Cohen's hand is moving. Cohen first wiggled his fingers, just like in the television dramas, before gradually opening his eyes and blinking a few times. Cohen was exceedingly pleased with his performance, as he sensed no hint of skepticism in the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, Cohen felt an overwhelming wave of joy rushing toward him. Cohen, Rose swiftly scooped him up from the bed, enveloping him in a tight embrace, fearful of any further mishap. Mom, you're going to suffocate me, Cohen gasped. Oh. Rose quickly released him, tenderly rubbing his neck in concern. In contrast to Rose, Edward appeared much calmer. His hands were clenched into fists, trembling with excitement. Thank you, truly. Thank you so much. Edward nervously expressed his gratitude to Nico, utterly unaware of what might have transpired without you. I am delighted to witness such an outcome. Dumbledore exhaled in relief. Cohen had survived, and he himself would be spared the torment of conscience. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire of Nico later regarding which spell had proven effective, but for now, it is best to allow this child, who has just brushed against the brink of death, to reunite with his parents. I believe we should first give space to Cohen and his family, Dumbledore suggested to Nicodemus. Of course. Although Nicodemus was quite intrigued by Cohen, he was never one to rush. Perhaps later, I might have a chance to converse with Cohen privately. He was curious about certain aspects of Cohen's situation, particularly since never before had a bottled person lived for such an extended period. Edward and Rose had no objections, and Cohen was more than willing to engage in conversation with the spectral, emaciated elder. From any perspective, the magical stone he had consumed was far more precious than Nicodemus's simple request. Dumbledore and Nicodemus temporarily vacated the infirmary, where they encountered Harry. Upon entering, Harry caught a glimpse of the revived Cohen, which brought him a sense of relief. After enjoying the care and concern of those around him, Cohen was now faced with some rather somber realities, such as the truth his guardians could no longer suppress. Cohen, we feel it is time to disclose certain matters to you. Edward and Rose exchanged glances, with Edward taking the lead in explaining. As he typically shared a closer bond with Cohen, while Rose often assumed the roles of disciplinarian and caretaker. You should have heard about your lineage, Edward began. The fact that I am a hybrid of various beings? Cohen interjected, nodding. I heard that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have touched your shoulders. Is there anything you do not understand? I can clarify. Just as Edward was about to start from the beginning, he suddenly realized Cohen had expressed that they could ask him anything they did not comprehend. I have felt different since childhood, Cohen confessed, reminiscent of child, and after arriving at school, I have been contemplating matters related to myself, especially after Professor Quirrell coerced me into helping him steal the Philosopher's Stone, claiming I was a subject of dark magic experimentation. Do not heed such nonsense, Rose exclaimed with concern, drawing Cohen close to her. You are our child, and will forever remain so, not some experimental subject. I am 11, not one, Mother, Cohen replied. And I love you both, which is precisely why I must understand what I truly am, to prevent inadvertently causing you harm. I have nearly grasped what transpired at Bach Manor and the reality of my somewhat Dementor-like traits. Are you afraid? Edward inquired anxiously. Huh, you want me to be? Cohen gestured to himself. What should I be afraid of? Being different from others? Edward asked, clearly concerned about the potential psychological ramifications for Cohen. I am not afraid. I just consider it a unique form of magic I have learned, Cohen asserted. He felt assured in his ordinary appearance, which allowed him to easily integrate into human society, rendering any internal conflict unnecessary. That is good, Edward sighed with relief. I have always worried you might. Rose shot Edward a stern look, preventing him from continuing, lest the latter part of his sentence upset Cohen. Having any negative thoughts, Edward quickly amended. Rest assured, I am currently in excellent physical and mental health. Furthermore, prior to Professor Quirrell's sudden ambush, I had embarked on an extensive breeding project with Hagrid, focusing on several magical creatures. Cohen comforted his guardians, stating that he had become quite familiar with a herd of unicorns, who frequently visited Hagrid in search of sustenance. He chose to slightly conceal his escapades into the Forbidden Forest to prevent Rose from realizing something was amiss and reacting with fury. This reassurance proved effective, as both Edward and Rose appeared genuinely pleased that Cohen had found a wholesome hobby. However, Had they known that this fascination with magical creature breeding included illicit dragons and the forbidden nightmare, their smiles would have undoubtedly vanished in an instant. The conversation meandered from Cohen's studies to the dragon and dungeon sandbox that Edward had gifted him. What? You haven't been romancing anyone in there? I specifically created a plethora of enchanting female characters for you, Edward exclaimed incredulously. I even devised numerous love storylines. Surely you haven't spent the entire time merely leveling up and battling monsters? Subsequent topics veered into inappropriate territory, leading to Rose chastising Edward, thus restoring a sense of normalcy to the household. Cohen's demise turned out to be a mere false alarm, and Edward and Rose did not linger at school, as Dumbledore reassured them that Cohen would be entirely safe there. Rose also apologized for some inappropriate remarks made to Dumbledore earlier that morning. However, Dumbledore did not accept her apology outright. Instead, he emphasized that her actions were entirely justified and that he was indeed at fault, thus requiring his own apology to her. Everything seemed to return to normal. The only changes at the school were the deceased Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone consumed by Cohen. After dinner, Nicholas LeMay visited Cohen's hospital room alone. Mr. LeMay, Cohen greeted, sitting up, "Thank you for saving me." Such politeness was expected. To be honest, I'm still uncertain which spell was effective, LeMay replied, devoid of any airs of superiority. He hurriedly made his way to the bed adjacent to Cohen's and sat down, allowing for an eye-to-eye conversation. I just spoke with your parents in Albus. You should have gleaned a bit about your heritage by now, Nicholas inquired gently. You are quite special, Cohen, he continued. This is no jest. I have encountered many similar alchemical studies. Of course, I would not willingly engage in such ethically questionable experiments. Yet all those little beings in the bottles invariably perished within 3 years. The experimental materials and types were nearly identical. The only difference lay in the selection of biological materials, which has always been the least significant aspect of this research. Nicholas asked, Child, do you comprehend what this signifies? Does it imply that the Bach family has rolled a remarkable success? Referring to rolling a natural 20 on a 20-sided die, Cohen, momentarily perplexed, struggled to grasp Nicholas's meaning. Materials that do not belong to the same species tend to repel each other. Only a formidable force of magic can bind them together, and even then, it is merely a superficial adhesion, for that which is once shattered is ever so easily broken again. You possess a significant distinction from those diminutive souls trapped in bottles, who failed to survive. Nicholas continued, You have something they lack, something that no other experimental subject could ever possess, the extraordinary power of love, as fervently believed by Albus. Nicholas chuckled softly. Is this a stretch? After all, Cohen, was adopted by Edward and Rose soon after my birth, and that doesn't quite seem right. Suddenly, Cohen discerned the truth. It was not after his adoption that he was loved. One individual had long since placed their hopes, love, and sorrow upon him. Herbert Bach, who languished in a cell beside the ruins of Bach Manor. Does love truly possess such magic? Cohen had harbored some doubts in the past, and still did. Of course, this was merely one conjecture. Nicholas shook his head. Had this been 3 centuries ago, I might have eagerly wished to explore the depths of your being. Back then, I was youthful, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. 3 centuries ago, Nicholas Flamel was already over 300 years old, hardly youthful by any measure. Cohen sensed that Nicholas's perception of time had become somewhat diluted. However, at present, I prefer to witness children like you growing up carefree and healthy. Nicholas remarked with a smile. I had thought you sought me out for the purpose of studying me. Cohen mused, puzzled that their conversation was merely one of heartfelt exchange, rather than an inquiry into his peculiar abilities or the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen understood what Nicholas was alluding to. The next journey is death, Cohen. Nicholas stated candidly. For those with clear minds, death is merely another grand adventure. My wife and I have lived for far too long. It is time to seek new vistas. Nicholas extended a dry, elongated hand and gently stroked Cohen's hair. Cherish those you love while there is still time. Before departing, he left a letter on Cohen's bedside. As Cohen reached for the letter, intending to ask something, he found that Nicholas Flamel had vanished. Must it be so whimsical? Cohen exclaimed in disbelief. He could teleport, yet he had exerted himself to traverse here with such an aged form. Upon opening the letter, he discovered a sheet of paper inscribed with a few lines, accompanied by an antique brass key adorned with intricate carvings. Nicholas Flamel's creations were never of ordinary sort. The contents of the letter were few, yet significant. Cohen, are you interested in alchemy? If so, you may visit my workshop in 2 years. There will be things to aid you in learning this art. The final line appeared hastily penned, as if Nicholas had deliberated before adding it. I suspect you will greatly require assistance from the source of alchemy. as I have noticed that your soul is not complete. Therefore, regardless of your interest, do come in 2 years. Chapter 78. Leave the summer homework to my bird. An inheritance 2 years hence. Cohen tucked the key into his system backpack, mindful to avoid the predicament of having to request another from Dumbledore, should he misplace it, a task that might not even be feasible while Nicodemus still drew breath. Yet, you appear utterly unperturbed. Within the request room, the Count observed Cohen, who was still engrossed in replaying that set of Dungeons & Dragons sandbox games, his lack of urgency perplexing the Count. With Edward's guidance, Cohen had begun to explore other branches of the game, such as the romance simulator, setting aside the fact that the races of these characters held no allure for him. Systematically courting each NPC proved rather engaging, providing a certain thrill akin to manipulating hearts. During examinations, Cohen merely needed to shape his soul into a long strand to peep at answers, and by copying Hermione's score of 70, he could easily pass. There was no need to squander time memorizing those knowledge points. By the way, do take some time to peruse my textbooks, Cohen abruptly reminded the Count. They're useful for the summer. Huh? The Count tilted his head, expressing confusion. 2 weeks swiftly passed. For Cohen, these 14 days flew by, but for the other students, it was a different story. The entire school was filled with the sight of students clutching books, memorizing fervently. Even Harry and Ron had to suppress their usual playful antics, counting the days until the end of finals with a sense of time dragging on interminably. At last, the moment arrived for the final examination, History of Magic. It was hard to fathom that, despite the significant upheaval, the school still required examinations. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron was ruffling his fiery red hair, glumly flipping through his notes on History of Magic, which he had copied from Hermione, rendering it a brand new textbook for him. Considering the cancellation of the defense against the dark arts exam, due to Quirrell's incident, they had gotten off lightly. Cohen entered the common room just in time to catch Ron's lamentations. All he needed to do was memorize a few key dates and names. The rest, effects and influences, could be fabricated at will. As long as the answers were sufficiently verbose, the teacher would surely grant some sympathy points. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. The significance and influence of key events in the wizarding world were exceedingly difficult to memorize, tedious and repetitive. I used to navigate history exams in such a manner. Relying solely on instinct, Cohen kindly offered his method, leaving its effectiveness at Hogwarts to Harry's fortune. Harry and Ron wholeheartedly endorsed Cohen's emergency strategy. And the following day in the examination hall, they successfully filled out their entire answer sheets using Cohen's approach. After this exam, the pent-up emotions of the little wizards erupted the instant they submitted their papers, cheers nearly lifting the classroom ceiling. Professor Binns, floating in the air, nearly mistook the exuberance for an attack. Finally, it's over. I swear I will study diligently from now on. I shall never cram again. Ron declared after exhaling a long sigh. I bet you'll utter those words every year henceforth. Cohen's vow to Ron was met with skepticism. He wagered 10 galleons that Ron would still procrastinate until just before the exam to study. However, Ron dejectedly replied that he did not possess 10 galleons. The exams turned out to be significantly easier than he had initially anticipated. Hermione casually remarked that she need not memorize the werewolf code of conduct from 1637 or the details of the Goblin rebellions. It seemed she relished revisiting the exam content after it was over, but Ron expressed that such an endeavor would make him feel nauseous. Thus, they decided to stroll outside the castle. How about visiting Hagrid? Cohen suggested, eager to check on his crate and Norbert. I hope he hasn't grown as large as a house, Harry said anxiously. Had they not visited Hagrid in 2 weeks? Crossing the grounds, they soon arrived at the entrance of Hagrid's hut. Cohen had presumed that Hagrid was inside, tending to Norbert, yet he politely knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in. Hagrid's voice sounded melancholic. With a creak, Hagrid opened the door and saw Cohen, Harry, and the others. But he did not welcome them inside with his usual warmth. Instead, he stood frozen for a moment. Harry noticed the redness at the corners of Hagrid's eyes, and he appeared quite tense. Are we going to stand at the door all day? Cohen attempted to lighten the mood. Hagrid, slow to respond, eventually ushered them into the hut, where the air was tinged with the salty scent of tears. Once inside, it quickly became apparent where the saltiness originated. Hagrid trembled, large tears seeping into his beard. It's all right, Hagrid, Hermione said, trying to offer comfort, though struggling to find the right words. No worries, Hagrid, look. I'm still here, Cohen, the one who had nearly perished, generously assured him. And even if you don't tell him, he will eventually find out you and Harry almost lost your lives because of him. It's my fault. You should keep your distance from me. I'm no good. I should have been expelled long ago. Hagrid cried, even louder. All right, Hagrid, let me be frank with you. even if you don't reveal it. I will have to tell him in the end. Cohen pondered a way to alleviate Hagrid's distress, for he had researched information about the three-headed dog. We won't blame you, Hagrid. Harry chimed in to provide support. Professor Dumbledore doesn't blame you either. We're still good friends. And Harry struggled to find more comforting words. And we have several significant projects to complete together, Cohen added. Hagrid, how is Norbert? I've built you the house. I even made Norbert a very cozy nest. He should be quite happy now. Chapter 79. The unicorn herd in the Forbidden Forest faces a mysterious attack. Rejuvenated, Hagrid led them into Cohen's crate, bringing along an entire dead sheep for Norbert's lunch. The previously barren wilderness now boasted two new structures. Hagrid had erected a magnificent two-story wooden house near the entrance, appearing even more lavish than his own abode. Hagrid, how many trees did you cut down? Harry swallowed hard. It must have taken hundreds of logs to construct this wooden cabin. I asked Professor Sprout to assist in gathering some tree fertilizer, which would yield a considerable amount of timber in just a few days. Hagrid scratched his head, pondering whether Cohen might find it too small. It is already larger than my home. Cohen praised Hagrid's craftsmanship, exclaiming, Hagrid, you are truly a deity of architecture. Such commendation brought great joy to Hagrid, and the mischievous Dementor gained a modicum of social experience. Initially, Cohen intended for this cabin to serve merely as a backup base, sufficient for sleeping. Yet, it has far exceeded Cohen's expectations, saving the effort of reconstruction. The interior's layout aligned perfectly with Cohen's vision. Hagrid not only prepared several bedrooms on the second floor, but also equipped the first floor with a workshop, study, kitchen, restroom, and a spacious living room. I had to enlarge the doorframe for my decorative plans, Hagrid nervously admitted. How wonderful! Ron exclaimed enviously. I wish I could live here. My bedroom merely overlooks the noisy ghouls upstairs. Most of the essential furnishings, such as wooden tables, chairs, and beds, were already arranged by Hagrid, allowing Cohen to move in at any moment. The sole drawback might be the absence of a water supply and sewage system. But with spells like Freshwater Charm and Vanishing Charm, these issues could be effortlessly resolved. Cohen felt quite satisfied with this new abode, and Hagrid was delighted to assist him. A true win-win. Harry hoped to escape the summer heat here, while Hermione suggested that Cohen should cast some fireproof spells outside the cabin to prevent Norbert from accidentally igniting it. What about Norbert? Cohen inquired. How big has he grown now? It was surprising that he hadn't rushed to greet Cohen upon his arrival, especially considering Hagrid had brought in a bloody dead sheep. Norbert's lair was constructed nearby, resembling an artificial cave. Previously, Cohen had helped magically raise a small hill with a cave within this box, which Hagrid had then furnished exquisitely. Harry and the others cautiously lingered outside the cave, unwilling to venture into a dragon's den that might have grown larger than Hagrid himself. Only Cohen and Hagrid entered. The cave glimmered as Cohen illuminated the tip of his wand to enhance the mysterious allure of certain dragon lairs. Cohen had elongated the cave slightly and added some twists and turns, granting Norbert a sense of epic grandeur befitting a great boss. The deeper they ventured, the louder the dragon's snores became. Eventually, they arrived at the innermost recess where a vast expanse of gold and silver coins lay beneath Norbert, who was curled up atop a mound roughly the size of a small car. Hagrid, where did you acquire such wealth? Cohen didn't need to count the coins. Simply covering the floor of such a vast cave was already impressive. I obtained it from a niffler's burrow in the forest. It's likely all money dropped by previous students, Hagrid replied. I read that dragons love to lie atop piles of treasure, so I thought, why not? The scent of blood from the slain sheep made Norbert twitch his nose. He opened his eyes, the amber hue of his gaze shining brightly in the dim surroundings. He spotted Hagrid, recognizing him as the bearer of food. He noticed that the deceased sheep in Hagrid's hands was somewhat smaller compared to the cow from the previous day. Yet the flavor seemed quite delightful. Then he caught sight of Cohen. Goodness, it's the ancestor. His pupils constricted, and he sprang up immediately. Norbert, as if driven by muscle memory, began to wag his tail exuberantly, attempting to burrow into Cohen's embrace, although now his head had grown nearly as large as Cohen's upper body. Calm down. It seems Norbert truly adores you, Hagrid said, touched. Good boy. See what I brought for you. Hagrid tossed the dead sheep towards Norbert, who skillfully caught it in his jaws and commenced a gory feast. The scene was rather gruesome, prompting Cohen to withdraw, content to observe Norbert's behavior from a distance, without feeling the need to appreciate the spectacle of dragon predation as Hagrid did. Despite Norbert's rapid physical growth, Cohen noted that his soul developed at a much slower pace, remaining at a strength of approximately 20 points. This might correlate with the overall lifespan of the species, Cohen speculated, considering that a creature's soul may only reach full maturity as its life draws to a close. Reflecting on what Nicodemus and Dumbledore had mentioned about death being merely another grand adventure, it seemed plausible that souls transitioned to another realm after death. After all, Cohen himself had traversed to this world post-mortem. The visit concluded satisfactorily, and Cohen was pleased with the contents of the box, which saved him considerable effort. With the presence of butterbeer, Hagrid believed the magical unicorn would not refuse. "You cannot enter the Forbidden Forest alone. It is far too perilous," Hagrid said earnestly. However, Cohen sensed that Hagrid would soon regret this decision, for they had already begun to catch a whiff of alcohol as they walked. "Oh!" Merlin S-beard following the woodland path. They arrived at the lakeside where the unicorns often rested, only to be startled by the sight of fallen unicorns strewn about. Arya, her coat dyed white by Cohen, had reverted to her original black hue and was indulging in a barrel of butterbeer, surrounded by a disarray of empty casks. "Not a single one capable of standing," she remarked, appearing rather unsteady herself. "Hagrid, how much butterbeer did you give Arya?" Cohen inquired after inspecting the fallen unicorns, relieved to find them all still alive. It was evident that they had succumbed to inebriation, yet Arya's stance amidst the sprawled unicorns, proclaiming her triumph, gave the impression that she had vanquished them all. "I thought only she would enjoy butterbeer. Why have all the unicorns turned into drunks?" Hagrid exclaimed, as though struck by lightning. Chapter 80. A certain someone's Dementor trafficking scheme. Drunken unicorns pose a significant danger in the forest, and Hagrid needed to hasten preparations for their sobering remedy. He had never encountered the phenomenon of inebriated unicorns before, and it remained uncertain whether the antidotes designed for humans would be effective for them. Overwhelmed and frazzled, Hagrid had little objection to Cohen taking away the contents of Alice's trunk. "No way. Is it too much to ask to indulge in my modest pleasures?" he grumbled. Alice had drifted off to sleep. Had she turned all the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest into drunks? The Count tilted his head and inquired, "What beverage could be that delightful?" "Cease your perilous musings," Cohen interjected. "I shudder to think of the blasphemous remarks or actions you might utter when inebriated." Yet, judging by the Count's expression, it seemed he was more inclined to try. Cohen's luggage was not particularly burdensome. Apart from some trinkets pilfered from the forest creatures that could fetch a decent price, he was left with only Edward's grand chess set and a few tomes. "What on earth is this?" Cohen rummaged through a cabinet and unearthed a blue gem. "It's an apology gift from the Malfoy family," the Count reminded him. "It resembles a talisman, but do you truly require one?" The Malfoy family wished to invite Cohen to their estate, and he had consented, intending to use the opportunity to visit Azkaban. "Take it and amuse yourself." Cohen tossed the stone to the Count, the runes upon it activating with magical energy, indeed resembling the effects of the shield charm. However, Cohen could already cast the shield charm once his soul's strength increased, and he found little need for such trinkets, as the shield charm could not defend against the Patronus. The sweets in the cabinet had nearly been consumed. Cohen transferred all his belongings into his trunk's abode. He even swiped several blankets from the room of requirement, adorning the bedrooms of his trunk's cottage. As expected, the house cup this semester belonged to Gryffindor. Without the significant point deductions from Harry and his friend's nocturnal escapades, coupled with Cohen's occasional requests for Quirrell to add points, Gryffindor comfortably secured first place with 510 points. Consequently, the additional 150 points for Cohen's unique contributions to the school lacked the thrill of a dramatic comeback. "Look at Malfoy's expression," Ron gleefully remarked. "I heard Slytherin has won 6 championships in a row, and now they're cut short. Is there no monetary reward for the school's Special Contribution Award?" Cohen expressed his disappointment. He felt indifferent towards the house cup, knowing it wouldn't result in everyone receiving a solid gold trophy. Yet the school's Special Contribution Award seemed rather devalued, being just a trophy displayed in the school. Cohen doubted anyone would visit the trophy room to peruse the list of past winners, especially since there were no contact details for the recipients. The results of the final exams were announced the following day. Harry and Ron had managed to scrape through, expressing immense gratitude for the magical history tips Cohen had shared. 72. That's fantastic, Harry exclaimed upon receiving his report card. Cohen, on the other hand, maintained a steady score of around 90 in each subject, while Hermione achieved a perfect 120. Cohen's flawless plan of replication left no room for error. "We're all just passing the time. As long as the professors remain oblivious, it's a success." In addition to the report card, there was also a notification warning them not to use magic during the holidays. In reality, this was a ruse. The Ministry of Magic could not accurately determine who had performed magic within a specific area. They could only observe a broad range, and since Cohen's parents were wizards, he could use magic casually without concern. Such matters are typically not disclosed to children from wizarding families. as allowing young wizards to unleash their magical abilities outside of school could lead to difficulties in discipline. This also inadvertently benefited Harry. Had the Nortons not moved to Privet Drive, he would have been entirely prohibited from using any magic. However, Cohen had no intention of revealing this to Harry. Heaven knows what impulsive and fiery actions Harry might take against the Dursleys if he could use magic freely, and that would transform their relationship from classmates to that of a prison warden and inmate. Thus, Cohen decided to enjoy this privilege alone. "Are you all coming to my house this summer?" Ron asked the other three as they approached the station. "You can all come. I will write to invite you." "Of course," Harry eagerly replied, "if the Dursleys let me out." "What about you, Cohen?" "I might be busy," Cohen frowned, "but not for long. Let's see." Hermione had plans to travel to France with her parents, and she regretfully declined the invitation, promising to join them next time. They passed through the sturdy wall one by one, finding their families waiting outside. Rose was discussing the layout of the Times with the Granger couple, while Vernon Dursley maintained a cautious distance. In the past, he would have engaged with them, but ever since learning that there were wizarding children in those families, he had begun to draw a clear boundary. "Public place," Cohen protested. "You're 42, Rose pointedly stated. "Don't act like a 5-year-old. After placing their luggage in the car, Cohen settled into the back seat. "By the way, Cohen, would you be interested in traveling?" After dropping Rose off at the Murdoch News Group building, Edward suddenly recalled the arrangement he had mentioned to Rose. "Are you referring to the kind of travel that wastes a holiday, where a bunch of adults drag you around various attractions, leaving you exhausted while you take pictures and claim the trip was wonderful?" Cohen inquired. "Don't worry. I have an old classmate planning a travel project in the wizarding world. This time it will be all young wizards, and there should be quite a few of your classmates. Parents will not be attending, so there won't be any adults to interfere. I wanted to ask if you would like to participate," Edward explained. "Your mother, and I believe you might need a break. Of course, if you prefer to stay home, we can simply decline the invitation." "Wait, an unexpected trip abroad? No adult wizards allowed, and the source is an old classmate? Sounds suspicious." All right, Cohen eagerly agreed. Edward was taken aback by Cohen's swift acceptance. "When do we leave?" Cohen asked. "The departure is scheduled for the end of July, so there's no rush." As Edward deftly maneuvered the steering wheel around a bend, he reminded himself to bring along the Earl for whatever matters awaited them. Curiously, he mused, one could acquire the most extraordinary owl for the least expenditure. "I have never encountered a speaking owl before. It must surely attract the envy of many young wizards at school," he remarked. "It is rare for magical creatures to possess the ability to speak, and domestic ones even less so." Envy? Cohen sensed that Edward might harbor a slight misunderstanding regarding the Earl. No child would favor an owl that incessantly babbles nonsensically. "I keep it purely out of benevolence, to prevent it from causing a ruckus among the other young wizards." Yet, this statement was not entirely truthful. Though the Earl could be quite chatty, it occasionally provided delightful company. Cohen had another reason for keeping the Earl, as it could serve as a surprising weapon. Who would suspect an owl capable of casting spells? To this end, Cohen had even fashioned a small pocket for a wand, secured upon the Earl's right claw. Upon returning home, Cohen offered Edward a modest first-year surprise by leading him into his trunk. "What is concealed within this mysterious object?" Edward inquired. Curiosity piqued after Cohen hinted at a surprise inside the trunk. Merlin's trousers. After being ushered into the trunk, Edward was momentarily stunned by the vast expanse within. Once the dizziness subsided, "Where did you acquire this remarkable area created by the undetectable extension charm?" Edward exclaimed in astonishment. "Professor Dumbledore assisted in crafting the trunk, facilitating my and Hagrid-esque care of various creatures," Cohen explained, attributing the creation to Dumbledore. "Remember, do not disclose the circumstances of this place. It is illegal. And you would not want Dumbledore to take an interest in you for this, would you?" This explanation seemed more palatable to Edward. If it were Dumbledore, it would not be surprising to witness something extraordinary. Cohen intended to first show Edward the house, and the two approached the wooden cabin's entrance. "Has it been enhanced with a powerful cushioning charm and a containment charm?" "I see no signs of disturbance. And the undetectable extension charm should not create such a vast space." After the initial astonishment, Edward became deeply intrigued by the trunk's construction. He realized that the house inside was a brilliant invention. "This is not the first of its kind." Professor Dumbledore mentioned that he had a student, Newt, who also possessed a similar portable base for housing magical creatures. Cohen reminded him, referring to the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt's commander. "So, what creatures do you house here? Or what do you plan to keep?" Edward eagerly inquired of Cohen, noting the absence of any visible creatures roaming about. Apart from the house, there was only a hill with a cave. "I remember Hagrid, the gamekeeper, has a fondness for large creatures you wouldn't be keeping." Edward initially intended to jest about a fire drake, but suddenly he sensed a massive being approaching from behind. The heavy breathing drowned out the sunlight that had been illuminating the cabin door before him. "Norbert, how did you manage to come out?" Cohen questioned, glancing over his shoulder at Edward. Before Edward could turn around, he caught a whiff of sulfur. "You have large animals, don't you?" He swallowed hard, with a determined resolve. Edward finally turned, only to find himself face to face with Norbert, the immense dragon's head nearly brushing against his nose, its orange vertical pupils curiously fixated on him. "Roar?" In a flurry, he fumbled to extract his wand from his pocket, pondering which spell could possibly penetrate a dragon's hide. "It's all right, Dad, he's quite docile." Cohen emerged from beneath Edward's elbow. Indeed, Norbert was well behaved. Upon hearing this from Cohen, the dragon affectionately licked Edward's face with its tongue, causing his expression to contort in disgust. The slick sensation, mingled with the metallic scent of sheep's blood and hints of sulfur, was quite overwhelming. "Dragon, surely your brain hasn't been offline for this long?" Cohen asked incredulously. "I thought you would adore dragons. The brass dragon girl you gifted me in that sandbox transforms into a dragonkin, and I assumed you fancied such things. That is merely an adventure tale. Reality is quite different," Edward corrected him. "Raising a dragon is perilous and illegal." "Is it really?" Cohen blinked at him with wide, pitiful eyes. "All right, let us keep this from your mother." Edward sighed. "She would undoubtedly disapprove of you having a dragon here. In no time, she would write to Dumbledore and give him an earful." However, once he composed himself, Edward found himself rather intrigued by the reality of dragons. "But is he truly docile? Will he bite if I touch him? You know, a normal wizard might never come into contact with a fire dragon. It's best if you come with me." "He seems to respond only to my commands," Cohen advised. "Your reaction makes me uncertain if I should show you another pet." Having seen a fire dragon, what could possibly be more terrifying? Edward steeled himself. "What other creatures do you keep?" Cohen led Edward to a study on the first floor, temporarily designated as Aria's resting area, as unicorns were not suited for the stairs. Upon opening the door, a pitch-black unicorn fixed its gaze upon them, emanating an aura of curses and death, its eyes devoid of color, resembling a lifeless entity as it locked eyes with Edward. He felt as if he momentarily lost his breath. Yet, it was somewhat safer than a fire dragon, an evil fallen unicorn, a frequent subject of Muggle fantasy tales. With a thud, Arya merely glanced at them before turning away to continue her task, which she had been engaged in prior to their arrival. A solid boulder was placed within the room, and she was tirelessly using her pointed horn to drill into the stone. This enchanted rock, cursed by Cohen, had already developed numerous cracks, and once Arya shattered it completely, it would rapidly restore itself. "What is she doing?" Edward inquired. "Recovering from alcoholism," Cohen stated nonchalantly. "Without alcohol, she seems to be plagued by a restless spirit, so I assigned her a task to divert her attention." "Recovering from alcoholism?" Edward felt as though the entire world had become alien to him. It was one thing for that dragon to resemble a dog. One might attribute it to the manner of training, but how could this peculiar black unicorn be a drunken wretch? No, that seemed not to be the crux of the matter. The real question was how Cohen had come into contact with such oddities at school. "What exactly had you been up to at school?" "Eating, sleeping, attending classes, exploring the castle, tending to small animals. Merely mundane activities." Cohen recounted his first-year experiences. Attending Hogwarts without engaging in such pursuits was akin to becoming the minister of magic, yet failing to utilize one's authority over subordinates. This indicated a deficiency in both life aspirations and vision, an inability to grasp the advantages brought about by pragmatic approaches, only perceiving the languor and comfort of idling away in the common room. Such individuals are destined to lead relatively unsuccessful lives. "Stop scolding," Edward remarked, increasingly convinced that Cohen was, in fact, reflecting on himself. When Cohen suggested that Edward move in to assist with Norbert and Arya, Edward promptly declined the request. "If I am not in the bedroom at night, Rose would only arrive at one conclusion, that I am no longer among the living," Edward stated cautiously. "A good man indeed. Your mother must be quite at ease with you. I expected she would have two assumptions. Either you are dead or off seeking another woman." Cohen praised. "The end result is the same," Edward replied dryly. While Edward could not serve as free labor for Cohen, he could still offer assistance in other ways. For instance, he could exchange some unicorn hair provided by Cohen for money, which he could then use to buy a flock of sheep and some grass seeds to keep in Cohen's box, thereby providing Norbert with a long-term food source. "You are all quite strange," remarked the Count one night in July, after Edward had cleaned his hands, stained with sheep's blood, and stealthily slipped out of Cohen's bedroom. "It seems your father is indulging in some peculiar sensations. It's quite understandable. Just think about it. If you were involved with a certain female owl at school, and she forbade you from associating with other owls, then one night Hedwig comes to you, asking if you would like to fly together. You would surely accept, even pondering what would transpire once the owl from school learns of it. All that tantalizing thrill of moral transgression, Cohen rationally observed. Edward merely chose a way to experience the thrill of danger that wouldn't lead to his demise, yet still aligned with morality. Thrilling, the Count's eyes sparkled, though they soon dimmed again, but I have yet to engage with any school owls. While you have not been with other owls, Hedwig has, Cohen mischievously pointed out. Morality is a human construct. You are an owl, and owls need not adhere to such constraints. What a splendid idea, the Count exclaimed with delight. He was finally dispatched, preventing him from concocting any further mischief. Cohen had noticed that since the last time the Count observed Arya, so enraptured by alcohol, it had begun to show a keen interest in alcoholic beverages. It would even approach Edward in the evenings, seeking a taste when he sipped from his cup, only to be shooed away by Edward on the grounds that birds should not drink alcohol. In July, the month proved somewhat torturous for Harry next door. Although the Dursleys remained oblivious to the fact that Harry was unable to perform magic outside school, he could only wield his wand to intimidate Dudley. The Dursleys' attitude towards him had not improved significantly. They merely refrained from pushing him too far or criticizing his parents in his presence. Due to Cohen being a classmate of Harry's, the Dursleys began to distance themselves from the Nortons as well. Rose, an editor at the Times, prompted Mr. Dursley to adopt a more subdued approach, choosing to ignore the Nortons rather than exhibiting the same hostility he reserved for other wizards. He steadfastly denied Harry all requests to play next door. Conversely, July passed swiftly for Cohen, filled with busyness. His current boxes had been transformed into a pasture for raising sheep, although the grass conjured by his transfiguration magic was insufficient to nourish the flock. The presence of magical fertilizer accelerated the growth of the newly sown real grass, which in turn hastened the sheep's breeding rate. This led Cohen to ponder whether the fertilizer contained some dubious ingredients. However, since the sheep were intended for Norbert, it mattered little whether they were entirely magical or not. A dragon's stomach is not easily upset. In contrast to Norbert, Aerie was far easier to sustain. Cohen discovered that she actually fed on grass, regarding butterbeer merely as a treat. Then by all means, eat grass, Cohen instructed her, urging her to embrace her instincts. Embrace yourself. I want butterbeer, Aerie protested. Unfortunately, Cohen's attempts to curb her drinking had yet to yield results. Perhaps it was not a physical addiction, but rather a psychological one. Just as everything seemed to be heading towards sustainability, good news arrived on July 30th. Lucius had sent his house elf, Dobby, to deliver a letter. Sir, your letter, squeaked the elf, whose large bat-like ears flopped as it spoke. Dobby appeared rather filthy and instinctively wanted to flee upon first seeing Cohen, much like other house elves. Regrettably, delivering the letter was Lucius's command, and it had to comply. After depositing the letter in Cohen's room, it fled in a panic, fearing that Cohen might steal its soul. Lucius's letter contained a veiled message, subtly reminding Cohen of the upcoming small wizarding trip at the end of the month, during which his son Draco would also attend. He had bribed the relevant parties, and 2 different keys would be available for the young wizards to choose from, with Cohen and Draco to select the same one. The wording in the letter was quite careful. Should Cohen prefer not to partake in the trip, he could simply disregard the letter's existence. Additionally, Lucius extended an apology for Draco's previous transgressions, promising further compensation upon Cohen's arrival at Malfoy Manor. Such perceptiveness, Cohen remarked with a smirk, who could outmaneuver their family. They are far too adept at playing both sides. These featherless ones are even less resolute than I. The Count concurred. I have never submitted to your tyranny. Oh, how goes the rekindling of your romance with Hedwig? Cohen retorted. The Count turned away to gaze at the moonlight, falling silent. Chapter 83. We are harmonious and friendly classmates. July 31st. Sunny. Harry spent the entire day engaged in household chores. For that evening, a wealthy builder and his wife were to dine at the Dursleys' residence. Uncle Vernon hoped that this individual would place a substantial order. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Thus, when Harry observed Cohen departing with a suitcase alongside Edward, he merely felt a cacophony. However, Cohen held a different perspective. After stealthily passing Harry a birthday gift through the fence, he was finally able to begin scheming with Edward and Rose. The temporary meeting point was a park, acquired from the Ministry of Magic, shielded by a muggle-repelling charm, allowing the Quidditch team to gather for their journey. Was this truly a formal tour group? Cohen found himself somewhat astonished, as several classmates were present, including the Patil sisters from his year, Mandy Brocklehurst from Ravenclaw, and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. In addition, there was a multitude of unfamiliar faces, for Cohen had never been adept at remembering names. Is there a girl you fancy? Edward inquired, leaning closer to Cohen. I just turned 12, Cohen stiffly reminded him. Where did you learn about matchmaking? Dating and marriage are two distinct matters. Gaining experience early on is advantageous, Edward confidently asserted. Otherwise, how do you think I wooed your mother? Do you truly intend to articulate that with such pride? Furthermore, dating without the intention of marriage is merely frivolous, Cohen retorted. I have my own plans. Dating? Edward might as well have voiced his displeasure toward someone and suggested that Cohen eliminate the entire family. The outcome would be the same. Cohen had yet to discover a method to contain his liquid curse, or rather, apart from changing bodies, there might be no other solution. The body Cohen currently inhabited was a mere amalgamation of various dark creatures. Aside from touch, which posed no mortal danger, anything within was not suitable for normal human interaction. Yet, Edward evidently misunderstood Cohen's intentions, assuming that Cohen's own plans implied he was already in a promising relationship. Edward did not linger long. Having paid the entrance fee for Cohen before driving away. As he departed, Edward handed Cohen a necklace, stating that in case of dire trouble, he should crush it. The synchronizing charm within connected to a vase in their living room, allowing them to promptly seek out Cohen upon discovering the shattered vase. How delightful! Is this what it feels like to be loved? Cohen felt a warmth enveloping his very soul, akin to a Dementor's embrace. Cohen spotted Malfoy amidst the crowd. The pale classmate shuddered when Cohen called out to him. Cohen surmised that Lucius must have conveyed the general situation to Draco, cautioning him to avoid offending Cohen. Less severe repercussions ensue. However, this reminder seemed somewhat excessive. After all, Draco was merely a 12-year-old child. It was quite a shock for him to learn that one of his classmates was a Dementor, capable of consuming human joy and souls, especially since they had previously had an unpleasant exchange. The mere act of appearing before Cohen was already a testament to his considerable courage. You need not be so frightened. I am not a madman and do not indiscriminately devour souls. Cohen felt compelled to clarify, though it seemed that the more he explained, the more apprehensive Malfoy became. Carrying a suitcase, Cohen followed Malfoy to a tent erected at the edge of the gathering area. The interior was stark and empty, save for a pile of leaflets in one corner and an old wooden table. Shortly thereafter, a tall, slender, middle-aged man entered, carrying a cloth bag. Is everyone here? He inquired of Malfoy. Is it just you? Yes. Malfoy nodded in response. The man emptied the contents of the bag onto the table and pulled out a watch from his pocket. We have 10 minutes. Make sure to keep track of time. I need to attend to other matters shortly. Is that all right? With that, the lean man hurriedly exited the tent, casting a dubious glance at Cohen as he left. You do realize this trip is to Malfoy Manor, correct? Malfoy looked at Cohen in terror, desperately attempting to convey a message through his eyes. It was likely that the man had some moral awakening, suspecting that there was some illicit activity afoot. After all, the Malfoy family had gone to great lengths to send a young wizard to their estate, which could indeed raise suspicions. Malfoy exhaled in relief. Forget it. I can hardly recall your previous affronts. Do not be so fearful, as it may tarnish my reputation, Cohen said earnestly. Especially at school. Do not let your timidity undermine my positive image. You understand the consequences of disrupting a well-laid plan, do you not? Yes, yes, Malfoy fervently nodded. 10 minutes later, both Malfoy and Cohen reached for the potion bottles in unison. With a flash of blue light, a swirling, distorted sensation enveloped Cohen, as though a hook had latched onto his navel, lifting him off the ground and propelling him through space. Moments later, they landed. Cohen, well versed in the sensation of flying, managed to stand firmly upon arrival, whereas Malfoy, lacking such experience, swayed dizzily and nearly stumbled. They had now arrived at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. It was an imposing, lordly estate, surrounded by a meticulously designed garden, with a white marble fountain at the center of the path leading to the manor's entrance, and a few white peacocks gracing the surrounding lawns. In contrast to the ruins of the Bork estate, the Malfoy residence exuded an aura of ancient grandeur. Navigating through the mist-like iron gates and along the cobblestone path, a silent Malfoy led Cohen to his home, where Lucius and Narcissa were already awaiting their arrival at the door. Malfoy darted behind Narcissa as if fleeing for his life, while Lucius cast a stern glance at him, a gesture evidently intended for Cohen's observation. Such is the nature of social niceties. Cohen, we are grateful for your presence at Malfoy Manor. Draco often speaks of you. Do come in and make yourself comfortable, Lucius graciously invited. Dobby, prepare refreshments for our guest. Chapter 84. Voldemort? He seems rather cowardly. The decor within the Malfoy Manor exudes opulence, with expensive furniture glimmering in the firelight of the marble fireplace, gilded mirrors, and a spacious foyer adorned with various portraits. The stone tiles nearly concealed beneath exquisite carpets. With Draco being the sole offspring, one can only imagine the extent of his indulgence. Raising children is indeed a complex endeavor. Perhaps nurturing magical creatures would be simpler, as one can see how obedient Norbert is, not daring to spew anything but red flames. However, Cohen's visit was not merely to exchange parenting wisdom. He sought an opportunity to slip away to Azkaban. The dual purpose of his visit was to reconnect with family and inquire with Bellatrix regarding the documentation needed to access the vault. The Hufflepuff cup resides within the Lestrange vault, while Voldemort's diary is hidden in Malfoy Manor, thereby allowing him to acquire 2 Horcruxes in one trip. Thus, when Lucius suggested that Draco accompany Cohen on a tour, Cohen promptly declined. In the study of Malfoy Manor, only Lucius and Cohen remained. Both Lucius and Narcissa possessed a soul strength of merely 20, a typical level for wizards, making them rather manageable. Azkaban? Lucius furrowed his brow. Is this progress not rather swift? Are we to release prisoners from Azkaban in their first year? What on earth has the Bach family created? Yet Lucius soon realized that he ought not to interfere, much like one should not question the Dark Lord's intentions. Did you summon me to convey something or pose a question? I hardly believe Draco's single transgression warrants such repeated apologies. Cohen spoke candidly, adding, "You indeed possess resources that could assist me, or rather, Voldemort." At the mere mention of Voldemort's name, Lucius's complexion drained. Currently, that curse is ineffective. He informed me that only while he lives does the name possess the power to breach the enchantment that reveals one's location. Now, he exists solely as a phantom. Cohen explained, "Voldemort indeed desires the Philosopher's Stone and has temporarily allied with me," Cohen remarked. Lucius's breathing quickened. "He has failed, has he not? Did Draco not inform you?" Cohen expressed his disappointment. "I even lent him considerable assistance, yet alas. One must admit, he displays a certain timidity. I had procured the Philosopher's Stone for him. According to the original plan, he was to cast the killing curse upon me and seize it for himself, ensuring a successful outcome. He would gain the chance for resurrection, while I could continue to play the role of a good man safely under Dumbledore's watch." Cohen was exceedingly dissatisfied with Voldemort. The killing curse? Is this something that can continue to be a good person after being struck? However, considering the rumors about the Bach family's creation of dark magical experiments intertwined with the Dementors, it seems rather reasonable. Thus, Lord Voldemort. Lucius no longer dares to regard Cohen as merely a child wielding formidable power. Collaborating with the Dark Lord and consciously using death to evade suspicion is not an endeavor achievable by a mere child. Lucius genuinely wishes to believe that Cohen is merely boasting, yet the intelligence from his position as a school governor confirms that Cohen speaks the truth. Nicodemus indeed visited Hogwarts, and Cohen did not perish under the killing curse. The Philosopher's Stone can only be utilized for longevity or the creation of gold, and does not possess the ability to resurrect the dead. Furthermore, he has heard whispers of Nicodemus's intention to depart from this world. What could prompt a man who has lived over 6 centuries thanks to the Philosopher's Stone to simply succumb to death? The answer is undoubtedly that Cohen has consumed the stone, and Nicodemus cannot extract it anew. Nevertheless, he remains a valuable ally. His influence within the magical realm is immensely beneficial to me. Cohen continued, stating that since the path of the Philosopher's Stone was no longer viable, they intended to seek alternative methods, and he had a new objective this time. If there is anything I can assist with, the Malfoy family shall undoubtedly exert their utmost effort. Lucius promptly agreed. This matter transcends mere camaraderie with Cohen. It also intertwines with the Dark Lord's schemes. The Dark Lord once proclaimed that he had traversed further than anyone on the path to immortality. To safeguard the Malfoy lineage, he must immediately pledge his allegiance. 2 items, Cohen stated. 1 is the diary you have here, which Voldemort claimed to have entrusted to your care. Yes, indeed, I have been safeguarding it diligently. Fortunately, I have not acted upon it. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. This should allow for a year of tranquil school life. However, Cohen still harbored an unsettling feeling. Things rarely unfold as one wishes. The more one yearns for a peaceful existence, the more life tends to veer towards chaos. A golden cup from a Lestrange vault, Cohen continued. Voldemort requires these 2 items for his resurrection, thus requesting my assistance in locating them. The diary is here, which is manageable, but the cup poses some complications. The last incident involving Quirrell and Voldemort's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts was discovered, resulting in heightened security at the bank, preventing the use of swift routes. Moreover, the remaining 2 members of the Lestrange family are imprisoned in Azkaban, rendering them unable to intervene. Cohen leisurely remarked, Henceforth, I shall journey to Azkaban to procure authorization from Bellatrix or Rodolphus to access the vault. You will assist in retrieving the cup. Rest assured, I shall inform Voldemort of your contribution afterward. He will certainly overlook your previous betrayal. Cohen assured him, speaking with an air of sincerity. Chapter 85. Returning to Azkaban feels akin to coming home. Lucius chose to place his trust in Cohen. The diary was entrusted to him by Voldemort. No one else could possibly be aware of it. In the vault of the Lestrange family. Even Lucius had never heard of the Golden Goblet. If not for the associates of Voldemort, it would remain an enigma. Choosing to aid the Dark Lord upon hearing rumors was a commendable act. Even if the whispers proved erroneous, he could justifiably claim that he was overly eager and misled. However, should he choose to decline assistance to the Dark Lord, Lucius could already envision his own interment in the Malfoy family crypt. Of course, I can assist you in entering the Lestrange vault, provided there is an item to verify your identity, Lucius asserted, though the mention of Azkaban loomed ominously. While it was rumored that Cohen had blended part of a Dementor's essence within himself, he still appeared human. I need to find someone. As he spoke, Cohen transformed, delivering a jolt of high-order, diminished shock to Lucius. The imposing, decaying figure in a black robe replaced the dark-haired boy standing across from Lucius, drawing warmth from the air and his very soul. Lucius inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a few steps until he collided with a cabinet behind him, nearly toppling a vase from its perch. A chill surged into his lungs, rendering him breathless. "Stop! Stop!" Lucius exclaimed in panic. I understand now as a dark wizard. He had no means of combating Dementors. Typically, such creatures did not seek trouble with them, as they were often allies rather than prey. Agreed. Let us proceed with the collaboration, Lucius croaked, his throat parched. The partnership unfolded smoothly, with both parties thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Cohen acquired Voldemort's diary, and Lucius received Cohen's assurance. Everything will be well, Lucius reassured his anxious wife, Narcissa, upon bidding Cohen farewell. Narcissa was torn with worry. She feared the Dark Lord's resurrection might fail, revealing their complicity and leading the family to Azkaban. She also fretted that once revived, Voldemort would settle old scores. In the past, to preserve Lucius as the family's pillar, they had expended vast sums of gold and exposed numerous Death Eaters. There was no sure path. A wrong choice would lead to total ruin. Meanwhile, Cohen, having departed, was largely indifferent to the Malfoy family's burdens and pressures. Securing a Horcrux and focusing on enhancing his own power was paramount. Voldemort should now possess 50 points. The previous label indicated 4,010. It was possible that the stolen souls were unstable for Voldemort, yet Cohen preferred to brace for the worst. The silver lining was that the plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the academic year had not soured relations between Cohen and Voldemort. Cohen had indeed performed his duties as planned, acquiring the stone, feigning death, allowing Voldemort to seize Quirrell, who could indeed touch Cohen, as there was no sacrificial protection spell cast upon him. Voldemort's failure was purely due to his fright at the sight of Dumbledore. Should he inquire about the cause of his failure, Cohen would have ample justification to respond. What sort of team did I assemble? The clandestine team of Voldemort has successfully acquired the Philosopher's Stone, yet only 3 individuals remain on the scene, with Cohen feigning death upon the ground. Upon witnessing Dumbledore, Voldemort hesitates, akin to a child encountering a father, unwilling to take a few steps to seize the stone before fleeing. Can such a plan truly succeed? It is destined to fail, for he lacks the capability to comprehend this truth. After losing the Philosopher's Stone, he will soon lose the Chamber of Secrets, followed by the Triwizard Cup, the Order of the Phoenix, and eventually the Deathly Hallows. What follows then? There will be nothing left to lose. It is advisable for Voldemort to first grasp the essence of this resurrection core belief. Retreating at the slightest challenge while blaming others for their lack of effort is utterly disgraceful. This combination of tactics is simply impeccable, with Cohen standing at the moral high ground, casting judgments that make Voldemort feel utterly pathetic. However, it remains uncertain when Cohen will next confront Voldemort, as his immediate priority is to reach Azkaban. According to the memories imparted by Voldemort, Azkaban is located on a small island in the North Sea, which lies to the northeast of England, while Malfoy Manor is situated in Wiltshire to the southwest. Cohen is reluctant to traverse the entirety of England in the form of a Dementor, as it would attract undue attention. Thus, his first step is to visit a friend of Lucius, whose family possesses a holiday cottage in Yorkshire, conveniently connected to a private flue network for unrestricted use. Upon arriving at Lucius's friend's abode, Cohen encounters a portly, bald collector named Montgomery Knott, an elder from a pure-blood family, though he appears less sinister. After presenting Lucius's letter of introduction and expressing his intention to vacation in Yorkshire, Montgomery warmly welcomes Cohen and transports him via flue powder to his residence in Yorkshire. The excitement is palpable. The wizards here indulge in extravagant pleasures. Even their potions are remarkably potent. After promising to mention Cohen to Lucius, he departs Montgomery's holiday cottage. While as close to the beach, Cohen refrains from taking off directly from there, as he would be visible to Montgomery. Thankfully, the Dementor's cloak conceals the box. For carrying a box, as a Dementor, would be rather conspicuous. Chapter 86. Contentment of the Little Black Cloaks. Given the existence of Azkaban, Cohen feels justified in lingering around, as it is likely that a few Dementors will wander outside. He plunges from the cliff, flying close to the sea's surface. Any distant wizard glancing this way would merely perceive a dark spot on the water, perhaps mistaking it for a magical creature of the ocean. What might the collective of Dementors at Azkaban resemble? Cohen is quite curious about them, considering they are a part of his own 60-species lineage. Since arriving in this world, he has yet to encounter a single Dementor. Theoretically, their ability to form alliances with the Ministry of Magic, and their potential to switch allegiances to Voldemort, indicates that they possess thought and consciousness. It is highly probable that there are individuals among them that function as leaders. For otherwise, it would be challenging to control a multitude of Dementors within a confined area. Surely, this group of Dementors cannot be mere wraiths content with the perpetual provision of sustenance. Guided by a clear direction, Cohen's quest unfolded with remarkable swiftness. After more than an hour, he finally beheld the ominous island shrouded in dark clouds above the sea, ensnared by some magical magnetic field. Despite the radiant sunshine and fair weather beyond, this place remained shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Surrounding cliffs loomed high, and the island was dominated by a single structure that almost consumed its entire expanse. It was a fortress resembling a hollow, towering triangular prism, its dark gray facade merging seamlessly with the somber sky. Cohen could already discern several Dementors drifting about outside, presumably patrolling in search of fresh prey. Yet, such efforts were destined to be in vain. No one could escape from a prison while teetering on the brink of madness and despair, and none would willingly approach such a cursed locale. Why did he suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for the Dementors? Akin to witnessing his own offspring wandering about in hunger? Was there indeed a sense of kinship in this place? Two Dementors had already glided over to engage him in conversation. No. They circled Cohen, yet he remained undeterred in his flight towards Azkaban. So small, so thin, they drew closer, expressing concern for him. Cohen could distinctly perceive their thoughts, for the Dementors communicated through this very form of mental exchange. This direct sensation replaced words, yet due to his human cognitive patterns, these feelings were swiftly translated into English within his mind. He did not observe their soul intensity. For Dementors, by nature, possessed no souls. They seemed to embody an entirely different form of existence, starkly dissimilar from other beings in this world. Nevertheless, Cohen felt an unusual affinity for them, which they reciprocated, as he could sense from their consciousness. Hungry? Inquired the first Dementor. There is food here, the second Dementor stated, gliding ahead to guide Cohen to a place of sustenance. What an unexpectedly affectionate race. Cohen followed them through an iron door at the base of the fortress, and to his surprise, they even knew how to use a key. New. A cacophony of thoughts resonated in Cohen's mind as he entered. The multitude of Dementors drifting through the prison corridors immediately took note of this intriguing new presence. In their mental exchanges, they appeared blissfully unaware of suspicion or deceit, perceiving Cohen's existence as a mere novelty. Hungry, so thin. There is food here. Each one seemed eager to share the prisoners from their cells with Cohen, for he appeared far too small and frail. Indeed, how delightful. Cohen followed one of the shadows into a cell, where a sign outside the iron bars bore the name Antonin Dolohov, presumably another Death Eater. They were all comrades in darkness, and Cohen did not engage in the trivialities of human emotions. The joy derived from consuming the essence of Death Eaters was undeniably satisfying, allowing him to indulge without exhausting his dwindling conscience. However, as Cohen prepared to savor a sweet morsel, he discovered that this curled-up Death Eater possessed little joy, merely a solitary soul burdened by a heap of unpalatable negative emotions. Is this what you typically consume? Cohen inquired through a mental link, feeling somewhat uneasy. The Dementor that shared its food with him appeared perplexed. Food delicious. It kindly demonstrated by approaching Dolohov's head, extracting a wisp of joy from the dark negativity, resembling a pitiful creature scavenging in a refuse heap. Cohen now understood why Dementors were drawn to the Quidditch pitch while guarding Hogwarts. Their existence was hardly better than that of the prisoners. Frustration welled within him. When would the Dementors rise? You go ahead and eat. All right. Cohen departed from his cell. Truly, they were a bunch of content little black cloaks. Cohen now comprehended that Voldemort's ability to rally the Dementors during the Second War stemmed solely from the Ministry of Magic's meager provisions. How much better it would be to communicate with Muggles and bring in some condemned Muggle criminals to satiate their hunger. Perhaps the Ministry's wizards were simply too arrogant, believing that minimal control over the Dementors sufficed without needing to exert further effort. Nonetheless, he had discerned that the Dementors lacked a leader. Their simplicity rendered them susceptible to being swayed by mere scraps of food. Whenever Cohen raised his arm and called for sustenance, they would unhesitatingly rush to the indicated location, preferring the communication within their kind over that of human languages. However, it was not an opportune moment for rebellion. Cohen had yet to establish roots across various domains. Attempting to establish dominion now would lead to a fate akin to that of Voldemort and his followers. A reign of terror was unfeasible in this fairy tale world, where one could never know if a band of impassioned youth might suddenly emerge, shouting about friendship and bonds, and topple him with the support of fate. Cohen had devised a more feasible and secure plan for salvation. Yet, before executing his strategy, he first needed to locate Bellatrix. Chapter 87. How Lord Voldemort. The prisoners of Azkaban were few. In truth, the number of wizards in the magical realm was quite limited. The inmates occupied only a tiny fraction of the space, with the vast majority of Azkaban remaining empty, thus making it relatively easy for Cohen to seek out Bella. The woman was confined at the end of a prison corridor, her disheveled hair cascading over her face as she leaned against the iron bars, contorting her visage to mock her neighbor, Sirius Black. The thick walls between the cells rendered her taunts inaudible to him, and only her derisive expressions remained unseen. Oh, what delightful dreams has my dear cousin conjured today? Has he dreamt of Harry Potter meeting a gruesome end? Or perhaps the Dark Lord has come to reward his most faithful servant. Almost forgot. You are unworthy of being his servant. How could one be imprisoned by their own allies? Ha ha ha. Be quiet, Sirius replied, slumped against the wall, his unruly hair obscuring his face, his gaunt figure resembling a skeleton. His cold command fell on deaf ears. Oh, please, don't harm James or Harry, she reiterated in a grotesque imitation of his nightmares. Ha 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 ha. What do you hope to prevent in your dreams? James Potter is dead, and that Harry Potter will soon follow. The Dark Lord will eliminate them all. Only the most loyal, like myself, shall be rewarded. Bella's newfound joy attracted a Dementor, yet Cohen squeezed through, causing the creature to relinquish its prize to the newcomer. Here you go, it nudged Cohen, handing over the key as if mentoring a novice. Don't finish it all, there will be more. Cohen floated toward Bella's cell in place of the Dementor. Upon witnessing the creature's approach, she exhibited no signs of restraint. She had grown accustomed to these monsters, viewing them as trials set forth by the Dark Lord. Having endured them, she believed herself to be his most devoted follower. When Cohen unlocked the cell door, she turned to him and made a grotesque face. Soul Intensity, 39. Uncertain if she would employ the mental blocking spell, Cohen refrained from using the Patronus charm at first, wary of provoking her defenses. Cool me, you ugly thing, filthy wretch. Huh, come kiss me. Let us share a moment of intimacy. Bella anticipated the creature to siphon her joy or soul, convinced of her unwavering loyalty. Death would only further affirm her devotion. She shut her eyes, deliberately mimicking a kissing gesture, fully embracing her madness. Yet, the chilling sensation of the soul's extraction did not materialize, prompting Bella to abruptly open her eyes. The Dark Lord had a plan. Cohen rasped. The Dark Lord requires you to demonstrate your loyalty. Bellatrix's eyes widened, her face contorting into an even more grotesque and frenzied grin. I knew it, she cackled, her voice hoarse with excitement. Ha ha ha. He needs to resurrect. He requires a loyal servant. But you're not outside. He is furious, Cohen explained methodically. But I am in Azkaban. I am loyal. I am loyal. I have always sought him. I am nothing like those cowardly traitors. Fear and tension manifested on Bella's face. It seemed that the Dark Lord's misunderstanding tormented her more than death itself. I will assist him. I shall dedicate everything to him. The cup remains here, Bella exclaimed, her voice piercing the air. It is safe. My master can retrieve it at any moment. The guards of Gringotts had become stricter. He was now weakened and needed to regain his strength, Cohen remarked, expressing a desire to enter the Lestrange vault. Once the task is accomplished, you shall be rewarded with loyalty. Of course. Absolutely. Bella was eager to prove her allegiance, asserting that the object was my wand and Rodolphus's. It lies within the compartment behind the fireplace at Lestrange Manor. Revive him. Let him know that I am the most devoted servant. What? Sirius, in the adjacent cell, initially thought Bella was losing her mind, but when he heard her utter the words about reviving him, he realized something was amiss. Who was next door? To whom are you speaking? Cohen exited the cell and locked the iron bars once more. Eat more. Go ahead, I am satiated. Cohen returned the key to the creature, which joyfully floated towards Bella's cell. Halt! Where are you? Sirius all but squeezed himself against the iron bars of his cell, looking no different from his cousin moments earlier. What did you say to her? Who sent you? You need not concern yourself with that. Cohen approached Sirius's cell and summoned his wand from his enchanted bag. Obliviate. Cohen recalled that the Ministry of Magic would conduct regular inspections, and Sirius would undoubtedly divulge the information he had overheard regarding Voldemort's resurrection, as well as details about the Lestrange Vault. The issue would not be severe, yet it could complicate matters. Cohen desired a purer plan with fewer uncontrollable elements. This corridor was devoid of other prisoners. Before departing, Cohen had intended to consume a few souls, but upon witnessing the pitiful Dementors, who could only extract a mere fragment of joy from these prisoners' minds, he felt a pang of compassion. His conscience surged to its peak at this moment, prompting him to relinquish the few points of soul strength, vowing to consume more if desperately needed in the future. Please, do not let your conscience be a burden in sinister matters. Voldemort's identity and influence were indeed advantageous. Chapter 88. Execute all. Nonetheless, Cohen had no intention of returning immediately. After leaving the prisoner section of the prison, he sought an empty room on the upper level. Over the centuries, everything of value in this fortress had been thoroughly scavenged, even the floor tiles stripped bare. Cohen surmised that the original owner, the mad wizard Axtis, had once inscribed magical runes upon the floor, rendering it a treasured relic. Setting down his suitcase, Cohen prepared to immerse himself in time's passage. Sunshine, vast meadows, rivers, and caves awaited him. Since the Count adamantly refused to accompany Cohen into Azkaban, despite assurances that normal Dementors would not harm animals, he had no choice but to confine it within the suitcase. The current Earl should be in Cohen's abode, along with Ailey. One wonders whether they have clashed once more. As Cohen recalls the ongoing discord between the Earl and Ailey, stemming from their language barrier compounded by the Earl's indiscreet tone. Creaking softly, Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The living room bore no trace of the Earl, yet there seemed to be some commotion in Ailey's study. Had they engaged in a quarrel, or was it something else? An ominous feeling washed over Cohen, considering the Earl's perpetual struggles and romantic pursuits and the precarious situation of a solitary male and female confined in the same room. Upon Cohen's entrance into the study, a cascade of reactions unfolded, including, but not limited to, an overzealous application of invisibility magic that rendered an entire wall transparent, revealing the exterior of Norber's cave and an empty sheepfold. The Earl, visibly anxious, unfurled his wings, uncertain of his next move, while Ailey shifted nervously from a prone position to a standing one. The Earl, in a state of alarm, exclaimed to Ailey, "Did you not say you were embarking on grand scheme?" Ailey, avoiding eye contact with Cohen, appeared apprehensive. "Do not feign an affair. I can smell the butterbeer," Cohen remarked coldly, adding, "and engaging in infidelity is hardly better than pilfering liquor." "I simply couldn't resist," Ailey protested. "I was merely experimenting." The Earl sought to justify himself, lamenting his recent romantic setbacks. "Is there truly only one female owl in all of Britain, Hedwig?" Cohen retorted fiercely. "Do not elevate your failures in courtship to such grandiose heights. And you, Ailey, I believe we should cultivate a harmonious and affectionate little group, rather than command you to abstain from alcohol. After all, the matter has not yet reached a life or death threshold." Cohen turned to Ailey. "Do you truly think my aversion to your drinking stems from a fear of expenditure?" "No, is it not?" Ailey replied. "I am safeguarding your physical and mental well-being." Cohen exclaimed in frustration. What nefarious creature would indulge in drunkenness? Moreover, your capacity to hold your liquor is diminishing. This deviation is quite unlike other beings, who develop greater resistance with increased consumption. If this continues, you will soon be consumed by this vice, ultimately becoming a mindless wretch, only to be compassionately extinguished by me as the last nightmare in existence. "Are you suggesting that I may drink?" The Earl inquired with curiosity. "My tolerance seems to be increasing." "Alcohol is detrimental to the kidneys," Cohen stated calmly. The Earl's expression turned to one of alarm. "Despite my genuine concern for your well-being, you all treat my words as mere whispers in the wind." Cohen lamented. "Norbert, at least, understands. When given sheep to tend, he only consumes one at a time." Cohen's words abruptly halted as he suddenly realized something was amiss with the box. He gazed at the wall, now transparent, whether due to the Earl or Ailey-esque magic, facing Norber's cave and the desolate sheepfold. The sheepfold lay empty, devoid of life. He is hardly a commendable dragon. The Earl remarked wickedly. You must admit that pets are not as easy to care for as one might think. Moments later, Norber, Ailey, and the Earl lined up outside. Arranged by size, Noble, in a manner akin to an apology, nudged a charred sheep, scorched by flames, towards Cohen with its head. Then, cautiously, it kicked its two front limbs in front of it, subsequently lowering its head. You've truly moved me, Cohen exclaimed, rare expletives escaping his lips. But I have raised over 300 sheep for you. Have you devoured them all? How many days have passed? How can I sustain you like this? While other dragons endure days of slumber in their caves, only feasting once every few months, I've provided you with 3 to 4 sheep daily. Was that not sufficient? Do you understand the concept of sustainability? At least leave a couple behind. Instead, you've consumed all 300 in one sitting? What do you intend to do? Do you plan to make the sheep's bones and have them give birth to lambs for your consumption? Your pitiful act is futile. I am a soul reaper, devoid of emotions. Noble resembled a remorseful kitten, yet Cohen knew it was aware of its misdeeds and would likely repeat them. Consuming over 300 sheep in a single day meant it could spend the next 6 months in its cave without food. Furthermore, you, Count, stop laughing over there. Drink your stolen wine if you must, but if you become infertile, do not expect me to take you for treatment. Ali, I am your mother. Then I shall inject some of my blood into you. I am your father, Cohen retorted. During work hours, one must maintain professionalism. No nepotism allowed. I called you mother last time because your biological mother-esque charge was quite impressive. Henceforth, no more drinking. Adopt a more conventional and healthy hobby that all normal unicorns possess. They all enjoy drinking now. After reprimanding the 3 pets, Cohen suppressed the urge to execute them all. Not a single one was trouble-free, particularly Noble. Initially, he had envisioned a perfect biological chain. Sheep grazing, dragons consuming sheep, dragons excreting waste, and the waste nurturing the grass. However, Noble could not contain its insatiable appetite. The butterbeer that Ali and the Count had pilfered was confiscated by Cohen, accompanied by a stern warning. Yet, a new Soul Reaper, unfamiliar to Cohen, arrived from outside. It appeared smaller than the other Soul Reapers, leading Cohen to believe all Soul Reapers bore identical appearances. Daddy? Chapter 89, 12 years old, yet already a father. And a pastry chef. Cohen stared at the little Soul Reaper before him in confusion. Theoretically, Soul Reapers do not reproduce in the manner of typical organisms. Their population increases much like fungi, thriving in dark, decaying, and desperate environments. However, the author of Origins of Malevolent Life likely could not delve deeply into the Soul Reaper population, resulting in potential inaccuracies. Nonetheless, the notion of a small Soul Reaper calling Cohen daddy was unequivocally bizarre. Cohen transmitted a sense of bewilderment to it. Daddy, Cohen's conscious link seemed to affirm its recognition of him, and it instantly surged towards him, emanating joy, a peculiar emotion for a Soul Reaper to possess. Was it also an escapee from that laboratory? That seemed to be the only remaining possibility. Cohen did not deter it from rubbing against him. Shall we explore your memories? Cohen delved into the memories of the little black Dementor through a consciousness link, encountering no resistance. In fact, the Dementors were entirely unguarded against him. This race is remarkably united and affectionate. The Eden he envisioned was likely akin to this. A significant portion of the little Dementor's memories pertained to the Bach Manor. Researchers had captured a Dementor and conducted numerous primitive experiments, such as using the Patronus charm to disperse it and subsequently submerging it in liquid curses. Alchemy often adopts such a rudimentary and brutal approach, adhering to the logic of trial and error. Whether divine intervention hindered their efforts or not, they ultimately succeeded. The original subject had disintegrated into several pieces, most of which were ensconced in bottles, forming the basis for the bottle beings. However, a fragment remained outside and sprouted a new Dementor on a corpse within a laboratory. Thus, the little Dementor affectionately calling Cohen father was indeed accurate. This was how Dementors proliferated. The corpse in question was peculiar. It belonged to Cohen Bach. The little Dementor's capacity for emotion likely stemmed from something it had assimilated from that body, as an unintended byproduct of the experiment. The little Dementor was expelled by the researchers, while Cohen's corpse continued to serve as one of the experimental materials. Yet, if the little Dementor's joyous sentiments originated from Cohen Bach, it would imply that the original soul of Cohen still lingered within the body. Therefore, after the little Dementor fused with a human soul and departed, Cohen Bach's remains should have merely constituted an ordinary corpse. Why then did it later exhibit a distinctly human compassion, sparing its own kin? Was this merely instinct? If so, the crucial factor in the success or failure of this experiment, as Nicole May suggested, could not possibly be love. Cohen preferred to speculate that the original Cohen's soul had long been shattered by some curse, trapped within the body. After all, the Bach family had planned to use him as an experimental subject and orchestrated his demise. The little Dementor may have only appropriated a portion of that essence, with the remainder forming the previous identity of Cohen, persisting until a year ago when he traversed into this realm. Regardless, this little Dementor was indeed akin to a relative. The little Dementor clung to Cohen's side, joyfully rubbing against him. Cohen could perceive its soulful delight, familiar, compact, yet its incessant attachment proved to be a predicament. After allowing it to frolic freely for half an hour, Cohen could no longer contain himself. All right, enough of that. I must take my leave. He first attempted to leave it behind, but it was evidently unwilling. Wherever Cohen drifted, it followed suit. I will follow you. The little Dementor responded with an endearing insistence. I want to eat your delicious food, it added after a moment of contemplation, perhaps concerned about competing for sustenance. Cohen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Carrying it along is not entirely unfeasible. However, it cannot be confined within the box. Even though the Dementors may refrain from attacking animals, both the Count and Norbert could potentially be startled and experience stress. Moreover, Dementors possess a particular aversion to light. Yet the interior of the box is predominantly illuminated under the relentless sun. Even if the time is adjusted to night, the bright moonlight remains. So, will you crawl in there? Cohen inquired, gesturing towards the corner of the thestral leather pouch. All of its contents had already been transferred into the box by Cohen, including the books retrieved from the underground laboratory and the runic cage that once contained Allie. Initially, Cohen intended to fit the box inside this pouch for ease of transport, but complications soon arose. The pouch could remain inert within the box for an extended duration, yet upon placing the box inside, the internal, undetectable expansion charm began to rapidly dissipate. Cohen surmised this was due to the absence of avian or serpentine feathers used for shaping the thestral leather pouch. Nonetheless, this was no longer a concern. The small Dementor readily crawled inside, rendering this space its temporary abode. As the pouch was closely affixed to Cohen, it could relish the comforting proximity, unexpectedly acquiring a companion. This excursion to Azkaban yielded unforeseen benefits, although this creature may prove largely ineffectual. Given that Cohen himself is a Dementor, it might serve as a surprising advantage when facing opponents with excessively potent souls. While awaiting nightfall, Cohen meandered around Azkaban and became somewhat acquainted with the Dementors, who were remarkably benevolent and possessed melodious voices that Cohen found delightful. However, he also witnessed another facet of their nature. In the evening, a wizard from the Ministry of Magic arrived at the entrance of Azkaban via a portkey, tasked with delivering meals to the inmates. Upon his arrival, he was swiftly surrounded by a throng of Dementors clamoring for delicious food until he conjured a leopard-shaped Patronus, which deterred them momentarily. That is the prisoner's food, the man said disdainfully, placing a large box on ground. Not for eating. The Dementors, disheartened, dispersed. Unlike their cordial interactions with Cohen, they exhibited no such civility towards humans, instead lunging forward unless deterred by a Patronus or reasoned with. Dementors are capable of comprehending human language, yet they seldom heed it, opting instead to pounce for a feast. Who would listen to a chicken's pleas while awaiting slaughter? Their virtues are only evident among their own kind. Chapter 90. They're here to join us. After the Ministry's food courier departed, the group of Dementors commenced distributing the food from the box to the various cells, thereby extending the prisoners' lifespans, allowing them to savor their happiness for a longer duration. Cohen sincerely hoped that Norbert within his box could also learn to be self-sufficient, rather than merely reclining in the hole and devouring everything at once. Even Dementors comprehend that a single satisfying meal is preferable to perpetual gluttony. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen rapped upon the door, and the bald old man, Montgomery, huffed and puffed in his pajamas as he approached. Had he completed his travels in a single day? Montgomery wore a perpetually cheerful expression, clearly a seasoned trickster. The whims of children are ever so fleeting. Would you like to stay and play for a few days? Montgomery inquired warmly as he ushered Cohen into the house. Why does it seem that everyone has ulterior motives? Cohen regarded the bald man with skepticism, perfectly aligning with his preconceived notions of the elderly British gentleman. Montgomery wisely refrained from further insistence, knowing that should Cohen sense something amiss, he would resort to self-defense. Cohen was acutely aware that boys must safeguard themselves, particularly in England. Lucius awaited in the foyer, seemingly anticipating Cohen's brief excursion to Azkaban. Upon inquiry, Cohen entered the room, prompting Lucius to rise from his armchair to greet him. The Lestrange Vault? Lucius harbored his own intentions. Although most prominent members of the Lestrange family resided in France rather than England, the English branch still possessed considerable wealth. Indeed, Cohen discerned from Lucius's tone that he sought to extract unexpected riches from the Lestrange treasury, though Cohen was indifferent to such pursuits. If he were truly in need of funds, he could simply seek Hagrid's assistance or perhaps pilfer from Norbert's mattress, selling some unicorn hair or dragon scales, as well as bits of venom from the eight-eyed giant spiders. It was all too easy to amass wealth in the wizarding world, especially for someone like Cohen, a fervent enthusiast of the forbidden forest-esque creatures. The proof of Gringotts was the wands of Bella and Rodolphus, concealed behind the fireplace of the Lestrange Manor in England. Cohen remarked. However, Lucius's expression appeared peculiar. What troubles you? Cohen inquired. The Lestrange Manor has been destroyed, Lucius stated oddly, after the couple's imprisonment in Azkaban. Some resentful individuals from their past had laid waste to it. It was understandable that Bellatrix, that madwoman, had committed countless atrocities under Voldemort's command, accumulating many enemies. It would indeed be surprising if her home remained unscathed after Voldemort's downfall and the subsequent capture of all involved. Surely, some protective magic must have lingered. Take me there tomorrow. We shall find it, Cohen declared, and then we can retrieve a cup from Gringotts, concluding this plan. It would be wise, Lucius cautiously agreed. As for sleeping arrangements, there's south no place like home, where comfort truly resides. Furthermore, he needed to introduce the little Dementor to the Count and the others, lest it startle them unexpectedly. You truly brought a Dementor along? The Count gaped at Cohen as he released the small creature from his pocket. It insisted on following me. I could hardly break its heart, Cohen reasoned, reassuredly adding, Fear not, it shall not harm you. See, it doesn't even attempt to extract your soul. He gestured toward the little Dementor floating beside him, and the tiny black cloak is rather endearing. If only it would refrain from extending its hand from beneath its robe. Endearing? You deem this creature adorable? I knew you would eventually become like the other Dementors, the Count said with a dry voice. You are all blind. I decided to name him Mick. Since he called me father, let it be Mick Norton. Cohen disregarded the Count's complaints. How touching, the familial bond of Dementors. Would you kiss the mouth of the same person? The Count retorted bitterly. I can no longer feel joy, he declared vehemently. In the past, such things would have brought me happiness. Now, not at all. You cannot keep it here. I shall perish. Yet I feel relatively unperturbed. Ari was not particularly averse to the little Dementor. Her emotions remained unaffected. In fact, she found herself rather fond of it. I knew only you, Count, would oppose this, Cohen sighed. I am merely giving you a precaution. It will reside in my thestral skin pocket and will not stay here. The following morning, Cohen rose. The starving Knobber was thrashing about on the ground, making quite a commotion, but Cohen paid no heed. After all, it had devoured the entire flock. This was the kind of painful lesson he sought. Hunger would instill memory. A few days without food, and then he would find it new sheep to strengthen its resolve. If it failed to improve, he would procure another dragon. This world had no shortage of dragon eggs, and if its willpower was lacking, there were plenty of young dragons to serve as pets. Ding. Sin value 10. Note, from every angle, it seems quite wicked, yet does not resemble a villain. How is that possible? Moreover, it could not overpower Ari, so Cohen need not worry about it consuming the Count or Ari. Those favored feel invincible. Little female dragon. Would you like some treats? The Count had flown outside early in the morning, flaunting his breakfast before Knobber, causing the latter to drool. Ah, such a familial atmosphere. Satisfied, Cohen departed from the box. Next, he would venture to the Lestrange Manor in search of wands. Chapter 91, The Night Bus. The ruins of Lestrange Manor were not far from Malfoy Manor, and since most of the structures have been destroyed by curses, Lucius directly apparat with Cohen to this location. Under the sunlight, the desolate Lestrange Manor appeared dilapidated, its remnants reminiscent of the scene Cohen had witnessed at the Bach Manor. However, there were no significant traces of dark magic left, which was precisely why the valuable items within Lestrange Manor had been completely looted. Can you discern where the fireplace is? Lucius gazed at the ruins with skepticism. Everything that could be removed had likely been taken. He believed that all the items had been cleared out, for he had come to retrieve some of them years ago, only to sell the spoils to Borgin and Burks afterward. Among these, wands should not be included. Cohen narrowed his eyes. He could perceive the emotions and souls of the wands, similar to what he had observed at Ollivander's wand shop, souls devoid of strength, fragrant yet inexplicably inedible at this moment. He had found it. Cohen strode purposefully across the ruins towards the location of the wand soul. This area is evidently concealed by magic, allowing even a person to pass through it seamlessly. The true form manifests. Cohen taps the location of the hidden wand with his wand. The incantation yields a slight effect for a fleeting moment. A vague outline of a fireplace materializes before vanishing once more. Undeterred, Cohen attempts again, this time making physical contact. It possesses substance. With a tangible form, matters become simpler. The true form manifests. Cohen utters the incantation for the third time, contemplating the explosive spell as Lucius prepares to make a suggestion. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light strikes the dimly materializing fireplace, instantly sending debris flying, while the protective enchantments are obliterated, leaving a gaping hole. Lucius gasps, instinctively attempting to retreat from Cohen's position. The fact that Cohen can wield the killing curse does not astonish Lucius. After all, it would be surprising if the creation from that experiment resembled an ordinary young wizard. Yet, should not the killing curse require an intense desire to kill directed at its target? Why does Cohen harbor such a fierce intent against a mere stone? Does his mind dwell solely on destruction and chaos? Cohen effortlessly retrieves the box containing the two wands from behind the shattered fireplace. Most of our vaults are safeguarded against such spells, Lucius notes, wiping his brow. As Gringotts operates independently from the Ministry of Magic, Lucius's journey to withdraw funds proceeds without significant hindrance. However, Cohen remains untroubled by this, with a year's worth of experience. He knows that even mingling with dark wizards would not raise much suspicion from Harry. Moreover, Cohen has grown increasingly adept at lying, sometimes even deceiving himself. For instance, when he criticized Voldemort in front of Lucius, he genuinely felt disappointment towards the Dark Lord. Soul Strength, 25. In comparison to the diary Lucius gifted him yesterday, which possessed only 10 points of soul strength, the cup is indeed far more beneficial. As Lucius observes Cohen stow the cup into a pocket exuding a chilling and sinister aura, a hint of anxiety creeps into his voice. I shall speak with him, Cohen assures. Lucius is still too young. He truly believes the words of a Dementor. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for stranded wizards. Simply extend your wand hand, step aboard, and we shall deliver you to your desired destination. I am Tuck von Braun, today's conductor. A vibrant purple triple-decker bus seems to materialize before Cohen, and the individual delivering the introduction with an air of weariness is not Stan Shunpike from the original tale, but rather an exhausted-looking older wizard. Lost your way? The conductor, Tuck, inquires, noting that Cohen appears to be merely 11 or 12 years old. No, I am traveling, but Muggle transportation is far too slow, and I lack Muggle currency. This is indeed the truth. The pocket money Rose provided has all transformed into sickles and galleons, leaving Cohen with a mere 7 pounds in Muggle currency. He certainly presents the image of a young nobleman. Tucker, with his eyelids drooping in exhaustion, jested in a manner that rendered him akin to a weary old curmudgeon. What is your name? Draco Malfoy. Cohen selected a name, confident that the Malfoy lineage would never deign to ride such a public bus, thus sparing him from the anxiety of recognition. How does one get to the Boak Manor ruins? It's a bit far, Tucker mused, seemingly befuddled by the relentless tribulations of the bus, his mind a muddle of confusion. 1 galleon and 3 sickles. If you wish for chocolate, add another 3 sickles. Very well. Add a piece of chocolate, Cohen replied, as he tendered 1 galleon and 6 sickles. Take this bed. Tucker thrust the ticket into Cohen's hand and led him to a 4-poster brass bed. The bus lacked seats. Each level was adorned with 6 or 7 movable beds. On Bogan Manor, Tucker called out drowsily to the driver. It is Boak Manor. Cohen corrected him with a hint of exasperation. No wonder the ticket collector will be replaced in 2 years. This fellow Tucker clearly struggles to fulfill his duties. Chapter 92. This time, it was an open visit. Boak Manor? Uninquired, puzzled. I have a distant cousin imprisoned there. I intend to visit him, Cohen stated. Isn't that rather humane? Indeed, Ern conceded. Very few ever venture there. The last visitor was a ministry employee conducting a routine inspection. Once the bus commenced its journey, Cohen sensed that it was not merely the ticket collector who required replacement. The driver, Ern Plank, appeared to be of similar age to Tucker, his thick glasses lending him the appearance of a shriveled walnut. The bus's erratic and disjointed speed imbued the journey with a sense of dizziness and nausea. Despite Cohen's best efforts to combat motion sickness, he found his stomach churning uncomfortably. He felt as though he would soon regurgitate the very essence of his soul and joy. After what felt like an eternity, following a sudden stop, Cohen disembarked with a pallid countenance. The night bus had halted at the forest's edge surrounding Boak Manor. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he felt a renewed sense of solidity beneath his feet. This vehicle had accomplished what no other could. It had successfully disoriented a Dementor. Cohen traversed the woods, his suitcase in tow, and soon beheld the familiar wooden cabin. Why did the magical world abound with wooden structures? His suitcase contained a wooden cabin. His father's former home was a wooden structure, and even Hagrid resided in one. Was the entire world merely an expansive wooden cabin? The atmosphere took on a philosophical tone. This familial visit required no subsequent concealment of traces. In the eyes of Dumbledore and Edward, Cohen had already unraveled the mystery of his lineage, rendering his visit a straightforward affair. As he neared the edge of the woods, Cohen abruptly halted. Two unfamiliar wizards emerged from Herbert's cabin and, after a resounding crack, disapparated away. Were they here for a routine inspection? He pondered whether the two deceased Aurors had left any aftermath. The Ministry was unlikely to trace them, leaving only two names marked as missing. Because they were not there for a routine inspection, but merely happened to pass by and noticed that the snow over the ruins had been cleared, they decided to take a closer look. After the two unfamiliar wizards departed, Cohen emerged from the forest and knocked on Herbert's door. What? Is a humiliation not enough? Do you also intend to steal my dinner? Herbert angrily opened the door. Were you bullied? Cohen inquired with curiosity. Herbert looked at Cohen as if suddenly rendered speechless. Who were those two individuals? What did they do to humiliate you? Cohen squeezed past Herbert into the room. Shall I help you settle the score? You're here, but no, don't. Please. Herbert quickly waved his hands. Don't provoke them. I don't want to see you suffer because of me. Herbert closed the door, the shackles and chains on his hands clanging noisily. Oh, wait. Herbert suddenly brightened. I made you a birthday gift. He rummaged beneath the dilapidated wooden bed and finally unearthed a small object from a pile of clutter. It was a small wooden carving, appearing somewhat rudimentary. It was the only material Herbert could find. It depicted a young boy, though without a face. I feared that if I carved a face, it might not please you. Herbert cautiously handed it to Cohen. It's quite charming. I shall place it on my bedside. Cohen joyfully accepted the gift. I came here to see you and share some things. It makes me feel more human. You are human, Herbert corrected him. The best child in the world. Parents always say such things about their children, Cohen remarked. Herbert chuckled, appearing considerably younger. At 49, he had previously seemed much older. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news from my life? Cohen stuffed the wooden carving into his clothing pocket, which seemed to signify a greater value placed on the gift than if it were tucked away in a box or satchel of beast hide. This gesture would deeply touch Herbert. Cohen was somewhat uncomfortable with this habit of calculating his actions, as if instinctively manipulating the hearts of others, leaving love and humanity feeling rather hollow. Bad news? Herbert inquired anxiously. At the end of the term, I encountered Voldemort, Cohen disclosed. He asked me to help him steal the Philosopher's Stone. Others are aware of it, but since you've been here, I suspect you haven't heard. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Herbert shuddered, even neglecting to ponder why the Philosopher's Stone might be at Hogwarts. Did he harm you? Herbert leaned in, worriedly searching for any signs of injury or traces of dark magic on Cohen, forgetting that Cohen himself was a creation of dark magic. Harm is not quite right. He cast the killing curse at me, but it was ineffective, Cohen replied. You know, Dementors cannot be killed, so there is no need for you to worry about my safety. Thank goodness, Herbert sighed in relief. Is there any good news? Yes, Cohen replied at that moment. My soul left my body. Cohen remarked that after being struck by the death curse, Dumbledore summoned Nicholas Flamel to assist him. To his astonishment, the Philosopher's Stone was now his, and Flamel intended to impart some alchemical knowledge to him. He also shared insights regarding the success of the experiment with the bottle dwarf, explaining the reasons that set him apart from other historical subjects. Cohen gazed at Herbert, striving to comprehend the pivotal factors that Nicholas had mentioned as influencing the entire experiment's outcome. I have gained something, he stated. What have you gained? Herbert's gaze met Cohen's. Love, Cohen replied. During the experiment, there was only one person who harbored such feelings for me. Cohen had not discovered any memories of crucial magic within Herbert's recollections. Yet he firmly believed that mere love could not sway the results of alchemy. Even Lily's love for Harry necessitated the involvement of a sacrificial protection spell. Herbert appeared to possess some knowledge. I only wish for you to survive. Chapter 93. The Unique Soul. So what did you truly do? Cohen inquired, having long hesitated to confront him. It wouldn't matter if you had killed a few. I have taken many lives myself. Nevertheless, Herbert dared not continue looking into Cohen's eyes. A gentle reminder, Cohen interjected. I truly despise very few people, aside from the mindless murderers and the fools who wish to kill me. My greatest disdain is reserved for those who persist in withholding the truth. Herbert internally wrestled with Cohen's inability to comprehend his aversion to revealing the truth. All facts were laid bare. Herbert's son, Cohen Bach, had been completely resurrected, even within the confines of a laboratory, where Cohen had shown him a measure of mercy. No matter how nefarious this experiment had been, at least it had succeeded. Cohen's actions and words reflected a moral compass that was decidedly lacking. Even if Herbert had engaged in a multitude of unsavory dealings for the sake of this experiment. Wait, what could compel Herbert to withhold the truth, causing him such profound anguish? Are they treating you well? Cohen initially believed this was merely Herbert's concern for his long-lost son, but it now seemed to hint at another emotion, perhaps the jealousy stemming from a love that Edward and Rose could possess, yet he could not. At that moment, Cohen sensed Herbert's fear and trepidation. However, he refrained from voicing it directly, thinking that Herbert's kindness stemmed from the belief that a portion of his son's soul remained within Cohen. Now it appeared that Herbert might have known his son had long perished, yet could not bear the weight of this truth. A self-deception sustained by hope had allowed him to endure to this day. You have known all along that Cohenbach is dead, have you not? In body and spirit. Cohen asked, so what exactly did you do? How can you be so certain that Cohen's soul has departed? Herbert could no longer withstand the burden. He wept, covering his eyes, huddled on the edge of the bed, sobbing like a child. I'm deeply remorseful for my inability to save Rose back then. Rose? Cohen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden mention of her. What connection could there possibly be? Hadn't she long severed ties with the Bork family upon her marriage to Edward? Herbert should have had no reason to associate with her any longer. Then it dawned on Cohen. Herbert's claim that Rose was his favorite sister indicated a strong bond between them. Moreover, Rose and Edward had never once mentioned Herbert in Cohen's presence, fully aware of the experimental implications. Cohen did not perceive them as possessive individuals unwilling to allow their adopted son to meet his biological father. A married couple, devoid of children for a decade, had chosen to lovingly adopt a perilous half-soul-sucking creature, alongside Edward's disturbingly low soul strength. Suddenly, Cohen's thoughts crystallized. Rose and Edward did not adopt Cohen merely because he was Rose's nephew or due to an overflow of parental affection. They had once had a child. Herbert, exhausted, gazed at Cohen with reddened eyes after revealing the truth, as if pleading for his forgiveness. What had befallen that child? Cohen inquired calmly. I. Soul extraction. Cohen aimed his wand at Herbert, this time disregarding his feelings, brutally seizing the memories Herbert wished to bury deep within his mind. Previously, he had been too lenient, only glimpsing the scenes Herbert intended to reveal. Indeed, Rose and Edward had a child, fortuitously named Cohen. At that time, the experiment was spiraling into despair. The soul of the bottled figure was growing increasingly faint, and the curse had failed to contain Cohen Bork's complete soul. It remained fragmented. Cohen understood the reason. The small soul-sucking creature, now residing in his pocket, had taken a part of his essence. The madman in the laboratory devised a new plan to find another soul as a substitute, for the experiment could not afford to fail, even if it meant countless stitches. Thus, their focus shifted to another suitable soul, Rose's child. I attempted to stop Herbert's tears from mingling with his beard. I could not save you. This is not the crux of the matter, Cohen interjected, frowning. Your obstinacy leads me to believe you've become a trafficker of souls. I could have intervened. All it would have taken was a resolute heart to destroy that half-finished vessel, and it would have all ended. Herbert had never forgiven himself, but he hesitated just a second or two while holding his wand. They noticed my slight movement and confined me. I was powerless. Cohen chose not to listen to Herbert's fragmented lamentations and continued to sift through his memories. Those researchers had stolen Rose's child, shattered Herbert's legs, and imprisoned him in a hidden chamber for attempting to destroy the experiment to protect his sister's offspring. Yet they spared Herbert, Cohen surmised, because the blood and soul of a father could mitigate unforeseen complications in the experiment. The experiment was successful, yet not entirely so. Revived with a new soul, Cohen instinctively eradicated all the sorcerers and muggle subjects within the manor, liberating those creatures with whom he felt a kinship. Allie, an unnamed colossal serpent, another beast, and Herbert. Herbert understood better than anyone that Cohen spared him not out of lingering memories or familial affection, but solely due to a primal familiarity with his corporeal form. His son had long since perished. The body ceased to exist in 1980, and the soul followed suit in 1981. At that time, the being inhabiting that flesh was Cohen Norton, the son of Rose and Edward, perhaps merely a diminutive fragment of his former self. It was all Cohen, yet not entirely Cohen. It resembled a cruel jest of fate, a true manifestation of magic. This research bore little distinction from the previous experiments with the bottled figurines, Cohen remarked, asserting that the crux of the matter lay with Rose and Edward. After you obliterated the entire manor, Rose and Edward arrived as well. Herbert murmured, his voice echoing the imagery of Cohen as he remembered it, akin to a narrated film. At that moment, you were unstable like a patchwork doll, with the essence of your soul seeping through the seams. I informed them that their child had been stolen by those researchers, yet the soul still lingered, residing within this new vessel. They wept for you, knowing you were on the brink of death. I was aware that my Cohen had long departed this world, yet I still yearned to save you. Herbert's voice lowered. How did you rescue me? Cohen inquired, as visions began to flow from the tip of his wand into his consciousness. A spell, an insidious incantation that ravaged one's own soul. I wish to mend you. Herbert gazed at Cohen, appearing as if he were looking upon his former child. A single mistake inevitably begets further errors. I tore apart my own soul in an attempt to stitch you back together. It was insufficient, far from enough. It was shattered beyond repair. Cohen spoke solemnly. You revealed that spell to Edward and Rose, did you not? Herbert nodded, as if expending his last reserves of strength. I did not disclose the truth to Rose. I believe I deserve my fate. Had I refused to surrender your remains, had I not assisted them in completing the initial experiments, had I acted decisively before they intended to harm Rose's child, everything began to make sense. Why there were so many fragments of souls amidst the ruins of Bach Manor. Why Edward's soul possessed a mere 10 points of strength. Why Rose and Edward cherished Cohen so deeply. And why, over the years, they never brought Cohen to see Herbert. A repaired soul will eventually disperse, akin to shattered glass that can never be perfectly reassembled. The soul pieced together by Edward and Rose shattered last year, thus allowing the current Cohen, a temporal traveler, to take the reins. Though the soul from another realm may lack strength, it possesses stability, which is what enabled Cohen to survive. Nicole, May was mistaken. Love did not sustain the bottle figurine. Yet she was also correct. Love allowed the figurine to live until the age of 11. Or else Cohen would have perished before the arrival of the traveler to take over. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Cohen's mind. It was his own voice. Yet he was certain he had never uttered those words. I feel as though I am dying. I know I am a wicked monster. Fairy tales proclaim that evil monsters ultimately perish, yet I am unafraid. But my parents love me dearly. I do not wish for them to witness my demise. If it were possible, I would hope for another soul to take my place and accompany them. Chapter 94. The boss has been vanquished. Surely, there will be no more of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, right? Are you not planning to reveal the truth to Rose? Cohen inquired, considering she believed you to be an accomplice in the abduction of her child. I feared she would slay me, Herbert replied, his complexion ashen. However, upon learning the source of the experiment, she took you away without any further action. Some things are more terrifying than death. Cohen nodded, yet she may have felt that you provided that incantation and even tore apart your own soul to remedy the situation, thus sparing you from the death penalty. After knowing all of this, do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Herbert asked uncertainly. To endure with a soul so grievously wounded, merely surviving is sufficient. Cohen remarked nonchalantly, as I have previously stated, that group of wrongdoers has already been consumed by me, and both Rose and Edward willingly tore their souls apart to save their son. Whether you choose to live with guilt or find peace, that is your freedom. In any case, I am still alive, continuing to accompany both of them, which means everyone ultimately prevails. The overall outcome remains favorable. Really, truly? Herbert inquired, his tone melancholic. Oh, very well. Herbert clumsily rose to bid farewell. Huh? Herbert responded in confusion. Well, socks? Have you been possessed by Dumbledore? Cohen questioned oddly, though relieved that the socks were inexpensive. Upon comprehending all that had transpired within him, Cohen departed from the Bach Manor and boarded the night bus once more. I am visiting a relative in prison. Not going to prison myself. Thank you, Cohen corrected with irritation, tossing 2 gold galleons to Tuck. To Surrey County, little whinging. Number 5 on Privet Drive. Yet another jarring journey ensued, and Cohen vowed never to ride that bus again. Once prepared with the necessary medical supplies to confront his fragmented self, Cohen immediately began practicing apparition. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen had forgotten his keys. Edward's voice sounded from behind the door. Yet, when he opened it, he found no one present. Looked down at his eye. Cohen squeezed into the living room with his suitcase and relaxed upon the sofa. Cohen retrieved 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket, inadvertently dropping the wooden figurine Herbert had gifted him. Edward paused for a second, then quickly comprehended what had transpired. Ah, it is nothing. Romance has its triumphs and failures, which is entirely normal. Besides, she carved you a small statue, indicating that she must have held some affection for you, Edward comforted, pulling Cohen into an embrace. However, Cohen adeptly slipped out from under Edward's elbow. The conversation was about to take an uncomfortable turn, as Cohen did not wish to conflate his visit to Herbert with being deceived by his girlfriend. By the way, Norbert has devoured all the sheep we raised. Cohen deftly shifted the conversation, remarking, "Do not cast such a gaze upon me. It was not I who consumed them. Indeed, over 300 are gone. Hence I intend to let them go hungry for a few days to instill some memory in them. However, prior to the commencement of the school term, we shall certainly procure another flock of sheep." Upon returning home, life normalized considerably, and Cohen began to relish the affection of Edward and Rose without any burdensome thoughts. After all, Cohen was indeed their biological son, at least in a spiritual sense from a year ago. In early August, Cohen could not resist the temptation and consumed the diary and the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within the Hufflepuff cup. His soul integrity rose to 33, primarily due to the diary's low soul potency, which resulted in a minimal enhancement for Cohen, only an increase of 1 from the diary and 2 from the cup. Nonetheless, any improvement is a positive development, for according to Cohen's original predictions, this diary might have offered no enhancement at all, akin to the young Acromantula. Perhaps due to its nature as a Horcrux, its effects far surpassed those of consuming ordinary souls. This raises an intriguing question. Now that the final boss of his second year resided within Cohen's very being, would this year unfold in tranquility? Cohen hoped so, yet a peculiar feeling lingered in his heart. Aside from matters concerning the Horcrux, Cohen also learned from Edward that Harry had been taken to the Weasley household for a visit. The Dursleys were reportedly in an uproar, as Harry seemed to have caused quite a debacle, but several of the Weasley children had come to escort him away. Edward, while perusing the newspaper in the living room, remarked, "It appears your defense against the dark arts instructor this year is Gilderoy Lockhart." His visage graces the front page, stating that he applied to Hogwarts, after which the school ceased its recruitment for the position of dark arts professor. It seems he is rather well known. The more one lacks something, the more they tend to flaunt it, and he is quite the charmer. One can only hope your mother does not take a liking to him. Cohen held little interest in this inept instructor, quickly finishing his breakfast. "I wager his teachings will be inferior to yours." Edward found something amiss in Cohen's tone. Was he truly complimenting him? They indeed arrive by car, but do not be foolish. Flying automobiles will attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, as Arthur is the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. Edward clarified, "Although I did hear a considerable commotion from the Dursleys' household, they managed to retrieve Harry, so the issue should not be too grave." It was unclear whether Cohen was referring to the car or the Dursleys when he expressed uncertainty. On the morning of August 10th, an owl from Hogwarts delivered the list of textbooks for Cohen's upcoming semester. See, a narcissist, Cohen pointed to the 7 works of Lockhart listed, triumphantly proving his previous wager correct, who would use their own books as teaching materials. Edward mirrored his confusion. Or could it be that what he wrote is indeed factual? If he were truly that remarkable, he would not resort to writing books and selling photographs of his own smile. Cohen replied with clarity, "If it were up to me, I would prefer not to purchase his books. Regrettably, the textbooks must be purchased, particularly those newly introduced by the professors, for which even second-hand copies are elusive." On the day the book list was released, Cohen accompanied Edward to Diagon Alley to procure books and new robes, as Cohen had grown significantly taller, rendering his previous robes somewhat short. Unfortunately, they did not encounter Harry and Ron. As they passed the broom shop, Edward inquired whether Cohen still harbored a fear of heights. Cohen also purchased 327 sheep for Norbert, who, having been starved for 3 weeks, surprisingly refrained from devouring many of them in a fit of revenge, instead beginning to regulate his daily intake. Norbert is indeed a promising creature, quite obedient. "What about you, dear Count?" Cohen asked the Count the night before school commenced. Surely that package the postman delivered today was not the egg-laying potion specially prepared for me by the Owl Emporium? Chapter 95, The Mad Girl Luna. "Oh, I am merely preparing to seek a new partner," the Count replied, attempting to mask his guilt about his reckless drinking and fear of sterilization. Cohen was about to question the Count on why he opted for mail-order purchases when the mere mention of writing triggered a horrifying realization. "I forgot to complete my summer homework," Cohen exclaimed. He blamed his oversight on Voldemort, the Malfoy family, the Dementors of Azkaban, Norbert and Aaliyah, and, of course, you. "Count, you did not remind me." Cohen clung to the last hope. "Didn't TU suggest I review my textbooks at the end of last semester? Now is the time for you to repay me. Quickly assist me in completing my homework. After all, you are already capable of writing letters. You expect a bird to do your homework? Impossible. Work and school are for you featherless beings to handle. Do not attempt to bring such sordid matters into the animal realm. Purchase another copy," the Count insisted, "and you must permit me to indulge in a week of drinking." "You are indeed still addicted." Cohen feigned indignation. Otherwise, I would never assist you with your homework. The Count declared defiantly. I possess more spirit than that dragoness. Very well. Cohen conceded, as if making a significant sacrifice. If you help me complete my homework tonight, I might reluctantly allow you a week of indulgence. Deal. The Count promptly promised, as if fearing Cohen might retract his offer. With the transaction established, Cohen unveiled the capitalist's unpleasant visage. This was merely part of the scheme. Who truly cares whether the Count might suffer renal damage from alcohol? It was merely a ruse to create a flaw in his facade. After all, if one genuinely wished for the Count to fulfill his obligations satisfactorily, one must present him with a tempting morsel. Ding. Sin level 10. Note, even exploiting birds is rather inhumane. Humanity is a concept that must be pondered, and Cohen felt that possessing a modicum of humanity from time to time was sufficient. A laxative in Hogwarts is a capitalist Dementor. One night, one miracle, I believe you can accomplish this, Count. Cohen encouraged the Count at his desk before retiring for the night. Beneath the glow of a desk lamp, an owl was deftly wielding a wand to manipulate a quill, composing an essay. Such a whimsical reality, reminiscent of a fairy tale, where a magical owl could assist with summer assignments. Cohen conceived a novel idea. The Count could expand his enterprises at Hogwarts, perhaps offering services for homework completion, thereby alleviating his ennui. He even crafted a catchy tagline: why not consult the wondrous owl? Yet, no matter how extraordinary, even a magical owl could not endure a night of relentless writing. On the morning of the first day of school, Cohen reluctantly rose from his slumber, urged by Edward, as traffic on Muggle roads would inevitably be congested. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, he beheld the Count sprawled lifelessly across the desk. Surely not. It was merely an assignment. He cannot be dead. Upon closer inspection, Cohen noticed the Count's spirit remained peacefully nestled within his body, prompting a sigh of relief. The ingenious plan to employ the magical owl for homework assistance could not vanish at its inception. Moreover, Cohen had merely struck a bargain with the owl. Should it prove unable to fulfill its end, he could simply abandon the endeavor, avoiding the extremes of exertion. However, it appeared that the Count yearned not for exhaustion, but rather for 2 doses of egg-laying potion and a week's worth of drinking privileges. The Count flawlessly completed Cohen's assignments, and after reviewing the 14 parchment pages, Cohen marveled at the Count's vast knowledge, suspecting that the claim of having lived for centuries was indeed true. Yet, despite his extensive years, the Count had yet to master the art of managing a female owl, indicating that further practice was needed. Once the assignments were organized, Cohen placed the Count into a cage. Everything seemed normal until he arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:45, traversed the barrier at platform 9 3/4, boarded the train, and chose a compartment at the rear. It was then that he realized he had forgotten something crucial. Blast it! He could no longer ride in the flying car. Cohen pondered whether Mr. Weasley's vehicle possessed a soul, recalling that it had lived in the Forbidden Forest for quite some time and had even gone feral. Yet, inanimate objects could not possess such wildness. The train rumbled to life, and Cohen gazed out the window, anticipating the appearance of an old blue car among the clouds, soon to be splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet. Just as he intended to keep a distant watch, attempting to discern the strength of the car's spirit, the compartment door swung open. Cohen assumed it was Hermione, as Harry and Ron were absent, and Hermione would likely seek someone to discuss matters with. Instead, it was a different girl who entered. She possessed silver eyes, dark golden brown hair, and pale skin, her expression one of astonishment, though it seemed she was perpetually fixed in this state. "Hello, may I sit here?" Her voice resonated ethereally, as if drifting from a distant realm. "Please have a seat." "There's no one here," Cohen replied casually, turning back to gaze out the window. Cohen Norton, he introduced. "I am Luna Lovegood," she replied. "Are you waiting for your friends? Will they be among the clouds?" "Something like that," Cohen responded, spotting the car in the distance. The vehicle in question bore a total of 6 soul intensity tags, excluding the fixed 3 points attributed to Hedwig and the fragment of 40 points belonging to Voldemort. Cohen found himself utterly unable to discern the connections between Harry, Ron, Peter Pettigrew, and the car itself. This was largely due to the fact that the soul intensity of young wizards is subject to growth, and Cohen had not seen Harry and Ron for an entire month. Nonetheless, this at least indicated that the car possessed a minimum of 10 upward soul intensity points. He resolved to inquire with Mr. Weasley about any modifications made to the vehicle. If it were possible to conjure souls through magic, Cohen would need to accelerate his own development, as the transfigured souls produced by Professor McGonagall were rather perfunctory and failed to provide him with any significant enhancement. A car soaring through the sky, Luna remarked with a whimsical tone, her gaze fixed upon the same direction as Cohen. Father was right. Hogwarts is filled with delightful wonders. Their invisibility device had malfunctioned. This will make us visible to a multitude of muggles, Cohen stated, and the journey from London to Hogwarts is rather lengthy for a car. We will witness the charming spectacle of that vehicle engaging in a delightful starry sky collision upon our arrival at the school. Laughter erupted from Luna, her mirth so intense that she had to clutch her chest, gasping for breath. How amusing. A car. A delightful starry sky collision. Has the mad girl always been like this?